In the fan fiction of Swallowing the Starry Sky, Xuan, a graduate of a martial arts academy, finds himself unexpectedly bound by a system, his soul drawn into an unknown realm, coinciding with a clash between deities. Upon his departure, he was inadvertently bestowed with a strand of primal power by the heavenly sage, and thus unwittingly inherited the shattered slaughter array, the extermination sword formation. Yet, let's not forget, he possesses a system. Ding, slaying a primary B soldier grants Jia 10 source points and Zhao 1 malevolence. Ding, slaying a primary B soldier grants Jia 10 source points and Zhao 1 malevolence. Ding, consuming 500 source points, agility upgraded to perfection. Ding, consuming 100 malevolence, the extermination sword formation upgraded to immortal artifact. With the dual enhancement of the system and primordial power, Yi Xian's arrival in the Swallowing the Starry Sky world heralds his destined supremacy over all. The boundless chaos transformed into nothingness, the runes of the great Tao extinguished, vaguely discernible for shadowy figures, exuding supreme pressure, unleash their unparalleled divine might upon a solitary figure. In an instant, the golden radiance twisted once more, drawing Yi Xian's soul toward a more distant destination. Just as Yi Xian was being whisked away, an imperceptible fragment of light silently merged into his soul under the watchful gaze of that supreme figure. Thus, at this moment, the curtain was drawn back on the ruler who commands the primordial realm and dominates the heavens. Chapter 1. Ascending to the Heavens. The celestial treasure, sovereign. The ethereal sound of Buddha's teachings reverberates. Amidst an expansive and boundless chaotic domain, 5 terrifying figures capable of distorting the laws of the heavens stand tall, their true forms obscured by immeasurable brilliance, rendering all realms before them insignificant. A voice, devoid of joy or sorrow, resonated through this space. Tong Tian, do you comprehend the consequences that will ensue if this battle commences? Another voice, seemingly in accordance with the will of heaven, followed closely. Elder brother, what further discourse is there with this scoundrel? Countless lives have perished in the primordial wilderness. He must be captured to restore celestial justice. At this moment, the 4 mighty beings inexplicably aligned themselves, unleashing their boundless power, collectively bearing down upon the white-robed figure wielding a green sword, ensconced within a formation. Faced with this sudden and overwhelming pressure, the white-robed figure's green sword trembled violently, and from the formation beneath his feet emerged 4 ancient swords brimming with murderous intent. The 4 swords, each distinct in form, exuded unpredictable might, their own momentum escalating with the appearance of the swords, the sword energy seemingly emanating from the heart, severing the pressure of the saints inch by inch. What a righteous principle! If there were true justice, it would be the great Tao, not the hypocritical lapdogs among you. With a furious roar from the white-robed figure, the 4 swords unleashed their brilliance, and a terrifying torrent of sword energy surged skyward, as if to obliterate all existence across the eons. In an instant, the battle erupted. The endless cosmic sea was upheaved, the void shattered, chaotic energy surged, and the spirits of chaos seemed to flee into the rifts of time and space. Should future generations witness such a scene, they would undoubtedly be rendered speechless, for even the might of the Western deity pales in comparison. However, there indeed exists one. Just as the saints summoned their sacred weapons for battle, in a corner of the chaotic sea, a barely perceptible golden radiance enveloped a young man from Blue Star, whose expression was difficult to control. This young man, with resolute features and black pupils reflecting the grandeur of the saints' war efforts, exuded an unmistakable aura of combativeness, despite the insurmountable disparity in their powers. The young man's name is Yi Xian, originally a martial arts student from China, on the verge of graduating from the academy to become a formal soldier. However, reality played a jest upon him. The moment he stepped out of the martial arts academy, a radiant light claiming to be a system enveloped him, separating his soul from his corporeal form. This peculiar luminosity, carrying his spirit, surged into the chaotic expanse. Now, as he curled up in this small corner, he had come to grasp a fundamental truth. The system's energy was insufficient, drawing upon the chaotic forces of this realm. Just moments ago, amidst a simple exchange of words among the sages, Yi Xian had made a conjecture about the events transpiring before him. This was the primordial era, when the sages besieged Tong Tian. According to myth, the master of Tong Tian and the primordial supreme being stood in opposition, and when Tong Tian unleashed the extermination sword, he severed 1 flower from the 3 that adorned the head of the primordial supreme being, prompting the latter to summon Laozi for arbitration. Unable to contain his indignation, the master of Tong Tian forcibly drew Lao Zi into the extermination sword formation. Lao Zi, utilizing his avatars, summoned the two sages from the west, and together they shattered the sword formation, persuading Tong Tian to relent. Yet was the truth of the matter truly as it appeared? Yixian furrowed his brow, observing the battle among the sages. Even without a clear view of the entire scene, he could surmise that in the conflict of the sages, victory or defeat often hinged upon a fleeting moment. There stood the master of Tong Tian at the heart of the extermination sword formation, facing four adversaries alone. The primordial supreme being invoked the supreme art of one chi transforming into three pure ones, manifesting three avatars of equal saintly stature, which collectively struck down three swords within the formation. With three swords lost, the extermination sword formation was left incomplete, now reliant solely on a singular crimson extermination sword, its potency diminished, and the murderous aura that once surged skyward had long since waned. Under the combined might of the sages, the master of Tong Tian was on the verge of exhaustion. The terrifying force of the four sages shattered the blades of the extermination sword, dissipating the sword spirits, while even the Qingping sword clutched by Tong Tian was now riddled with cracks. Everything seemed preordained. Tong Tian summoned his full strength, yet appeared utterly feeble before the four sages. At that moment, the four sages conspiratorially ceased their onslaught. In the midst of the battlefield between the sages and Tong Tian, a silent figure emerged. As this figure appeared, the four sages closed their eyes, standing still in anticipation. At that moment, the nearly depleted master of Tong Tian beheld the silhouette before him, and his power surged anew, the intent to kill coalescing into a palpable force, as if intent on obliterating its true form across the eons. Yet this figure remained unperturbed, seemingly engrossed in elucidation. Tong Tian, in this current primordial decline, with lives extinguished, all is due to your own selfish desires. In light of your status as a sage, I now present you with a choice. However, as this figure spoke, the hand gripping the Qingping sword emitted a creaking sound, and the murderous intent in Tong Tian's eyes intensified. A choice? Let me guess. Do you wish to compel me to fracture the teachings, leading to a battle among the myriad immortals, or do you desire to see me fall from my saintly rank to fulfill your ambitions? Tong Tian's voice grew colder as he continued. A band of sycophants of the Tao dare to presume dominion over all. Why do you not display your audacity beneath the great Tao? Even if you were to sever this historical river, what of it? Remember, the cycle of cause and effect remains unyielding. With that, Tong Tian once more brandished the Qingping sword, channeling his own essence and the primordial power of the upper clear into it, preparing to unleash unparalleled might. Yet, as Tong Tian stripped away his own essence, intending to summon the upper clear's primordial force, he suddenly sensed something amiss, gazing in astonishment at the primordial supreme being in Lao Zi, realizing that his essence, which should have fully merged with the Qingping sword, was now attempting to break free. Ah, my dear second brother, have you finally realized? Alas, it is too late. How foolish of you to truly embark on self-disintegration. It seems you are unworthy of the title of saint. Ha ha ha. At that moment, the four sages opened their eyes, gazing with amusement at the essence of Tong Tian, now merged with the Qingping sword, while the primordial supreme being mocked him aloud. Yixian discerned the underlying tension, noting how the words of the four sages seemed to suggest an enticement for Tong Tian's self-sacrifice. Meanwhile, the ethereal figure before the four sages began to slowly materialize, accompanied by a cascade of Taoist sounds. High above the 9 clouds, upon a lotus seat of truth, beyond the realm of heaven and earth, I shall preside as the esteemed master. Pang of birth, the Taiji, the 2 aspects and 4 symbols follow suit. 1 doctrine transmits to 3 friends. 2 teachings divide between exposition and interception, the leaders of the mysterious gate. 1 chi transforms into Hongjun. Yixian's countenance stiffened as he recognized the meaning of these words, each revealing the identity of this formidable figure before him. The great Tao manifested, the spokesperson of the heavenly Tao, Hongjun. Thus, the upper clear spirit treasure lord officially returns, and you, Tonton, shall perish and dissipate. As the Taoist Hongjun spoke, he waved his sleeves, and the primordial essence that had merged with the Qingping sword forcibly detached, soaring into his grasp, while Tong Tian's essence shattered into fragments, dissolving into nothingness. Yet that primordial essence, upon reaching Hongjun, instantly transformed back into the likeness of Tong Tian, complete with his aura and power. It now wielded the Qingping sword, standing silently beside the 4 sages, while the shattered extermination sword formation seamlessly restored itself. The scene before him was undeniably bizarre. Had Xuan not been under the protective glow of the system, he might have believed that all that transpired was merely an illusion. So, the truth of history is indeed thus. Xuan swallowed hard, his expression unsettled, as if he had stumbled upon a staggering secret. At this very moment, amidst the shattered primordial force of the celestial master within the vast expanse of the chaotic sea, an elusive speck of light suddenly shot forth, hurtling directly towards Xuan's direction. At this instant, Taoist Hong Jun seemed to sense something amiss. His brow furrowed as his piercing eyes gazed into the tranquil, boundless chaos, as if he were calculating some hidden truth. Xuan intended to continue observing the unfolding events, yet he was interrupted by the system's voice resonating in his mind once more. Ding! Energy replenishment complete. A temporal leap will commence to the designated location. Please prepare, host. Xuan was taken aback. After finally witnessing a thrilling moment, the system informed him that energy had been fully restored. So soon? Let me see just a little more. Just as Xuan attempted to retort, it felt as though something had abruptly collided with his head. Just as Xuan was about to depart from this place under the protective radiance of the system, a beam of golden light pierced through the fabric of time and the system's safeguard, forcefully entering his very soul. Xuan felt a sudden darkness enveloping him. His legs buckled, and he succumbed to unconsciousness beneath the system's luminous protection. In the next moment, his figure, shrouded in the system's glow, quietly vanished within the chaotic sea, leaving no trace behind. Chapter 2. Becoming Stronger by Slaying Monsters? It seems like an eternity has passed since I escaped from that realm of chaos. Upon awakening from my unconscious state, Xuan suddenly realized that something was amiss. Why did he suddenly regain the sensation of touch? Hadn't he been in a state of pure consciousness just moments ago? What could have transpired? Frequent training at the martial academy compelled Xuan to spring up from the ground, meticulously surveying his surroundings, only to discover the incongruity of his situation. The endless chaos that once enveloped him had transformed into a lush jungle. Examining himself, he found he was clad in a remarkably advanced suit of armor, with a sleek black metal longsword hanging at his waist. Knock, knock. He gently tapped the armor with his fingers, noting its remarkable hardness as it produced a deep, resonant sound. After a thorough inspection, he exhaled in relief. Thankfully, he was not missing any limbs. Yet there was an odd sensation coursing through his body. Steadying himself, Xuan summoned his strength, clenched his fists, and unleashed a powerful blow against a nearby tree trunk. Crack! The trunk splintered under the force of his strike. With this display of might, Xuan felt as if some shackles had been released, a terrifying sense of power flooding every inch of his being. Even the flow of his blood felt more vigorous. He was momentarily taken aback. What was this sensation? It was known that he had toiled for over 20 years as a martial arts graduate, enduring relentless struggles to cultivate a resilient physique. However, the strength he felt now was incomparably superior, akin to a celestial being compared to a mere mortal. Such formidable power was truly astonishing. Just as Xuan reveled in his newfound strength, a faint sound reached his ears from behind, accompanied by a foul stench. His pupils contracted as instinctively he dodged to the side, before his rational mind could ascertain the nature of the approaching threat. His right hand had already drawn the long sword from his waist, and with a swift motion, he turned his body, swinging the blade toward the unknown creature. Swoosh! The sharp blade cleaved through flesh, and warm blood splattered onto Xuan's face. The entire sequence unfolded with breathtaking speed, leaving him momentarily disoriented. He cast a glance at his right hand gripping the sword, puzzled as he had no recollection of ever wielding a blade. Yet, that strike had flowed with such grace and precision, as if it were an extension of his very being. As Xuan regained his composure, he beheld the lifeless form of what had once been a saber-toothed tiger, its deep brown fur matted in blood. The beast, measuring nearly 3 meters in length, bore fearsome teeth that could easily pierce through his armor. But now, it lay severed in two, its neck wound eerily smooth, resembling a polished mirror. While he remained vigilant, scanning his surroundings, a familiar sound echoed once more. Ding. Initial level warrior slain, source point value 10, malevolence 1. Xuan was taken aback as a translucent blue panel appeared in his mind, seemingly connected to his consciousness. With a mere thought, he could access all the information it contained. Host, Xuan. Life tier, triple genetic tier. Warrior, initial level warrior. Spirit, initial level warrior. Source energy value, 10. Malevolence, 1. Special, supreme origin technique, Increases life genetic tier with cultivation. Techniques, none. Treasures. Sword array of the extermination of immortals, damaged. Domain laws. Complete sword path. Law fusion degree, 0. This system appears rather sophisticated, but something seems awry, Xuan murmured to himself, when suddenly, a jolt coursed through him as he stumbled upon an unsettling realization. Wait, the sword array of the extermination of immortals? His thoughts froze momentarily as he recalled the vision of the chaotic sea, where he had witnessed the destruction of the sword array alongside the demise of the celestial master. He had watched helplessly as it crumbled, even the sword spirit being erased from the annals of time by the four saints' overwhelming might. Where had this sword array come from? But in the next instant, the reason became clear. Ding! System malfunction due to unforeseen circumstances during transition. Information has been fully received. As the system's notification chimed, a projection of an elderly man in a white robe quietly emerged in Xuan's mind. Although his features remained obscured, Xuan recognized him as the celestial master he had seen in the chaotic sea. It was somewhat misleading to call it projection. It was likely merely a remnant of the celestial master's true essence before its ultimate dissolution. A sorrowful voice emanated from the image. I am one of the manifestations of the primordial deity Pangu, the supreme spirit of the pure land. The celestial master of the intercepting sect. The intercepting sect has perished, the heavenly Tao has fallen, and the saints have conspired. The wilderness is in peril. Although my essence has been seized, and I have perished, my laws endure. As long as the sword path remains, I shall persist. I hope that those fated may wield my legacy with caution. Xuan initially felt a sense of understanding, but the more he listened, the more he sensed a trap. Even you, a venerable saint, who wielded the sword array of the extermination of immortals, have been vanquished. Are you suggesting that I, a mere mortal devoid of any extraordinary power, should shoulder the burden of vengeance on your behalf? While I might wish to, I lack the capacity. Before the celestial master could finish his words, his tone shifted from one of sorrow to fervent indignation. If you come forth, the green plume shall guide you. A line of sword shadows shall illuminate the unextinguished path. Should you lack the power to traverse the myriad realms, do not attempt it. As soon as the words fell, the celestial master's projection dissipated. Xuan was left in a state of bewilderment. With only a fragment of his essence power, he could bestow upon me the entire sword array of the extermination of immortals and the laws of the sword path. What kind of tremendous force was this? Should I accept this so-called legacy, or would it bring unforeseen consequences? While Xuan pondered deeply, a sudden thought struck him, and he murmured at the information on the panel. Wait a moment, why does the term initial level warrior sound so familiar? I feel like I've heard it somewhere before. Just as he was lost in thought, clarity struck him, and he exclaimed, overwhelmed by emotion, "Oh my heavens, swallowing the starry sky?" System. If the system had emotions, it would undoubtedly exclaim, "Your reflexes are astoundingly slow." Ding! The system has regained access. Do you wish to bind the primordial level treasure? The sword array of the extermination of immortals? The system prompt echoed. After a brief moment of composure, Xuan deliberated and resolved to accept the celestial master's legacy. After all, he was Xuan of Blue Star, not merely a character from swallowing the starry sky. From the moment the projection of the celestial master appeared, he had likely become intertwined with that grand world of the wilderness. Moreover, possessing a system that many dream of, along with the boundless potential of the swallowing the starry sky universe, it was no longer an uncertainty that he could one day stand shoulder to shoulder with the saints of the wilderness. From now on, he would inherit the will of the celestial master, transcending this world, seizing his destiny in his own hands. Just as Xuan reveled in his thoughts, the system responded for the first time. Ding! Detection of host's mental turmoil, a warning to the host. Do not indulge in daydreams. Xuan, I nearly forgot about this thing. How utterly embarrassing. So what exactly is your function? Xuan's thoughts stirred slightly as he inquired. The act of vanquishing creatures that meet the requisite realm criteria yields a certain number of source points and malevolent energy. The source points can be employed to advance one's martial arts, while the malevolent energy is utilized to restore the exquisite sword array. The system responded again in a mechanical tone. So it's a functional system, he mused, nodding in understanding. It appears that the essence of this system is rather straightforward. Slay monsters, gain experience, and level up. How remarkably simple. However, what does it mean to meet the realm requirements? Ding! The condition stipulates that only by slaying creatures of equal or superior realm to the host can source points be obtained. Should one slay creatures of a lower realm, no source points will be awarded. The system quickly provided its answer. After hearing this, Xian fell into contemplation. At first glance, it does seem quite reasonable. Yet one must recognize that as one progresses, it becomes increasingly challenging. For instance, if all beings are of the cosmic sovereign realm, acquiring source points would be. Xian's expression stiffened involuntarily. Nevertheless, this condition at least does not necessitate slaying creatures of equal strength or greater to obtain source points. Otherwise, if the term realm were to be exchanged for strength, goodness, that would be utterly terrifying. Chapter 3. An Overwhelming Battle. After briefly assessing the legacy left to him by the Celestial Master, Xian couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. A complete doctrine of the sword path, a set of unparalleled treasures capable of shattering the heavens, and a terrifying technique that enhances one's genetic foundation with each ascension in realm. What extraordinary gifts! Is this a stroke of divine fortune? During this time, Xian also attempted to summon the exquisite sword array, which lay dormant within the depths of his soul. Regrettably, given his current capabilities, even manipulating his mental energy to retrieve object from a distance proved to be a challenge, let alone controlling the exquisite sword array, which could withstand even a saint. Though fractured, it remains beyond the grasp of a warrior who has yet to attain planetary level. While my realm is merely that of a novice warrior, my strength is approximately on par with that of a mid-tier to high-tier warrior. Wearing this set of armor, I should be able to barely contend with high-tier beasts. Xian contemplated as he continued to work, using the stripped bark to polish his trusty black iron longsword. It should be noted that, despite the perilous nature of the high martial world, the advantages conferred by its formidable technological prowess are not to be underestimated. For instance, the armor he donned and the black iron sword he wielded, although standard issue for soldiers from the Huaxia base, were crafted with meticulous precision and constructed from exceptionally durable materials, making it effortless to cleave through novice beast soldiers, essentially one sword per foe. There was no need to worry about the blade becoming damaged, for this sword was forged from the scales of a novice beast general, undergoing rigorous tempering in fierce flames and numerous manufacturing processes to ultimately yield such a resilient longsword. Compared to other nations, Huaxia boasts not only the largest population, but also a significant lead in the presence of warriors, including those of the war general and war god level. The reason why Huaxia consistently ranks first among the surviving human populace is that the nation places immense value on every single citizen. Every ounce of strength and every shred of resource is meticulously allocated for the defense against monsters, ensuring that no warrior perishes due to inadequate equipment. Xian's gear serves as a prime example. Even a common soldier's equipment is fashioned from the scales of novice beast generals. Thus, the damage inflicted by Huaxia's warriors in their battles against monsters is significantly amplified. In Huaxia, every high-tier warrior sells resources deemed useless to them, acquired in the wilderness, to the Huaxia military at exceptionally low prices. The military then organizes these resources to safeguard lower-tier warriors, who eventually rise to take the positions of their predecessors, creating a cycle of growth. In such an environment of mutual love between the nation and its people, how could Huaxia not remain far ahead of other countries? Back on Blue Star, Xian took pride in being a soldier of Huaxia, and now, though he has arrived in a new world, his fervent loyalty to Huaxia remains unwavering. Xian, having observed the lurking beasts around him and the rise and fall of the sun, had approximately deduced his location. If he was not mistaken, he currently stood at the periphery of the Huaxia base, in the uninhabited zone closest to Huaxia. This area predominantly harbors novice to mid-tier beast soldiers, suggesting that human military forces likely have a presence nearby to guard against these monsters or to hunt them. Setting these thoughts aside, he resolved to accumulate more source points. After polishing his black longsword, Xian rose from the rock and set off towards the distant sounds of beasts. In the wilderness, even with formidable strength, one must tread with utmost caution, not only to avoid traps set by other humans, but also to prevent being besieged by packs of ferocious beasts. Regardless of the scenario, falling victim to either is exceedingly perilous. A moment's negligence could lead to demise. Moreover, given the current circumstances, twilight was approaching, and the dark, tranquil night is when these beasts truly emerge to hunt. Xian walked closely alongside the low-lying stream, reasoning that if he were to locate suitable novice beast soldiers for hunting, following the stream would be a prudent choice, as the majority of creatures prefer to linger near rivers or streams. Of course, he might encounter some pack-hunting beasts, but for Xian, a solitary novice beast soldier or a group of them posed little threat. He could easily dispatch them with a single stroke, provided he remained wary of the more formidable aerial predators and high-tier beast leaders. As for the lesser creatures, should they foolishly attempt to attack him, They would merely be offering him source points on a silver platter. Within mere minutes of stealthy movement, he encountered a few pack-hunting single-horn scale rhinoceroses, and from their actions, he could ascertain their strength. As Xuan charged toward the few rhinoceroses ahead, only 3 dared to confront him, while the others fled in disarray. Beasts evolved to a certain degree of intelligence. Ordinary wild animals instinctively fear unexpected intruders, whereas powerful beasts, like the single-horn scale rhinoceroses before him, perceived Xuan as an encroaching predator and rushed toward him with fierce determination. In the blink of an eye, these muscular rhinoceroses charged at Xuan with terrifying speed, their menacing horns resembling long spears, glinting ominously in the sunlight. Xuan, undaunted, brandished his long sword, deftly flicking it at the nearest rhinoceros. Its massive head severed from its neck and fell to the ground. Upon witnessing this, the remaining rhinoceroses collectively halted, their vigilance heightened as they regarded Xuan with trepidation. Seemingly comprehending the magnitude of his terrifying strength, none dared to advance again. Xuan's initial struggle when facing novice battle soldiers was ultimately due to his lack of caution, which nearly led to a surprise attack from a novice beast-level saber-toothed tiger behind him. Even had that ambush succeeded, it likely would not have breached the armor forged from high-tier beast materials that he wore. However, at this moment, having developed a degree of wariness toward the rhinoceroses and having gained some familiarity with his longsword, he attained an accurate assessment of his own strength, which culminated in this overwhelming outcome. Ding! The elimination of a primary-level warrior has yielded 10 source points and 1 malevolent energy. As Xuan listened to the mechanical voice of the system echoing in his mind, a faint smile graced his lips. He deftly twisted the longsword in his hand and mused softly to the few unicorn-scaled rhinoceroses before him. Who shall be next? Chapter 4. Perform for me? At this juncture, dusk had enveloped the sky, and the chirping of birds in the forest began to wane. Following a fierce combat that resembled the withering of a drought-stricken plant, Xuan commenced the collection of his spoils. The first items of concern were the source points and malevolent energy. After vanquishing several primary-level beast warriors, Xuan discovered that not every creature he dispatched granted him an equivalent amount of malevolent energy. The values varied from one beast to another. For instance, the ferocious saber-toothed tiger he initially defeated yielded merely 1 point of malevolent energy, while the leader of the unicorn-scaled rhinoceroses provided a staggering 3 points. That was thrice the amount from the saber-toothed tiger. Thus, Xuan deduced that the more bloodshed a creature had caused in its lifetime, the greater the malevolent energy it would confer upon its demise. Conversely, the source points awarded by these primary-level beast warriors remained consistent, alleviating any concerns regarding discrepancies in the acquisition of source points. As Xuan continued his slaughter within this territory, the contents of his armor grew increasingly cumbersome. Laden with various materials of primary-level beast warriors, he collected anything that appeared to hold value, stowing it away in his backpack. For added security, Xuan not only relied on his armor for defense, but also affixed several scales from the primary-level beast warriors to his vulnerable areas, such as his waist and neck. In a perilous jungle teeming with threats and traps, he understood that a lapse in caution could lead to dire consequences. As a prudent young man from the Dragon Kingdom, with a personality akin to that of a hamster, Xuan was resolute in avoiding the folly of being caught off guard by an ambush. The overpowering stench of blood raised his apprehensions about attracting formidable beasts, prompting him to wash himself lightly in a nearby stream before hastily vacating the area. To his surprise, as he wandered aimlessly, he once again caught sight of some creatures. However, this time, something appeared amiss. Was that fire? Xuan was taken aback. What creature would light a fire by the stream? Was it perhaps a military unit stationed near the Huaxia base? After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to observe the situation more closely. He found himself akin to a mouse, meticulously scrutinizing both sustenance and traps before making any decisions, lest a single misstep lead to unnecessary complications. In this treacherous world, even if he felt relatively secure, he could not afford to let his guard down. He knew that the most dangerous entities in the wild were not necessarily powerful beasts, but rather the cunning of men. After quietly observing from behind the grass for a while, Xuan discerned something peculiar. The haphazardly erected, makeshift tent before him did not seem characteristic of a military encampment. What puzzled him further was the sight of several casually dressed individuals, resembling Han Chinese, who appeared remarkably relaxed, their actions clumsy and unrefined, almost as if they were novices in an uninhabited zone or perhaps on a leisurely vacation. Just as Xuan contemplated approaching them, he noticed a muscular tiger stealthily advancing behind the group. The scent of blood emanating from it reached even his distance. Surely, even the most ordinary soldiers, indistinguishable from civilians, should have detected such a threat by now. Yet, these middle-aged men continued their barbecue and jovial conversation, seemingly oblivious. How could they be so carefree? At last, Xuan could no longer contain himself. Gripping his black longsword, he rose and approached the gathering of Huaxia citizens, realizing that his earlier caution had been in vain. To speak frankly, he did not wish to meddle in their affairs, but the encroaching night posed the risk of formidable monsters emerging from the shadows. Xuan certainly did not wish to spend the night in this desolate wilderness. It would be prudent to find someone to inquire about the way back to Huaxia territory. Moreover, as a soldier, he felt a sense of responsibility towards his fellow compatriots. As a young man who had undergone 9 years of compulsory education and possessed commendable character, he could not abandon them in this perilous environment, where they might be devoured by beasts. No, perhaps even this very tiger in the next moment. With a silent sigh, Xuan acknowledged their apparent foolishness but resolved to assist them, as he too needed directions. Just as he approached the group, poised to strike the tiger, one of the older men, his hair graying, suddenly turned, smiling at his companions and exclaiming, "Old Wu Si, I told you this young lad possesses a strong sense of responsibility. Ha ha, indeed. I knew from the armor he donned that he must be one of our brave soldiers from Huaxia. How could he lack responsibility?" The man referred to as Old Wu chimed in, even as he continued pouring hot water, handing cups to those around him without breaking stride. From a distance of 10 meters, Xuan could clearly hear their banter. What? Xuan's expression froze, his arm, which gripped the sword poised to strike the tiger, stilled in disbelief. Are you all playing me? He turned incredulously to the seemingly bumbling men he had just judged. To his astonishment, each of them held a teacup, cheerfully watching him as he prepared to attack the tiger, as if they were spectators at a theatrical performance, occasionally offering commentary. Well, this young man is quite cautious. Isn't if he can see us old fellows and still be so careful. I reckon he wouldn't have emerged if it weren't for this situation. Old Wu remarked after pouring tea. You don't understand, do you? Caution is paramount. One must respect the unknown. Those in the martial arts school have spent too long in a sheltered environment, oblivious to the dangers that await beyond their nation as protection. This lad is doing splendidly. Another man, whose temperament was comparatively fiery, countered Old Wu's assertions, his gaze towards Xuan filled with approval. Regardless of their opinions, the young man's character resonated with Xuan. He knew when to protect himself and when to act decisively. He bore resemblance to his younger self. Now, it all boiled down to the young man's capabilities. Should he meet his standards, Xuan would invite him into his martial arts school. Meanwhile, as the group engaged in their light-hearted exchange, Xuan was overwhelmed with a surge of adrenaline. In an instant, he unleashed a furious strike, cleaving the tiger that had been poised to pounce into 2 halves. Though still in halves, this time they were vertically severed. Splurt, splurt. Witnessing this dramatically absurd scene, the previously relaxed gentlemen, mid-conversation over their tea, could not contain themselves and promptly sprayed their beverages in surprise. Several individuals had initially planned to intervene and rescue Xuan when he could no longer withstand the pressure. However, to their astonishment, with a mere stroke of his sword, the tiger was vanquished. Ding, medium-ranked warrior slain, source point value 50, malevolent energy 9. Ding, medium-ranked beast soldier slain, source point value 50, malevolent energy 9. After Xuan had slain the fierce tiger in a fit of rage, the system's notification chimed in. Yet at that moment, Xuan was hardly preoccupied with it. His primary concern lay with the enigmatic figures before him. These peculiar old men, to be precise. Although the medium-ranked beast soldier was of a relatively low tier, anyone who could disregard such a creature could hardly be deemed an ordinary person. Such adept individuals were, at the very least, not the sort one would typically encounter in the outer regions of the Huaxia base. Following a brief lapse of composure, the old men adjusted their attire and revealed professional smiles. However, the glimmers in their eyes conveyed an entirely different sentiment, an intense fervor that seemed as though they wished to devour Xuan whole. While intrigued by the identities of these old men, Xuan was disinclined to inquire further. After all, trouble often ensued from excessive curiosity. As long as he refrained from meddling, chaos would not find him. More pressing was the need to examine the corpse of the medium-ranked beast soldier. This was his first encounter with such a creature, and given the serendipitous nature of the event, it was only reasonable to collect materials from it. The onlookers, having witnessed Xuan's prowess, initially intended to greet him with congenial smiles to entice him into their ranks. However, they were taken aback when the sunny young man's first action was to gather materials. What a state of desperation must he be in? The value of such trivial materials was negligible, Each of them could easily summon mountains of wealth with a mere gesture. Although their camaraderie appeared strong, the underlying tension of competition for achievements had them on edge. You claim to be my friend? Then let us bring this genius into my faction. What? You refuse? Then we shall settle this with a duel. You wish to touch my wealth? Go ahead, take what you want. But if you dare to lay a hand on my people, try it and see what happens. This was the nature of their relationships. At that very moment, while the old men exchanged glances filled with unspoken competition, Xuan remained blissfully absorbed in collecting materials. Before long, his small backpack was brimming with loot, rendering the day a resounding success. Indeed, observing the materials he had amassed, Xuan's spirits lifted considerably. He donned his little treasure trove, steadied his emotions, and approached the small wooden table around which the old men were seated. Under their fervent gazes, he casually chose a spot to sit down. Xuan placed his backpack down, retrieved a small cup, and mimicked the others by pouring himself a cup of tea, sipping quietly. Yet the dynamic had shifted dramatically. Initially, he had sought something from them, but now it seemed he would find it difficult to extricate himself from the situation before addressing the current predicament. Even Xuan, known for his bold demeanor, felt somewhat bashful under the intense scrutiny of the old man. Cough, gentlemen, there is no need for such intensity. We could simply discuss matters without this piercing gaze. Xuan finally spoke, unable to endure the silence any longer. The old men, realizing their demeanor might be inappropriate, adjusted their postures. The man referred to as Old Wu was the first to break the silence. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Wu Tong. Perhaps you're not very familiar with me. I currently manage the Extreme Martial Arts Institute in Yangzhou City. And this gentleman beside me, appearing somewhat frail, is Zhuge Tao, one of the heads of the headquarters of the Extreme Martial Arts Institute. As for that one, Wu Tong attempted to continue his introduction, but was interrupted by the man with a fiery temperament. I am Zhou Jingyong, the president of the Extreme Martial Arts Association. And this young man, I am Xuan. You may call me Xiao Xian, Xuan interjected. After the introductions, he had grasped the gravity of their identities. These seemingly foolish old men were far from ordinary. One was a branch manager, another a headquarters supervisor, and the last, a president. In the context of his previous life on Blue Star, they could easily be likened to high-ranking officials capable of commanding armies. Yet, in the current universe of swallowing starry skies, their roles represented something far more formidable. It was not merely their status that was intimidating, but the sheer strength that accompanied it. It was no exaggeration to assert that any one of those present could, with a single slap, reduce him to nothing. Xuan could not help but gasp in astonishment. However, unbeknownst to him, the old men were even more shocked. The reason was simple. Xuan appeared strikingly youthful. The body constructed by the system not only inherited Xuan's previous life as good looks, but also adjusted his age to an optimal state. Presently, he seemed to be no older than 17 or 18. At such a tender age, to have slain a medium-ranked B soldier in a single strike was unfathomable. While Xuan might not fully grasp the implications, to the supervisors and the president, it seemed akin to a dream. At first glance, one might perceive him as a piece of iron, but upon closer inspection, he was revealed to be pure 24K gold. The emotional roller coaster was palpable. Normally, individuals at the age of 17 or 18, even with a modicum of talent, would merely be advanced students, nearing the threshold of becoming martial artists. At best transitioning from novice to warrior levels. Yet Xuan had astonishingly bypassed 3 stages, arriving directly at the capability to slay medium-ranked beasts, and with a single stroke. No less. Who could defy such odds? Xiao Xian, before we proceed, I have a question for you, but perhaps it's best left unasked. Zhou Jingyong began. But before he could finish, he suddenly grasped Xuan's arm with remarkable stealth. When did that happen? Xuan was startled by Zhou Jingyong's sudden action. Having not sensed the movement at all, the strength exerted was such that even his own considerable power felt utterly powerless against it. Well done, Zhou Jingyong exclaimed, releasing Xuan's arm, his expression one of exhilaration. Old Zhou, what did you find? Wu Tong and Zhuge Tao inquired with urgency. What did I find? A genius, an unparalleled genius. Zhou Jingyong laughed heartily before addressing the two. Bone age at 18, never having trained in gene origin energy, and strength approaching 4,000 kilograms. What did you just say? Wu Tong and Zhuge Tao were momentarily taken aback, their expressions reflecting disbelief as Wu Tong stammered, his wrinkles quivering with astonishment. 18 years old, and possessing the strength of a high-ranking warrior. Zhou Jingyong showed no concern for their incredulous reactions, as he himself had been equally astonished. As the president of the Extreme Martial Arts Association, a formidable initial-ranked warrior, He had witnessed countless prodigies during his tenure, many of whom had surpassed his own capabilities to enter elite training camps. Never did I anticipate that during a leisurely tea gathering with friends in the quaint little jungle today, I would encounter a prodigious talent whose innate abilities rival those of an esteemed legislator. Xuan had already foreseen the situation before him. With the enhancement of triple life gene levels, even if he initially possessed only the strength of a novice warrior, he could effortlessly vanquish monsters of intermediate beast soldier caliber. However, this was merely sufficient to navigate the challenges of Earth. In the vastness of the cosmos, he would be utterly insignificant. Nay, it seemed Earth itself might not be quite enough. It is crucial to note that aside from the likes of Hong and Thor, two extraordinary beings who have grasped the essence of their realms at a planetary level, there looms the impending arrival of the golden-horned behemoth. That creature epitomizes terror. Its innate life gene level already places it among the pinnacle of cosmic races, and upon birth, it exists at a stellar caliber, and not just any ordinary stellar level, likely possessing the formidable strength equivalent to at least a fifth-tier stellar being. As the saying goes, the gulf between levels is akin to the distance from heaven to earth. Yet, in the case of such a uniquely extraordinary life as the golden-horned behemoth, should it truly emerge from its egg, it would likely consume more than the combined sustenance of every individual on Earth in a single meal. Thus, Xuan must ascertain the current timeline and whether that egg has indeed descended upon Earth. Seniors, shall we return to the base now? This does not seem a suitable locale for conversation. Xuan interjected as he observed the elder gentlemen had nearly concluded their discussion. For the nation and its people to act with great responsibility. For the nation and its people to toil tirelessly. Individuals imbued with such a sense of duty. Xuan found it impossible to harbor disdain for them, despite their initial appearance of foolishness. Ha ha ha, Xiaoxian makes a valid point. This is indeed not the place for dialogue. Let us heed his suggestion and return to Huaxia to converse further. Zhou Jingyong concurred wholeheartedly with Xuan's sentiment. As the president of the Extreme Guild, he was acutely aware of the myriad threats lurking in the depths, especially since they were outside the base. Even with a battle god like himself present, ensuring their safety was far from guaranteed. Indeed, Wu Tong and Zhuge Tao, who had been enraptured by Xuan's talent, were jolted into realization by Zhou Zhengyong's reminder of their foolishness. Setting aside the fact that they were in an uninhabited zone rife with peril, the satellites of foreign nations were still traversing the skies above, had it not been for the communications network in place. The news of this so-called unparalleled genius would have spread like wildfire within mere moments. However, given the military's capabilities, it was likely that their conversation with Xuan had already reached the higher echelons. Time is of the essence. We must depart now. I trust someone will come to our aid, Zhou Jingyong stated as he composed himself. His confidence stemmed purely from his trust in his nation. In an instant, Zhou Jingyong and his companions rose from the small wooden table, their loose, casual attire morphing into technologically advanced combat armor, the cold metal shimmering with a faint, radiant glow. For a moment, Xuan was left in awe. The armor adorning Zhou Jingyong and the others bore a stark contrast to his own, especially in terms of presence. It was simply stunning. The once laid-back gentlemen had transformed into dashing warriors. The disparity was nothing short of astounding. All right, Xiao Yi, hold on tight, Zhou Jingyong suddenly exclaimed. Huh, what do you mean? Before Xuan could finish a question, he understood the implication. He watched as a pair of bat-like wings unfurled from Zhou Jingyong's armor, a surge of intense heat erupting forth. Meanwhile, seated on the small stool, Xuan was swiftly lifted by Zhou Jingyong's arm and soared into the sky. Whoa, slow down, slow down. The once lively gathering around the tea table fell eerily silent, while above, anguished cries filled the air, their intensity echoing for miles. In mere minutes, Zhou Jingyong had transported Xuan to the military stronghold at the edge of the base, with Wu Tong and Zhuge Tao closely trailing behind. Upon arrival, Zhou Jingyong finally set Xuan down. However, as Xuan was released, he collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily, and with one hand gave Zhou Jingyong a thumbs up, muttering, "That 720-degree Thomas spin deserves a perfect score." After uttering those words, Xuan could no longer maintain his composure and succumbed to sleep. Everyone present, including the officer standing guard at the entrance of the stronghold, distinctly heard Xuan's proclamation. A moment of silence ensued. At that moment, the towering city gate opened as Zhou Jingyong had anticipated, confirming that Xuan's news had indeed reached the upper echelons in a remarkably swift manner. As the gate swung open, several middle-aged men dressed in high-ranking official attire stood with impeccable posture, their demeanors starkly contrasting with the surrounding guards. Greetings, President Zhou. I am Colonel Zhou Tong of the Wu Army in Yangzhou. As we share the same surname, I hope you will forgive my tardiness. The middle-aged man, adorned with 2 gold stripes and 4 stars on his epaulets, was the first to address Zhou Xingyong and his companions. Not all. I have just arrived as well. It seems your communication was quite timely, Zhou Xingyong replied with a smile, extending his hand to shake with the officials. Although Colonel's rank was typically not on par with a battle god like himself, he would not quibble over such distinctions given the military's wishes. After exchanging pleasantries, they quickly delved into the matter at hand. May I meet this prodigy? Zhou Tong initiated, for he was there on a mission. That young lad is just behind us, Zhou Xingyong said with a smile, pointing behind him. However, his expression suddenly froze. It appeared he might have forgotten something. Zhou Tong followed the direction of Zhou Xingyong's finger, turning to look behind him. For a moment, he too fell silent. Is this the one? Chapter 7. Elite Training Camp. As time passed, Yixian's consciousness gradually returned from slumber, and when he finally opened his eyes, he took in his surroundings. He found himself reclined on an exceptionally comfortable sofa, a grand redwood table before him laden with an assortment of delectable foods, and the walls adorned with an array of intriguing knickknacks. Yet, Yixian paid little heed to these surroundings. His eyes scanned the room in eager observation until at last he spotted it, his small bag. Seeing his beloved bag resting in its usual spot behind the sofa, Yixian let out a sigh of relief, finally feeling at ease. The bag is here, and so am I. He momentarily disregarded the array of food before him, as he needed to ascertain precisely where he was. Just then, the door to the room swung open, and a familiar, somewhat hoarse voice rang out. Ah, Xiao Yi, you're awake. Turning his head, Yixian saw that the visitor was none other than Zhou Xingyong, the very person who had brought him into the Huaxia base. Senior Zhou, ye wan gritit polititi. Indeed, you fainted a moment ago, so I brought you to this humble abode. Initially, the military intended for you to answer a few inquiries, but I managed to decline that request on your behalf. For now, you shall reside here. It is quite secure. Zhou Xingyong seated himself before Yixian, offering a succinct explanation of the recent events before producing a document from an unknown source and handing it to Yixian. What is this? Ye wan inweed it. Casting a curious glance at Zhou Xingyong before accepting the document. Although he had a vague idea of its contents, he sought confirmation. I previously mentioned that I am the president of our Extreme Martial Arts Association, and this contract represents my application for an A-level contract to the Extreme Martial Arts School, made in my capacity as the president of the Jiangnan Base City S Association. It seems you are quite the unique case. Zhou Xingyong chuckled inexplicably. An A-level contract? Yixian's curiosity was piqued, and he opened the document. Upon reading the first line on the cover page, he leaned forward abruptly, his tone growing more intense. An elite training camp? I thought you were indifferent to everything, but it appears you are still a young lad at heart. Zhou Xingyong teased, shaking his head. However, he soon tempered his expression and continued. Our Extreme Martial Arts School has 2 primary training camps, the basic training camp and the elite training camp, which you are aware of, correct? Ye wan nodded. Every aspiring martial artist was familiar with these 2 camps. They represented a gathering of the most talented young martial artists globally. Admission to the basic training camp typically required either substantial family resources or exceptional personal strength. The elite training camp, however, was even more prestigious. Often referred to as the War God Preparatory Camp, graduates were expected to become elite warriors, with some even capable of surpassing the apprentice level to reach planetary status. In summary, the basic training camp was an incubator for gifted individuals from around the world, providing them with the finest training. The elite training camp, on the other hand, was the pinnacle of training, reserved for the most extraordinary talents, those who could be considered prodigies. We both understand your talent. At just 18, without having trained in genetic energy, you have already reached the threshold of a high-level warrior with your sheer strength. Such a feat transcends mere prodigy status. In fact, throughout human history, no one has ever exhibited your level of capability. You are truly a phenomenon. Your information has already been compiled into classified files by our base city's leadership. So do you realize how in demand you are? Zhou Xingyong remarked, producing another document and laying it before Yixian. In that brief span, 3 top leaders from the base issued directives, and a dozen supervisors from the Extreme Martial Arts School were bustling about due to your presence, while you enjoyed a restful slumber. Upon mentioning this, Yixian's expression darkened slightly, a hint of resentment flickering in his eyes. It seemed that his fainting spell had nothing to do with Zhou Zhengyong. Is the current arrangement by the High Command of Huaxia to send me directly to the elite training camp? Yi Xian inquired, disregarding Zhou Zhengyong's earlier complaints. Initially, yes. But then someone stirred the pot. Zhou Zhengyong's smile faded as he spoke. Stir the pot? Yi Xian was taken aback. Before I submitted your request for admission to the elite training camp to the global headquarters, the military had already communicated with us. Just as the request was about to be submitted, someone intervened, citing insufficient information as a reason to reject the contract. Zhou Zhengyong's brow furrowed, revealing the tension of the situation. Yi Xian sensed something amiss. After I inquired with the highest leaders, I discovered that the individuals from the other base cities within the elite training camp had taken notice of your case. Prior to you, they frequently exploited such loopholes to target us. The reason I referred to you as unique is that for the first time, an individual has altered the regulations of the extreme martial arts school due to personal circumstances. Zhou Zhengyong's expression softened considerably. The number of spots in the elite training camp is limited, and each base city can only apply for a few within a certain time frame. Before you arrived, all our spots have been filled. Under normal circumstances, you would have to wait several years to enter the elite training camp. Yet, due to your circumstances, the top leaders of our base city have chosen to ignore these rules. Ha ha ha. Now, do you understand how exceptional you are? Yet, the application was still rejected? Yi Xian asked, perplexed. Ha! Do you underestimate our power or your own talent? In this land, there is no one who can thwart the endeavors of Huaxia. Rest assured, we will handle these matters appropriately. Zhou Zhengyong scoffed lightly at Yi Xian's confusion before adopting a serious tone. Chapter 8. The Trial of the Aspiring Warrior. A Fortuitous Encounter with Luo Feng, Part 1. In any case, sign this contract, and leave the subsequent matters to me. Zhou Zhengyong assured confidently. Ye Yuan, without a moment's hesitation, drew a blade across his fingertip and signed the contract. Ha ha ha, splendid. I now formally welcome you to our extreme martial arts school. I assure you, the treatment you will receive here is of the highest caliber. Zhou Zhengyong beamed upon seeing Yi Xian's signature. Come, let us proceed to assess your prowess. He rose, stowing the contract and addressing Yi Xian. The extreme martial arts school? Ye Yuan invited. No, it's too crowded there. While the security system is adequate, it's rather distant. We shall go to your Uncle Wu Tong for the assessment. Today is a special occasion. Zhou Zhengyong responded, stepping through the doorway, with Yi Xian following closely behind. A special occasion? Given that we are nearing August 2056, Yi Xian pondered Zhou Zhengyong's words, comparing them to the timeline in the original text, and suddenly realized, could it be that today is the annual trial for aspiring warriors? As he trailed Zhou Zhengyong, he marveled at the futuristic architecture surrounding them. At this juncture, he was about to experience the future lord of the city, Luo Feng, and his anticipation grew. In no time, Yi Xian found himself aboard Zhou Zhengyong's fighter jet, soaring past the security checkpoint at the entrance of Minghua Community and heading directly to the heart of the extreme martial arts school. According to the original regulations, someone of Zhou Zhengyong's initial war god level should not be piloting a fighter jet through civilian areas, as it could potentially incite significant unrest. Yi Xian had inquired about this, and Zhou Zhengyong's response was filled with authority. I, the mighty god of war, traverse my dominion piloting my own warplane while executing the tasks assigned to me by my superiors. Who could possibly challenge my authority? Ye Yuan nodded lightly, feeling no fault in this assertion. The warplane piloted by Zhou Zhengyong was undeniably magnificent in appearance, featuring a streamlined fuselage that harmonized with the flow of air, capable of reaching speeds up to 3 times the speed of sound. Its exorbitant cost was evident. Naturally, without the requisite qualifications, wealth alone could not procure such a machine. As Zhou Zhengyong carried Yi Xian at a leisurely pace through the civilian district, the astonished gasps and captivated stares of the crowd below were testament to the warplane's exceptional allure, with some even vocally expressing their excitement. Yi Xian felt the fervor of the citizens, a unique sentiment of admiration for martial artists that characterized this era. These warriors were celebrated as heroes, and it was their existence that enabled the citizens of the district to live in happiness and security, a belief Yi Xian held steadfastly. He silently resolved that one day, he too would possess the thunderous might akin to that of the current deities, safeguarding this sacred land. Warriors are not merely figures of immense power and authority. They are but humble beings striving to protect their loved ones through battle. Kid, it's time to disembark. We've arrived. Zhou Zhengyong's voice roused Yi Xian from his contemplation. Taking a deep breath, Yi Xian slowly opened his eyes, and in that moment, a fierce brilliance flickered within them. His demeanor shifted dramatically. his previously stern and resolute visage now resembling that of a celestial being descended from the heavens. This transformation left Zhou Zhengyong momentarily astonished. Indeed, your current aura exudes the quality of an extraordinary genius. Just look at what you were before. Zhou Zhengyong quipped, leaping down from the warplane first. At that moment, outside the gates of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy in Yangzhou, numerous advanced students of the academy stood in line, eagerly awaiting their qualifications assessment. Their attention was irresistibly drawn to the striking warplane at the entrance. Among these elite students, some hailing from affluent families, many had never witnessed such a remarkable machine in person, and the atmosphere buzzed with excitement. In the eyes of these youths, one could see awe, envy, and shock. Yet, amidst the throng, one pair of eyes stood out, appearing oddly out of place. This individual seemed to embody a steadfast belief, isolating himself from the surrounding commotion. Undisturbed by the distractions, although he did not stand out among his peers, an inner depth akin to a vast ocean lay hidden within him, exuding a calm, yet modest aura that naturally garnered affection. Hey, crazy one, who do you think is arriving? I've only seen that warplane online. It seems only those above the rank of war general can pilot it. What fortune we have to witness it today. A lean man with a ghastly scar on his face whispered, his voice low. Yang, it would be prudent to remain quiet. The instructors are closely watching us, replied the young man, whose vision and thoughts were evidently more expansive than those of his companion. Even amidst the bustling crowd, he remained vigilant, observing his surroundings. As anticipated, just as the chatter escalated, a thunderous voice rang out from within the hall of the academy. Silence. What are you all doing, making such a ruckus? Don't you remember the rules I taught you? The crowd snapped back to attention, promptly closing their mouths and standing at attention. Here, regardless of one's identity or background, incurring the wrath of an instructor could lead to unpleasant consequences, a truth learned from the misfortunes of previous cohorts. Those who dared to act recklessly in front of the instructors would face dire repercussions. Following the outburst, a dozen agile figures, steady in their gait, emerged from the depths of the academy, all seasoned warriors who had fought on the battlefield and slain monsters. The malevolent aura that clung to them, a byproduct of their years of combat, would likely have terrified an ordinary person. Yet, the gathered elite, having dedicated over a decade of effort to reach this level, were somewhat accustomed to such intensity, though they may have felt a slight unease under their gaze. Among those uniformed instructors, a middle-aged man with flowing hair glanced approvingly at the young man in the crowd before nodding slightly and returning his gaze to the warplane at the entrance. Now, you shall accompany me to greet our guests. In this moment, Yi Xian had donned a lighter suit of armor, still carrying the black longsword forged from beast general-grade materials on his back, disregarding Zhou Zhengyong's suggestion to stow it away. For a true swordsman must embody the spirit of never parting with their blade. Of course, it might have been that Yi Xian felt a greater sense of security with the sword by his side. As Zhou Zhengyong leapt from the warplane, Yi Xian followed suit. Despite Zhou Zhengyong's casual attire, the aura of authority he exuded caused the lined-up candidates to tremble involuntarily. This reaction stemmed not from fear, but from their bodies instinctively entering a combat-ready state, adrenaline surging as a result of the vast disparity in power. Indeed, Wu Tong, the caliber of your current batch of candidates is commendable. Unlike the last group, several of whom fainted, Zhou Zhengyong assessed the quality of the students before him, then addressed the long-haired, middle-aged man at the entrance. I knew it. Your arrival has turned this into a warm-up session for them. When it comes time for testing, their states will surely be all over the place. Wu Tong did not entirely agree with Zhou Zhengyong's assessment. He recalled that during the previous assessment, Zhou Zhengyong's antics had caused many candidates' physical conditions to fluctuate, some barely missing the passing mark while others exceeded it unexpectedly. You certainly have a knack for influencing their mindset. Zhou Zhengyong, unfazed by Wu Tong's comment, continued in his own manner. The two engaged in light banter, while the candidates felt increasingly uneasy. Just from that brief glance, their composure had diminished, and the calm hearts that should have been steady were now racing wildly. As everyone adjusted their states, their gazes involuntarily drifted back to Zhou Zhengyong's rear, where the short-haired youth donned in light armor and bearing a massive sword stood. Although he was of similar age, his aura was worlds apart, a faint scent of blood mingling with the palpable malice that surrounded him, prompting many of the students to frown, even drawing the attention of several instructors beside Wu Tong. After chatting with Zhou Zhengyong for a moment, Wu Tong turned to the now transformed Yi Xian and exclaimed, Your aura has changed remarkably. I almost didn't recognize you. Ye Wan checked it lightly, acutely aware of the transformation within himself. What a peculiar sensation it was, akin to being immersed in a state of emptiness, where not only his control over power had markedly improved, but his concentration had also exponentially intensified. With a mere thought, the faintly colored panel reappeared before him, revealing that the realms of martial prowess and mental acuity remained unchanged, though both his source point value and malevolent energy had seen a slight increase. However, what truly captured Yixian's attention was the section pertaining to the sword path, where the fusion progress had ascended from 0 to 0. 0-1. Even this minuscule increase of 0.01 in fusion was a delightful surprise for Yixian, for it represented the sword path at the level of the primordial supreme, golden immortal. Once the fusion commenced, the amplification of his strength would undoubtedly be formidable, though he remained curious about the specific conditions for such fusion. Just moments ago, without any effort on his part, the laws of the sword had begun to integrate. Politely, Yixian greeted Wu Tong before making his way toward the group of examinees, exuding an air of confidence as he strolled past them, reminiscent of a leader conducting an inspection. The examinees, undeterred by Yixian's youth, stood tall and proud, striving to present their most spirited selves under his gaze. What is that kid doing? Wu Tong pondered, momentarily perplexed by Yixian's actions. Oh well, whatever. His thoughts have always seemed to soar beyond the mundane, as if he operates on a different wavelength altogether. Zhou Jingyong found Yixian equally enigmatic and decided to let him be, though he could not resist commenting on Yixian's peculiar behavior. Perhaps the thoughts of a genius differ from those of ordinary folk. Wu Tong nodded in reluctant agreement, sharing Zhou Jingyong's sentiment. Meanwhile, Yixian reveled in the moment, having long desired to take on the role of an inspector rather than being the one under scrutiny. Oh my heavens, this feeling is simply exquisite. As Yixian indulged in his secret delight, he suddenly noticed a striking figure approaching, capturing his attention. Wu Tong and Zhou Jingyong followed Yixian's gaze to the young man amidst the crowd. Although this youth appeared rather ordinary in stature, his bright eyes shone with an extraordinary luster. That young man's gaze is commendable, Zhou Jingyong remarked unexpectedly. Wu Tong, also intrigued, responded, not only does he seem exceptional, but he also possesses the best temperament among this group. While others were clamoring, he remained calm and even offered counsel to those around him. Haha, old Wu, while your usual perception may falter, today you seem quite astute. This lad hails from the Yan district and is merely 18 years old. Quite remarkable indeed, chimed in the instructor Jiang Yin with a smile. 18? Wow. When did the Yan district produce such a genius? Wu Tong exclaimed, taken aback. To participate in the preliminary martial examination at such a young age and garner the admiration of an old friend was no small feat. 18 is indeed impressive, Zhou Jingyong acknowledged, nodding at Jiang Yin before addressing Wu Tong. Then, let the examination commence. Afterward, we shall assess Yixian's capabilities. Wu Tong concurred with a nod, as he too understood the importance of allowing the examination to proceed without Yixian overshadowing the other participants, lest their morale falter. At that moment, Yixian approached the young man, exchanging a glance that conveyed a sense of spirit. He then glanced at the identity badge hanging from a youth's neck, which boldly displayed the name Luo Feng. Just as Yixian took in the sunny disposition of the young man before him, an unexpected voice rang out. All right, everyone, focus your attention on me. As the voice echoed, all the examinees turned toward its source, and Yixian's curiosity piqued. What announcement are you about to make? There stood Wu Tong, the chief instructor of the Martial Academy, flanked by a dozen instructors, addressing the assembled candidates for the preliminary martial examination. We shall now commence the examination. The first test will be the punch power assessment. Due to unforeseen circumstances, I will grant you 1 minute to adjust your physical state before the actual testing begins. Remember, your condition plays a significant role in your punch's impact. This test will not follow a strict order, so if you feel prepared, step forward. As soon as Wu Tong finished speaking, a figure raised their arm and stepped out from the crowd, striding confidently toward the punch power testing target. The onlookers were momentarily stunned. Is this fellow serious? 1 minute for adjustment? This is not a common occurrence in tests. Is he disregarding it entirely? I report, Chief Instructor, my name is Yixian, and I request to undergo the punch power test. Very well, I suspected as much. Wait, what? Wu Tong exclaimed, momentarily choking on his words as he turned his gaze toward the youth standing before the punch target. His eyes twitched involuntarily, unsure of how to respond. Even Zhou Jingyong, standing beside him, found himself at a loss for words. The other examinees, who had come to participate in the preliminary martial assessment, exchanged puzzled glances. Isn't that the leader's protege? Why is he also taking the punch power test like us? One whispered, I'm not sure. Perhaps he is exploiting connections? Another speculated. But look at his aura. He seems more formidable than most of the instructors here. Some of the more confident examinees engaged in idle chatter, seemingly oblivious to the seriousness of the preliminary martial examination. In stark contrast, Luo Feng, Yang Wu, and others at the back of the crowd were diligently working to optimize their physical states, creating a vivid contrast to Yi Xian's nonchalant demeanor. Chief Instructor? Jiang Yin inquired, glancing at Wu Tong, who was momentarily speechless, and Zhou Jingyong, who seemed equally captivated by the unfolding scene. Seeing Wu Tong still unresponsive, Jiang Yin shifted his gaze back to the eager Yi Xian, but after a few seconds, he remained perplexed by the situation. Meanwhile, Wu Tong and Zhou Jingyong, though not entirely synchronized in expression, shared a common sentiment in their eyes, as if to say, "What on earth is this kid up to?" Unfazed by the bewildered expressions of Wu Tong and Zhou Jingyong, Yi Xian continued, "Since the chief instructor has not objected, I shall take this as tacit approval. If that is the case, I will." He then slightly bent his legs, clenched his right fist, and began to gather his strength. "Wait." Wu Tong could no longer contain himself and called out to Yi Xian. Is there something you wish to discuss, Chief Instructor?" Yi Yuan inwaited, his tone calm, yet marked by a hint of perplexity. However, the slight curl of his lips betrayed the amusement he could scarcely contain. "Are you truly prepared? If not, perhaps it would be prudent to let others go before you, allowing you some time to compose yourself," Wu Tong suggested, his voice softening, accompanied by a gentle smile. "Chief Instructor, I assure you I am ready. I am fully prepared to partake in the assessment." Yi Yuan responded earnestly. "No, I believe you are not adequately prepared," Wu Tong countered, shaking his head in disapproval. "Why does this lad refuse to heed advice?" Zhou Jingyong, observing from the sidelines, felt utterly exasperated. Is he truly oblivious? Or is he merely pretending? Can he not see the multitude of candidates around him? With his advanced warrior-level strength, what purpose does he serve by creating such a commotion? Nevertheless, skepticism began to ripple through the crowd. Now that you mention it, I find myself questioning. Could he genuinely have taken a shortcut to arrive here? One murmured, "I was uncertain before, but now the likelihood seems quite high." Not just likely, it's practically a certainty. Several candidates who had been conversing animatedly earlier now chimed in with renewed vigor. At that moment, Yi Xian perceived the opportune moment had arrived. He bowed respectfully to Wu Tong and gracefully descended from the stage, politely stating, "Very well, Chief Instructor, I shall heed your counsel and take a moment to adjust myself." Before departing, Yi Xian offered Wu Tong a subtle smile. To an outsider, it might have seemed inconsequential, yet to Wu Tong and Zhou Jingyong, it appeared decidedly out of sorts. Ugh! Wu Tong felt a surge of frustration boiling within him. How could he not grasp that Yi Xian was merely putting on an act? This young man was clearly baiting him, seeking to provoke the ire of this veteran nearing his 50th year. Zhou Jingyong, standing nearby, took a deep breath, casting a sympathetic glance at Wu Tong, silently relieved that he was not the target of such mind games. Yi Xian truly possesses a remarkable talent for psychological manipulation. Meanwhile, back among the crowd, Yi Xian continued to smile as he observed Wu Tong from a distance. Those fellows were putting on a show, were they? Let us see who can act better. In this day and age, who lacks a bit of theatrical flair. Ultimately, Yi Xian relished this moment, his previously pent-up frustration evaporating without a trace. It was peculiar indeed that those who had earlier mocked Yi Xian for allegedly taking shortcuts fell silent upon his return, as if the words had never escaped their lips. As for the flustered Wu Tong, what could he possibly say? After all, it was he who had proposed the wager during their time in the desolate region. Who could have anticipated that this lad would harbor such a grudge, coupled with extraordinary talent? There was no avenue for reprimand. What could he do? Had it been anyone else, they would have received a swift reprimand. Just then, a figure stepped forward boldly, raising an arm and approaching the punching target. Reporting in, "My name is Luo Feng, and I wish to undertake the strength assessment." "Very well approved," Wu Tong acknowledged, his demeanor lightening somewhat as he regarded this first brave youth to step forward. A resounding thud echoed as Luo Feng struck the target, causing it to shudder slightly. The display screen above illuminated with the figures, 1,102 kilograms. In that instant, Wu Tong felt a rush of blood surge through him, even with his warrior-like physique. He felt as though he had sustained a heavy blow, overwhelmed by the unexpectedness of it all. Another one, an 18-year-old aspiring warrior. Chapter 11, Aspiring Warrior Assessment Passed. 1,102 kilograms. Here stands another prodigious talent, one who has nearly brushed against the realm of warriors without yet having cultivated the gene origin energy. At merely 18, Still, in the aspiring warrior stage, to possess such formidable physical prowess is nothing short of remarkable, even if it does not quite reach the extraordinary levels of Xuan. Talents of this caliber are exceedingly rare, even in the broader Jiangnan Bay City, and in the past 5 years, only one has emerged from Yangzhou City. In an instant, both Wu Tong and Zhou Jingyong regarded Luo Feng with newfound respect, astonished that such a genius could arise from this relatively remote town. Moreover, at just 18, if given time, of course, genius cannot be measured by mere physical strength alone. Jiang Yin first nodded approvingly at Luo Feng before shifting his gaze into the crowd, landing on a figure marked by a scar, none other than Yang Wu, who had previously conversed with Luo Feng. Both Luo Feng and Yang Wu were students he had personally mentored and were among those he believed most likely to pass the aspiring warrior assessment. Although Luo Feng was still young, his demonstrated talent was undeniable, and passing the aspiring warrior assessment should be straightforward for him. However, Yang Wu's situation was somewhat different. Impressive, you madman. You are truly on your way to greatness. Did you see the expressions on those leaders' faces? You've brought honor to our Yangzhou city. Yang Wu clapped Luo Feng on the shoulder, his face alight with excitement. Given their camaraderie, Luo Feng's success felt like a personal triumph for Yang Wu as well. Luo Feng responded with a gentle smile, offering encouragement. Yang Gu, you can do this. The strength test should pose no issue for you. But do remember to plant your feet firmly. That is essential for harnessing your full potential. Indeed, Yang Wu nodded in agreement and made his way toward the strength assessment platform. As Yang Wu ascended the stage, Wu Tong's gaze returned to him. Though his expectations for Yang Wu were not as high as for Luo Feng, he still hoped for a pleasant surprise. After all, the aspiring warrior assessment was notoriously challenging. Despite the dozen or so candidates participating, the number likely to emerge victorious was minimal. In many respects, the aspiring warrior assessment could even be more demanding than the warrior assessment itself, as evidenced by the stark difference in passing rates. The core objective of the aspiring warrior assessment is to identify those with the physical attributes necessary to cultivate the gene origin energy training method. To evolve into a powerful warrior capable of defeating beast soldiers and even beast generals, one must first be able to cultivate the gene origin energy. Only those who have genuinely cultivated the gene origin energy can draw energy from the cosmos, infusing it into every cell of their being. Throughout this process, their genes will continually optimize, resulting in profound transformations of their bones, cells, blood, organs, and skin. This is an indispensable step in the journey from ordinary human to warrior, a step of utmost importance. The prerequisites for cultivating the gene origin energy training method are exceedingly stringent, and this aspiring warrior assessment serves to discern whether one's innate talent has reached the requisite level for such cultivation. Thus, the aspiring warrior assessment stands as a monumental crossroads. Success leads to boundless horizons, while failure plunges one into despair, though perhaps despair is too strong a term, as one might still vie for a position as an instructor in a martial arts academy to train the next generation of students. While Wu Tong maintained a composed expression, Jiang Yin furrowed his brow, acutely aware of Yang Wu's circumstances. He knew that Yang Wu's punching power was nearly at the passing threshold, yet his speed remained a significant hurdle. Yang Wu, now in his 20s, has been training in the advanced student division of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy for several years. This marks his second attempt at the aspiring martial artist assessment. His previous attempt ended in failure due to a lack of speed. With a dull thud, the number displayed above appeared, 995 kilograms. This comfortably surpassed the passing mark for the assessment. Upon seeing this figure, Yang Wu smiled and gave a thumbs up to Luo Feng behind him. The strength test was conducted swiftly, as everyone present had a fair idea of the threshold required to pass. Wu Tong had allowed a minute for adjustment to see if it would increase the number of successful candidates, but those who could pass did so, while those who couldn't were left without recourse, regardless of their efforts. After several attempts, 10 individuals had successfully crossed the threshold, while a few could not even reach the 800-kilogram mark. It was clear that some candidates had taken advantage of connections to secure their spots. Wu Tong, however, paid no mind to such matters and announced the next evaluation, having already provided ample opportunity. Those who failed would simply have to return to training. The speed test proved even more daunting. Originally, 10 candidates had passed the strength test, but nearly half faltered during the speed segment. Luo Feng, being a prodigy, easily passed. But when it came to Yang Wu's turn, even the spectators, including Xuan, began to feel a sense of tension. Yang Wu appeared to be running at his utmost limit, as if a ferocious beast were chasing him. 252 milliseconds. He passed. Yang Wu turned to Jiang Yin and Luo Feng, unable to suppress his joy, tears glistening in his eyes. Following the speed test, the remaining neuroresponse evaluation was hardly a concern, as only 3 or 4 candidates had made it this far, all exceptional students among the advanced ranks. What do you think? Young Wu, am I not correct? That pursuit of an almost negligible technique is truly unsuitable for you. Only by establishing a solid foundation can you truly excel. As Wu Tong was busy tallying scores, Jiang Yin approached Yang Wu and Luo Feng with a smile. Thank you, Instructor Jiang. Ever since I adopted your techniques, I feel I could pass the neuroresponse test with my eyes closed. Yang Wu exclaimed, exuberant after sharing his success with Luo Feng, grateful for Jiang Yin's guidance. Observing Yang Wu's reaction, Luo Feng couldn't help but beam with happiness. He had finally become an aspiring martial artist. All right, since the aspiring martial artist assessment has concluded, it's your turn, Xian. Why are you hiding? Weren't you eager just a moment ago? Wu Tong said, handing the roster to a nearby martial artist and casting a meaningful glance at Xian, who was casually watching from the sidelines. Xian felt a sense of foreboding upon seeing Wu Tong's expression. Chapter 12. The Astonishment of Luo Feng. The onlookers, including Luo Feng and Yang Wu, cast curious glances at Xian. They perceived this young man, comparable in age to themselves and wielding a sword, exuding an aura that even the martial instructors in the academy could not replicate, an aura only forged through true battlefield experience against monstrous foes. Xian, without further ado, stretched his limbs and approached the strength testing apparatus. Chief Instructor, what is the background of this young man that President Zhou personally brought him here for the aspiring martial artist assessment? Jiang Yin inquired, puzzled. Wu Tong merely shook his head, a faint smile on his lips. After glancing at Zhou Xingyong, who nodded in acknowledgement, he slowly explained. This lad is not here merely for the aspiring martial artist assessment. Technically, he is only 18 years old, and there is no record of him participating in previous assessments. He has fought monsters alone in the uninhabited zones near the military, a fact that coincidentally came to our attention during a patrol by President Zhou and me. Following that, President Zhou recognized his talent and brought him back to our Jiangnan-Bay city. Wu Tong's explanation carried a hint of embarrassment as he glossed over certain details, mindful of the younger audience around him. I see. To venture into the uninhabited zones alone, and to be recognized by President Zhou for his talent, he must be an exceptional genius in our Jiangnan-Bay city. Jiang Yin nodded in agreement, fully accepting Wu Tong's words. Meanwhile, Luo Feng and Yang Wu exchanged astonished glances, each reflecting a semblance of surprise in response to the revelation. Fighting monsters alone in the uninhabited zones? Just this fact alone indicated a level of strength far superior to theirs. While physical prowess was one aspect, many prodigies faltered when encountering monsters for the first time due to various factors, preventing them from fully manifesting their abilities. Most ordinary individuals entering high school would typically train in a structured environment arranged by the state or their academy, preparing for the aspiring martial artist assessment before engaging in actual combat with monsters. However, Xian's solitary expeditions into the uninhabited zones without any protection and returning safely was a first for them to hear. Indeed, some individuals forego the college entrance examination during high school to serve in the military, safeguarding their regions. However, such individuals are few and far between. Very few would willingly relinquish the opportunities for growth afforded by a nurturing environment and free resources. Thus, Luo Feng and Yang Wu held great admiration for Xian, not only for his bravery in choosing to venture alone into the uninhabited zones, but also for his evident strength. Without formidable power, such a journey would be nothing short of a gamble with one's life. Taking a deep breath, Xian once again entered that enigmatic state, acutely aware of the potential lying dormant within him and the strange energy permeating the surroundings. Without any superfluous movements, he stepped back, channeling his weight into the fist tightly clenched in his right hand, then swung his arm forcefully at the target before him. Bang! A resounding thud startled everyone present. What a profound sound. I've only heard such a noise in the training halls of the instructors, exclaimed a fellow candidate who had also passed the aspiring martial artist assessment. Everyone turned to gaze at the display above the punching pad, where a single line of numbers materialized. 4,200 kilograms. My heavens! 4,000 kilograms. This punch possesses a staggering 4 tons of force. Yang Wu exclaimed, utterly astonished by the magnitude of strength. The surrounding martial artists also looked on in disbelief. As members of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, they had encountered countless prodigies. However, Even those who had graduated high school and entered basic training camps, or those yet to turn 18, were rare sights to behold. However, in the presence of such a prodigy, reaching the advanced warrior level at merely 18 years of age was truly unprecedented. Some even began to question whether he was genuinely only 18. Among those previously unaware of Yi Xian's prowess, the most composed was undoubtedly Luo Feng. Like the others, he was initially taken aback by Yi Xian's strength, yet within mere seconds, he managed to recalibrate his mindset. Though there was still a hint of astonishment in Luo Feng's gaze, he inwardly mused, "Impressive. The gap at the same age is exceedingly vast. It seems too simplistic to attribute it solely to talent. Could there be some hidden techniques at play?" With this thought, Luo Feng resolved to seek Yi Xian's counsel after the testing concluded. In contrast to the astonishment displayed by Jiang Yin and others, Zhou Jingyong and Wu Tong wore expressions of satisfaction. "What a remarkable young man. My efforts have truly paid off. At 18, delivering a punch of 4,000 kilograms. Ha ha." Zhou Jingyong was exceedingly pleased with Yi Xian's performance, chuckling to himself. Meanwhile, Wu Tong, who had initially intended to challenge Yi Xian, found his earlier agitation dissipating. And soon he was grinning vacantly, their expressions mirroring one another. As Yi Xian stepped away from the testing platform, he glanced at the displayed punch strength. "So, with all the force combined, my punch has reached 4,200 kilograms, excluding the tripling effect of the life gene enhancement. That equates to approximately 1,400 kilograms of raw power. My initial strength is not far from the intermediate warrior level," Yi Xian contemplated. To the ordinary observer, he had already attained the strength of an advanced warrior. Yet he alone understood that this was merely a result of the life gene enhancement provided by the Supreme Source technique. Indeed, the life gene enhancement was an integral part of his strength. Although the system panel indicated his realm as a junior warrior, to others, his capabilities evidently reached the level of an advanced warrior. This is the advantage conferred by the life gene enhancement, transforming a mere 1 into a 3. Suddenly, Yi Xian was struck by another thought. Given that my tripling life gene enhancement is already so extraordinary, what will I face in a few years when the golden-horned giant beast, as a special life form, emerges? With this realization, the exhilaration that had briefly lifted his spirits plummeted. In a few years, he would have to confront a stellar-grade life form with a life gene enhancement around tenfold, possessing its own unique foundational secrets. Reflecting on the original narrative, where the most formidable beings of the Hong and Thunder God realms were rendered comatose, he mused that without Babada's assistance, Earth, and perhaps even the entire solar system, might have been eradicated from existence. The threat was indeed considerable. In an instant, Yi Xian's cautious nature began to resurface. Chapter 13. A Genius. The subsequent speed and neural responses, without exception, all reached the advanced warrior level. Excellent. With this achievement, I can report to the highest authorities with confidence. Yi Xian, you have truly excelled, Zhou Jingyong remarked, his face beaming as he reviewed the recorded data of Yi Xian's various metrics. While this performance would more than suffice for the basic training camp, it might be somewhat inadequate for entry into the elite training camp. However, Zhou Jingyong was not in a hurry. Considering that Yi Xian had yet to cultivate the gene origin technique and had still managed to elevate his physical prowess to the advanced warrior level, should he undertake the gene origin cultivation method, a breakthrough to the battle general level would be inevitable. At that point, admission to the elite training camp would be a certainty. Not only Zhou Jingyong, but Wu Tong also recognized this potential, regarding Yi Xian with palpable warmth. They understood what such talent represented, and, barring any unforeseen circumstances, his future accomplishments might rival the world's strongest, Hong. Nearby, Luo Feng and Yang Wu were equally convinced. No wonder he could venture alone into the uncharted territories. Such talent is beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Yang Wu at that moment found it difficult to reconcile the staggering disparity. Jiang Shu, after so many years as an instructor, have you ever encountered such a prodigious talent? Yang Wu inquired of Jiang Yin, seemingly seeking some solace from him. Luo Feng, who had seen little of the world, also turned to Jiang Yin, eager for his insights. However, Jiang Yin simply smiled, patting both their shoulders before shaking his head. While I have not encountered such a genius, I must inform you that your own talents are already beyond what most can achieve. The reason Yi Xian's strength vastly surpasses yours might well be that he has fortuitously cultivated the gene origin technique, which account for the significant disparity in your powers. The gene origin technique? Luo Feng and Yang Wu nodded, having heard of it through online forums, though lacking detailed information. They understood that cultivating the gene origin technique could result in substantial increases in strength. Ah, I see. No wonder the disparity is so pronounced. It's because he has already cultivated the gene origin technique. But, Instructor Jiang, can one truly cultivate the gene origin technique before 18? Luo Feng sensed a nuance and queried Jiang Yin. Jiang Yin fell silent at Luo Feng's question. I cannot say for certain whether it's possible to cultivate before 18, as I have not heard of such anomalies. However, I wish to convey that the strength gained during one's first cultivation of the gene origin technique varies from person to person. For someone like Yang Wu, the initial cultivation might yield an increase of around 700 kilograms in strength, while for you, Luo Feng, it would likely be around 1,000 kilograms. Upon hearing this, Luo Feng and Yang Wu began to calculate, their eyes widening in astonishment. Is that all the gene origin technique can enhance our strength by? Yang Wu exclaimed. This time, it was not Jiang Yin who responded, but Wu Tong, who had just wrapped up discussions with Yi Xian. Haha, young man, do not be overly impatient. Do you have any idea how many warriors in the entire Jiangnan Bay City last year managed to increase their strength by 2,000 kilograms during their first cultivation of the gene origin technique? Perhaps due to his current good spirits, Wu Tong exhibited remarkable patience in explaining this to Yang Wu. How many? Yang Wu stammered, realizing that his previous assumptions might have been gravely misguided. Wu Tong slowly raised 3 fingers before Yang Wu and Luo Feng, stating 3 individuals. You heard me correctly. Only 3. In the entire Jiangnan Bay City, with a population of 200 million, the yearly emergence of warriors would likely number at least 100,000. Yet only 3 managed to achieve a 2,000 kilogram increase during their initial cultivation of the gene origin technique. At that moment, Luo Feng felt a dryness in his throat. The reality was a stark contrast to his prior expectations. Within a year, out of 200 million people, only 3 could achieve such feats. Wait a minute, does that mean Yi Xian? Both Yang Wu and Luo Feng arrived at the same realization. Turning to gaze at Yi Xian, who was leaning against the wall beside the testing device, waiting for Zhou Xingyong to finalize matters. Yi Xian seemed to sense the gazes of the 2 individuals and turned to look behind him, a smile gracing his lips as he waved at Luo Feng and Yang Wu, greeting them in a friendly manner. To achieve an enhancement of 2,000 kilograms during the initial cultivation of genetic primal energy is already the mark of a genius. Thus, what level should one assign to someone like him? Luo Feng observed the figure ahead, seemingly no different from an ordinary person, yet exuding an air of remarkable composure. He began to speak to himself. Initially, he had not paid much attention to this peer of his, even regarding him as merely the offspring of a leader who had gained access through nepotism, especially considering that he had dared to jest with the chief instructor at that time. However, upon realizing the extent of Yi Xian's extraordinary talent, he began to comprehend the situation. He understood why, despite Yi Xian's disregard for commands, the chief instructor and that unknown leader merely watched with resignation, offering gentle counsel. This was not due to any status or background. It all stemmed from innate talent, for talent dictates everything. Do not speculate about Yi Xian's circumstances. You will soon be required to sign a confidentiality agreement. After all, you're the only few present who have passed the preliminary warrior assessment. However, as fellow members of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, you 2 cannot be treated as outsiders. Therefore, you will accompany me shortly, Wu Tong stated calmly, casting an expectant glance at Luo Feng. At the age of 18, while Luo Feng could not compare to a prodigy like Yi Xian, his own talent at this age was already remarkable. If he could enhance his genetic primal energy by over 1,000 kilograms during the initial cultivation, it would be sufficient to qualify for the foundational training camp. In this era, who would ever complain about having too many geniuses? Each additional talent could potentially yield another powerful warrior at the front lines, thereby alleviating some of the pressure faced by humanity. Indeed, Luo Feng and Yang Wu exchanged glances, affirming in unison. In contrast, another individual who had also passed the preliminary warrior assessment could not help but feel a twinge of disappointment. After all, he had merely rushed over during his spare time to authenticate his status as a preliminary warrior and could not possibly be compared to Luo Feng and Yang Wu, who had garnered the chief instructor's attention. He understood that he had simply been fortunate enough to scrape past the threshold of the assessment. After a brief wait, Zhou Xingyong's voice resonated within the minds of the crowd. Wu Tong, bring Yi Xian and those 2 youngsters up here. This voice was not transmitted through a communicator or speaker, but rather infiltrated their consciousness as if through telepathy, unnoticed by others. Before Luo Feng and Yang Wu could inquire further, Jiang Yin gestured for them to remain silent. All right, let us proceed. Wu Tong signaled to Yixian, who understood the cue and stepped behind him. Then, to the astonishment of Luo Feng and Yang Wu, he approached them with a demeanor devoid of any pretentiousness characteristic of a genius, extending his hand with a smile, saying, "Hello, my name is Yixian. It is a pleasure to meet you." Chapter 14, Jiang Yin's Advice. I am Luo Feng. I am Yang Wu. Luo Feng and Yang Wu, surprised by Yixian's initiative to befriend them, reciprocated the handshake with smiles. They had initially assumed that a prodigy of his caliber would possess certain common flaws typical among warriors, yet it appeared that he was indeed quite different from that group. No wonder he had earned the title of genius. The boisterous Yang Wu remarked to Yixian, showcasing his vibrant personality, in contrast to the more reserved Luo Feng. Yang Wu embodied the essence of social charm, a jovial character capable of enlivening any atmosphere. Luo Feng, on the other hand, resembled a model student, acutely aware of his limitations and speaking only after careful consideration, maintaining a demeanor of utmost elegance and humility. Such individuals were precisely those most sought after in contemporary warrior teams, ones who do not chatter nonsensically, who possess clarity of thought, meticulousness, and a methodical approach to tasks, coupled with sufficient innate talent. As for Yang Wu's disposition, it was likely to attract considerable competition among various teams, not necessarily because of his character, but due to his high emotional intelligence, knowing when to uplift the mood and when to refrain from idle chatter. Hence, Yixian held both of their personalities in high regard, recognizing that within any warrior community, there existed individuals who abused their power and engaged in unsavory deeds. Pure-hearted youths like Luo Feng and Yang Wu were indeed rare gems. As for Yixian himself, his self-assessment felt somewhat awkward. He recognized that he was a blend of Yang Wu and Luo Feng, embodying the social exuberance of the former while adopting the meticulousness of the latter in battle. Especially when entering a state of profound focus, the chaotic elements of his personality seemed to fade away, leaving only an astoundingly heightened clarity of thought. He referred to this state as sword heart clarity. Indeed, sword heart clarity allowed him to intuitively grasp peculiar sword techniques while wielding his blade, some of which had never been seen before, emerging naturally from his heart. Strangely, once he executed these unusual sword forms, their impressions became vividly etched in his memory, as if they were inscribed within every cell of his being. The myriad of techniques stored in Yixian's mind could be systematically organized, from the most basic vertical and horizontal slashes. He meticulously arranged a total of 108 fundamental sword techniques into an exquisite sequence, as if this talent were an innate gift. Every sword form and technique was crystal clear to him. He could replicate even the minutest of movements in his mind. However, perhaps due to the limitations of his mental capacity or spiritual strength, he could not yet observe and replicate more advanced techniques, only grasping their general essence. Yixian began to understand that this extraordinary ability stemmed from the foundational principles of swordsmanship inherited from the transcendent sage. He had initially believed that the effects bestowed by the supreme source cultivation method were already excessively monstrous, yet as he progressed, he discovered that each subsequent revelation was equally astounding. Enhancements to cultivation speed, elevation of life quality, and amplification of technique power were merely the beginning, with even more formidable treasures lying in wait. In moments of contemplation, he often found himself momentarily lost, continuously refining his swordsmanship. Once he accurately arranged the techniques in his mind, the strength he could manifest would naturally multiply. Is the common flaw among warriors perhaps an inflated sense of superiority, believing oneself to be the pinnacle of existence? Yixian teased, enjoying Yang Wu's company. Common flaw among warriors? Luo Feng queried, guesting apuzled glunge at Yang Wu. He had always assumed that the personalities of warriors were generally upbeat, akin to the amiable Jiang Yin and the leading Wu Tong, who seemed no different from ordinary folk. Embodiing a friendly disposition. Ah, you naive fool, what can I even say? You're far too innocent. Yang Wu exclaimed. Perhaps Instructor Jiang could elucidate this for you. I fear you might venture onto the battlefield completely oblivious, and that could spell disaster. Yang Wu cast a perplexed glance at Luo Feng before turning to Jiang Yin with a smile. Jiang Yin nodded in agreement, acknowledging that it was quite normal for someone of Luo Feng's age to be unaware of such matters, likely preoccupied as he was with thoughts of defending his homeland and providing for his family. In contrast, Yixian, standing nearby, had evidently been well-versed in these topics, having already ventured onto the battlefield to confront monstrous foes. Very well, I shall enlighten you, Luo Feng, so listen attentively. First and foremost, warriors are not as noble and upright as you might envision. In today's society, Being a warrior is merely a profession, and within this vast populace, there inevitably exist unscrupulous individuals driven solely by profit. It is precisely these individuals who disrupt the integrity of the warrior community, leading to a pervasive atmosphere of caution among warriors who remain wary of one another. As Jiang Yin expounded this lecture, Luo Feng's eyes widened slowly, seemingly struggling to grasp the reality being presented. Meanwhile, Yang Wu and Yi Xian stood frozen, both taken aback despite having some prior understanding. They were nonetheless astonished by the peculiar and disconcerting revelations about the darker side of the warrior's path. Is it truly that severe? I thought I was well informed. It appears I'm still quite naive, Yang Wu remarked, scratching his head in apprehension. Unbeknownst to them, Jiang Yin, observing their reactions, nodded inwardly. If he did not convey the gravity of the situation, these young individuals might not fully absorb the message, particularly gifted ones like Yi Xian and Luo Feng, who often carried an air of arrogance. To ensure that they truly comprehended the seriousness of the matter, he felt compelled to present it with utmost severity. He was, after all, considering their futures, anxious that they might suffer setbacks on the battlefield. While minor setbacks in life could be tolerated, the consequences of failure in battle could be fatal. As the saying goes, one should harbor no ill intentions towards others, yet remain vigilant against them. Gaining this awareness early on would undoubtedly benefit their futures, as survival is paramount. Chapter 15. Born as a Chinese, die as a Chinese soul. Before long, the group ascended to the second floor of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, a restricted area accessible only to warriors. Though smaller than the ground floor, the array of equipment on the second floor was exponentially more advanced. Each device was worth several times more than those on the first floor. They arrived at the conference room within the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. As soon as they entered, Wu Tong addressed Zhou Xingyong, who was seated at the conference table. So, how is it, old Zhou? Have those fellows been dealt with? Did Mr. Lan give his approval? Hold on, old Wu, no need to rush. Let's discuss that privately. Yi, come sit over here. There are matters for you to oversee, Zhou Xingyong interjected, calming Wu Tong before beckoning Yi Xian to approach. Yi Xian quietly moved forward to take a seat opposite Zhou Xingyong, while Luo Feng and Yang Wu waited patiently by the door. First, the leaders from our Extreme Martial Arts Hall in Jiangyin Bay City have jointly applied to the elite training camp. The individuals who were secretly undermining us have been dealt with by a prominent figure in our Jiangyin Bay City. Congratulations. Your spot in the elite training camp is secured, Zhou Xingyong stated with a smile. Oh, Yi Xian responded nonchalantly, seemingly indifferent to Zhou Xingyong's words, merely acknowledging them, as if the elite training camp held little significance for him. Observing Yi Xian's nonchalant demeanor, Zhou Xingyong's smile faltered. Do you truly grasp what a spot in the elite training camp represents? Is a chance at the level of a war god, or even beyond. Many would beg for such an opportunity. In response, Yi Xian merely nodded lightly, indicating his understanding. Zhou Xingyong felt his patience waning. Here he was, a formidable war god, becoming increasingly vexed by this 18-year-old youth who failed to appreciate the gravity of the situation. A mere spot in the elite training camp was worth tens of billions, if not hundreds. The instructors there were all at least war god level, some even planetary level, dedicated to teaching. Such treatment was unparalleled globally, not to mention the abundant training resources available. Even though Zhou Xingyong was a war god himself, he yearned to enter the elite training camp, which was considered a holy land for all warriors worldwide. Well, never mind, you'll understand in due time. Now, let me convey the second matter, Zhou Xingyong said, regaining his composure as his expression shifted to one of seriousness. Your innate talent for advanced warrior status, despite not yet having cultivated genetic original energy, has become common knowledge not just among our Chinese elite, but also among other nations and major factions. How the news spread so quickly is beyond me. But you have now become a target of scrutiny. Oh, wait, what? I just returned from the no man's land, and they already know? How did the news travel so fast? Yi Xian initially intended to respond lightly, but suddenly sensed a discrepancy, turning to Zhou Xingyong with a look of astonishment. Don't look at me. I'm just a junior war god. How would I know? However, I must ask you directly. Have you considered your allegiance? Although you signed a contract with our Extreme Martial Arts Hall, that does not preclude others from making offers. Before Zhou Xingyong could finish, he was interrupted by Yi Xian. Senior Zhou, since I, Yi Xian, have chosen to join our Chinese Extreme Martial Arts Hall, I shall not waver. Moreover, as a Chinese citizen, I trust that my country will not treat me unjustly. I cannot bring myself to abandon my homeland for unfamiliar territories, so there is no need to discuss this further. I shall go nowhere but China, Yi Xian declared with conviction. Born as a Chinese, die as a Chinese soul, to forsake his familiar homeland for the treacherous lands of foreigners? That was preposterous. Good. Your words suffice. I hereby officially inform you that we, Jiangnan Base's Extreme Martial Arts Hall, shall spare no effort to provide you with all available resources and expedite your training to war god level. Prepare yourself, young Yi, Zhou Xingyong proclaimed, rising to his feet. Understood, Yi Xian responded with resolute determination. He had been awaiting this affirmation. With access to training resources, everything would proceed smoothly. As for the elite training camp, he had little desire to attend. The assessments there merely revolved around the so-called power amplification levels. What he truly needed was a manual that could enhance his own power amplification, allowing his strength to multiply. After all, the hundreds of source points lying dormant in his system panel were no trivial matter. Now that official matters are settled, Wu Tong, please proceed with the next explanation. Young Yi, I shall be waiting for you at the entrance. Once you're done, come find me, and I will escort you back, Zhou Xingyong instructed, directing his attention to Wu Tong before turning back to Yi Xian with a note of caution. Given the importance of Yi Xian, Zhou Xingyong would temporarily act as his guide to ensure his safety. Understood. Yi Yuan affirmed. Once Zhou Xingyong departed, Wu Tong and Jiang Yan led Luo Feng and Yang Wu, along with two other warriors tasked with handling miscellaneous affairs, into the conference room. Gai, Yi Yuan, you are truly remarkable. I overheard a bit at the door. You haven't even cultivated genetic original energy, yet your strength has already reached 4,000 kilograms. As soon as Yang Wu sat down, he immediately entered his loquacious mode once again. This time, not only Luo Feng, but even Jiang Yan, who sat beside him, stared at Yi Xian with wide eyes, as if gazing upon a monster. Not too bad, Yi Xian remarked, unfazed by Yang Wu's astonished expression. After all, his talent was evident, and even the dogs passing by would have to pay him due respect. Now then, let me elaborate on the gene origination energy and its practical applications, Wu Tong interjected. Before long, everyone had gained a solid understanding of the specifics regarding the cultivation methods of gene origination energy and the guiding techniques. Young lad, you need not participate in the practical assessments like Luo Feng and Yang Wu. The guiding techniques and cultivation resources have already been delivered to your room by the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, along with a complete set of training equipment. You can select the specific cultivation manuals as you see fit. The Academy will ensure everything is well prepared for you, Wu Tong said with a smile, addressing Yi Xian. Wow, so this is what it means to be a genius. Truly, individuals differ. Not only do you have a dedicated training room, but you even get to choose your own manuals and techniques. It's infuriating to compare, Yang Wu exclaimed, clutching his chest with feigned indignation. Even Luo Feng, who usually remained taciturn, nodded in agreement this time. Ha. There is no need to envy me. With enough effort, you can achieve the same. By the way, how about exchanging contact information? In the future, if anything arises, I can look out for you, Yi Xian suggested with a squint and a smile. All right then, I'll eagerly await the day when the big shot takes us under his wing. Yang Wu clapped Luo Feng on the shoulder, sharing a knowing glance before grinning. We'll be patiently awaiting good news from you, Yi Ge. Just don't find us bothersome when that time comes. Luo Feng chimed in with a smile as well. How could I? After all, as the elder brother, it's only natural to look after the younger ones, Yi Xian said, slipping the metallic pen he had been holding into his pocket, a peculiar look flickering in his eyes. Little did Luo Feng, still so green, realize that eons later, when he had become a lordly existence, everything recorded in that pen would turn into an indelible part of his dark history. Chapter 16. Commencing the cultivation of gene origination energy. Upon returning to his residence from the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, Yi Xian finally comprehended the true nature of his living quarters. He found himself in a subsidiary complex of the headquarters of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, located in the Jiangnan Bay City. Much like the Minghua complex, this area was exclusively reserved for families of those who had attained warrior status. Moreover, as a subsidiary complex of the headquarters, the security measures here were exceptionally stringent. Even the gatekeepers were at least junior battle generals. Ha. How do you feel, dumbfounded? It's clear you haven't seen much of the world. It's quite amusing. You dare to venture alone into the wilderness to hunt beasts. Yet you enter the city as if you were a bandit. What? Haven't you encountered these sights before? Zhou Xingyong teased as he guided Yi Xian through a series of security checks. Yi Xian could only manage a wry smile. Am I supposed to tell you that this is genuinely my first time here? Although this community was labeled a residential area for warriors. Each building boasted its own dedicated security personnel, and there was even a complete air defense system in place. Yi Xian's room, however, was rather unique. situated at the very heart of the complex, nestled among surrounding villas. The defensive walls encircling it were as thick as castle walls. This small room was merely a passage. The actual living quarters lay underground. Surrounded entirely by residences, the security level here was, of course, the highest. Furthermore, with the true residential area located beneath the surface, both safety and secrecy were taken to an elevated degree. Naturally, only a select few in the upper echelons were privy to these secrets, and even the warriors and their families residing here remained oblivious to such matters. All right, kid, this is your home now. The first floor is for ordinary residences. The second is for training, and the third is an open area. You can arrange it as you wish. Zhou Jingyong briefly introduced the functionalities of the various areas before getting down to business. Your gene origination energy cultivation method and guiding techniques have already been delivered to the training area on the second floor. You can commence your cultivation of gene origination energy today. In 7 days, a prominent figure will be dispatched to assess your progress and provide assistance with your subsequent training. Essentially, they will serve as your sparring partner, so be prepared. Understood, ye wanted. Oh, and one more thing. Before you begin cultivating gene origination energy, it would be wise to first study the guiding techniques. With the guiding techniques, your ability to draw energy from the cosmos during cultivation will significantly increase. The top-tier guiding techniques provided by the Academy should allow you to double the amount of energy you absorb during your initial cultivation of gene origination energy. Zhou Jingyong reminded him just before stepping out the door. Once Zhou Jingyong had departed, Yixian wasted no time and headed straight to the training area on the second floor, where he was astounded by the array of items before him. This was no mere training ground. It resembled an independent armory. The vast assortment of equipment and various training devices dazzled his eyes. But what truly captured his attention was a heavy metal box resting on an inconspicuous table. Upon opening the box, he discovered several items within: a manual on guiding techniques, a method for cultivating gene origination energy, and a dark golden metal card. Before long, after mastering the guiding techniques, Yixian prepared to embark on the cultivation of gene origination energy. First, he adjusted his physical state, then focused his mind, entering the state of profound clarity akin to that of a sword. Yixian realized that once he attained this state, his comprehension and control across various aspects would experience substantial enhancement. Particularly in terms of cultivation, practicing in such a state would undoubtedly yield results far exceeding expectations. All right, my buffs are maxed out. Now it's time to see how much I can elevate my abilities. I hope I won't be disappointed, Yixian murmured, positioning himself on the designated platform for cultivating gene origination energy. He crossed his legs with the soles of his feet facing upward and rested his hands on his legs, palms facing up. This was the only gene origination energy cultivation method on Earth, the 5 hearts towards heaven cultivation technique. Cultivating gene origination energy is both simple and complex. The first step requires one to perceive the peculiar energy permeating the universe. In fact, Yixian had already accomplished this even before learning about gene origination energy. During his initial entry into the state of profound clarity, he had begun to sense the vast waves of energy resonating throughout the cosmos. However, at that time, he had merely grazed the surface of that state and was unfamiliar with such energy. This time, equipped with a dedicated cultivation method and bolstered by the guiding techniques, his control over cosmic energy was naturally effortless. As Yixian closed his eyes to feel the energy, he began to gradually guide it into his various acupoints. Utilizing the guiding techniques, he accelerated the influx of energy, and in an instant, it felt as though his acupoints were subtly warming up, especially the Baihui acupoint atop his head, where the sensation was particularly pronounced. After absorbing this cosmic energy, it was essential to integrate it into every cell and tissue within his body, ensuring a comprehensive absorption and fusion. Otherwise, the energy absorbed would dissipate, resulting in fluctuations in his mental state. After absorbing energy for an hour, Yixian finally began to sense a modicum of saturation within his body. Given his rate of absorption, the quantity of cosmic energy he had assimilated during this brief period was estimated to be approximately 5 times that of an ordinary person's first endeavor in cultivating genetic primordial energy. He experienced a faint sense of fullness, akin to a swimming pool gradually reaching its capacity. Yixian surmised that, to fully saturate every cell in his body with cosmic energy, he would likely require an additional 2 to 3 hours. Despite having absorbed energy for an hour already, he remained unhurried, persistently exploring ways to extend the duration of his absorption. After all, during the cultivation of genetic primordial energy, Significant growth in physical attributes only occurs during the initial attempt. Prior to the initial absorption of cosmic energy, his body had existed in a state of craving, with its cells having only been strengthened through rudimentary training. It was only through the genuine cultivation of genetic primordial energy and the absorption of cosmic energy that his cells could develop to their rightful potential. However, this process was inherently gradual, analogous to a long deflated balloon. One cannot instantly fill it with air, but must instead gradually inflate it, lest the balloon burst. Thus, the integration of cosmic energy into each cellular structure was notably slow, yet this process was invaluable. Everyone aspired to absorb as much cosmic energy as possible during their first encounter with genetic primordial energy, striving to the brink of their capacity. Chapter 17. Ascending to Great Heights, Advanced Battle General. After an additional 3 hours, Xuan finally emerged from his cultivation of genetic primordial energy. At the moment he opened his eyes, an ethereal and blinding sword energy erupted from his pupils, piercing through the diamond-like wall before him. A terrifying mental force radiated from Xuan, sending the instruments around him crashing backward, as if he were a deity awakening from slumber. In a secret space somewhere on Earth, a spectral figure seemed to sense something, abruptly awakening from its slumber, gazing toward a certain direction behind it. Murmuring, two have appeared simultaneously. As the figure spoke, crystalline tears began to trickle from the corners of its eyes, and a glimmer of light gradually emerged from its previously despondent gaze. Meanwhile, Xuan, fully infused with cosmic energy, cautiously rose from the guidance platform. Following his cultivation of genetic primordial energy, his strength had undergone a profound transformation. Not only had his physical attributes experienced a qualitative leap, but his mental prowess had also surged significantly. After this remarkable change, the first task at hand for Xuan was to estimate and familiarize himself with his newfound strength. Otherwise, a mere step could leave a gaping hole in the metallic floor beneath him. What a potent sensation of strength! Not only had his physical power increased severalfold, but his defensive capabilities had also reached unprecedented heights. Xuan clenched his fist, entranced by the exhilarating feeling coursing through his body. With a thought, the system interface once again materialized in his mind. Host, Xuan. Life level, fourfold genetic level. Warrior, primary battle general. Mentality, primary battle general. Source power value, 450. Killing intent, 0. Special, supreme origin method, enhances life genetic level in accordance with ascending realms. Technique, none. Treasure, exquisite sword array, shattered. Domain law, complete sword path, law integration, 001. A mere glance allowed Xuan to grasp the essence of his current status. His foundational physical attributes had skyrocketed from the beginner warrior level directly to that of a primary battle general, with his mental power also reaching the same rank. Furthermore, his life genetic level had ascended from threefold to fourfold, a benefit bestowed by the supreme origin method, which enhances one's life genetic level as 1S realm increases. The reason for this only doubling of the life genetic level, Xuan conjectured, was due to the minimal gap between the warrior and battle general ranks, which may not even constitute a complete realm, thus resulting in a mere doubling of his life genetic level. With this fourfold genetic augmentation and the enhancement of his primary battle general mental prowess, Xuan's physical capabilities had firmly established him at the advanced battle general level. Although he had yet to gauge the specific extent of his newfound strength, it was reasonable to estimate that the power gained from this initial cultivation of genetic primordial energy had increased his strength by no less than 7,000 kilograms. As it was improbable for him to ascend from a primary warrior to a primary battle general without crossing several minor stages in between. Xuan believed that this significant enhancement was closely tied to the supreme origin method granted by the celestial sage, effectively amplifying his physical form several times beyond that of an ordinary human, thus enabling him to achieve such a remarkable increase after his first cultivation of genetic primordial energy. After completing his cultivation, Xuan devoted an entire day to mastering his newfound strength and becoming proficient in his body. Throughout this process of acclimatization, he gained a clear understanding of his condition. The defensive power of his skin had now reached a level comparable to that of a high-ranking beast general, and his bones could rival F-grade metals. Presently, Xuan's physical attributes rendered him almost unrecognizable as a human, resembling more of a humanoid beast. With his current physical prowess, even if a mid-level battle general like Wu Tong were to strike him with a blade, he would likely remain unfazed. Other than utilizing his free time each day to replenish his body through guiding techniques, he also began steadily improving his skills, realizing their paramount importance. In scenarios where both parties possessed similar physical attributes, superior technique would invariably enhance one's chances of victory. However, instant gratification was inadvisable. Although Yi Xian was now capable of commencing the cultivation of the ninefold Thunderblade, he felt that his foundation remained too fragile. Until he achieved complete mastery over his body and his consciousness caught up, he would refrain from engaging with the ninefold Thunderblade. Boom! A resounding metallic clash echoed throughout the underground training facility. The surrounding metal, designed for soundproofing, assured Yi Xian that no one would overhear the commotion. As Yi Xian unleashed his full strength, the power testing device before him trembled slightly, and the figures displayed on it shocked him profoundly. 885 kilograms. This was 2,000 kilograms above the standard for high-ranking battle generals, with a single punch exerting a force of 34 tons. What does this signify? For context, an ordinary armored vehicle weighs around 5 tons. A single punch from him could propel a medium tank into the air, and this was merely his raw physical power. When combined with Yi Xian's mental prowess and sword techniques, the potential strength he could unleash was unfathomable. He felt as though he could declare himself invincible among advanced battle generals. Indeed, the mental prowess of a junior warrior is sufficient to rival that of a seasoned senior warrior. Moreover, the physical strength at the junior warrior level, when augmented by a fourfold enhancement of life genes, can also be comparable to that of a senior warrior. When calculated, this equates to the combined might of 2 senior warriors. The amalgamation of these strengths is far from a mere sum of 1 and 1. With proper technique, one could potentially challenge 3 or 4 senior warriors single-handedly. Yi Xian's motivation to progressively enhance his skills stems from this reality. At merely 18 years of age, despite the subtlest transformation instigated by the Supreme Origin, which has already rendered his physique and capabilities of prodigious caliber, he still lacks the requisite experience. Thus, facing off against those seasoned veterans who have traversed decades in the martial world, he risks being outmatched in technique and experience. Techniques encompass various forms, including footwork, power generation, and tactics. When augmented by skill and combat experience, one can often unleash a more formidable strength, thereby securing an undefeated position in regular confrontations. Chapter 18. A surprise from above. It has been 2 full days since Yi Xian commenced his training in the Gene Original Energy. During this time, he has diligently worked to refine his bodily control to its zenith, striving to maximize the potential of every single cell. At this very moment, the sound of a doorbell echoed through his training ground. Ding! Yi Xian, caught off guard his training, was momentarily stunned. Did Uncle Zhou not mention that the esteemed individual would only arrive after 7 days? How could they be here so soon? Peering through the monitor, he discovered that it was not a formidable figure, but someone he knew quite well. Without hesitation, Yi Xian approached and opened the door, albeit with a cautious heart. For special times, call for special measures. In the instant the door swung open, a fist imbued with immense power hurtled towards Yi Xian's face. However, before the assailant could react, Yi Xian had firmly grasped the fist in his hand, rendering the other party's strength utterly futile. Well, I intended to surprise you, but seems you have outdone me. In just a few days, you have cultivated the Gene Original Energy to such an extent. The familiar voice belonged to Wu Tong, the chief instructor of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. Though a broad smile adorned his face, a hint of embarrassment lingered. He had not anticipated that Yi Xian, who had merely just stepped into the ranks of senior warriors, could, after cultivating the Gene Original Energy, firmly overpower him in terms of strength. The terrifying aura Yi Xian had briefly unleashed even sent a shiver down his spine. It is crucial to note that Wu Tong is a mid-level warrior of long-standing reputation, while Yi Xian, having only recently begun his journey as a martial artist, had surpassed him following just 1 cultivation session of the Gene Original Energy. The more Wu Tong pondered, the more exhilarated he became. Could it be that Yi Xian's achievements in this cultivation of the Gene Original Energy surpass his wildest expectations? If Yi Xian, originally at the senior warrior level, could now suppress a mid-level warrior like himself, what an astounding growth rate that implies. With this in mind, Wu Tong eagerly inquired, "Xiao Xian, have you truly mastered the Gene Original Energy in these 2 days?" Yi Xian, well aware of Wu Tong's thoughts, decided to indulge him. After all, he was no longer a mere fledgling, and with the strength of a senior warrior, he was, in a sense, formidable. He nodded with composure, stating, "Yes, Uncle Wu, I completed the cultivation of the Gene Original Energy on the first day of my return. The remaining time has been spent refining and familiarizing myself with my significantly enhanced physique. Additionally, I have also improved my techniques." Good. Wu Tong exclaimed, his excitement bubbling over as he repeated the word thrice. His enthusiasm nearly caused him to forget the original purpose of his visit to Yixian's home. All right, young lad. Tidy up. We have matters to attend to shortly. Wu Tong managed to regain some composure and spoke. Huh? Wasn't it said I had 7 days to prepare? Yixian was taken aback. Indeed, but this matter has arisen unexpectedly, and I have only just learned of it. Apparently, the higher-ups wish to present you with a surprise. Moreover, there is another matter. Wu Tong's tone turned serious as he continued. A day after the preliminary warrior assessment concluded, Luo Feng was wrongfully accused and taken into custody. Moreover, we received news yesterday that there are individuals in the detention center who have hired a group of eliminated preliminary warriors to harm Luo Feng. I see. Yixian nodded, maintaining a calm demeanor, though a flicker of coldness glinted in his eyes. He was aware of the wrongful accusations against Luo Feng, but he understood that without allowing Luo Feng to endure these trials, he could not swiftly break free from his comfort zone. Growth inevitably requires tempering. After completing the preliminary warrior assessment, Luo Feng had already attained the status of a preliminary warrior at the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. Couldn't they simply provide proof of this and expose the culprits behind scenes? It seems so straightforward. Yixian regarded Wu Tong with a puzzled expression. It is not that simple. Even if we at the Extreme Martial Arts Academy wish to apprehend someone, we must have evidence. Upon learning of the situation, we managed to bail Luo Feng out of the detention center, but he is currently in a coma, lying in the hospital. Now that we have secured his release, the news of his status as a preliminary warrior is known to those involved, and they are likely on high alert. Wu Tong narrowed his already small eyes, a glint of coldness evident, before addressing Yixian once more. The reason I am sharing this with you is that I hope you can leverage your influence to ensure those responsible are swiftly brought to justice. Even if I wish to assist Luo Feng, it will take considerable time to establish contact with the higher-ups. Moreover, there may be martial artists backing those behind this. That complicates matters greatly. Me, I have just completed the cultivation of the gene original energy. I possess no power, no connections. How can I help? Should I simply approach the higher-ups and say Luo Feng has been wronged, and I desire the culprits imprisoned? Yixian looked at Wu Tong bewildered. Wu Tong, upon hearing this, snapped his fingers with a peculiar expression, exclaiming, "Congratulations, you have answered correctly." Huh? After this, Wu Tong guided Yixian, once he was fully dressed in his battle attire, from his residence, and they swiftly made their way to the headquarters of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. Upon their arrival, Yixian was met with an unsettling sight. The bustling headquarters of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy was eerily deserted, devoid of any human presence. Not even a single guard in sight. Just as Yixian prepared to inquire of Wu Tong, he noticed that Wu Tong had retreated several hundred meters away and was now quietly observing him with a smile. In an instant, a figure akin to a whirlwind charged directly at the unsuspecting Yixian. Bang! With a resounding thud, a figure was sent flying upon impact, unleashing a wave of terrifying energy throughout the arena. At that moment, Yixian stood resolutely at the center, his eyes deep as black holes, expressionless as he regarded the assailant. Unbeknownst to many, his right hand had subtly tightened around the hilt of a sword, glistening with droplets of blood. Puff! The armored figure, propelled several dozen meters away, who had initially stood confidently, suddenly collapsed to the ground with a dull thud. Before me lay a gruesome wound upon his chest, so deep that the internal organs beneath his ribcage were visible. The ribs themselves bore a similar gash, sliced open cleanly and directly. In an instant, a torrent of crimson blood erupted from his chest, transforming the ground into a vivid scarlet. Just before collapsing, an expression of disbelief flickered in his eyes concealed beneath the mask. How could this be? With those words, he succumbed, falling to the ground, the daggers tightly gripped in his hands clattering to the earth. Uncle Wu, is this the surprise you spoke of? It seems the surprise lacks sufficient weight, remarked Yixian, who stood at the center of the scene, casting a smile toward Wu Tong. Chapter 19. Taking on the role of inspector for Yangzhou City. In response, Wu Tong merely smiled, remaining silent in the face of Yixian's words. At this moment, Yixian appeared to sense something. He shifted slightly, thrusting the long sword in his right hand toward the direction behind him. Clang! A crisp sound resonated from the blade, and upon closer inspection, Yixian discovered he had struck a rather peculiar flying dagger, though calling it a dagger seemed inaccurate, as it resembled a dart, crafted from an exceptionally precious material. As Yixian pondered this, a similar sensation washed over him once more, and a flurry of darts swiftly emerged from hidden corners surrounding him, hurtling toward his direction. Yixian, however, calmly closed his eyes and began to dance his sword, deflecting each incoming dart. Just as he was in the midst of fending them off, a long black spear imbued with terrifying power and deadly sharpness materialized among the deflected darts, hurtling toward him with alarming speed, as if intent on piercing him entirely. In a flash of cold light, just as the spear was about to reach Yixian's forehead, he abruptly opened his eyes, radiant brilliance swirling within them. An invisible force seized the spear, halting it firmly in midair, a mere half-meter from Yixian. At this moment, astonished voices echoed from the surroundings. A mentalist? After retracting his mental energy, Yixian gently lowered the spear from the air before him, inhaling deeply before bowing slowly and addressing those present. I am Yixian. It is an honor to meet you, esteemed seniors. Nearby, Wu Tong hastened over, slapping Yixian's shoulder heartily, his face alight with excitement. You, my boy, have kept your cards close to your chest. Not only have you attained the physique of a high-ranking warrior, but you're also a mentalist. How are we old folks to survive now? Truly, the younger generation pushes the older aside, while the latter perish on the shore. After a brief chuckle, Yixian explained, well, one must always have multiple aces up their sleeve. I trust Uncle Wu won't hold it against me. A smile of enigmatic significance danced in his eyes as he regarded Wu Tong. However, the surprise Uncle Wu alluded to was indeed substantial. First, an assassin of intermediate warrior rank attacked, followed by a mentalist of at least beginner warrior level. I believe Uncle Wu should be able to provide me with a reasonable explanation, correct? Glancing at Yixian's profoundly meaningful smile, Wu Tong sensed an undercurrent of danger and instinctively took a step back, his expression turning awkward at Yixian's words. All right, this was my idea. It has nothing to do with Wu Tong. At that moment, several figures emerged from the shadows, their very presence emanating a formidable aura that made Yixian's heart skip a beat. What an overwhelming sense of pressure. As the figures approached Yixian, the leader, an elderly man with flecks of white in his hair and a kindly demeanor, addressed him. My surname is Liu. If you do not mind, you may call me Uncle Liu. I am the inspector of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy in Jiangnan Bay City, at the pinnacle of the High War God level. Oh, a High War God, just a step away from being an invincible war god. A truly significant figure. Yixian responded with great politeness. Greetings, Uncle Liu, and esteemed seniors. You may call me Xiao Xian. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Uncle Liu continued, Xiao Xian, the primary purpose of summoning you today is twofold. First, to assess whether your talents meet the required standards. Second, to facilitate the transition of your position as the inspector for Yangzhou City and to authenticate your identity as a martial artist. Upon hearing Uncle Liu's lengthy explanation, Yixian finally grasped the purpose of his summons. In essence, these esteemed figures, all at least of war god caliber, had come personally to oversee his position transition, while simultaneously elevating his public stature. To deter prying eyes from other nations, Yixian must convey a clear stance. And the allocation of the inspector position for Yangzhou City was a crucial element of this. The ceremony would undoubtedly attract major media coverage, and Yixian's role would be to express his views during the event. Beside him, Wu Tong was already grinning from ear to ear, for he was about to align himself with a powerful inspector. Many may not yet comprehend the significance of the inspector's position and its extensive authority. For comparison, take Uncle Liu, the inspector of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy in Jiangnan Bay City. The inspector oversees all extreme martial arts academies within the entire Jiangnan base, meaning that with a mere word from Uncle Liu, even an ordinary individual could be appointed as the chief instructor of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. Higher positions, however, cannot be arranged verbally and must be reported through proper channels. The inspector of Jiangnan Bay City is a figure to be taken seriously within the martial artist community, as many martial artists hail from the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, thus giving Uncle Liu an indirect hold over their fates. The role Yixian is to assume as the inspector for Yangzhou City is essentially equivalent to that of Uncle Liu's inspector position, with only a slight difference in nomenclature. Representing two distinct regions. One oversees the academies and martial artists, while the other supervises all matters within their jurisdiction. Although Yixian's role is merely that of inspector for Yangzhou City, his influence in this territory surpasses even that of Uncle Liu, the inspector of the base city. Once Yixian assumes this position, all of Yangzhou City will effectively become his playground. As long as he does not err, no one can pose a threat to him within its confines. It is evident that the high-ranking officials have exerted considerable effort to retain Yixian, ensuring he willingly serves the nation, even creating the position of inspector for Yangzhou City for him. Xiao Xian, while the nation intends to forge a deeper connection with you, You also possess the right to voice your opinions. The state will not impose any obligations upon you. Ultimately, it is up to you to decide. Uncle Lu's words were delivered with an earnestness that left Yi Xian feeling somewhat apprehensive. The other high-ranking officials behind Uncle Lu exchanged glances of surprise. Yet upon recalling Yi Xian's earlier display, they seemed to dismiss any notion of impropriety. With Uncle Lu's sincerity laid bare, Yi Xian knew he must not show ingratitude and promptly replied, "Uncle Wu has already informed me of this matter, and I have made my position clear. I believe the nation will not let me suffer losses. Therefore, I shall abide by the nation's arrangements." Lu Bo and the high-ranking officials behind him revealed glimmers of appreciation in their eyes, their smiles widening. Chapter 20. The House of Extremes. After Yi Xian and Lu Bo addressed the matters of their appointments, at the entrance of a certain sanatorium, Luo Feng's eyes glinted with a fierce intensity as he inquired of the officer before him, "Are you implying that the entire chain of events, including the assault I suffered yesterday in the detention center, was orchestrated by Zhang Haobai from behind the scenes?" "Indeed, Mr. Luo Feng," the officer replied, somewhat startled by the ferocity reflected in Luo Feng's gaze, for he was merely a soldier and not one of those bloodthirsty martial artists. "The investigation has confirmed that Zhang Haobai is responsible for everything. However, he has already been taken away by agents from the Jiangnan City Security Bureau." "Taken away? By whom? Could it be the people from the Extreme Martial Arts School?" Luo Feng speculated. "Not quite. It seems he was personally taken away by the newly appointed inspector from our Yangzhou city. I'm not entirely clear on the specifics, but I do know that Zhang Haobai is now in a detention center specifically for martial artists, and I doubt he will be very comfortable there," the officer divulged, recounting all he knew. "Understood," Luo Feng responded after a moment of contemplation, during which he seemed lost in thought. He then withdrew his phone from his pocket and made a call. "Hello, Instructor Wu Tong. I wish to inquire about the origins of that Zhang Haobai, who framed me. Has he indeed been taken away by the Jiangnan City Security Bureau?" On the other end, Wu Tong, who had just concluded his own matters at the Extreme Martial Arts School, smiled and replied, "Rest assured, Luo Feng, this matter is already being addressed, and justice will be served. As for Zhang Haobai's background, there is indeed someone relevant. He has been detained by the Security Bureau, but he has a martial artist uncle who is currently fervently defending him. Therefore, the resolution of this matter may take some time until his uncle meets with us at the Extreme Martial Arts School." Upon hearing this, Luo Feng quickly interjected, "Instructor Wu, I request that the Extreme Martial Arts School does not acquiesce to any demands from Zhang Haobai's uncle. Not only did he incite an attack against me, but he also implicated my father in this affair. If his uncle seeks a resolution, I will absolutely refuse." Wu Tong nodded approvingly at Luo Feng's passionate response, recognizing that a true man should possess such fervor. However, he did not wish for Luo Feng to act rashly. Thus he sought to soothe his emotions. "I understand your feelings. Do not fret. I believe Zhang Haobai's current situation in detention is far worse than yours was. The longer his uncle takes to arrive, the greater the suffering Zhang Haobai will endure. Do you grasp my meaning?" "Ah, I comprehend. By the way, Instructor Wu, do you know who the inspector is that had Zhang Haobai taken to the detention center? I heard he personally dispatched agents from the Jiangnan City Security Bureau to apprehend him, and I wish to express my gratitude to him directly." Luo Feng, having grasped the situation, calmed himself before speaking again. "The inspector? Huh, you are quite familiar with him. He even took it upon himself to personally oversee your case. You don't know who he is? Never mind, you'll find out soon enough. Furthermore, I have one last thing to mention. Just the night before last, when I was detained in the holding center, I completed my training in genetic primal energy, and I wished to undergo a strength assessment at the Extreme Martial Arts School." Luo Feng stated matter-of-factly. In contrast to Luo Feng's calm demeanor, Wu Tong was taken aback. "What? Are you saying that you completed your genetic primal energy training while being held? Do you have any idea how much you have improved?" Wu Tong was genuinely astonished. To perceive cosmic energy and achieve a transformation of the body on the very first day of training in genetic primal energy is the hallmark of a true genius. There are very few who can accomplish such a feat within the realm of martial artists, especially considering Luo Feng is merely 18 years old. Could he be another Yi Xian? "All right, I am currently at the Extreme Martial Arts School in Yangzhou City. Hurry over. I will assess your strength properly." Wu Tong exclaimed with excitement. What a delightful turn of events. Meanwhile, upon returning to his residence, Yi Xian contemplated the several certificates before him. Among them was the proof of being a battle general-level martial artist, as well as the credentials of the inspector from Yangzhou City, documents that had been duly recorded. However, another file left Yi Xian feeling somewhat perplexed. It was a detailed list of martial artist teams affiliated with Yangzhou City, meticulously documenting all the warriors up to the battle general level over the years, even extending to their home addresses and dates of birth. After becoming the inspector of Yangzhou City, Yi Xian had brought this confidential file back along with the certificates. He tossed the file aside. To be honest, he had little understanding of these matters and had no desire to deal with them. Yet as the inspector, it was impractical for him to handle everything personally. Thus, he needed to delegate these tasks to someone else. But to whom? Yi Xian found himself in a quandary until he suddenly recalled the perfect candidate. He promptly took out his phone and began dialing a number corresponding to the information on the confidential file. Hello, is this Luo Hua? I am Yi Xian, your elder brother Luo Feng's good friend. If you don't mind, you may call me Brother Yi. After a brief introduction, Yi Xian arranged a time to meet Luo Hua at Mingwei community to discuss specific matters. Although Luo Hua had not heard of Yi Xian, upon hearing the details about his brother, he began to believe part of it and decided to inquire further with his brother upon his return. Finally, the trivial matters were settled, allowing Yi Xian to step back onto the right path. He placed his phone down and gazed at the projection round table before him. Gently tapping it, he entered his fingerprint, and a colossal light blue floating screen, measuring a staggering 500 inches, materialized before his eyes. Ding! Respected Senior Battle General, Mr. Yi Xian, Inspector of Yangzhou City. Welcome to the House of Extremes. Chapter 21. The creation of a unique sword technique. Name, Yi Xian. Gender, male. Address, unknown. Martial artist certificate number, 1433223114514100086. Level, Battle General, Senior. Contribution value, 0 points. Currency balance, 10,000,000,000 Huaxia coins. No need to count, it's 10 billion. In light of your authority and prowess, the following categories are recommended for you. First category, secret techniques. Secret techniques can effectively enhance your own strength, and selecting superior techniques will not harm your body or leave residual effects. The recommendations are as follows. World Annihilation, category, gun technique, rating, ultimate. Price, 100 billion Huaxia coins, full price. Ninefold Thunderblade, category, blade technique, rating, ultimate price, 100 billion Huaxia coins, full price. Mist Sword, category, sword technique, rating, S level. Price, 3 billion Huaxia coins, full price. For a moment, Yi Xian found himself somewhat dazed by the plethora of information displayed on the screen before him. His eyes instinctively darted to his balance, and to his astonishment, he counted several zeros trailing behind. A staggering 10 billion in funds? Could it be that the higher-ups were so taken by his handsomeness that they had generously allocated such a sum? Truly, such munificence was remarkable. 10 billion indeed. However, once Yi Xian regained his composure, he suddenly realized that with his current strength as a high-ranking battle general, this 10 billion was not as significant as it seemed. Merely purchasing a basic set of battle general-grade equipment could easily deplete a few billion, not to mention his status as a mentalist. The complete tome of battle general mentalist training techniques would likely start at 10 billion. Furthermore, he would also need to acquire various agility techniques. Yet, such concerns were trivial. A simple phone call to the Extreme Martial Arts Hall would suffice. What could they not procure? Yi Xian mused that if he were to make that call, they might even deliver a portion of dragon blood straight to him. Of course, he would first need to complete at least the foundational training of the techniques. Yi Xian perused the various S-rank and above techniques, uncertain as to which to purchase. Initially, he contemplated acquiring the ninefold Thunderblade, but since it was a sword technique, it might conflict with his swordsmanship. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and with a flicker of thought, he inquired of the system in his mind. System. If I were to purchase the ninefold Thunderblade, could you extract the amplification methods from the technique? Ding! Calculation in progress. Success. The method will require 400 source points. The system indeed fulfilled Yi Xian's expectations by providing an answer. At that moment, he felt liberated from any hesitation and turned his focus towards the technique purchasing area. Zhouchong Li Dao, full 9 levels price. 100 billion Huaxia coins, full price. 50 billion Huaxia coins, half price requirement. 4-star contribution points. Zhouchong Li Dao, first 8 levels price. 50 billion Huaxia coins, full price. 25 billion Huaxia coins, half price requirement. 4-star contribution points. Zhouchong Li Dao, first 5 levels price. 2 billion Huaxia coins, full price. 1 billion Huaxia coins, half price requirement. 3-star contribution points. Zhouchong Li Dao, first 4 levels price. 500 million Huaxia coins, full price. 250 million Huaxia coins, half price requirement. 2-star contribution points. Zhouchong Li Dao, first 3 levels price. 200 million Huaxia coins, full price. 100 million Huaxia coins, half price requirement, 2-star contribution points. Zhouchong Li Dal first 2 levels price, 100 million Huaxia coins, full price. 50 million Huaxia coins, half price requirement, 2-star contribution points. Zhouchong Li Dal first level price, 50 million Huaxia coins, full price. 25 million Huaxia coins, half price requirement, 1-star contribution points. Gazing at the prices displayed on the screen, Xuan felt his heart bleed. Why were they priced so exorbitantly? My goodness, how could they demand hundreds of billions? His mere 10 billion would scarcely suffice. With limited funds, he could only afford to purchase the first 6 levels, hoping to make up the difference later. Just as Xuan was about to confirm his purchase, a notification from the system chimed once more. Ding! Due to the incomplete collection of the host techniques, the extracted amplification methods will also be incomplete. What? Xuan was momentarily at a loss. This meant that in order to obtain the complete amplification methods, he would need to acquire the entire 9-fold Thunderblade technique. Why bother purchasing it then? He could simply request assistance. Buying the complete 9-fold Thunderblade techniques would be equivalent to purchasing a war god-class battle aircraft. Ding! The host may organize the sword techniques he has learned and enhance them through source points and other sword techniques. In his moment of frustration, the system's prompt appeared like a ray of dawn breaking through the darkness, illuminating Xuan's mind. Yes, why not create his own sword technique? He could first catalog all his sword styles into a cohesive manuscript, then incorporate techniques and skills from other sword arts to elevate the quality of his own creation. For Xuan, who was imbued with the entirety of the sword's path, this was an effortless endeavor. The myriad sword techniques he had accumulated in his mind could easily fill a comprehensive lexicon. Thus, Xuan shifted his gaze from the 9-fold Thunderblade to a top-tier S-rank sword technique. Miss Sword, a technique crafted by high-level war god-class warriors, demands exceptional comprehension. When mastered to its zenith, it can unleash 500 razor-sharp sword energies in an instant, capable of breaching the defenses of high-level lord-class monsters and fatally wounding them from within. Priced at 3 billion, full set, Xuan did not hesitate. He clicked confirm and purchased it without a second thought. With his current prowess, this technique would perfectly aid him in traversing this transitional phase. Congratulations, your purchase was successful. A representative from the Extreme Martial Arts Hall will soon deliver the techniques to your address. Please be patient. For any inquiries, you may contact us. After completing the purchase, a notification chimed. Xuan glanced at his balance, which had dwindled from 10 billion to 7 billion. Ah, how quickly money vanished. With 7 billion remaining, he contemplated spending it all. After all, it was better to invest in enhancing his strength than to let it sit idle. Yuan seek it lightly. Aware that while this money was startup capital provided by the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, he would eventually need to repay it through monster slaying and task completion. Such was the nature of favors. Nothing came for free. Thus, rather than allowing these funds to languish in his account, it was far wiser to convert them into personal power. Xuan had always been pragmatic, understanding clearly what he needed to do to grow stronger. Subsequently, Xuan immersed himself in organizing the sword techniques. He needed to arrange the hundreds, if not thousands, of sword styles in his mind into the most optimal sequence, thereby crafting a complete sword technique manuscript. This manuscript would be the embryonic form of his self-created sword technique. Chapter 22. Ice Blade Blue Ran. Since Xuan had begun training with Gene Primordial Energy, a week had quietly passed, bringing him to July 7th. He received a notification to head to the Extreme Martial Arts Hall headquarters early that morning to await the arrival of a significant figure sent by the higher-ups. After 7 days, Xuan's power had experienced a terrifying enhancement compared to his time in the uninhabited zone. It was no exaggeration to say that against the high-level B soldiers he had previously faced, Xuan now required no preparation at all. With a mere flicker of his mental power, he could effortlessly capture all high-level B soldiers within an entire forest. He had truly transcended the novice stage, steadily advancing toward the pinnacle of martial prowess. Before long, as Xuan awaited at the entrance, he sensed a presence nearby and, with a raised brow, turned to look in a certain direction. There stood an elder exuding a chilling aura, observing him with a scrutinizing gaze. Upon recognizing the elder, Xuan understood his identity and could not help but feel bemused. Why did these high-ranking individuals always favor such stealthy entrances? If they were coming, they might as well make their presence known. Why the silent approach, as if they could not bear not to startle him? Despite Xuan's mild discontent, he maintained the decorum expected of him, respectfully bowing to the elder before him. The figure, appearing to be in his 60s or 70s, accepted this gesture with grace. "You are quite commendable." The elder observed Yi Xian for a considerable time before nodding, uttering those words. "You are Yi Xian, are you not? From this day forth, your daily training will be overseen by this old man. After all, I am one of the first survivors from the great Nirvana era, and I am well aware of my own capabilities. Although I may be advanced in years, I assure you that I am more than capable of guiding you." After a few self-introductory remarks, the elder began to elaborate on his background, and Yi Xian listened attentively, not daring to miss a single detail. A warrior who had thrived since the great Nirvana era undoubtedly possessed extraordinary talent and strength, and the peculiar aura emanating from him led Yi Xian to some speculation. The force that could stir the principles of his swordsmanship likely stemmed from the power of the principles themselves. Thus, it was highly probable that this elder was a warrior who had comprehended the power of principles, perhaps even one of the few planetary-level beings on the entire Earth. Though I have aged and become somewhat loquacious, do not take offense, young man. My name is Lan Ran. Before this Jiangnan Bay City was established, I was quite a prominent figure, known to many as the Ice Blade. However, I have since faded into obscurity as age has taken its toll. The mantle of this world must now be borne by the younger generation, such as yourselves. Though the elder Lan Ran appeared outwardly similar to any ordinary old man, his steady gait and the aura he naturally exuded revealed the brilliance of his youth. "Lan Elder, I am Yi Xian. You may call me Xiao Xian." Yi Xian did not dare to be dismissive, being among the first batch of warriors and one of the few planetary-level powerhouses on Earth. The Elder's character could be somewhat eccentric, and Yi Xian could only strive to avoid any missteps. "Ha! There is no need for such formality, young lad. After all, I might be residing in your home for a while. Consider me merely a guest seeking a meal. Of course, I won't hesitate to offer you guidance from time to time," Lan Ran jested. Having gleaned a sense of Yi Xian's character and feeling assured that he would not be lonely in the company of this young man. "Certainly, I would be most grateful to have your guidance, but I do have one query to ask in advance." Yi Xian hesitated before speaking. "Oh, what concerns you? Just speak freely. After all, I am considerably older than you, and my credentials exceed your expectations." Lan Ran observed Yi Xian's hesitation with curiosity, but maintained an air of calm, encouraging him to voice his thoughts. "I merely wish to inquire about your heart's endurance. I am concerned that you might become overly excited and encounter some distress." Yi Xian candidly expressed his worry. "Ha ha! You are quite the amusing lad. Though that group of old fogies regards you as an unparalleled genius rivaling Hong. I may be aged, but my health remains robust. Throughout these years, I have faced countless storms. The elite training camp's youngsters only pique my interest slightly. If you think you can frighten me, that would be quite unrealistic. However, you might just try to see if you can spark my interest. I will remain here, stationary. Should you manage to force me back even a single step within 3 moves, I shall grant you any request you desire, be it training resources or secret manuals. Just ask, and I shall procure them for you." Lan Ran discerned the implication behind Yi Xian's words, chuckling lightly, his eyes sparkling with amusement as he laid down a condition, one that would drive all of humanity into a frenzy. "Ah, I see. If Lan Elder has made such a statement, then I can rest easy. However, I must ask, are you serious about what you just said? I am rather dim-witted. If you are indeed serious, then I will take your word to heart." Yi Xian's eyes widened in astonishment as he turned to Lan Ran, inquiring earnestly. If this wager held true, Yi Xian would no longer need to toil over martial arts manuals or training resources. He could simply approach Lan Ran for assistance. After all, this was an offer from a planetary-level powerhouse, something many would yearn for yet could never attain. "Indeed, it is genuine. As long as you possess the capability, I shall fulfill my promise. However, I must warn you, you have only 3 opportunities. Should you fail to impress me within these 3 attempts, I shall be compelled to retract my offer." Lan Ran nodded at Yi Xian, his demeanor warm and inviting, making it easy for an uninformed person to mistake this somewhat stooped old man for a mere elder playing chess in the park. Yi Xian, his expression grave, nodded in acknowledgement. With Lan Ran's watchful gaze upon him, he began to limber up, drawing the long sword from his back and stating, "Then, Lan Elder, let us proceed to the training ground. I assure you, I shall not disappoint you." With that, a rare seriousness glimmered in Yi Xian's eyes. Lan Ran perceived it merely as the youthful enthusiasm of a budding genius. Unaware of the fervent determination within Yi Xian's heart, for the sake of the billion resources and manuals at stake, he could not afford to lose. Chapter 23. The Wager with a Planetary-Level Warrior. Yi Xian and Lan Ran made their way to the training arena located on the basement level of the Extreme Martial Arts headquarters. This area was specifically designated for battles among generals, reinforced with titanium alloys capable of withstanding encounters between god-level warriors. Due to the unique materials used in its construction, even the detonation of grenades or artillery would create minimal disturbance within these walls. Upon arriving at the arena, Yi Xian and Lan Ran maintained a respectful distance. Come fort. Young lad, I shall not intervene. I will simply stand here for you to strike. As I mentioned, if you can make me retreat even half a step within 3 moves, it will be considered your victory. Otherwise, it will be deemed your loss. Are you prepared? As Lan Ran spoke, his gaze was filled with keen interest as he regarded the youth wielding the sword before him. In an era dominated by the 2 strongest figures, Hong and the Thunder God, the majority of warriors opted to cultivate the techniques of these titans, namely Annihilation and Ninefold Thunderblade, which focused on firearms and blades, respectively. Thus, it was exceedingly rare to encounter someone like Yi Xian, who chose the sword as his weapon. For a moment, the anticipation in Lan Ran's eyes deepened. Those who deviated from the conventional path were either deemed useless or extraordinary, and it was evident that Yi Xian belonged to the latter category. Very well, Lan Elder. I shall commence now. Please prepare yourself. Yi Xian inhaled deeply, positioning his sword-wielding right hand behind him while raising his left hand before his chest. Lan Ran raised an eyebrow, puzzled by Yi Xian's stance. What was this peculiar maneuver of placing the weapon hand behind his back? Before Lan Ran could ponder further, Yi Xian's left hand, held upright at his chest, began to gather, forming a delicate mist of pure white energy that gradually ascended from his palm. With a sudden burst of motion, Yi Xian lunged towards Lan Ran. First move, Yi Xian spoke, raising his left hand high above his head, which now seemed to be enveloped in a layer of pure white crystal, with the full force of his body behind it. He struck down rapidly towards Old Blue's left shoulder, wielding not his long sword, but rather forming his left hand into a blade, channeling all his strength into this singular blow. However, just as Yi Xian's formidable hand strike was about to connect with Old Blue, a peculiar wave of energy surged forth from in front of Old Blue, effectively neutralizing Yi Xian's attack. What on earth? Yi Xian was momentarily taken aback, acutely sensing that his all-out strike, which he had invested every ounce of his strength into, was akin to a stone sinking into the ocean, thwarted by an indescribable force. His assault seemed to vanish into a black hole, gradually consumed entirely. It felt as though all his power was dissipated in the vastness of an ocean, absorbed by this overwhelming and resilient energy wave, preventing him from penetrating deeper and actually striking Old Blue. Upon scrutinizing the invisible barrier before Old Blue, Yi Xian discerned something elusive about this unknown energy wave. Meanwhile, Old Blue's expression shifted, revealing a hint of intrigue. What a remarkable child. This power is already approaching the level of a war god. How old are you this year? Your physical prowess has reached such heights? Old Blue exclaimed, his tone imbued with excitement, as ripples began to dance in his eyes. At 18, a war god? Moreover, that hand strike was executed without any amplification of his internal energy, indicating that he had nearly achieved a war god-esque level purely through fundamental physical strength. Now, Old Blue finally understood why the elders had summoned him from his reclusive life to mentor this seemingly immature youth. While most individuals his age were still buried in academic pursuits, this young lad had already reached a pinnacle unattainable by ordinary means, relying solely on his innate talent without any systematic training. If given a few more years, who could say whether Old Blue would even be able to withstand such a strike again? What formidable defense! Yi Xian was astonished by Old Blue's display, causing him to furrow his brow slightly. He began to fathom the nature of this phenomenon. It was evidently a manifestation of the laws of the universe, revealed through deep interaction with cosmic powers. Is this the power of the cosmic laws? Yi Xian ventured to inquire. Old Blue, upon hearing Yi Xian's question, nodded, affirming his conjecture. At that moment, the disdain that had once flickered in his gaze had vanished. He could scarcely believe that he was compelled to unleash the power of the laws against a child still shy of 20. Undoubtedly, there would be no one else on Earth with such a talent, and it seemed Old Blue had merely chanced upon this extraordinary individual. Setting aside Yi Xian's aptitude for secret techniques and energy amplification, that singular strike had already exceeded Old Blue's expectations. Originally, the wager he proposed had been a mere jest, intended to gauge Yi Xian's limits and temper his arrogance. After all, geniuses are often tinged with a sense of pride. If their egos are not deflated, they are unlikely to submit easily. However, it appeared that such measures were no longer necessary. The disparity between individuals is stark, and even more so among geniuses. In the brief moments since their first encounter, Old Blue had begun to grasp the nature of the extraordinary being he was tasked to instruct, a being whose character was impeccable. This was no mere test. While Yixian contemplated his next offensive move, Old Blue had already mentally marked him with a grand impression. Initially, he had merely intended to provide basic guidance. However, he found himself intrigued. Old Blue, let us continue. Now I'm ready to get serious, Yixian declared after a moment of quiet reflection, lowering his sword from its resting position behind him. Very well, bring it on, old man, wait. Old Blue, who had initially maintained a calm demeanor, suddenly found his pupils constricted, as if witnessing something utterly astonishing. Before him, Yixian, brandishing his long sword, began to emanate a faint, grayish glow from both his body and the sword. In an instant, the very space surrounding Yixian began to take on an ethereal quality. As Old Blue beheld the tangible and qualitative force enveloping Yixian, his astonishment was palpable. As a planet-level powerhouse who had comprehended the water law, he could hardly be oblivious to the significance of this power. In a moment of realization, he exclaimed, "The law." Chapter 24. The initial manifestation of the sword law. Victory. The law. As Old Blue recognized the familiar aura emanating from Yixian, his shock reached unprecedented heights, causing his heart to struggle under the weight of such overwhelming surprise. This was only their first encounter. Yet Yixian had consistently challenged and reshaped Old Blue's understanding of genius, as if the very term genius had been tailor-made for him. At that moment, Old Blue's curiosity shifted from the wager to the pressing question of how this fledgling, barely beyond the apprentice level, had managed to touch upon the cosmic laws. It is worth noting that even he had only grasped the threshold of the water law after years of pushing past his limits to become a planet-level warrior. Yet here was Yixian, a mere step away from the war god level, accomplishing what even the likes of Hong and Thor could only barely achieve. This was nothing short of historical. What Old Blue did not realize was that Yixian had not only shattered records on Earth, but had also rewritten the very annals of the galaxy. In the vastness of the universe, opportunities abound. Yet even Luo Feng, who had commandeered a starry beast, could only be considered moderately exceptional. Aside from unique life forms, such as the Golden Horn Beast, no one else in the galaxy had ever approached the laws of the universe before reaching the apprentice stage, as this fundamentally contravened the rules of the primordial universe. Before one attains the planet-level realm, no individual can preemptively comprehend the powers of the laws, let alone breach the barriers of the laws and extract a tangible form from them, regardless of whether anyone could successfully touch the laws before becoming an apprentice. There are indeed prodigies in the universe who can sense the laws from birth, allowing them to begin their cultivation. Yet, how many can truly grasp the laws at the planet-level threshold, even during the cosmic genius battles held once every 5,000 years? Those capable of comprehending the laws and domains at the planet level are exceedingly rare, apart from prodigies like Berlan, who appear once every millions of epochs. The vast majority achieve such feats only at the stellar level. Yixian's defiance of the cosmic laws has thus far spared him from the fate of being cast aside like the original ancestors, and the reason is quite simple. The power of the laws wielded by Yixian is, in essence, not derived from this primordial universe. The sword laws he has mastered trace their lineage back to the supreme, celestial treasure of the primordial era, their essence far surpassing that of the primordial cosmos, perhaps even rivaling that of the Hunyuan world. How could such power be constrained by a mere primordial universe? While Yixian is aware of this, the Elder Lan remains oblivious, perceiving Yixian merely as an extraordinary talent, attributing the manifestation of the sword laws to his own innate gifts. As Lan's thoughts meandered, the long-anticipated moment arrived. Yixian finally made his move. However, it was not Yixian himself who acted, but rather the pure white longsword enveloped in the sword laws he commanded. A weapon of war, fundamentally crafted from the bones of high-tier beasts, still falls within the realm of the mundane. How could it possibly bear the weight of at least planetary-level law power? Even Yixian's own body could hardly withstand it, merely managing to muster this force from the recesses of his mind. In an instant, the longsword flew from Yixian's grasp, once again shrouded in that familiar crystalline mist. It then astonishingly transformed into 200 phantoms of the longsword, each indistinguishable from the original. Lan's eyes brightened at this sight. He recognized this swordsmanship all too well. Was this not the S-rank technique, Miss Sword, currently being sold at their limitless house? He was aware of the stringent requirements of this technique. Mastering it to perfection necessitated an innate talent for spatial computation and manipulation. Yet in a mere span of days, Yixian had managed to cultivate Miss Sword to the point of generating 200 phantoms. His talent for mastering techniques and understanding of spatial concepts had evidently surpassed Lan's expectations, indicating he had already reached a level akin to the 5th or 6th stage of this technique. This revelation was even more staggering than the shock induced by Xian's near-war god physical prowess. After all, physical attributes could be augmented through genetic serums or abundant resources. But the comprehension of a technique was a matter of innate ability. Although Ms. Sword was not as arduous as Ninefold Thunderblade or World Annihilation, it was still deemed one of the most challenging foundational techniques by the Limitless Martial Arts School. It is worth noting that the founder of this technique had ascended to planetary mastery and stood out among planetary warriors. It was hard to fathom how Xian had grasped Ms. Sword so thoroughly in such a short time, capable of conjuring over 200 phantoms. Truly, the youth was formidable. Nevertheless, Lan chuckled, allowing the onslaught of sword phantoms to converge upon him. Unfortunately, these phantoms, despite their number, were effortlessly repelled by the water laws enveloping his form. The essence of these sword phantoms, controlled by mental force, remained merely war god-level attacks, without reaching planetary tier power. They could not breach the defenses of an elder like him. Lan spoke confidently, asserting that the water laws, embodying the principles of nature and universality, boasted superior defensive capabilities among the myriad of laws. As a planetary-level warrior, the wall he conjured from the water laws was a simple yet profound manifestation of one of the 36 fundamental laws. To withstand Xian's war god-level assault was a trivial endeavor, for such mastery was not something achievable merely by planetary-level practitioners. Yet, Lan did not grow complacent. After all, he considered the young man's age and wondered if he could withstand this assault. Should he falter, what would that imply about the boasts he had made earlier? Just as Lan prepared to conclude the wager, casting an appreciative glance at Xian, the latter suddenly smiled and addressed him. Elder Lan, please honor your word. In an instant, the 200 sword phantoms surrounding Lan transformed into 400. Wow, 400 phantoms. This little fellow truly has some tricks up his sleeve. Are you attempting to catch me off guard? Lan exclaimed in astonishment, though he remained unfazed, smiling even as he beheld the increased number of phantoms. Despite Xian's earlier display of hidden prowess, Lan had already declared that no matter how numerous the phantoms from his sword, they would still be ineffective. What? Lan's expression shifted dramatically as he gasped. In that fleeting moment, the 400 phantoms Xian had unleashed merged seamlessly into the longsword itself, which then sliced through space at a speed rivaling that of sound, creating a gaping hole in the wall before him and striking downward toward his body. Upon closer inspection, one would notice that as the longsword approached the wall, the unique pale gray luminescence of the sword laws coalesced at the very tip of the blade. Xian had indeed fused the power of the 400 phantoms into the longsword's essence, concentrating the sword laws into a single point, and executed a piercing thrust that shattered Lan's water laws. Realizing the grave nature of the situation, Lan hastily raised his arms to defend himself. Yet, despite his efforts, he was merely a second-tier planetary warrior. How could he hope to withstand such a force capable of breaching his water laws with just his arms? With a resounding crash, Lan was propelled backward by the sword Xian commanded, crashing violently into the wall. Xian, smiling, remarked, "My apologies, Elder Lan. I momentarily lost control of my strength. However, I have won this wager, so I trust you'll keep your word." Chapter 25. Where is the burden of my exceptional talent? Cough, you rascal. You truly lack concern for an old man's well-being, Lan said with a wry smile after being slammed against the wall by Xian. The composure he had previously maintained was now absent. His hair and clothing were disheveled, presenting a stark contrast to his earlier spirited demeanor. His attire bore several gashes from the sword's aura, rendering him a far cry from the dignified figure he had once been. Naturally, he had never anticipated that the individual he had elevated so highly could genuinely breach his ultimate defense. While it was true that he had utilized technique to break through, it was still enough to earn his respect. With only near-war god-level physical attributes and mental force, Xian had unleashed an attack rivaling that of a planetary warrior. He surmised that even a king-tier beast would have been pierced by that blow. After all, if even a second-tier planetary warrior utilizing rudimentary domain power could find himself in such a predicament, a king-tier beast lacking any domain capability, merely possessing the physique of a planetary warrior, would undoubtedly lack such defensive prowess. The reason the longsword had merely knocked Lan back without inflicting injury lay in its excessively fragile material, incapable of sustaining the weight of a planetary-level attack. At this moment, upon hearing the words of Elder Lan, Xian could not help but scratch the back of his head with a sheepish grin. He hadn't given it much thought earlier. He had been desperately channeling the psychic energy from his mind and the genetic primal energy stored within his body to find an opportunity to breach Elder Lawn's defenses. However, he was utterly astonished to discover that his recently developed silky combination attack had indeed shattered Elder Lawn's defenses and inflicted considerable damage, even tearing his clothing. Xuan felt a pang of embarrassment. After a brief complaint, Elder Lawn dismissed the incident, recognizing that it was merely a matter of clothing. In comparison to the extraordinary gem of potential standing before him, such trivialities were inconsequential. When he first observed Xuan's talent, he had already resolved to take him as a disciple, intending to impart all of his insights and wisdom. Indeed, even if Xuan had not breached his defenses as per their wager, he would have still endeavored to persuade the higher-ups, especially after Xuan had genuinely broken through. His resolve to protect this prodigy intensified. He vowed to act as Xuan's guardian until the young man matured, ensuring that such an exceptional talent would not be extinguished by the attacks of foreign nations or monstrous beings. This was the first time in his life that he had truly witnessed a glimmer of hope, a hope potent enough to lift humanity from the depths of darkness. It was the dawn of a new era. Yet, Xuan remained oblivious to Elder Lawn's rapid contemplation within those fleeting seconds. His focus was instead on the earlier wager. The prospect of boundless resources and endless wealth thrilled him immensely. If he truly acquired such resources, would he not soar to unprecedented heights? He envisioned himself striking down planetary warriors and kicking the Beast King of the North Sea, spiraling upward in joyous triumph. However, he quickly reminded himself that such fanciful notions were mere daydreams. If success relied solely on resources, what need would there be for genius? Moreover, the greatest threat he should be wary of was not the gods of war from other nations or the Sea Beast King, but rather the colossal, golden-horned beast that lay dormant, ready to awaken. That creature was the true adversary Xuan needed to guard against. As for the extraterrestrial visitors set to arrive on Earth in a few years, they posed no concern. He would simply send them packing back to their home worlds. All right, Xuan, reign in your fantasies. At your age, you ought to focus on your training. With your innate talent, diligent cultivation, and continuous improvement should be your priority. To be sidetracked by mundane matters would be a sheer waste. Elder Lawn's words jolted Xuan from his reverie. Embarasit, Xuan chuckled nervously, realizing he had forgotten about Elder Lawn's presence. This was a recurring flaw of his, and to have displayed such folly in front of his mentor was truly mortifying. If you have no objections, I shall guide your training henceforth. You need not attend the Extreme Martial Arts Academy for training. I will ensure that all arrangements are made here. Furthermore, I will safeguard your personal safety. Rest assured. Yes, Xuan replied, taken aback by the fact that the nation would assign a planetary-level warrior as his mentor, along with personal protection. The extent of a nation's investment in him exceeded his wildest expectations. By the way, Elder Lawn, about that wager you mentioned earlier, Xuan hesitated, a hint of shyness creeping into his voice as he gestured with his finger, subtly reminding Elder Lawn. His eyes, however, betrayed his keen interest in the stakes involved. Elder Lawn chuckled at the eager expression on his face. Ha ha, you little rascal are still fixated on those resources. Do you have any idea how many people were astonished by the talent you displayed in our wager? I suspect that soon many will be dispatched to deliver cultivation resources directly to you. Xuan was momentarily taken aback by Elder Lawn's words, but a glance to the side made him comprehend the implications. After all, they were at the headquarters of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, even within this training ground. Both he and Elder Lawn were under constant surveillance from the cameras in the corners. Naturally, the entire process of his wager with Elder Lawn had been observed by many. Realizing this, Xuan nodded, acknowledging his understanding. However, just as he did, he was struck by another realization. Did that mean the expression of his yearning for wealth, along with his foolish demeanor, had been recorded in its entirety? Oh no, Xuan felt a wave of panic wash over him. His reputation, his status as a genius, would they be tarnished by this video if it were to be made public? In a few years, when he became a world-class powerhouse, would everyone remember this embarrassing moment? What was idle image? Xuan stood frozen, aghast. For the sake of a trivial wager, was he truly risking his entire future? No, that simply cannot be allowed. With determination, he turned his gaze towards the surveillance camera, slowly shaking his head with utmost seriousness. Even more so than during the wager, an unspoken threat lurking in his expression. Chapter 26. A Storm is Brewing. As Xuan and Elder Lawn exited the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, a commotion erupted among the high-ranking officials at the headquarters and various regional bases. What? Say that again? accompanied by incredulous shouts. The sound of a desk shattering echoed as a towering figure sprang up from behind the ruined furniture, directing an intense glare towards the subordinate at the door. Yes, Mr. Xuan, classified as a top-secret file, has revealed significant information during his recent spar with Elder Lon just 5 minutes ago, after completing the cultivation of genetic primal energy and becoming a high-level warrior. Within just 7 days, his physical attributes have reached the level of a war god, and he seems to have initially grasped the power of domains. Domains? Are you jesting with me? Are you saying that a mere 18-year-old child has, in the span of mere days, advanced from a high-level soldier to a high-level warrior, and then from a high-level warrior to the threshold of a war god, and even touched upon the level of my elder brother? The imposing figure's muscles heaved with each breath, but what stood out most was his bald head, gleaming under the lights. Do you truly wish to hear what you are saying? The subordinate stammered, flustered, despite the overwhelming pressure from the imposing figure. He gritted his teeth and continued. I am absolutely certain, Director. Multiple personnel have thoroughly verified various pieces of information regarding Mr. Xuan, all of which have been confirmed. Furthermore, Mr. Lon Ran, who was severely injured and retired decades ago, has returned today, having broken through to the planetary level, and what? Is he also touching upon domains? The man inquired. Yes, Director, though he has not fully mastered it yet, he has indeed made a preliminary comprehension. The bald man was momentarily taken aback. After the subordinate finished reporting, the towering figure took a deep breath, controlling his trembling body as he slowly sat down. He retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, took a drag, and gradually regained his composure. The subordinate standing nearby remained quietly in place, wary of making any noise that might disrupt the contemplation of the formidable figure before him. After a brief half-minute, the bald, muscular man seated on the conference room chair finally spoke. All right, I understand. You may leave now. Yes. The subordinate, relieved at the prospect of departure, promptly acknowledged and hurriedly turned to exit, not daring to look back. He had no desire to linger in this place for even a second longer. Despite being a warrior of godlike caliber, the overwhelming pressure emanating from the world's second strongest individual was far beyond what he could bear. Once the subordinate had departed, the imposing figure in the office extinguished the cigarette he held between his fingers, discarding it into the ashtray that had fallen to the ground due to the shattered table. After a moment of calm, he retrieved the communicator and began dialing a number, which was quickly answered. Hello, second brother. What urgent matter prompts the world-renowned Thunder God to call me? Came a steady voice from the other end. Hurry and speak. I am currently dealing with the remnants of the plague here in the old world. Elder brother, do not concern yourself with that for now. I will have those old geezers from the War God Palace take over. A monumental event has occurred. You must return at once. The bald and brawny man, known as the Thunder God, spoke rapidly. Understood. I will return immediately, replied the voice on the other end, not wasting a moment. Following this, a deafening sonic boom reverberated through the line before the Thunder God hung up. His silver-hued eyes turned to the large monitor mounted on the office wall, which displayed a live feed of Xuan and Elder Lon at the Extreme Martial Arts Hall during the entire betting process. After a considerable pause, the Thunder God slowly closed his eyes, murmuring, a once-in-a-lifetime genius? Subsequently, a smile graced his lips, and he opened his eyes wide, striding purposefully towards the door. Meanwhile, in a grand high-rise building, several figures were seated in a conference room, gazing at the virtual images on the table, engaging in fluent conversation. Wooing, are you implying that this individual not only rejected our collaboration proposal, but also went to the Extreme Martial Arts Hall to become the inspector of Yangzhou City in Jiangnan Base? A voice tinged with darkness and a hint of anger echoed through the room, prompting the others to look in that direction. Apologies, Chief. I was not thorough in my explanation. It is not that he outright rejected our proposal. Rather, our envoy attempting to convey it was intercepted before reaching him by the people of Jiangnan Base, one figure meekly replied. He had personally taken charge of this matter, and now that it had escalated so significantly, he could not evade responsibility. Thus, this fellow indeed rejected our collaboration. He rises like a new star, and despite our covert efforts, we were unable to impede his progress. If we do not act promptly, it may hinder our future endeavors. Another voice interjected, seamlessly continuing the conversation. Humph, regardless of the reasons or his extraordinary talents, if he cannot serve our alliance, we should seize an opportunity to eliminate him swiftly to prevent him from obstructing us in the future. Ensure it is done cleanly and without leaving any traces. The figure seated at the head of the table cast a disdainful glance at the others before speaking. Understood, Chairman. In that moment, the world experienced a tumult of activity. with various actions unfolding across the globe. Yet, the architect of this chain reaction was comfortably seated at a dining table, savoring the exquisite delicacies laid before him. These delectable dishes had been sent by warriors commissioned by the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, featuring rare and precious ingredients rarely seen on the market, each priced in the millions, with the highest grade offerings even sourced from royal-level beasts. During this lavish feast, even the essence of royal-level monsters was present, prompting Xuan to marvel at the generosity of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. However, given his current physique had reached the god level of warriors, ordinary delicacies could no longer provide him with any tangible enhancement. Beside him, Elder Lon also took advantage of Xuan's bounty, nibbling on the flesh of the royal-level monster while quietly contemplating martial techniques. At that moment, as Xuan was thoroughly enjoying his meal, a notification sound emanated from his phone. He paused his actions, glanced at the device, and could not help but exclaim, "Good heavens!" Chapter 27. The War God Palace. "Good heavens!" Xuan exclaimed, staring at the message on his phone, astonished. Elder Lon, still focused on his studies, looked curiously at Xuan, wondering what could elicit such surprise from the young man. "Just now, Instructor Wu Tong sent me a message stating that my application to the elite training camp has been approved, and they will be sending someone to pick me up shortly." Xuan relayed to Elder Lon. Elder Lon raised an eyebrow in response. "I did not expect their response to be so swift. You only revealed your strength yesterday, and they noticed you so quickly?" Elder Lon, "I can't shake the feeling that this sudden approval is not entirely fortuitous. Why was my application consistently denied until today?" Yuan Musit Alud. Elder Lon chuckled. "Do not be too modest, young man. With your current strength, unless those folks have also grasped the threshold of the laws at the god level or directly broken through to planetary level, attempting to take action against you would be a laughable endeavor." "True. However, Elder Lon, should I even go to this elite training camp? It feels like it would serve little purpose. If the martial arts hall can directly provide me with resources and you can teach me techniques, what is the point of attending the camp?" Xuan inquired. "Ha ha, you young rascal. The initial intention behind your application to the elite training camp was indeed to facilitate your rapid advancement. Yet, as you know, it may not make much difference now. The current purpose of sending you there is to expose you to the world and amplify your reputation. The elite training camp is a gathering of exceptional talents, and if you manage to excel there, any other factions attempting to target you would be courting disaster, as they would face the wrath of the War God Palace's council-level experts." Elder Lon explained. "Is it truly that terrifying? So, if I secure the top position in the elite training camp, I will be under the protection of the War God Palace's council?" Xuan was taken aback, unaware that joining the elite training camp would grant him such privileges. "Of course, whether you decide to go or not is entirely up to you. Even without the protection of those old geezers, I can ensure your safety. Regardless of the training camp's resources, we at Hanxia can still cultivate you to greatness." Audolan Gonfiden Asut. In an instant, Xuan felt an overwhelming sense of security. What could possibly be more exhilarating than clinging to a powerful ally? This was a promise from a planetary-level powerhouse who had comprehended the forces of the laws. Of course, he had to seize this opportunity. How could he not? To decline would be to squander the hard work of those leaders. Not only did he intend to enter this elite training camp, but he was also determined to elevate the reputation of the Hanxia people. Clenching his fists, Xuan resolutely declared, "Even if it's for the resources, I must go." It is rumored that even the resources allocated to ordinary students in the elite training camp are the highest caliber. If I can secure first place, wouldn't that save Hanxia a substantial portion of its cultivation funds? Naturally, enhancing his own strength remained paramount. He had yet to fully master the techniques related to power amplification, but if he could completely grasp them within the elite training camp, it would justify the journey. Moreover, the most significant advantage was that once he joined the elite training camp, all techniques would be made available to him free of charge. With sufficient innate talent, he would be able to acquire the entire set of the ninefold Thunderblade without cost. What a bargain. "Well, since you wish to go, I suppose I'll accompany you this time. It has been quite a while since I last saw those youngsters in the training camp, and I can keep an eye on you," Elder Lon said, rising and stretching. "There is no need, Elder Lon. Once I enter the elite training camp, you can observe from the shadows. If you're beside me, how can I freely contend with those prodigies in the camp?" Xuan replied, grinning slyly. "Huh, then do as you wish. If you encounter anyone you cannot handle, I will take care of them for you." "Yes, thank you, Elder Lon." At this moment, within a magnificent and opulent mega palace, imposing figures were gathered around a conference table. "Thunder God, what urgent matter has summoned us all back?" inquired a middle-aged man with a prominent scar on his face, addressing the bald man beside the main seat. Just a moment. Let us wait for my brother to arrive before discussing this. Thunder God gestured for the middle-aged man to hold on. The others exchanged glances, already forming their own speculations. After a few quiet moments, a robust man clad in black pushed open the conference room door. He exchanged a nod with Thunder God and took a seat at the head of the table. The moment the black-clad figure entered, all attendees fell silent, awaiting his words. Each of them, at least a planetary-level powerhouse, dared not meet his gaze under the weight of his presence. This black-clad man was none other than the universally acknowledged strongest being on Earth, the first counselor of the War God Palace, and the founder of the extreme martial arts school, Hong. Brother. Thunder God was the first to speak. Yes, Thunder God, please wait. There is a matter I need to address first. Hong's oppressive gaze swept over all the counselors, instilling a palpable pressure that left everyone trembling, devoid of any thoughts of resistance. I trust you all remember the founding principles of the War God Palace. Since I proposed its establishment, we have welcomed 3 chairpersons and 52 counselors, resulting in the emergence of 1,000 war god-level martial artists. I would like to express my gratitude for your efforts, but as Hong spoke, his tone suddenly shifted, turning icy, with a murderous intent flickering in his eyes. Today, I received alarming news. A group of individuals, at least intermediate war gods, stealthily infiltrated our Hanxia territory while I was addressing the plague in the old world. Upon interrogation, it was revealed that this was a coordinated assassination attempt against a rising talent from Hanxia. What is even more absurd is that the orchestrator of this assassination was one of our own counselors from the War God Palace. As he spoke, Hong's gaze hardened, and a terrifying aura enveloped the entire conference room. Many counselors felt their hearts race under the weight of his killing intent. Among them, a seemingly inconspicuous counselor trembled, unable to raise his head, his breath becoming labored. Chapter 28. The Fury of Hong. How is it possible that just 10 years have passed, and you have forgotten the incident with Yuan? Was the impression it left not deep enough? Hearing Hong's chilling words, many counselors turned pale. The Yuan incident referred to the time when Hong, in a fit of rage, killed a counselor-level powerhouse named Yuan. This event had shocked countless counselors and warriors, marking the first time the world's strongest, Hong, had executed a planetary-level powerhouse in such anger, entangling many warriors in the aftermath. Most of the older counselors present were aware of this incident, and now Hong had brought it up because of the recent assassination attempt. Everyone was taken aback. Did this mean another counselor would fall today? However, it was evident that despite Hong's icy demeanor, he did not genuinely intend to take action. Thunder God and I have gathered you here to ensure that you, the elite, can unite to confront the ongoing chaos and calamities, not to allow you to abuse the power you hold. Unity, you must remember that word. Otherwise, the battle for survival between humanity and the beasts may very well conclude with our annihilation. Not only are those beasts in the seas stirring restlessly, but we must also remain vigilant against extraterrestrial visitors. Humanity is at a critical juncture of life and death, and you do not seem to grasp that yet. As he spoke, Hong stood up, casting his gaze toward a certain figure trembling in the corner. This situation today is meant to awaken you all before tragedy strikes. If, after my warning, anyone continues to be obstinate, do not blame me for the reenactment of the Yuan incident. Retracting his aura and nodding at Thunder God, I would also like to remind everyone that Earth belongs to humanity, and the War God Palace is for all of humanity. Should anyone dare to misuse their authority for petty schemes, I assure you, I am not as forgiving as my brother. Let this be your final warning. I have not hesitated to eliminate counselors in the past. After Hong finished speaking, Thunder God cast a piercing glance over several counselors, then spoke in a gentle tone. Though everyone could sense the underlying menace in his words, no one dared to question Hong and Thunder God's words, for they were truly capable of following through on their threats. If anyone dared to dismiss their warnings, they would be met with a tempestuous reckoning. Yes, we shall abide by the principles of the War God Palace. The assembly replied in unison. Now, let us address the specific reason for today's gathering. Please direct your attention to the screen, Thunder God said, gesturing toward a member of the War God Palace beside him. As Thunder God's voice faded, all eyes turned toward the enormous projection screen, nearly 1,000 inches wide. What appeared on it was the footage of the wager between Yi Xian and Lan Ran. Ice Blade Lan Ran, hadn't he long since suffered severe injuries and retreated from the limelight? It is truly astonishing to discover that he is still alive. An astute member of the assembly immediately recognized the identity of the elderly figure displayed on the screen and spoke up. Moreover, if my memory serves me correctly, He had already attained the level of an invincible war god before his withdrawal, and now, to see him so actively engaged, it is likely he has transcended to an even higher realm. Another assembly member chimed in. At this moment, while other members expressed their astonishment at the return of Ice Blade Lan Ran, the individual seated in the principal position, Hong, had his gaze firmly fixed on the still, somewhat youthful figure of the young man. As the scene shifted, the young man on the screen charged directly at the elder before him, his hand blade, infused with all his strength, enveloped in a layer of glistening white mist, came to a halt just before the elder. This layer of white mist appears somewhat familiar to Wu Sheng. Could it be the sword technique you created, Miss Sword? A voice remarked with surprise. Many in attendance turned their attention to the slender figure sitting beside the 5 prominent speakers. Indeed, it seems to be true. Wu Sheng, the assembly member, scrutinized the paused image before him and could not help but widen his eyes in astonishment. As the originator of Miss Sword, he understood better than anyone the exceptional talent required to master it, especially when applied to the body as demonstrated by the young man before him. This represents a manifestation of guiding the cosmic energy stored within one's cellular structure, a hallmark of planetary-level warriors. Could it be that this seemingly 17 or 18-year-old youth has already reached the same level as us at such a young age? An assembly member questioned incredulously. Yet, Wu Sheng shook his head, explaining, not quite. He has merely comprehended Mist Sword and applied it to his physical form. Nonetheless, this young fellow's talent is indeed remarkable. Achieving such an understanding at his age, something I could not accomplish until I reached planetary level. Many were initially taken aback by the previous member's words. But under Wu Sheng's elucidation, they gradually exhaled in relief. After all, if such a fledgling, who had only recently embarked on the path of a warrior, were to reach their level, it would render their entire lives seemingly futile. However, it appears that his physical prowess has already attained the level of a war god. Wu Sheng's voice resonated once more. What? As the assembly members expressed their astonishment, the paused image began to play anew, compelling them to set aside their surprise and refocus on the screen. They beheld the young man, having failed in his initial strike, revealing his right hand, which firmly gripped a pure white longsword. Indeed, Wu Sheng, this lad is truly a swordsmanship prodigy. Hush, let's observe quietly. An assembly member beside Wu Sheng attempted to interject, but was interrupted by Wu Sheng's furrowed brow. Yet, the moment Wu Sheng's gaze returned to the screen, the entire assembly was struck by shock. Lo and behold, the longsword that the young man had previously held now floated serenely before him, and in an instant, over 200 phantoms of long swords materialized beside him. A mentalist. This revelation not only startled Wu Sheng, but also prompted a chorus of exclamations from the assembly members gathered around the conference table. Meanwhile, Hong, who had been quietly fixated on the screen, allowed the corners of his mouth to rise slightly, revealing a smile. What could be more gratifying than the emergence of an extraordinary talent on the brink of ascendance? Chapter 29. Confronting the Universe. This young lad has truly mastered your sword technique, demonstrating remarkable finesse by employing mental prowess to execute Miss Sword, manifesting over 200 sword phantoms in a single stroke. This is even more astonishing than your initial attempts. The assembly member seated beside Wu Sheng remarked, shaking his arm. At this moment, however, Wu Sheng paid no heed to the individual beside him, concentrating solely on the sword phantoms. Something felt amiss. As Wu Sheng muttered to himself, the screen transitioned once more, revealing that the 200 sword phantoms, upon formation, simultaneously surged toward the smiling Lan Ran standing still. Yet, no matter how the phantoms attacked, they could not breach Lan Ran's defenses. An invisible force steadfastly shielded him, preventing the sword phantoms from advancing an inch further. Incredible. A planetary-level warrior of the second tier. And yet, this old man is indeed hiding his true depth. Were it not for today's video, I would have remained oblivious to the existence of a planetary-level powerhouse on Earth who has touched upon the laws. Laws? This fellow has only reached the second tier of planetary level, yet he has already grasped this level. Having touched upon the threshold of the laws and successfully unleashed them, there are scarcely a few in our war god palace who have achieved this. And he is likely not far from comprehending his own domain. As several assembly members engaged in discussion, an event unfolded that left everyone in attendance astounded. The youth manipulating 200 sword phantoms now displayed a faint smile, and the 200 sword phantoms attacking Lan Ran suddenly transformed, doubling to 400. What a remarkable young man. I knew it. 400 sword phantoms. He has cultivated Miss Sword to great perfection, only a step away from mastery. Wu Sheng exclaimed, slapping his thigh in excitement. However, Immediately after his exclamation, the assembly member beside him shot him a resentful look, silently beseeching. Please, next time, slap your own thigh. Will you? Wu Sheng. At this moment, both Hong and Thunder God, observing the unfolding scene, suddenly furrowed their brows. Their expressions revealing uncertainty as though they had sensed something amiss. The screen displayed the 400 sword phantoms becoming increasingly ethereal, while the longsword suspended before the youth shot forward at near supersonic speed. In an instant, the 400 sword phantoms transformed into streaks of flowing light, merging into the very essence of the longsword. Swish! A sound akin to the tearing of space echoed, as the pure, white longsword soared forth. Faint, grayish streams of light began to shimmer along the blade, gradually coalescing at the tip. With a soft whoosh, the longsword pierced through Lon Ranswater laws, propelling him backward in disbelief. The longsword, unable to withstand the immense power surging within, erupted into a cloud of dust upon contact with Lon Rant's body. Swish! Bang! In that fleeting moment, numerous assembly members, including Hong, rose from their seats, their gazes filled with astonishment as they beheld the unfolding spectacle. Many others remained frozen in place, replaying the scene they had just witnessed in their minds. Rewind. Hong, with a solemn expression, instructed the members of the War God Palace beside him. The footage on the screen began to rewind frame by frame. Stop. As it reversed to a certain moment, Hong and Thunder God spoke in unison, exchanging glances before directing their attention back to the screen. The assembly members, too, fixated their gazes on the footage, with not a single one daring to utter a word. Having already been informed of the news, Thor was the first to speak. I trust you all have grasped the essence of what I am about to convey. Indeed, this is a form of law, albeit distinct from the laws that govern my brother and myself. Let us refer to it as an alternative law. What I am about to disclose will undoubtedly challenge your perceptions of the world. As he spoke, the assembled legislators turned their attention to him, fully aware of the significance of the forthcoming revelation. Thor directed his gaze towards Hong, who nodded in affirmation, prompting Thor to continue. Just a few days ago, we intercepted a message from an unknown ancient relic, possibly left by an extraterrestrial civilization that once visited our planet. It conveys that within the cosmos, and indeed within our galaxy, there exists not just our Earth as a life-sustaining planet, but countless others, millions in fact. While the specifics remain elusive, it is clear that we are not alone in our civilization. As his words resonated, many listeners widened their eyes in astonishment, while others nodded in acknowledgement of the implications. The information regarding laws was also inscribed within the remnants of this civilization. A total of 10 laws exist in the universe. Generally, these laws can only be initially comprehended at the stellar level, meaning those who wield the power of the laws at the planetary level are nothing short of prodigies. Yet, even among the vastness of the cosmos, such talent is merely a flicker of potential. Thor's tone grew increasingly fervent. Among the billions of life forms within this galaxy, those capable of mastering domains and successfully grasping the laws at the planetary level number fewer than a handful. After delivering this statement, Thor paused, granting the audience a few moments to digest the information presented. At this juncture, Hong nodded, closed his eyes, and began to contemplate. A few minutes later, the assembly ceased their discussions, and Hong opened his eyes, turning to Thor to inquire, might there have been any mention of interplanetary warfare? Thor, seemingly anticipating Hong's question, replied directly, no, it merely states that there exist certain regulations among the planets. Warfare cannot be initiated by either side before a clear action is taken. And within this information, a term was explicitly mentioned, report. To whom should we report? Hong's inquiry hinted at an understanding, yet Thor shook his head in uncertainty. In light of the information shared, I must stress that even within this vast galaxy, the beings capable of mastering laws at the planetary level are exceedingly rare. Yet here, on our Earth, we have witnessed the emergence of a genius who has attained the power of the laws even before reaching the planetary level. Surely, you comprehend the profound implications of this genius, do you not? Thor's gaze swept across the assembly of legislators once more. Chapter 30, Discrimination by Skin Color. I believe you all grasp the significance of my words. I hope that, upon learning this, you can set aside any previous misgivings. As my brother has stated, our Earth stands on the precipice of peril. We may soon attract the attention of wandering powerhouses from the cosmos. Fortunately, we have been privy to this information, allowing us to prepare in advance against extraterrestrial threats. After Thor concluded his remarks, he fell silent, ceding the floor to Hong. Given our Earth's current strength, do you perceive our fewer than 100 planetary-level warriors as formidable? Hong's gaze swept over the assembly. A flicker of uncertainty surfaced in many minds. Wasn't it just established how exceptional Hong's talents are, ranking among the top 5 in the galaxy? How can this be? Hong discerned their unvoiced thoughts, and with a forceful slap upon the table, he declared, "Allow me to elucidate. The so-called planetary-level warriors who can easily slay king-level beasts are, in the grand scheme of the universe, merely at the very bottom. Even the wanderers of the cosmos are stellar level." Upon hearing this, the assembly gasped in disbelief, casting incredulous glances at Hong. Yet, upon witnessing his grave demeanor, they recognized the veracity of his words. As the pinnacle of Earth's elite, their prowess far exceeded that of the average individual. Yet they found it difficult to fathom that their strength would scarcely suffice to guard the gates of the universe. Dear colleagues, I implore you to remember Thor's words. Now that we have been forewarned, we hold the initiative. Before the day arrives when extraterrestrial beings set foot on Earth, we must fortify our defenses. Otherwise, our human civilization may not only perish at the hands of these beasts, but could also face extinction at the hands of these foreign entities. I urge you not to harbor any delusions. Each of you is an elite of our human civilization. Let us unite to fight for Earth. From this day forth, Thor and I shall immerse ourselves in rigorous training to reach stellar level as swiftly as possible, and I expect the same from all of you. Hong's gaze shifted to the youthful figure displayed on the screen. As for this young one, I must insist that no one interferes with their natural growth. Let them develop at their own pace. Forcing growth is detrimental. Furthermore, I have previously stated that should anyone dare to covertly undermine or attempt to harm Earth civilization, Thor, the other 3 council members, and I shall show no mercy. Indeed, as the strongest defenders of Earth convened for a series of discussions, Xuan was already boarding an aircraft destined for the elite training camp. In this world, Xuan had always been a solitary orphan, thus free from any burdens. His primary objective was to continuously enhance his strength in this perilous realm. Within the aircraft, the pilot, Lan Ran, suddenly received a message. She opened the aircraft's smart panel, and lines of text gradually appeared. After perusing the information, Lan Ran fell silent for a moment, then quietly closed the panel while Xuan remained oblivious. Although Xuan perceived no change in her demeanor, Lan Ran's brow furrowed slightly. Before long, Lan Ran arrived at the entrance of the elite training camp with Xuan. Several figures stood waiting at the grand entrance. As Xuan leaped from the aircraft, he was awestruck by the sheer magnificence of the building. He had not anticipated that such a training camp would boast architecture as grand and imposing as a palace. Metallic walkways interconnected the towering structures, and the advanced technology on display captivated Xuan. "Are you Mr. Xuan?" A courteous gentleman approached as Xuan gazed at the edifice, bowing slightly while extending his hand in greeting. Xuan shook his hand and nodded, replying, "I am. Please follow me. I will guide you through the various aspects of the elite training camp." With that, Xuan followed him into the building, while Lan Ran cast a glance at Xuan before stepping aside. A group of individuals ambled through the premises, and soon Xuan was escorted into the grand hall of the building. In the most conspicuous position of this hall stood a colossal screen, large enough to engulf the entire first floor, upon which the names of all the students in the elite training camp were displayed. "Mr. Xuan, as you have only just arrived at the elite training camp today, your name is not yet included in this ranking. After you complete your first trial in the trial tower, your name will be added according to your performance," the man explained to Xuan. "Furthermore, your ranking will determine the allocation of resources provided to you by the training camp. A higher rank will yield greater rewards. Should your performance in the trial tower meet the standards of the elite training camp, they will devise a contract tailored to your highest achievements." Xuan listened intently, nodding occasionally. He was generally aware of these regulations, yet what he valued most were 2 things: dragon blood and secret manuals. Within this elite training camp, only these 2 resources could swiftly enhance his power. As for other resources, he could procure them on his own. The man who had led Xuan inside suddenly turned, lowering his voice to a conspiratorial whisper, audible only to the 2 of them. "Allow me to remind you, many of the prodigies from other nations here harbor prejudiced views regarding skin color. Should you encounter them, pay no heed to their words. Simply focus on your own endeavors. This is my advice to you as a Hanxia person." Upon hearing this, Xuan glanced towards a group of Caucasians congregated in the hall, their gazes fixed upon him, each reflecting a shared, disdainful sentiment. "Ah, I see. Thank you for your counsel," Xuan said, patting the man on the shoulder before leisurely making his way to his training area. Before departing, he discreetly committed the appearances of those Caucasians to memory and couldn't help but smirk. How audacious to flaunt their ignorance before him. Chapter 31. Ninefold Thunderblade. On his very first day at the elite training camp, Xuan received numerous visitors, some well-meaning, others with ulterior motives. To this, he merely smiled and moved on. After all, they were merely a group of individuals who had yet to attain planetary rank. Should anyone dare to make a move against him, he had ample means to make them vanish without a trace, given that his mental prowess surpassed his physical capabilities by 2 tiers. Xuan's mental strength had already ascended to the level of a high-ranking war god. Furthermore, with the enhancement of his innate laws and genetic potential, he could even reach planetary status. Thus, Xuan felt quite confident. At least within this camp, few could pose a threat to him, and his primary objective was to elevate his power levels. However, it was unfortunate that while he had trained in swordsmanship and the manipulation of mental energy, he had yet to delve into the nuances of power amplification. Nonetheless, he remained unfazed. At that moment, Xuan sat in his room, awaiting the arrival of the secret manuals. As anticipated, just as he was enjoying his afternoon tea, a knock echoed at the door. Peering through the surveillance, he raised an eyebrow and quickly opened the door to reveal the elderly Blue, who had departed earlier. "Why, Elder Blue, must you personally retrieve just a set of manuals?" Xuan asked as he ushered the elder into his room, where they settled beside a small table. After pouring a cup of tea, he inquired. Elder Blue shook his head, cradling the teacup and blowing gently on its surface. "Ah, this is the complete set of the Ninefold Thunderblade. Even I would have to part with at least 500 billion to acquire it. Do you think it's as cheap as cabbage?" He continued, "However, there is one more thing. For the foreseeable future, I may not be able to stay by your side." Xuan detected a hint of something amiss in Elder Blue's words. "Elder Blue, what do you mean?" "Just now, I received a message from the War God Palace, instructing me to return immediately due to an urgent matter that requires my presence. I am uncertain of the specifics, but it is clear that the video of our wager has reached their hands. Furthermore, it seems the War God Palace has encountered something significant. I must return to restore order, which means my leisurely retirement has come to an abrupt end. After I depart, the War God Palace will assign someone to assist you with your training. Feel free to express any request to them. They will surely comply," Elder Blue said, casting a knowing smile at Xuan. "You must work hard, my young friend, and not disappoint their expectations. By the way, Hong asked me to convey a message to you." As Xuan sipped his tea, he nearly choked upon hearing that name. "Hong, the world as strongest? I can't believe he would send me a personal message." Wiping the spilled tea from the table, Xuan asked, "What did he say?" "Oh, it was nothing much. Just to manage your training schedule at the elite training camp, and to remember to register at the War God Palace once you have fully enhanced your power. That is all." Xuan was taken aback. It was not quite what he had imagined. Was that all he had to say? It seemed to be to prevent undue pressure on you. "Well then, my young lad, I must take my leave. Dive into the Ninefold Thunderblade on your own. Given your talent, it should pose no challenge for you. Should you encounter any difficulties, simply consult the instructor sent by the War God Palace for guidance." With that, Elder Blue drained his cup and waved goodbye as he exited the room. Xuan rose to see him off. "Until we meet again, Elder Blue." Once Elder Blue had departed, Xuan turned his attention to the large container resting on the table. Without hesitation, he retrieved the Ninefold Thunderblade manuals, a total of 9 volumes, each corresponding to the 9 levels of the technique. Ding! Studying the first level of the Ninefold Thunderblade requires 50 source points. Would you like to proceed? As Xuan opened the manuals, the system prompt resonated in his mind. "Wait, how much?" Xuan was momentarily stunned, stuttering as he queried. Ding! Studying the first level of the Ninefold Thunderblade requires 50 source points. Would you like to proceed? 50 source points. Only for the first level? Xuan stood frozen, astonished. When he studied the final level of the Mist Sword, it only required a mere 200 source points. If the first level of a Ninefold Thunderblade demanded 50 source points, what would the 8th and 9th levels require? Xuan couldn't help but feel a shiver run down his spine. Ding! Based on your comprehension of sword law, the source point value required to study the final tier of the Mist Sword has been reduced from 2,000 points to merely 200 points. Conversely, the host of a Ninefold Thunderblade possesses no innate enhancements and will thus study it at its original cost. May I inquire if the host wishes to expend 50 source points to study the first tier of the Ninefold Thunderblade? Just as Xuan found himself perplexed, the system's explanation resonated within his mind. It turns out that the talent enhancement from the sword law can indeed lower the source point expenditure needed to study the manuals. Xuan nodded, seemingly accepting this clarification, and with a mere thought, he beheld the dwindling quantity of source points remaining to him. How fortuitous! He had precisely 50 source points left. Thus, what was there to deliberate? He resolved to study it. After uttering his decision, Yixian let out a deep sigh. He had never anticipated that his remaining source points could directly elevate the ninefold Thunderblade to its maximum level. However, he was also unprepared for the fact that 50 source points would barely suffice to complete the study of the first tier, which was rather difficult for him to come to terms with. Yet, at the very moment the source points vanished from the panel, a peculiar sensation surged through Yixian's body, akin to suddenly unshackling the meridians, rendering his physique remarkably lighter, as if the chains that had bound him were finally released. He could distinctly perceive a significant enhancement in his control over his muscles, an astonishing transformation that stemmed solely from mastering the first tier of the ninefold Thunderblade. When Yixian clenched his fist, with just a flicker of thought, the techniques of exertion naturally unfolded in his mind. Under the augmentation of this exertion technique, the limit of power he could now unleash had increased by an impressive 40. What a terrifying amplification. At this moment, having genuinely experienced the formidable enhancement of the ninefold Thunderblade, Yixian gradually comprehended why such a substantial source point investment was necessary for the first tier. In comparison to the easily obtainable 50 source points, studying the first tier of the ninefold Thunderblade was evidently a far more worthwhile endeavor. Chapter 32. Xuan. The ninefold Thunderblade is indeed an essential manual for newcomers, although this set of techniques may not serve me much purpose. The exertion techniques contained within are sufficient for my use for quite some time. After swiftly familiarizing himself with the ninefold Thunderblade, Yixian began to peruse the second tier. The difficulty of the second tier of a ninefold Thunderblade, even for someone of Yixian's talent, would require 3 days to grasp the basics, and to fully master it, he would need at least a week to start. Although the Celestial Treasure Master had fused fragments of his sword Dao and insights with Yixian's soul, the greatest enhancement for Yixian was primarily in the realm of swordsmanship. In other areas, such as comprehension of laws, he was only slightly more gifted than the average person. Thus, Yixian could be regarded as an extraordinary genius, yet he was also comparable to many commonplace talents. In the later stages, the true geniuses would compete based on their innate understanding of the laws. The stronger the talent, the higher the potential limit. Therefore, without utilizing the sword law, the gap between Yixian and formidable beings, such as Hong and the Thunder God, would be quite vast. After all, how many beings across the universe could even comprehend planetary-level insights, as if it were child's play? Currently, Yixian's greatest reliance lay in the dual cultivation of martial prowess and his understanding of the sword Dao. The ninefold Thunderblade may be powerful, but it was merely effective on Earth. Not to mention, the exertion techniques of Earth are utterly trivial compared to those of advanced civilizations in the cosmos. Furthermore, the ninefold Thunderblade's limit caps at a sevenfold amplification of strength, beyond which it is entirely unfeasible. Thus, once Yixian stepped out of the novice village, the ninefold Thunderblade would become obsolete. It merely served as a transitional technique for him between the apprentice and stellar levels. The road ahead is long. With only the sword as my companion, Yixian quietly set aside the manual for the second tier of the ninefold Thunderblade. The book was not particularly thick, primarily detailing the techniques and insights of training the ninefold Thunderblade, and he completed it in just an hour. He merely wished to gauge how long it would take him to master the ninefold Thunderblade without the system's assistance, and it appeared that his talent was not much different from that of an ordinary genius. Thus, he realized that investing time in studying these manuals was less pragmatic than earning source points. Just as Yixian was about to put away the ninefold Thunderblade, the doorbell rang once more. Has it arrived so soon? Yixian mused, slightly astonished. The moment he opened the door and glanced at the visitor, a terrifying wave of psychic energy erupted from the newcomer, directed towards Yixian. In an instant, Yixian instinctively entered a state of clarity, and the vast psychic force was dispersed the moment it attacked him. Oh, you're also a psychic? Upon recognizing the visitor's appearance, Yixian couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. He had nearly mistaken this individual for those previous white men seeking trouble. Unexpectedly, standing before him was a slender young man with black hair and black eyes, much like himself. May I ask who this brother is? Yixian inquired, intrigued by the lean man, who stood at around 7 meters tall. Is there someone familiar in this elite training camp, especially someone so young, appearing to be in their 20s? Haha, I apologize for the abruptness, brother Yixian. My name is Xuan, and I, too, hail from a Jiangnan Bay City. I was commissioned by Chairman Zhou to look after you in this elite training camp. However, from what I just observed, it appears that Brother Ye's strength does not require my supervision at all. Xuan said with a hint of embarrassment. He had been quite excited upon hearing from Zhou Zhengyong that a newcomer from Jiangnan Bay City had arrived. However, He was taken aback when his probing psychic pressure yielded no effect. I see. This elite training camp truly harbors hidden talents. I am quite astonished by your formidable prowess. Brother Shi, Yi responded after listening to Shi Zhang's explanation. He estimated that had his will not reached the war god level, he might have collapsed from that brief psychic pressure. In truth, Shi Zhang's strength surpassed Yi Xian's expectations significantly. It was hard to fathom how he had elevated his abilities to such a level at such a young age. He was at least of intermediate war god caliber. Shi Zhang was invited into the room by Yi Xian, who then took a seat in the position previously occupied by Old Blue. Brother Yi Xian, although I am here today on Chairman Zhou's behalf, that is merely one reason. Before that, I wish to share some matters with you, Shi Zhang began, reclining in the chair. Yi Xian gestured for him to continue. What I want to convey is that the elite training camp is not as idyllic as you may envision. The so-called sanctuary for martial artists is only a haven for those with exceptional talent and significant backgrounds. Shi Zhang poured himself a cup of tea and began to elaborate. Sharing the same origin, I will not hide it from you, brother. This place, while seemingly resplendent, is rife with intrigue and conflict. According to the elders, when this training camp was first established, it exuded an atmosphere of vigor and ambition. However, ever since various prominent families, alliances, and bases have continuously sent their offspring here, the environment has gradually deteriorated. Yi Xian nodded in agreement, acknowledging Shi Zhang's insights. Even on the very first day, he entered this elite training camp. Numerous individuals seized the opportunity to court and target him. This place is home to roughly 100 people, with many entering and exiting each year, or being eliminated in the process. Consequently, the students here have formed 3 factions. One comprised of foreign students who harbor prejudiced views towards those of us with yellow skin. Another that supports us from Hanxia and the local students, and a neutral faction that refrains from involvement. Despite my ranking among the top 5 on the leaderboard, the foreign students, being numerous and powerful, present a formidable challenge. Even as the highest-ranked student from Hanxia, I find myself at a disadvantage, as the forces behind them occasionally strike against us from the shadows. Nonetheless, we remain steadfast and unyielding, and the situation only escalates. Shi Zhang spoke fervently, his tone charged with emotion, yet his expression remained composed. After finishing his remarks, he turned his gaze towards Yi Xian, his lips twitching slightly. At that moment, Yi Xian appeared engrossed in perusing a manual, seemingly dismissing Shi Zhang's words entirely. Once Shi Zhang concluded, Yi Xian came back to his senses, set the manual aside, and spoke. To be honest, I am not particularly interested in these trivial disputes. I will not be here for long, but I can assure you of one thing. Those arrogant individuals who rely on their high rankings to demean others shall be dealt with by me, one by one. By then, I will likely be ready to leave this place, and what follows will be up to you. This is just a heads up. Chapter 33. Journey to the Trials. I have long heard of Brother Ye's reputation, and today's encounter has certainly met my expectations. However, I must say, Brother Yi, you might be overestimating yourself. While such words may be fitting in my presence, it would be wise to temper your bravado in front of outsiders. Upon hearing Yi Xian's words, Shi Zhang shook his head dismissively. Since learning of Yi Xian's age, he had surmised his character. After all, how could someone enter an elite training camp at such a young age be anything but exceptional? Typically, those labeled as geniuses possess remarkable talent, which often breeds an equally lofty pride, particularly in someone as impassioned as Yi Xian. Thus, Shi Zhang took Yi Xian's bold proclamation lightly, regarding it as the exuberance of a spirited youth. He reminisced about his own entry into the elite training camp, filled with similar fervor, only to be met with the harsh realities that lay ahead. Shi Zhang believed that in due time, this brash youth would come to his senses, as he had yet to experience the trials of the world. What Shi Zhang did not realize was that the so-called arrogance he attributed to Yi Xian was, from Yi Xian's perspective, merely a straightforward expression of truth. Yi Xian possessed a clear understanding of his own capabilities. He was acutely aware of his standing and strength. The words he spoke were grounded in reality, as exaggeration was not in his nature. Noticing Shi Zhang's skepticism, Yi Xian chose not to engage further. In his view, the most foolish endeavor was to attempt to persuade someone who was unlikely to believe you, as it would only reveal your vulnerabilities and paint you as a fool. Seeing Yi Xian's lack of response, Shi Zhang nodded slightly, initially expecting Yi Xian to react with indignation and dismiss him from the room. However, it became apparent that this prodigy, personally designated for his care by the president of the association, was indeed exceptional and exhibited remarkable composure. Had it been the Shi Zhang who first entered the elite training camp, he likely would have reacted impulsively. Observing the manual in Yi Xian's hands, Shi Jiang gained insight into Yi Xian's current level. In simple terms, his physical prowess was extraordinary, yet his technique was still rudimentary. In a foundational training camp, with such physical attributes, Yi Xian would undoubtedly dominate the arena. However, within the elite training camp, the emphasis lay on the mastery of technique, rendering sheer physicality less significant, especially with ample training resources available to enhance one's physical capabilities. Brother Yi, should you encounter any difficulties in this elite training camp, feel free to seek me out at Jiangnan Pavilion. I have spent a few years here and am quite familiar with the surroundings. If there are no pressing matters, I shall take my leave, Shi Jiang stated, rising to head towards the door. Yi Xian pondered briefly before responding. By the way, I do have a matter I would like to consult with you about, Brother Shi. Please, speak freely. Shi Jiang was taken aback. He had only been making polite conversation and was surprised to find Yi Xian genuinely seeking his assistance. Nevertheless, he was willing to help. As he had little to occupy him lately, I wish to inquire about where you typically venture for training in the uninhabited zones, Yi Xian articulated after careful consideration. He had decided to embark on a journey to the uninhabited zones to accumulate some source points, as other than delving into the swordsmanship manual he had created, he found little else to do. The ninefold Thunderblade remained incomprehensible to him, and the gene origin was steadily increasing daily. Given his current level of technique, if he were to attempt the trial tower without employing the Mist Sword, he would likely falter after just a few levels. Why do you ask this? You should be focusing on mastering the ninefold Thunderblade. I noticed you haven't even reached the second level yet. If you cannot achieve a passing rank this semester, you will be eliminated. Shi Jiang was taken aback by Yi Xian's inquiry and quickly urged him to reconsider. He had not anticipated that this seemingly arrogant genius would contemplate an expedition to the uninhabited zones on his very first day in the elite training camp, as there were safer ways to earn points. He genuinely feared that this individual would disregard his advice and act recklessly. If anything were to happen to him in the uninhabited zones, Shi Jiang would find it difficult to explain to the president of the association. Observing Yi Xian's apparent disregard for his counsel, Shi Jiang felt a headache coming on, caught in a dilemma of whether to speak up or remain silent. Ultimately, Shi Jiang conceded. Fine, if you are determined to venture into the uninhabited zones, I will not hinder you. However, I need to witness your abilities first. The president has explicitly instructed me to ensure your safety, no matter what it takes. Yi Xian first patted Shi Jiang's shoulder, then thumped his own chest, assuring him, rest assured, I value my life far more than anyone else, and I possess considerable confidence in my abilities. Shi Jiang could only sigh in resignation, wishing he could take back his earlier words. The genius entrusted to his care by the president was proving to be more troublesome than he had imagined. The notions of composure and maturity seemed entirely mismatched with him. Prepare yourself then. I happen to have some time now. I will take you to familiarize yourself with the trial tower, so you can gauge your own abilities. Lest you wonder why I am engaged in such lengthy discussions with you, Shi Jiang remarked, shaking his head with a sigh as he reluctantly exited the room. At that moment, Yi Xian smiled slightly and followed behind Shi Jiang. He recalled the president's earlier words, stating that in this elite training camp, everyone was exceptional, with geniuses from all corners of the globe converging here. However, those who could successfully navigate the first 3 levels of the trial tower were fewer than 1 in 10. Even the mightiest Hong on the entire planet has only barely attained the 6th tier of power. At this moment, he is eager to witness what unfolds should he venture into the trial tower with his current capabilities. Will he wreak havoc upon the arena, or will he find himself overwhelmed by chaos? As Yi Xian accompanied Shi Jiang out of their residence en route to the trial tower, he encountered numerous compatriots from Han Xia, all of whom were diligently training in the elite training camp. These individuals gazed upon Shi Jiang with profound respect, their eyes wide with astonishment, as if they were beholding some rare creature. Yi Xian, perplexed, wondered why their expressions seemed so incredulous. After all, he did not consider himself particularly grotesque. Was his appearance truly so extraordinary? Ha, Brother Yi, you might not be aware just yet, but here at the elite training camp, we Han Xia people have always been subtly targeted. There is no way to gain entry through backdoor means. So those who manage to join this elite training camp have undergone rigorous trials, relying on either their own hard work or exceptional talent. Most of them are quite seasoned. It's genuinely rare to see someone as young as you among us, Shi Jiang explained with a hint of amusement in his tone. No wonder. I thought it couldn't possibly be due to my looks. I consider myself rather handsome, at least more so than you, Yi Xian replied confidently, nodding in agreement. Shi Jiang fell silent once more. Chapter 34. An Uninvited Guest. Before long, Yi Xian followed Shi Jiang into the waiting area of the trial tower. a veritable hive of activity within the elite training camp. With over 100 individuals gathered, this singular test venue was almost perpetually filled to capacity. Due to the rivalries between the students, the waiting area had naturally divided itself into two factions. At this moment, the section Shijiang led Yixian to was occupied by the Hanxia students. You must be the new junior. Welcome. I've heard whispers of a prodigious talent emerging from Hanxia, but I never expected you to be so youthful, a robust man with a somewhat fierce demeanor exclaimed. His astonishment evident as he extended his hand toward Yixian with a grin. Yixian smiled and shook the man's hand. However, upon their handshake, Yixian immediately sensed an overwhelming force emanating from the man's grip. Though powerful, it was remarkably controlled, ensuring that Yixian's hand remained firmly clasped without escape. Observing this, Shijiang chuckled and remarked, Kong Zhan, it's probably best you refrain from engaging too much with this fellow. I fear you might embarrass yourself as a senior. Come on, Jiangzi, do you doubt my strength? I am. Before Kong Zhan could finish his sentence, an unfathomable force erupted from his hand, lifting him into the air. In an instant, Kong Zhan found himself hurled into the air by this tremendous power. Initially taken aback, he quickly regained his composure, dissipating the force and gracefully landing on the floor behind him. Stunned, Kong Zhan blinked, unable to fathom what had just transpired. What just happened? How could his physical strength be so formidable? And what was that terrifying aura? He wondered, looking bewilderedly at Yixian, his mouth agape as he turned to Shijiang. Don't look at me. I warned you, didn't I? Shijiang shrugged, amused by the flustered expression on Kong Zhan's face. Wow. Even Kong Zhan's physical prowess pales in comparison to this guy. Kong Zhan is a formidable force among high-ranking warriors. Does that imply this newcomer possesses strength on par with a war god? Several other Han Xia students, appearing to be in their 20s, whispered in astonishment. Yivwan, noticing the murmurs of admiration from the seniors around him, offered a polite smile before seating himself at a small table alongside Shijiang. As the newcomer, it was wise to exercise restraint. Drawing too much attention was not always advisable. You really made quite an impression there, didn't you? Right after arriving, you've already shown the seniors what you're made of. Kong Zhan, why don't you say something? You seemed so spirited just now. Shijiang teased, nudging Yixian with his elbow. Jiangzi, why didn't you warn me sooner? If you had, I wouldn't you played around like that. Now, I've lost face in front of the newcomer, Kong Zhan grumbled, casting a frustrated glance at Shijiang before turning to the others, who were also chuckling at his expense, which only added to his embarrassment. Ha ha ha, losing face is no big deal. Are we supposed to mock you for it? Shijiang replied, his arm draped casually over his shoulder, grinning. Come on, you know I always assess newcomer strength when they arrive. I suspect you did this on purpose, otherwise. How would you have been so cheerful earlier? Kong Zhan complained, still disgruntled. All right, Brother Zhan, it's just us here. Even if you lose face, we'll overlook it. Besides, have you not noticed that the newcomer is still present? He should at least have the chance to introduce himself, interjected a short-haired girl with a striking presence. Unable to contain herself, the group then turned their attention to Yixian. Realizing the spotlight had shifted to him, Yixian surveyed his fellow Han Xia students before standing to address them. My name is Yixian, 18 years old, hailing from Jiangnan Bay City. I am new here, and I kindly ask for your guidance. After delivering his brief introduction, Yixian returned to his seat, leaving the gathering in a state of mild surprise. Even Shijiang appeared momentarily taken aback before asking, That's it? Yixian nodded, casting a puzzled glance at Shijiang. Shijiang's lips twitched in amusement before he proposed to the group. Well, that was indeed concise. However, everyone heard it. 18 years old. Today, Han Xia has finally welcomed a true prodigy. Let us host a banquet tonight to celebrate his arrival, shall we? Absolutely. But this time, Jiangzi, you must take the lead, Kong Zhan suggested with a glint in his eye. Not a problem, Shijiang replied, thumping his chest in agreement. All right. Tonight you'd better be ready. I'll make sure to have you utterly inebriated, Kong Zhan declared with a mischievous grin. Last time you said the same thing, and you ended up the first to succumb. Kong Zhan, given your drinking capacity, I advise you to stick to tea. Otherwise, you might find yourself passed out in the restroom tomorrow, Shijiang retorted with a laugh. The group erupted into laughter, and Yixian, observing the lively banter between Shijiang and Kong Zhan, couldn't help but smile, thoroughly enjoying the warm atmosphere. Since his arrival in this world, his nerves have remained in a perpetual state of tension, not solely due to the incessant worries about the dangers that permeate this treacherous realm, but also because of the profound solitude stemming from his lack of a confidant with whom he could truly share his thoughts. However, amidst the extraordinary talents of Han Xia, He felt an inexplicable sense of belonging, perhaps a form of empathy. Yet, as Xuan lounged quietly in his seat, listening to the esteemed seniors exchange tales of yore, a few uninvited guests stealthily appeared at their side. At that moment, a rather unrefined rendition of Hanxia's vernacular echoed through the air. "Oh, it seems you all are having quite the lively gathering here. All because of this newcomer?" Chapter 35, Clamor. "Ah, it appears you are indeed quite the lively bunch. This must be the new genius I've heard so much about. Only 18 years old, no less. This has been the talk of our side." An incongruous voice suddenly broke the atmosphere. Instantly, the jovial banter among the Hanxia students ceased, and all eyes turned toward the intruders. 4 or 5 somewhat cocky European and American students regarded them with disdainful glances. Upon noticing the newcomers, Shi Jiang and Kuang Zhan, who had been playfully exchanging barbs just moments before, stood up in unison, directing their attention toward the intruders. "Chris, this is the lounge for Hanxia students. Your designated area is not here. It would be wise for you to leave promptly, or else do not blame us for taking action." The straightforward Kuang Zhan did not hesitate to confront them, his own aura beginning to rise. Though Shi Jiang remained silent, he too radiated a growing presence. Making his stance clear, "Ha ha, Kuang Zhan, your words are quite misplaced. We are merely here to observe and learn. Besides, this is an elite training camp. Do you truly believe that Hanxia has exclusive claim to this space?" Chris, the leader of the group, retorted boldly, undeterred by the fact that their strength paled in comparison to that of Kuang Zhan and Shi Jiang, for they had powerful connections backing them. Such audacity! If not for your reckless occupation of the lounge and training areas, will we be compelled to battle for territory? Chris, you simply do not measure up to lay claim here in Hanxia. I advise you to leave before my patience runs out. Shi Jiang responded, his eyes glinting with an icy glare. Ha ha ha, if this were any other day, I would heed your words, but today is not one of those days. Chris sneered sharply, his gaze dripping with contempt as he stepped back, making way for his companions, seemingly awaiting something. Shi Jiang and Kuang Zhan exchanged concerned glances, sensing that the situation was diverging from their expectations. Even the other Hanxia students behind them began to share apprehensive looks. Initially, they had thought these intruders were merely here to stir trouble, but it now appeared that this confrontation might not be resolved so easily. Shi Jiang, it seems you've been rather reckless lately. Your attitude toward your seniors is quite impolite, don't you think? A gravelly voice emerged from behind Chris and his companions, its presence rivaling Shi Jiang's own. "Eben, I never imagined you would become a lackey for that group. How pitiful." Shi Jiang's expression darkened as he recognized the newcomer, and even Kuang Zhan's gaze sharpened. The onlookers collectively gasped in surprise. Eben, the third-ranked competitor on the Trial Tower leaderboard, had apparently been swayed by this group, complicating matters significantly. The boisterous short-haired girl, once carefree, now cast a worried glance at Shi Jiang and Kuang Zhan, well aware of the disparity in strength between Shi Jiang, ranked 4th, and Eben, ranked 3rd. Though their ranks were only 1 apart, the difference in their power was substantial. In this elite training camp, strength dictated status. And if Eben decided to intervene, the only one who could potentially counter him among Hanxia students was Zhu Qiang, currently training on the Australian continent. Upon hearing Shi Jiang's words, Eben shook his head slightly and replied, "Shi Jiang, you misunderstand. In this elite training camp, power and resources reign supreme. I am well aware of how to enhance my strength. Hence, I do not consider myself a lackey. This is all for the future. Why not join us? With your talent and ability, why waste time among these weaklings? Here, you would undoubtedly shine, and we would ensure you are well taken care of." Eben's explanation was a blatant attempt to recruit Shi Jiang in front of all present. As Shi Jiang's long-standing rival, he understood Shi Jiang's abilities better than anyone, and it was precisely this understanding that drew him to admire Shi Jiang. Had their philosophies not clashed, he believed they might have forged a strong friendship. I must inform you, that is utterly impossible, Eben. I once respected you as a worthy opponent, but to see you succumbing to the deceit of that group is truly disappointing. Shi Jiang resolutely refused, having invested everything in Hanxia as a member of the Jiangnan Pavilion. He could never align himself with these foreign interlopers. Shi Jiang, you must realize that with Zhu Qiang absent, are you certain you wish to protect them? Eben, seeing Shi Jiang's stubbornness, could not help but let out a cold scoff, threateningly. Just as Eben and Shi Jiang exchanged words, a chilling voice interjected, "Enough." The commanding tone drew the attention of everyone present. Rising from his reclined position, Xuan turned to face Eben, who stood defiantly opposite Shi Jiang. "Might I suggest that you lot first learn to articulate Hanxia properly before you speak? Your incessant chattering resembles that of monkeys, making it quite unbearable. Xuan regarded Eben and the others with a dispassionate gaze, his voice icy. He had long since lost patience with their disruptive antics. The once melodious Hanxia language had become a cacophony in their mouths, their mispronunciations causing his brow to furrow in irritation. Eben's gaze shifted to the remarkably youthful Xuan, momentarily taken aback. I was skeptical when I heard the others speak of you. But now it seems you truly are the newcomer. 18, you say? Quite young indeed. Yet your arrogance matches the rumors. Eben's expression now bore a hint of danger as he scrutinized Xuan, dismissively stating, to enter the elite training camp at such a young age is no small feat. But relying solely on that to act with impunity before me is rather naive. Over the years, I have witnessed countless young geniuses, and I myself am no less than a prodigy. Meanwhile, Shi and Zhang, observing Xuan stepping forward, raised their brows in curiosity. Yet upon recalling Xuan's earlier demeanor, they merely opened their mouths without intervening. Such a talented individual, yet so arrogant. Eben sneered as he slowly approached Xuan. However, before he could finish his taunt, a massive fist enveloped in a pale, gray luminescence suddenly expanded before his eyes and crashed into his face, the terrifying force instantly distorting his features. In an instant, Eben's towering figure was propelled backward like a rocket, flying away from where he had come. Truly tiresome. If a fight is to ensue, why all the needless chatter? Xuan retracted his fist, casting a cold glance at the flailing Eben before shifting his gaze to Chris and the others standing nearby. Next, who shall it be? Chapter 36. Threats. Yang Hui arrives. Such terrifying strength. I never expected Hanxia to produce such an extraordinary genius. It's truly astonishing. Eben, who had been hurled against the wall by Xuan's punch, rubbed his bruised nose and looked at Xuan with a mix of disbelief and admiration. Meanwhile, Chris and the others, having regained their composure from the shock, now stared in panic at Xuan as he advanced toward them. Why you? Don't come any closer. I warn you. Assaulting students in this elite training camp can lead to expulsion. Chris stammered, his voice trembling as Xuan approached him step by step. He was genuinely frightened. Unlike Eben, he did not possess such formidable physical prowess. He feared that a blow like that would render him bedridden for a month. It seems you fail to grasp the situation. I entered this elite training camp because they invited me, albeit reluctantly. And you, a mere nepotistic individual, dare to speak of rules with me? Xuan scoffed coldly. After I finish with you, go ahead and inquire with them whether they would expel me for a minor character like you. Furthermore, should you dare to leverage your connections to harass the students of Hanxia again, let us see whose backing is more formidable. With that, Xuan seized Chris by the throat, lifting him effortlessly into the air. With a swift twist of his body, he delivered a crushing kick to Chris's abdomen, sending him crashing through the entrance from whence he came. The others, witnessing their leader being flung away, dared not linger and fled as if escaping for their lives. Eben, still leaning against the wall, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and excitedly addressed Xuan. Not a bad fellow. I will remember you. Next time, I shall seek you out for a spar. However, you're still quite young to dare strike at the League S members within this elite training camp. I suppose we won't be seeing you much longer. Haha. Hanxia, you truly are fortunate. Eben laughed heartily before exiting the room. Once he departed, Xuan quietly returned to his original seat amidst the astonished gazes of those around him. At that moment, Shi and Zhang exchanged glances, initially pondering how to resolve the situation, only to be astonished by Xuan's effortless handling of it. After regaining their composure, they couldn't help but shake their heads. Brother Yi, you shouldn't have acted against them so soon. They are members of the HR League. By striking one of them, the others will inevitably conspire against you in the shadows, which could jeopardize your future. Shi sighed, looking at Xuan. Zhang, frowning, nodded in agreement and turned to Shi. When will Brother Chu return? If he were here, this matter could be resolved smoothly. Shi shook his head, indicating that he too was uncertain. A heavy silence enveloped the room. Xuan, finding the situation somewhat amusing, remarked, he is merely a petty clown. Why all this despondency? It seems you have misjudged the nature of this elite training camp. It exists because of geniuses like us, not the offspring of disorganized families. Moreover, the world's strongest are from Hanxia. With our strength, why should we fear these so-called leagues? Shi, after hearing Xuan's words, shook his head slightly. We have reported issues before, but in this elite training camp, most of the higher-ups are affiliated with these leagues. In a system of mutual protection, our voices as geniuses seem insignificant. No, that is merely because you're not strong enough. If your talents and abilities could astound the world, there would be no need for such concerns. Simply put, it all boils down to your own inadequacies. Yixian retorted. How can you expect to contend with them while you remain so cautious and complacent? Although I know not who Brother Chu is, if you depend on others for everything, what becomes of your dignity as extraordinary geniuses and the reputation of Hanxia? This elite training camp belongs to all of us, not to those league members. We have ample backing. Why should we fear these so-called aristocrats? If you stand tall, the ones who should worry will be them, not us. As Yixian spoke earnestly, a deep voice resonated from the entrance. Well said. I too believe that Hanxia has nothing to fear compared to those leagues. They are merely children of affluent families. Upon hearing this voice, all eyes turned to the newcomer, a middle-aged man whose expression radiated satisfaction as he regarded Yixian. Uncle Yang, what brings you here? Yixian exclaimed in surprise, not expecting the visitor to be Yang Hui, whom he had met at the headquarters of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. Haha, Yixian, you truly are exceptional. Time and again, you astonish me. What you did today was commendable. How audacious of a mere child from the HR League to challenge the members of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. Yang Hui chuckled, then shifted his gaze to Shijiang. Shijiang, what is the matter? Even against such a trivial character, you're still hesitating? If your junior sister were here, she would have slapped him already. No need for all this talk. Hearing Yang Hui's words, Shijiang couldn't help but smirk, inwardly lamenting. How can this be blamed on me? Had I known you would come, I would have kept my mouth shut. Uncle Yang, is there something specific you need? I just arrived at the elite training camp today. It can't be about those ruffians, right? You needn't worry. I can handle them alone. Yixian deftly redirected the conversation. I am well aware of your capabilities. Even old Zhou does not intimidate you. How could these few youngsters pose a challenge? I have come to convey something of greater importance. Yang Hui replied with a smile. Something of greater importance? Yixian was taken aback. Yang Hui chuckled, leading Yixian outside under the curious gaze of the Hanxia students. You, my boy, have truly struck gold. When I saw this news, even I was taken aback. Yang Hui teased before retrieving a document from his person and handing it to Yixian. You want to take a look for yourself? Yixian, somewhat perplexed, accepted the document from Yang Hui's hands and began to peruse its contents. Having encountered various experiences in life, he was hardly unacquainted with the world. What on earth? Chapter 37. Absurd Conditions. My goodness, Dragon Blood. Uncle Yang, is this for real? Yixian exclaimed, casting a surprised glance at Yang Hui. He never anticipated that the higher-ups would bestow such a reward upon him. Truly, it is said that one receives what one lacks, and at this moment, what Yixian desperately needed was precisely this treasure capable of enhancing his fundamental physical qualities. Such treasures are typically exorbitantly priced, often existing only in theory rather than in practice. The dragon blood in question is among the most coveted treasures developed by humanity on Earth for the enhancement of physical capabilities. And it is also the most astonishing in terms of efficacy. The essence of this dragon blood is derived from the royal grey dragon beasts. And only the essence of such formidable planetary-level monsters can allow an ordinary person to significantly elevate their physical attributes in a short period, and most importantly, it is entirely devoid of side effects, an utterly complete product. Presently, the number of royal grey dragon beasts remaining on Earth is nearly extinct, rendering dragon blood exceedingly rare. Most of the existing stock is held by the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, and now, the Academy has directly allocated dragon blood to Yixian, prompting him to exclaim in exhilaration, 3 billion for dragon blood. And just like that, the Extreme Martial Arts Academy is truly wealthy. Of course, this generosity is also predicated on Yixian's innate talent. Without his extraordinary abilities, acquiring even a vial of dragon blood would be a Herculean task, let alone a planetary level one. Each vial of dragon blood signifies the rise of an unparalleled genius among humanity. It cannot simply be exchanged for status or wealth. Haha, Young Yi, this dragon blood cannot be given to you for free. Do take a look at the conditions below. I suspect even you might find them somewhat challenging. Yang Hui remarked with a smile. He had no objections to the Extreme Martial Arts Academy's decision to provide dragon blood to Yixian, as his talent was undeniable, an 18-year-old planetary-level warrior and a mentalist. Should such a talent flourish, it could potentially yield another planetary-level warrior for humanity, perhaps even a planetary-level mentalist. There are only a handful of planetary-level warriors on the entire Earth, and among them, how many are mentalists? A planetary-level mentalist could single-handedly slay a royal-grade monster and possesses the strength to contend with a beast emperor on the ground. The birth of each planetary-level warrior represents humanity's most precious asset. Material possessions are lifeless, but people are alive, a truth well understood by all. Conditions? Yi Xian was momentarily taken aback before redirecting his gaze back to the document. His initial excitement upon seeing the dragon blood had caused him to overlook the subsequent information. The conditions were as follows. Within 1 year, single-handedly slay 3 high-level lords and 1 royal-grade monster. Upon reading this, the expression of exhilaration on Yi Xian's face froze instantly, and he stared at Yang Hui in disbelief. Yang Hui waved his hand dismissively and spoke nonchalantly. Don't look at me. This is what the higher-ups have instructed me to convey to you. It has nothing to do with me. They deliberated for quite some time based on your talent and specific abilities before finalizing this contract. Consider it a form of trust. However, while I can comprehend the challenge of slaying 3 high-level lords within a year, which are merely high-level warriors, ISNT the royal-grade monster a bit excessive. Do they genuinely believe I can break through to planetary level within a year? Yi Xian's lips twitched, feeling as if he had fallen into a trap. He had naively thought this was a divine blessing, only to realize it was a cunning scheme. A ruse, a pure ruse. Offering a sweet date only to follow it with a stick. He was all too familiar with such tactics and never expected to find himself ensnared by one. All right, I want to say more. I believe this 1T pose a significant challenge for you. After all, you are deemed the strongest genius of our time. Even surpassing the Academy head and Thunder God isn't out of the question. Go for it, Young Yi. Yang Hui encouraged, patting Yi Xian on the shoulder. He was fully aware of the daunting nature of the conditions, yet he retained immense confidence in Yi Xian, having heard that he could even breach the defenses of a planetary-level powerhouse. Thus, after a year, with the enhancements from the dragon blood and his combat prowess, slaying a planetary-level monster alone should not be insurmountable. After all, the stipulations were also designed to prevent Yi Xian from growing complacent in his genius, at the very least providing him with some pressure. Phew. All right then, I won't dwell on this any longer. I suspect the trial tower has openings now, so I'll go test the waters. By the way, Uncle Yang, regarding the dragon blood, Yi Xian, invigorated by Yang Hui's motivational talk, felt a surge of combat spirit. West one mere royal-grade monster. I can handle it. Yang Hui, amused by Yi Xian's eagerness, responded, very well in a few days. The Extreme Martial Arts Academy will notify you to collect it, so don't worry. Honestly, our academy isn't so petty as to quibble over a vial of dragon blood. All right then, take care, Uncle Yang. Yi Xian waved goodbye to Yang Hui and, unable to contain his excitement, felt an urge to shout aloud. His fundamental physical prowess, discounting the quadruple enhancement from the life gene level, was nearing the intermediate warrior stage. In just 10 days, he had naturally progressed from an initial warrior to an intermediate warrior, a speed that even Yi Xian himself found astonishing. The life gene level was not only enhancing his body and mental strength, but had also significantly accelerated his cultivation speed. Now, the quadruple enhancement from the life gene level had likely increased his cultivation speed to 5 to 10 times that of an ordinary human genius, thus explaining his rapid advancement from initial to intermediate warrior status in just 10 days. After all, he was progressing at a rate equivalent to what others would achieve in 10 days. Truly remarkable. However, Yi Xian was aware that the golden horn giant beast, as a unique life form, possessed a life gene level 10 times that of an ordinary being even before hatching. Its cultivation speed far surpassed Yi Xian's, and upon birth, it would almost possess stellar-level invincibility. This is the terror of the celestial beasts. Yet, in Yi Xian's view, it no longer seemed daunting. Once he absorbed the dragon blood, his fundamental physical attributes would undoubtedly secure him a firm foothold in the warrior level, and at that time, his life gene level would surely increase once more. Yi Xian had a premonition that when he broke through to planetary level, he might undergo a transformation of monumental proportions. Chapter 38, Virtual Space. Hey, Brother Yi is back. How'd it go? What did Uncle Yang tell you? Jiang asked nervously as he looked at Yi Xian. He feared that Yang Hui might have revealed his previous embarrassing moments. As a member of the Jiangnan Pavilion and the chief disciple, Jiang's prowess was unquestionable. Even when facing the intermediate warrior Yang Hui, he felt no trepidation. Yet, he too had indulged in some indiscretions during his youth. If Yi Xian were to discover them, it would inevitably tarnish his image in Yi Xian's eyes. Well, it doesn't seem to be anything too important. You can take a look for yourselves. It's just a notification, Yi Xian replied, casually spreading the announcement that Yang Hui had just handed him across the table. He was eager for Jiang to inquire, hoping to clarify his circumstances and prevent any panic among the others should he engage in any peculiar behavior later on. What is this? Let me take a look. As Jiang picked it up, Zhan swiftly snatched it from his grasp and began to peruse it. A profound silence enveloped the area. The crowd's opinion of Yi Xian escalated significantly, they realized that this newcomer was on an entirely different level. He was already preparing to hunt formidable king-level monsters while they were still engaged in a battle of wits with the members of the Alliance. In that moment, they comprehended the meaning behind Yixian's earlier words and understood why he had the audacity to act so boldly upon entering the elite training camp. As if he were at home, it became evident that his innate talent was on a tier far above theirs. Even the headquarters of the extreme martial arts school placed considerable emphasis on him. With such a colossal entity and the backing of the upper echelons of Hanxia, how could Yixian possibly fear retaliation from the families of the Alliance? Impressive. After absorbing the information, Shi Zhang's expression fluctuated, and he attempted to speak several times, ultimately only managing to utter a single word. With my presence, you may pursue the endeavors that you previously deemed unattainable. I have stated before that this is our elite training camp for all of humanity, not a playground for those noble families. If you continue to rely solely on tall figures like Chu Chang and Shi Jiang, you shall inevitably remain at the bottom. Yixian glanced at the other students nearby and began to encourage them. He had ample means to eradicate the parasites, but if the students persisted in their self-deprecating mindset, then even if he ascended to the top of the leaderboard, they would still be subjugated by the members of the Alliance after his departure. Yixian, recognizing their shared identity as Hanxia students, was compelled to voice these thoughts. Given his disposition, he typically refrained from meddling in others' affairs unless provoked. Yixian is correct. I can only support you temporarily, not indefinitely. Just now, you witnessed that without Yixian's intervention, I had no idea how to confront Aben in Chu Chang's absence. Shi Jiang observed the silent crowd and shook his head, expressing a hint of helplessness. Now that Yixian has assured you, there's no need to worry about those Alliance members. Focus on enhancing yourselves. If you continue to wallow in despair, our dignity as talents from Hanxia will be tarnished before outsiders. Yixian nodded, acknowledging Shi Zhang's efforts to uplift the morale of the group. As a leader among the Hanxia students, he knew how to foster a positive atmosphere and motivate everyone to rise. Meanwhile, Kuang Zhan resorted to more direct and vehement encouragement, inciting the crowd to clench their fists tightly. This display made Yixian feel a bit embarrassed. It was clear that he was unafraid of being outnumbered. Enough. Your transformation will not occur in an instant. Brother Shi, lead me to observe the current state of the trial tower. I am still unfamiliar with these procedures. Yixian rose and addressed Shi Jiang. Nodding in agreement, Shi Jiang stood and accompanied Yixian toward the testing area of the trial tower. Before them lay a stark, unadorned room, furnished with 2 recliners and several instruments, while a screen on the wall displayed the rankings of the various students within the elite training camp. Brother Shi, how is the ranking in this trial tower determined? I see your place 4th, impressive. Yixian remarked appreciatively. Shi Jiang shook his head in modesty and explained, my 4th place is nothing remarkable. I barely measure up to half of Brother Chu Chang's strength. Yixian couldn't help but smirk at Shi Zhang's humility. To consider 4th place as only barely acceptable was indeed an exercise in modesty. The rules of a trial tower are quite simple. They essentially mimic a gaming experience. The map and challenges are simulated by virtual spatial devices. The more levels you can conquer, the stronger your talent is indicated to be. After elucidating the function of the instruments, Shi Jiang picked up a helmet-like device of a deep blue hue from the chair and continued. This is the virtual spatial consciousness sensor. It connects your consciousness with a constructed virtual realm through a special energy. Once your consciousness enters this virtual space, you will understand the specifics. Yixian nodded, accepted the consciousness sensor from Shi Jiang, and sat down in the chair, donning the device. Once Yixian was ready, Shi Jiang settled into a nearby recliner, donned his own helmet, and reassured, do not be anxious. Soon your consciousness will enter this virtual space. Just as Yixian was about to respond, he suddenly felt a jarring shift in the scenery before him. It was as if he had traversed time and space, arriving in an expansive void, standing upon a vast expanse of silvery ground. The moment Yixian entered this realm, he sensed an immediate dissonance. Upon waving his arms, he discovered that his strength had significantly diminished. Even the enhancements from his 4-fold life gene level had vanished without a trace. Just then, he heard Shi Zhang's voice beside him. This is the virtual space. Impressive, isn't it? When I first arrived, I found it astonishing that humanity's technological prowess could achieve such unbelievable feats. Turning to look, Yixian saw Shi Zhang's form gradually coalescing and then firmly landing on the silvery terrain. It is indeed quite astonishing. However, why isn't this device mass-produced? If it were, wouldn't the overall strength of humanity experience a tremendous boost? Yixian inquired, perplexed. Shi Jiang chuckled in response. Perhaps in a few decades, What you suggest might actually come to fruition, enabling this device to be disseminated globally. However, at present, it remains unfeasible. This device is the product of the collective brilliance of the world's most elite scientists, and its value far exceeds your imagination. How costly can it be? It's merely a helmet and a few instruments, Yixian replied candidly. Shi silently shook his head. There are only a handful of such devices globally. The exorbitance lies not in the production cost, but in the technology it encapsulates. Rarity begets value. As for why it isn't widespread, I believe you can surmise the reasons. This is a common ailment of humanity. Chapter 39. The Trial Tower. Ah, I see. That towering structure resembling a tower is the so-called Trial Tower, correct? After Shi Zhang's explanation, Yixian nodded and then pointed toward a peculiar tower several hundred meters away, stating, "Is that not it?" Shi Zhang also gazed at the towering edifice. The majestic tower was adorned with intricate carvings of various monstrous figures, each depiction so lifelike that it seemed as though the creatures might spring to life from a stone. This is the Trial Tower of our elite training camp, a sanctum of trials for the world, and simultaneously, a graveyard for geniuses. Many talents have perished within its confines. Do not misinterpret my words. I refer specifically to those geniuses who could not pass the challenges, Shi Zhang elucidated. The Trial Tower comprises 7 levels, each representing a formidable challenge. And each level is further divided into 3 distinct stages, A, B, and C. As you successfully conquer each stage, the information displayed on the leaderboard will correspondingly alter. Yixian nodded thoughtfully and then turned to Shi Zhang, inquiring, "What is your level in the Trial Tower? To rank 4th on the leaderboard, your strength must be considerable." For now, let us not delve into my level. If you manage to break into the top 10 on the Trial Tower leaderboard, you will naturally discover my level. Shi Zhang replied, shaking his head. First, let me remind you that progressing through the Trial Tower is not merely a matter of physical prowess or mental acuity. Even if you are a mentalist or a prodigy in physical capabilities, you will face the same formidable challenges as everyone else within the Trial Tower. As he spoke, Shi Zhang abruptly raised his hand, delivering a swift chop towards the still musing Yixian. In that instant, Yixian's consciousness reacted, but it was futile. The body constructed in this virtual realm could not match the speed of his awareness. Evading Shi Zhang's strike was nearly impossible, so he prepared to endure it. With a sudden twist of his body, Yixian raised both hands to shield his head. The impact felt as if he had withstood the force of a meteorite, leaving his arms numb. Although Yixian's neural response speed in this virtual environment was not as heightened as in reality, he managed to fortuitously block Shi Zhang's chop under the sudden circumstances. This is what I wanted to convey to you, Brother Yi. Within this virtual space, our physical attributes, such as foundational strength, neural reaction, and speed, are standardized, all set to the metrics of a novice warrior. I believe you have already sensed this clearly, Shi Zhang remarked, showing no surprise at Yixian's ability to absorb the attack. After all, if he couldn't manage that, he wouldn't have garnered such attention from the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. As Yixian took a moment to recover, waiting for his virtual body to automatically heal, he remarked, "Did you not mention that our physical qualities are identical at a novice warrior's level? Yet, your strike felt akin to that of a high-level warrior. Could this be attributed to your power output?" According to Shi Zhang's earlier statements, in this virtual realm, virtually all foundational conditions were uniform. Even if Hong were present, his physical attributes would only align with that of a novice warrior. Thus, the only way to amplify one's strength would be through one's power output. Indeed, I exerted about 50 to 60% of my power, equivalent to the 3rd level of the 9-fold Thunderblade, which is comparable to that of a high-level warrior. I did not anticipate you could withstand it. It appears you possess considerable talent in this regard, Shi Zhang affirmed, acknowledging Yixian's deduction, attributing it to the finesse of power techniques. While it is true that humanity on Earth has mastered power techniques, with the pinnacle being the 9th level of the 9-fold Thunderblade, yielding a 7-fold increase in strength, Yixian understood that in comparison to the cosmos, such flawed techniques on Earth barely scratch the surface. Experiencing firsthand the arduousness of enhancing power output, let alone creating a technique capable of augmenting it, was a revelation. Both Hong and the Thunder God truly stand as the mightiest individuals on contemporary Earth, not only for their formidable strength, but also for their astounding talents across various domains. I believe I have shared all that you need to know. You may now proceed into the Trial Tower for your assessment. Remember, employ every available strategy to slay as many beasts as possible within. The more levels you conquer and the more creatures you vanquish, the greater your score will be. Do not forget this, Shi Zhang encouraged, giving Yixian a thumbs up. Yixian nodded, and under Shi Zhang's surprised gaze, donned the battle armor supplied by the virtual space, and selected a longsword as his weapon. Jiang, taken aback, queried, "Brother Yi, did you not cultivate the ninefold thunderblade? Shouldn't you opt for a blade rather than a sword?" With his gear donned, Xian strode toward the trial tower, leaving behind 3 words, not accustomed to it. Hearing Xian's nonchalant response, Jiang couldn't help but twitch his mouth, but refrained from pressing further. He had conveyed all necessary information. What Xian chose to do next was no longer his concern. As soon as Xian stepped through the entrance of the trial tower, he felt the scenery around him abruptly transform into a desolate expanse of desert. "Welcome, student Xian. The assessment for the first level of the trial tower is to eliminate 100 initial level beast general desert worms within 60 minutes. Should you perish or fail to complete the assessment within the allotted time, you will be deemed unsuccessful. You have 5 minutes to prepare before commencing." As Xian surveyed the surrounding terrain, an electronic voice echoed in his ears. After digesting the assessment conditions, Xian felt no surprise. After all, what would a trial be without some pressure? Nevertheless, he did not dare to underestimate the challenge. This was his first time entering the trial tower. And while many in the elite training camp still lingered on the first level, as a representative of the prodigious talent from Han Xia, it would be utterly unacceptable to be eliminated at this stage. Chapter 40, Sword Chi. The first level assessment is about to commence. Please prepare yourself. 3, 2, 1. Almost instantly after the electronic voice concluded, Xian sensed a terrifying tremor emanating from the sandy ground beneath him, akin to an earthquake, as violent sandstorms erupted around him, reminiscent of a dragon's upheaval. Boom! As the thunderous sounds approached, Xian's nerves tightened in anticipation. It's coming. Xian leaped from his original position, soaring into the air. In that very moment, 4 silver fangs resembling hooks suddenly erupted from the sandy ground he had just vacated, followed by a 5-meter-long desert worm, matching the color of the surrounding sand, leaping forth from the earth. Its gaping maw, lined with countless tiny fangs, lunged toward Xian, suspended in midair. However, before the worm could close in, Xian hurled his longsword from his right hand. The gleaming blade flashed briefly, slicing through the desert worm's mouth with precision, cleaving in two. As the severed body of the worm plummeted, Xian landed deftly on the carcass, his sword returning to his grasp. After assessing the strength of these worms, Xian realized that the trial on the first level was not as daunting as he had anticipated. He had merely employed the physical attributes of a novice warrior, leveraging the momentum of the charging desert worm to effortlessly dispatch it with a casual swing of his sword. Xian paused, realizing that with such intensity, as long as he was not besieged by multiple desert worms, he could easily eliminate the 100 required. Shaking off the residual slime from his sword, he began to gauge the movement patterns of the swarm of desert worms based on the vibrations beneath the sand. If at this moment Xian's mental prowess were still intact, he would not be suffering so greatly. He would merely need to manipulate the flying knives in mid-air with his mental faculties, effortlessly dispatching these desert worms one by one. However, the trial tower forbids the use of mental power. It is only reasonable, for if mental prowess could be employed within the trial tower, slaying these mere low-level beast generals would be akin to slicing through vegetables. With the enhancement of mental power, one's strength could elevate 2 levels above the original, rendering one formidable even against high-ranking battle generals. With the sudden emergence of several colossal entities breaking through the earth, Xian, standing atop the carcasses of the worms, instinctively tightened his grip on the longsword in his hand. These massive worms erupted from various angles of the desert, simultaneously revealing their gaping, blood-red maws and sharp fangs in an assault directed at him. This sight caused his right hand, which held the sword, to tremble slightly, not from shock, but as he anticipated the speed of their attack. He resolved to strike the nearest one first. As he wielded his sword, blossoms of crimson erupted from the wounds of these worms. 1, 2. The shadows of his sword danced before the seemingly endless onslaught of the desert worms, their terrifying fangs and the rancid odor continuously provoking him, causing a shift in his gaze. Within the depths of his previously unfathomable eyes, a flicker of pale gray light began to shimmer. The sword heart was becoming transparent. This state had spontaneously activated amidst Xian's battle. In an instant, the sword technique that had previously seemed somewhat unfamiliar to him transformed. Even the simplest movements now exuded an unparalleled aura of lethal intent. As Xian's sword whirled, a peculiar pale, gray sword shadow materialized at that moment, as if he had entered a wondrous realm far beyond his earlier experiences. It felt as though he had broken through a bottleneck. It was as if he and the long sword had become one. The sword felt like an extension of his body, With a mere thought, the myriad sword techniques etched into his mind began to manifest seamlessly under the fluid motions of his sword. The rudimentary sword forms that Yi Xian had previously pieced together now flowed forth effortlessly. He closed his eyes, surrendering entirely to this extraordinary sensation. He felt as though some shackles had suddenly been undone, and the thousands of sword techniques imprinted in his mind began to emerge in an orderly fashion. Riding on this unique feeling, Yi Xian's momentum surged dramatically. The longsword aimed at the desert worms seemed to possess a consciousness of its own, emitting a series of deep, resonant hums with each swing, the pale gray sword shadow becoming increasingly vivid. With each turn of the sword, his movements became elusive and unpredictable, his steps growing ethereal. With every strike, his form began to twist and change. Had Xuan been present at that moment, he would have easily noticed that Yi Xian's figure was deftly evading the attacks of the desert worms from remarkably subtle angles, as though he had anticipated their trajectories. Each movement flowed like water, artfully sidestepping the lethal fangs. Bang! Bang! Several desert worms fell before Yi Xian's unpredictable longsword. Unbeknownst to him, with each swing, the power he wielded continued to amplify, reaching an astonishing level. The low-level beast generals, under the sword techniques he unleashed, could barely withstand a single strike. Within a matter of minutes, the 100 desert worms lay shattered beneath the terror of Yi Xian's sword shadow. The first layer of the trial concluded, taking 8 minutes and 3 seconds, and he had passed the assessment. As the electronic voice resonated, Yi Xian's consciousness returned from that euphoric state, his movements gradually ceasing, and his eyes, previously closed, now opened. A barely perceptible gray luminescence glimmered the instant his eyes fluttered open. Yi Xian gazed in astonishment at the sudden shift in his surroundings, still somewhat entranced by his recent experience. He had been abruptly transported out of the trial tower, leaving him momentarily bewildered. Turning his attention to the long sword gripped in his right hand, a strange sensation surged within him. His hand instinctively swung the sword, causing a faint gray light to shimmer along its blade. An invisible, razor-sharp wave suddenly erupted from the sword's edge, striking the pristine silver ground several meters ahead. With a sound akin to metal colliding, a deep, 2-meter-long gash appeared on the mirror-like surface of the silver ground. Yi Xian, astonished by the power of his swing, stared in disbelief at the remarkably distinct mark left behind. This was, gazing at the impeccably neat scar, Yi Xian's brows lifted in surprise, and an expression of indescribable excitement illuminated his face. Sword Chi, Chapter 41, Breaking the Record. Chris, are you joking with me? He is merely a newcomer, a yellow-skinned monkey. To guard against Xuan, I even sent Eben to assist you, and yet you lot were bested by such a rookie? In a room adorned with various exquisite ornaments, a golden-haired, blue-eyed man sat in a chair, his eyes blazing with anger as he addressed the hunched figures before him in fluent Australian. The individuals in front of him were none other than Chris and others who had been thrown out of the room by Yi Xian. Unlike the others standing in scathe beside him, Chris appeared utterly miserable, his torso wrapped in layers of bandages. Yi Xian's earlier kick, which had not even been delivered with full force, had shattered 5 of Chris's ribs, affecting even his internal organs. Now, Chris sat in a wheelchair, struggling to speak. Boss, this isn't our fault. That newcomer is too monstrous. His strength is even more terrifying than Xuan's. We simply could not contain him, one of Chris's subordinates quickly explained. Enough. I don't want to hear your excuses. Since you couldn't handle it, I'll confront him personally. However, this trip hasn't been entirely fruitless for you, Chris. Since he has targeted you, you should know what to do next, right? The man in the chair's expression grew increasingly menacing. Yes, Chris responded with difficulty. Meanwhile, outside the trial tower's small room, the students of Hanxia were gathered, fervently discussing the events that had transpired. Ziyangzi, how far do you think Yi Xian can advance? I feel like this trial tower poses no challenge for him at all, Guangzhan remarked, turning to Xuan. Xuan, however, merely shook his head. Despite his exceptional talent, he remains exceedingly youthful, for he is merely 18 years of age this year. Those present here, at such a tender age, are all diligently striving to cultivate their genetic potential to enhance their physical capabilities. Hence, even though Yi Xian's innate abilities are indeed astonishing, I remain somewhat skeptical about his prospects. His physical prowess has already reached the level of a battle god. Thus, how much time does he truly have to study the secret arts and amplify his power? As Xuan elucidated his thoughts, the surrounding Hanxia students nodded in agreement. In their estimation, it was already a remarkable feat for Yi Xian to ascend from the first level to the second level during his inaugural venture into the trial tower. It is worth noting that many individuals present have spent 2 to 3 years honing their skills in the elite training camp, yet they remain stuck at the second level of the trial tower. Therefore, they believe that, regardless of Yi Xian's prodigious talent, his performance in the trial tower should not vastly differ from theirs. The trial tower is indeed a realm of its own, and those who manage to pass the first level within merely a month of entering the elite training camp are exceedingly rare. One could count them on one hand. This achievement signifies that their power amplification has reached at least double the standard. Such individuals are destined to be renowned throughout the history of the trial tower. Jiang, look at the leaderboard. A somewhat urgent voice suddenly emerged from the back of the crowd, drawing the attention of the Hanxia students who were fervently discussing matters at the entrance. Could it be that Yi Xian has already completed his challenge? The fierce warrior, Zhan, inquired with a hint of confusion. The flow of time within the trial tower is synchronized with that of the real world. Only a few minutes prior, they had watched Yi Xian enter the trial tower chamber. Surely, results could not materialize so swiftly. Could it be that Yi Xian had been expelled before even finishing the first level? Impossible. The indicator light is still on. If Yi Xian had failed, he would have emerged by now. Come, let us head to the Black Dragon leaderboard to ascertain the situation. Jiang furrowed his brow, sharing Zhan's skepticism regarding the likelihood of Yi Xian failing so quickly. As he glanced at the indicator light above the trial chamber, his frown began to ease. With Zhan's command, the crowd made their way toward the Black Dragon sculpture at the front entrance of the training camp, the most vibrant spot within the elite training camp. Whenever a newcomer embarks on a challenge in the trial tower, many congregate here to observe. However, upon their arrival at the leaderboard, they discovered that several EU students had already gathered around, their expressions marred by incredulity. What on earth has transpired here? Why are there so many people? The last time such a crowd gathered was when Jiangzi made his remarkable entrance into the third level of the trial tower. Wasn't it? Zhan remarked, his gaze fixed on the scene before him, flabbergasted. At this moment, the observers of the leaderboard included not only EU students and Hanxia students, but also numerous instructors from the training camp perched on the second floor viewing platform. Good heavens! What has that lad, Yi Xian, done to attract the attention of the instructors? Zhan began to voice his thoughts, only to be abruptly interrupted by Jiang, who sharply tapped his shoulder, urging him to focus on the leaderboard. Look! Following Jiang's pointed gesture, the gathered Hanxia students erupted into a cacophony of astonishment, a blend of incredulous gasps and fervent inquiries, with some even breaking into shouts. Zhan's face mirrored their shock, his eyes wide as if he had seen a ghost. Gang Difa, Yivuan, 93rd on the leaderboard. As he observed Yi Xian's name ascending the ranks, inching into the top 100, Jiang was equally astonished. Just hours earlier, during his visit to Yi Xian, the latter had yet to fully comprehend the second level of the ninefold Thunderblade. In Jiang's view, it was already commendable for Yi Xian to pass the A-level test of the first level without finishing at the bottom. Yet now, he had vaulted into the top 100 of the trial tower leaderboard. On his very first day in the elite training camp, Yi Xian had shattered records by penetrating the top 100 during his initial foray into the trial tower, no longer needing any validation of his extraordinary talent. I retract my previous statements. This individual's talent is indeed terrifying. Jiang swallowed hard, his voice trembling as he spoke. He had never anticipated that Yi Xian could achieve such heights. As Jiang's declaration resonated, the leaderboard experienced yet another shift. It climbed higher, now reaching 78. How could this be? In just 20 minutes, he had surged from the first level to this point. Such a phenomenon could only be attributed to cheating. This is absolutely cheating. I refuse to believe it. Following the latest rise in Yi Xian's ranking, the cries of disbelief from the gathered EU students erupted around them. I can't believe it. Who could possibly achieve such a feat on their first day? This is absolutely cheating. Impossible, absolutely impossible. With the leaderboard's fluctuations, chaos ensued before the Black Dragon sculpture. As the Hanxia and EU students engaged in heated arguments, the instructors on the second floor viewing platform were left utterly astounded by the unfolding situation. As instructors, they understood all too well the accuracy of the Black Dragon trial tower and leaderboard information. Since its establishment, there had never been a flaw or human interference. Thus, the only explanation for this situation could be one: an unparalleled genius. No, this cannot be. An unheard-of newcomer from Hanxia has managed to ascend through the first level of the trial tower and break into the top 100 on their very first attempt? Even several instructors found themselves questioning the reality before them. So it is only permissible for your EU students to shatter records repeatedly, while my Hanxia students are not afforded the same opportunity. If memory serves me correctly, Instructor Leak, the last time Shi Jiang reached the 3rd level. It was you who spread rumors in the shadows. Are you attempting to stage a repeat performance this time? One Hanxiao instructor retorted coldly, directing his gaze toward the questioning instructor. Though they were all instructors of the elite training camp, I shall not extend you any courtesy. I state this unequivocally. Should this young talent from Hanxiao encounter any issues within the training camp, I will report it truthfully to the Battle God Palace. If you're unafraid of retribution, by all means proceed. The EU instructor, still reeling from shock, regained his composure. He had unwittingly voiced his innermost thoughts aloud, and upon glancing to his side, he found himself encircled by several Hanxiao instructors, leaving his expression quite grim. Do we mean by that? In this elite training camp, how could I ever harm a student? According to your Hanxiao perspective, what you refer to as slander. You know very well what constitutes slander. I have made my stance clear. If you continue to be obstinate, my Hanxiao will gladly engage with you to the bitter end. The instructor cast a frigid glare at Leak before turning his attention back to the leaderboard. Even though Yi Xian's name currently ranked 78th, it had left an indelible impression on him. It has been over a decade since he was assigned to the elite training camp as an instructor. His qualifications and prowess are nearly unparalleled among the multitude of instructors. And in his youth, he was indeed a prodigy of his generation. However, after years of experience within the elite training camp, he found himself profoundly astonished by the name Yi Xian. It was incomprehensible to him how this 18-year-old youth, merely a novice in the realm of martial arts, could achieve what others could not in decades. At 18, most martial artists have just begun their journey as advanced students, engaging in foundational training at martial arts academies or preparing for their college entrance examinations. Yet, Yi Xian accomplished in mere minutes what other geniuses could not achieve in a lifetime. One could only wonder how far he might ascend if given more time. His martial talent is nothing short of terrifying, and if there are no unforeseen circumstances, he has likely shattered the records established since the training camp's inception. Even the council members of the War God Palace would find such feats unattainable, one would presume. At this moment, a stern-faced female instructor spoke up, voicing her confusion regarding the higher-ups' intentions. Why would such a talent be sent to the elite training camp? In her view, it would be more prudent to directly consult the 5 council members of the War God Palace for specialized cultivation. To place such a genius in this chaotic environment seemed like a gross misallocation of resources. An instructor from the elite training camp began to belittle the very institution he represented, which is celebrated as the world's foremost haven for geniuses and the elite reserve for the war god. Others around him exchanged glances but refrained from voicing dissent, for they shared his sentiments. The treatment of individuals varies greatly, and the same holds true for geniuses. Yi Xian's entrance into the elite training camp is akin to a phoenix falling among crows. Even among instructors, there were nods of agreement with the previous speaker's remarks. It was clear that waiting any longer was futile. The rankings were unlikely to change anytime soon. It was time to report to the War God Palace. Jiang Fong, keep an eye on that young lad Yi Xian when he emerges. I shall take my leave for now, Instructor Du stated as he glanced at the leaderboard. Without hesitation, he hurried toward the exit. Very well, I will watch over him. Please notify them as soon as possible, Jiang Fong, the stern-faced female instructor, replied with a nod. She then turned her gaze back to the prominently displayed name on the leaderboard, a smile inadvertently gracing her lips. Having served as an instructor in the War God Palace for nearly a decade and being a native of Huanxia who lived through the Great Rebirth era, she was acutely aware of Huanxia's current predicament. The region not only faced threats from the coastal beast emperors, but also had to guard against persistent disturbances from surrounding factions. Despite Huanxia's formidable strength, the continued oppression from these forces makes the emergence of new talents exceedingly difficult. With external threats and internal strife, Jiang Fong's concerns were palpable, and her current focus was to train the talented students within the elite training camp. Talents in Huanxia were indeed emerging in abundance, with major base cities evolving rapidly. Yet those capable of entering the elite training camp remained scarce, underscoring the dire circumstances. It seemed that this seemingly out-of-nowhere young talent from Huanxia was the beacon of hope she had been seeking. Meanwhile, at the leaderboard adorned with a black dragon sculpture, while Huanxia students and a number of opposing European Union students engaged in heated debate, an astonishing event unfolded. Suddenly, Yi Xian, who had been ranked 78th, vanished from the leaderboard. A thorough scan of the entire list revealed no trace of his name, as if everything that had transpired moments ago was merely a fleeting dream. This bewilderment extended not only to the students below, but also to several instructors observing from the stands. What is going on? How could Yi Xian's name suddenly disappear from the rankings? Quan Zhan was the first to respond, turning to his companion as Jiang. However, Jiang's expression darkened ominously. Since the leaderboard's inception, such malfunctions had never occurred, and the only plausible explanation for a student's sudden disappearance from the list would be one of deliberate action. Meanwhile, Jiang Fong and her colleagues on the second floor were momentarily stunned by the situation before hastily accessing the elite training camp's information registry. What is happening? Why can I not find that student's information on the registration page? I've searched through all the databases, and there is no record of him, exclaimed one instructor. Mine too, echoed the others as they reported similar findings. Jiang Fong's gaze sharpened as she looked at her panel and coldly remarked, "There is only one possibility. Someone has forcibly erased Yi Xian's information from the registry." What? Are you suggesting that someone has deliberately removed Yi Xian's entry from the elite training camp? Quan Zhan's voice rose, filled with indignation as anger flickered in his eyes. Aside from this possibility, I cannot fathom any other explanation for a student's name to vanish from the entire leaderboard. I have a strong suspicion about who might be behind this, Jiang replied, his eyes ablaze with an intensity akin to a raging inferno. The audacity of someone to carry out such an act under the gaze of many, especially in front of him, was infuriating. Although he was merely a student, he had the backing of the Jiangnan Pavilion, capable of mobilizing the upper echelons of the entire Jiangnan Bay City with ease. Furthermore, he had been entrusted by Zhou Zhengyong to oversee Yi Xian within the elite training camp. To have Yi Xian targeted on his very first day was intolerable. A blatant disregard for their presence, as if they were mere soft persimmons to be squeezed at will. This incident did not only alarm the many students from Huanxia. Even the European Union students, who had previously been engaged in verbal sparring with them, sensed that something was amiss. For a moment, silence enveloped the crowd, as they realized the gravity of the situation. The elite training camp is a prestigious institution established with the support of various major base cities, alliances, and the two leading martial arts academies, representing the pinnacle of martial training. Yet, amidst discussions of the rise of an extraordinary talent, a sudden upheaval occurred. While it would be normal for a system error to cause someone to drop in the rankings, Yi Xian's name disappearing entirely after having reached the 78th position was unprecedented. It was clear to any discerning observer that this was a result of deliberate manipulation, a situation that had never before unfolded in the history of the elite training camp. Yi Xian had, once again, set a record. At that moment, Jiang Fong began to piece together the implications and promptly dialed a number from her communication panel. "Hello." Despite the abruptness and urgency of the situation, the student from Huanxia quickly regained their composure and began reporting the incident to their respective base cities and departments. Meanwhile, as the storm brewed outside, the orchestrator of the chaos received word. "Candace, wake up. There may have been some complications with the earlier incident." A figure rushed into the room, addressing the golden-haired man who had been resting in a chair. This Candace was none other than the individual who had previously instructed Chris and the others. Candace leaned back in her armchair, her posture suddenly tense, and her eyes widened with rapid intensity as she turned to the newcomer, inquiring, "What happened? Reveal everything you know, leaving not a single detail unmentioned." "Understood." A few minutes later, a heavy thud echoed abruptly from within the room. Bang! At this moment, Candace had shed her earlier composure upon hearing the report. She slammed her arm onto the table, her eyes wide open as she exclaimed, "Did you not say that the newcomer had no background or rumors? How is it that within a mere 10 minutes, such a commotion has ensued? To think that someone who stormed straight to the 78th position on the leaderboard during their first trial in the tower would dare to act. Chris is truly courting disaster. Candace, what shall we do now?" This matter is no longer confined to the elite training camp. Even the Extreme Martial Arts Academy has begun dispatching personnel to investigate. Candace fell silent for a moment before responding coldly. "Since this situation has drawn attention, let us place the blame squarely on Chris. As for how to silence them, you know what to do." As she spoke, Candace raised her hand, gesturing towards the man before her, who immediately understood and rushed towards the door without hesitation. Within the virtual space, after several minutes of struggle, Yi Xian was once again expelled from the trial tower. However, at this moment, astonishment flickered in his eyes, and his arm, gripping the long sword, trembled slightly. He had not anticipated that the A-level challenge on the third floor would prove to be so formidable. Even his near-perfect mastery of the fog sword could not withstand it. No, it was not that. Rather, his power amplification was simply too low. Otherwise, he would not have been unable to block a single strike. Yi Xian reflected on the scenes he had just encountered within the trial tower, murmuring to himself. The third-floor assessment took place in a primordial jungle, where, at the onset of the challenge, over 100 giant serpents, each possessing the strength of advanced beast generals, launched a coordinated assault on him. Despite Yi Xian's reaction speed reaching its zenith, he was unable to fend off even one of the giant serpent's attacks when he swung his sword for the first time, ultimately leading to his complete consumption. With a sigh, Yi Xian acknowledged that, at present, his power amplification remained a significant shortcoming, disregarding the enhancements from his genetic level and mental prowess. He was merely an intermediate battle general with a slight understanding of swordsmanship. While he could barely pass the 3 stages of the second floor through his swordplay, he found himself utterly helpless against the intelligently adaptive forest giants of the 3rd floor, whose cunning surpassed that of their predecessors. It could be said that his success in the first 2 levels was largely due to his agility. Unbeknownst to Yi Xian, his agility had already ascended to an artistic level, although he could only utilize it in a state of clear-mindedness with his sword, unable to maintain it in a conventional manner. It sufficed for Yi Xian, given his current prowess was merely at the nascent stages of the war god level. Moreover, in a state of clear-mindedness, his consciousness became remarkably potent, enabling him to discern the movement trajectories of these beasts with clarity. Thus, dispatching these creatures felt akin to a slaughter, as he systematically exploited their weaknesses, often defeating them with a single strike. However, from the 3rd level onward, these creatures began to exhibit intelligence. As advanced beast generals, they possessed a nascent wisdom, no longer waiting passively to be slain. The crux of the matter lay in his striking techniques. A full-powered strike from him could not even withstand a single tail swipe from a giant serpent, let alone slay 100 of them under such relentless assault. Even with his agility pushed to the limits, he could not fend off the onslaught of these serpents in the densely wooded primordial jungle. After all, evading 100 advanced battle generals, especially the most agile of serpentine foes, was an impossible feat. Chapter 44. Perfecting the Sword Technique. Despite being thoroughly thrashed on the 3rd level, Yi Xian's ability to conquer the first 2 levels during his inaugural trial in the tower exceeded his expectations. Initially, he had estimated that merely passing the 1st level would be his ultimate limit, as he had only managed to study the 9-fold Thunderblade to the 2nd level, rendering his power amplification painfully inadequate. While he could handle beasts of the same realm, he was ill-equipped to contend with so many foes of superior strength. However, to his astonishment, during his foray through the 1st level, he had not even employed the striking techniques of the 9-fold Thunderblade and had nonetheless succeeded in clearing that level through sheer swordplay. When he ventured into the 2nd level, he finally unleashed his full power amplification of 14 times, narrowly passing the final trial of that stage. The beasts he encountered here were all intermediate beast generals. His success was primarily due to his mastery of artistic-level agility and the original sword techniques he had developed based on the fog sword. By the time he entered the 3rd level, he had already exhausted every trick up his sleeve, but within mere seconds, he was overwhelmed by the assault of the 100 giant serpents. Yi Xian derived immense benefits from this trial within the tower. He entered a state akin to enlightenment, grasping the artistic-level footwork and refining his original sword techniques. By a fortunate coincidence, he even managed to wield the so-called sword energy. The instant he harnessed this sword energy, the techniques and forms engraved in his mind underwent a qualitative transformation, as if they had been elevated to a new realm. Now, even without a sword in hand, Yi Xian could manifest sword techniques using the stones and wood around him, even the tiniest blade of grass or leaf, empowered by the essence of his genetic origin. Achieving this indicated that his mastery of the sword had reached an exceptionally high level. Every blade of grass or leaf could serve as a sword, and even Yi Xian's hands could unleash sword energy, marking his transcendence into a realm where the sword is born from the heart. This was Yi Xian's most significant gain from this venture. As a sword cultivator, what could bring him more joy than the breakthrough of his own sword techniques? From this moment forth, he could truly consider himself a swordsman, and the rudimentary form of swordplay that had once encapsulated all his techniques had now been entirely perfected. Yi Xian had infused all his sword techniques and the essence of the fog sword into this original sword technique, yielding results far beyond his expectations. Should he cultivate this technique to its fullest, he could potentially manifest 3,333 sword shadows, with each shadow possessing 50% of his original power. At his current level as a nascent war god, if he were to conjure these over 3,000 sword shadows, even a king-level beast would likely succumb within a minute. However, for now, such aspirations remained a distant dream. Although he had perfected this sword technique, he was still far from attaining its consummate state. Given his current understanding of swordplay, he could manage to conjure only a few hundred sword shadows. Achieving complete mastery of this technique would prove exceedingly arduous, even for Yi Xian as its creator. If others were to attempt to cultivate this technique, The challenge would be akin to a leap from apprentice level to planetary level. After all, attaining perfection in this sword technique would render concerns about king-level beasts or beast monarchs utterly trivial. It would essentially become a technique capable of instant annihilation. Such was its strength. Yi Xian cast another glance at the trial tower before he willed himself out of the virtual space. Just as he removed the consciousness sensor and stepped out of his room, he was taken aback by the scene before him. Outside the trial room, a throng of figures surrounded the area, not only consisting of the elite training camp's trainees, but also the instructors who had gathered together. As Yi Xian stood in bewilderment, the instructor named Jiang Fong was the first to speak. "Student Yi Xian, it is a pleasure to meet you. I am Jiang Fong. You may address me as Instructor Jiang." "Ah, hello, Instructor Jiang. I would like to inquire about what is happening." "Surely, it is unnecessary for this many people to gather for a mere trial in the tower." Yi Xian surveyed the gathering crowd, spotting several familiar faces among the students, including Shi Jiang, Kuang Zhan, and Chris. Wait, is that Chris and his entourage? How are they end up like this? Chris and the students who had previously come to mock Yi Xian were now seated in wheelchairs, their bodies wrapped in bandages, appearing quite miserable. Chris, in particular, bore a bruised visage, as if he had been subjected to a severe beating, while the companion beside him, Eben, seemed to be in perfect condition. Yi Xian was astonished. Although he had kicked Chris, he had been careful with the force, so it shouldn't have resulted in such severe injuries. Noticing Yi Xian's gaze drift towards the wheelchair-bound Chris, Jiang Fong began to explain, "It has been confirmed that when you entered the elite training camp today, several students from the European Union sought you out at your residence and in public areas to provoke you. Some even colluded with internal personnel to have you expelled from the training camp. This matter has been reported to the War God Palace. And according to the orders issued by Counselor Wang of the War God Palace, as the inspector of Yangzhou City, you have the authority to punish the aforementioned students. Their fates will be determined by you." Wow. Yi Xian was taken aback once more. Initially, he felt a twinge of sympathy for Chris, who could only move his eyes while in the wheelchair. However, he hadn't anticipated that Chris would orchestrate such a significant mess while he was in the trial tower. He couldn't help but regard Chris with a newfound respect. Yet, in that fleeting moment of glancing at Chris, Yi Xian seemed to glean an understanding from his eyes and subsequently asked Jiang Fong, "Instructor Jiang, to my knowledge, although Chris hails from a family within the HR Alliance, he shouldn't possess the power to collude with the upper echelons of the training camp to have me expelled. There must be another mastermind behind this." Jiang Fong was somewhat surprised. She hadn't expected Yi Xian to deduce the situation so quickly. Since he had guessed correctly, she saw no reason to withhold information and lowered her voice to say, "Indeed, as you surmised, the true instigator behind their actions is Candace Polanas, the first heir of the Polanas family from the European Union." Upon hearing this, Yi Xian nodded and then turned his gaze to Jiang Fong, asking, "What is the training camp's stance on this matter? As I mentioned before, everything is at your discretion. Whatever you require, our elite training camp will fully cooperate." And the same applies to Hanya. As Jiang Fong spoke, a glimmer of coldness flickered across her previously stern expression. Chapter 45. Yi Xian's First Warplane. A day had passed since Yi Xian first conquered the trial tower, achieving the rank of 78th on the leaderboard. In the aftermath of breaking the elite training camp's record, events unfolded that far exceeded everyone's expectations. Several high-ranking officials of the elite training camp were dismissed, and Candace Polanas, along with Eben and other participants, were successfully escorted back to the European Union by Jiang Fong and her colleagues, having been expelled from the elite training camp. Simultaneously, Yi Xian received numerous anonymous, threatening emails, along with various messages from different factions proposing negotiations. However, he paid little heed to these matters. Proud as he was, he would not waste time on such insignificant characters. His primary concern lay with the messages of care and greetings from a select few individuals in his contact list. Not many, he mused, in total. His device's contact list contained only a handful of names, barely enough to count on the fingers of one hand. Yi Xian couldn't help but reflect on the solitude that comes with being a genius. Perhaps all geniuses experience such isolation at just 18 years of age. While Yang Wu and Luo Feng were still preoccupied with their martial assessments, he had already entered the elite training camp, standing out even among the many extraordinary talents there. After handling the situation with Candace Polanas, Yi Xian began to dedicate himself to documenting an original swordsmanship manual. He intended to submit this manuscript to the Extreme Martial Arts headquarters without charge, as a way to repay the assistance he had received from the martial arts school. Although this sword technique was merely a preliminary refinement by Yi Xian, he estimated that if someone could cultivate it to perfection, their strength would undergo a qualitative leap. the effects of which could even surpass the ninefold Thunderblade, representing an almost thousandfold enhancement of their original capabilities. Of course, aside from himself, it was unlikely anyone could reach such perfection, for not everyone possessed his innate talent for swordsmanship. He was already destined to be known as the Son of the Sword, bearing the legacy of the Sword Dao, with his soul intertwined with a fragment of the essence of the Sword Dao's progenitor, Ling Bao Tianzun. It seemed that the title of swordsman would be one he carried for life. Dingling. As Yi Xian continued to organize the swordsmanship manual, the notification sound of an incoming call echoed once more. He glanced at the name on the device and raised an eyebrow. It was a call from Wu Tong. Generally, Wu Tong would not call him lightly, indicating that there must be something urgent this time. "Hello, Uncle Wu." Upon answering, he was greeted by a wave of excited laughter from the other end. "Xian, I've heard in Jiangnan Bay City that you just broke the long-standing record at the elite training camp. You have now become a legend in our Hanya nation. Not bad. Just managing to scrape by here." After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Wu Tong dove straight into the main topic. "You should return to Jiangnan Bay City from the elite training camp. The dragon blood sent by the Extreme Martial Arts headquarters has arrived safely. And there is also an important matter waiting for your attention." "So soon? All right, I'll head back right away." Yi Xian was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated the dragon blood would arrive so quickly. Just the day before, Yang Hui had informed him, and now, news had already come. The efficiency of Hanya was astonishing to the point of amazement. However, considering the immense value of such a treasure, it was reasonable that it would not be delayed. Taking a deep breath, Yi Xian stretched lazily before beginning to pack his belongings, preparing to fly back to Hanya. As a formidable warrior of the war god level, although Yi Xian had yet to fully enter the war god stage, his strength was already sufficient to reach the advanced war god tier, and he felt no fear even when encountering invincible war gods, given his talents and abilities. The Extreme Martial Arts headquarters had long prepared an appropriate means of transportation for him, a royal-grade intelligent warplane. According to the introduction from the Extreme Martial Arts headquarters, this royal-grade warplane, while not on par with the unique Chinkan-grade warplanes, was constructed from materials several times more precious than SS-grade weapons, capable of withstanding attacks from royal-grade monsters. However, at present, for Yi Xian, a King-class fighter jet is more than sufficient for his needs, as it is merely intended for everyday transportation. A slightly flashy appearance is all that is required, and he has not given much thought to its defensive capabilities, since he does not intend to use it for combat. The maximum speed of a King-class fighter jet can reach an astonishing 106 Mach, far surpassing the speeds of ordinary planetary-level and King-level beasts, offering a sensation akin to traversing through time and space. As Yi Xian made his way from his residential area to the underground garage, he was met with astonished gazes from nearly every student he encountered. If he happened upon a student from Hanxia, the enthusiasm was even greater, with many casting friendly looks his way, and some even brazen enough to request his contact information. In that moment, Yi Xian realized he had become something of a celebrity, a striking presence wherever he went, drawing the attention of many. This transformation was a result of his own strength. No one would idolize a weakling, a truth that holds even in this elite training camp. Before long, Yi Xian found himself in the cockpit of the fighter jet he had long desired. If he were to voice his thoughts, he would say that possessing such an impressively stylish aircraft would certainly warrant occasional outings. After experiencing the allure of Zhou Jingyong's fighter jet, he yearned to own one himself. Initially, he believed this aspiration would take a considerable amount of time to fulfill, only to find that within a mere month, he had already realized this dream. As Yi Xian was piloting his fighter jet, a voice filled with astonishment rang out from within the Extreme Martial Arts School in Yangzhou City of the Jiangnan base. "Brother Xian has actually entered the elite training camp?" The speaker of this incredulous remark was none other than Luo Feng, who had just completed his daily training at the Extreme Martial Arts School. At that moment, Luo Feng, gazing at the news headline on his panel declaring another extraordinary genius from Hanxia, Yi Xian, felt his expression shift dramatically, rendered momentarily speechless by the shock. It had only been about a month since they last parted, hadn't he? He had not even passed the warrior assessment, while Yi Xian had already ascended several tiers ahead of him and entered the elite training camp. Wu Tong set aside the documents in his hand, chuckling as he patted Luo Feng on the shoulder, offering words of reassurance. "Luo Feng, take it easy. Don't compare yourself to that kid. His level of talent is such that even the head of our Extreme Martial Arts School, the world's strongest, might pale in comparison. Your own gifts are commendable. I believe you too have a chance to enter that elite training camp. I understand, instructor. However, I had promised Brother Xian that we would stand together at the pinnacle of the world in the future, but now it seems I'm growing increasingly distant from him. I must work even harder for the upcoming warrior assessment. Luo Feng sighed lightly, stretching his muscles before picking up the battle blade beside him. Come on, instructor. Let us start the new round of training right now. Chapter 46. The War God Yi Xian. Even at the speed of 10 Mach in a King-class fighter jet, it took Yi Xian a full half hour to fly from the elite training camp to the border entrance of the Jiangnan Bay City. Who are you? The guard stationed at the border entrance stared in astonishment at Yi Xian as he emerged from the exclusive fighter jet of the extreme martial arts school. They had seen many war god-level experts in their time guarding the border, but none as young as him. As war general-level warriors, they were well aware that possessing such an exclusive fighter jet required a minimum level of strength, at least that of a war god. Could it be that this youth, who appeared no older than their own children, had already achieved such a level? Exchanging glances, they each discerned a hint of astonishment in the other's eyes. I have just returned from the elite training camp. Here is my identification. Please notify your superiors. Xuan, clad in a simple white casual shirt that complemented his youthful visage, hardly seemed like a war god-level powerhouse. To anyone unaware, he could easily be mistaken for a university student. The leading officer took the identification Yi Xian offered, glancing at the name, and was momentarily taken aback. The inspector of Yangzhou City, Yi Xian? Could it be that you are the extraordinary genius who made history upon entering the elite training camp? The officer exclaimed, excitement evident in his voice. Seeing this, a smile graced Yi Xian's face as he nodded. He had not anticipated that his name would travel from the elite training camp all the way to Hanxia, transforming from inconspicuous ordinary person into a renowned prodigy, a reality that left him somewhat disoriented. Indeed, it is you. I never imagined I would have the honor of meeting Hanxia's #1 genius. You might not be aware, but your name has become widely known here in Hanxia. There isn't a single person in the 5 major bay cities who doesn't recognize you. You are now a national idol. Even my son often speaks of you. The officer, noticing Yi Xian's nod, could hardly contain his admiration, gazing at him with a hint of reverence. It is nothing. I am merely a young man from Hanxia with a bit of talent, fortunate enough to grow upon the shoulders of giants. Compared to me, those of you who tirelessly safeguard the land of Hanxia are the true heroes deserving of admiration, Yi Xian stated, executing a precise military salute to the officers before him. Having graduated from military school in his previous life, he understood better than most the hardships these guardians faced, battling the elements, enduring harsh winters. These were their daily realities. The officers smiled in return, acknowledging his gesture. They did not concern themselves with what it meant to be weary. They knew only that behind the gates they guarded lay a beautiful homeland, filled with countless lives. No matter how arduous their responsibilities, the unwavering sense of duty and unparalleled glory within their hearts would never fade. Open the gates. At the officer's command, Yi Xian smoothly entered the Jiangnan Bay City. Meanwhile, across the nation of Hanxia, as Yi Xian's reputation spread from the elite training camp, tales of his accomplishments permeated every corner of the country. Yi Xian male, a citizen of Yangzhou City in Jiangnan Base, at 18 years old, passed the warrior assessment at the Extreme Martial Arts School and swiftly became a high-ranking fighter. Subsequently, through the cultivation of gene origin energy, he broke through to become a high-ranking war general. In the same year, recommended by the Extreme Martial Arts School, he successfully entered the elite training camp. In his first foray into the trial tower, he shattered a long-standing record at the training camp, securing a place in the top 100 rankings, with his strength firmly reaching the war god level, becoming the youngest war god level warrior in history. He was lauded as Hanxia's #1 genius and became an object of admiration for countless youths. Such news continued to spread throughout the various base cities of Hanxia, resonating in every alley and bustling district. From octogenarians to toddlers, everyone came to know the name Yi Xian. In Yangzhou City, a young couple found themselves embroiled in a heated argument in the square, drawing a crowd of onlookers. Let us break up. All you do is obsess over that Yi Xian. What do I lack compared to him? Can he bring you happiness? The girl exclaimed, her expression one of indignation as she glared at the boy who was utterly captivated by tales of Yi Xian's exploits. With a swift motion, the boy raised his hand and struck the girl across the face, the sharp sound echoing in the air, leaving her momentarily stunned and incredulous. How dare you insult my lord Yi Xian? If we're breaking up, then so be it. A heart unburdened by women, one draws the sword with ease. Forget the one I loved, he declared, before weaving through the crowd and sprinting toward the martial arts school, leaving the girl dumbfounded, staring blankly at his departing figure. At that moment, a deafening roar resonated from the skies above, interrupting the crowd who had intended to offer words of persuasion to the girl kneeling on the ground. Upon hearing the thunderous sound, they all lifted their gazes toward the heavens. There, hovering at an altitude of 1,000 meters, was a jet, its entire body enveloped in a cloak of black. The instant this aircraft made its appearance, onlookers hastily retrieved their phones, capturing photographs of the imposing machine. Meanwhile, the girl, still kneeling, clenched her fists in quiet defiance, a flicker of resentment evident in her eyes as she muttered to herself, 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. In the cockpit of the obsidian-hued aircraft was none other than Xuan, who had just arrived in Yangzhou City. Unbeknownst to him, he was in communication with Uncle Wu, entirely unaware of the unfolding event below. Uncle Wu, I've just arrived at Yangzhou City from the elite training camp, right outside the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. Could you come pick me up? Already here so soon? I'm currently inside the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. Just come directly in. After hanging up the phone, Wu Tong couldn't help but smile. What is up, instructor? Luo Feng, who was training with Wu Tong, inquired upon noticing his mentor's unusual demeanor. Oh, it's nothing much. Your esteemed elder brother is on his way. Let us wrap up the training for now. With your current prowess, passing tomorrow's martial artist assessment should be a walk in the park, Wu Tong replied, casting a cheerful glance at the panting Luo Feng. He was in high spirits, not only because Xuan had performed admirably, swiftly climbing to 78th place on the training camp leaderboard shortly after entering, but also because Luo Feng, at the tender age of 18, had reached near the level of an advanced warrior after mastering his genetic potential. Following further refinement, he had firmly stepped into the realm of advanced warriors. What? Brother Xuan is back? Luo Feng exclaimed, visibly exhilarated, for he was already aware of Xuan's recent exploits, as news of him filled every corner of social media. In Luo Feng's eyes, Xuan had become a figure he aspired to emulate, and learning of Xuan's remarkable achievements from Wu Tong had further solidified his admiration, as he recognized Xuan as the strongest prodigy of the younger generation in the Hanxia region. Chapter 47. Rapid Progress of Luo Feng. In a short while, Xuan's striking figure appeared before Wu Tong and Luo Feng. Not bad, Luo Feng. It's only been a month, yet your progress has been astonishing. Nearing the level of an advanced warrior, Xuan remarked with a smile, draping an arm around Luo Feng's shoulders in praise. While there was a degree of politeness in his words, they were also infused with genuine admiration for Luo Feng's rapid growth. As someone of warrior-level prowess and a psychic master, Xuan could easily discern Luo Feng's current strength. It seemed that the pressure he had exerted had propelled Luo Feng's abilities beyond what was originally destined for him within the timeline, where he might have only reached the intermediate warrior level. Instead, he had skyrocketed in just a month, now on the cusp of becoming an advanced warrior. Moreover, considering the enhancements from being a psychic master, Luo Feng's true strength had even reached the intermediate battle general tier. Goodness, although his advancement has been phenomenal, it must still be attributed to the system and the transcendent beings of the primordial era. Yet, Luo Feng has achieved this level purely through his innate talent and diligent effort. Truly, he is a child of destiny. Even without the system's benefits like Xuan, he still shines with exceptional talent. Instead of subscribing to the notion of a protagonist halo, Xuan preferred to attribute Luo Feng's achievements to his own hard work, as Luo Feng's relentless drive for progress was what truly earned his respect. My progress pales in comparison to yours, Brother Xuan. In just a month, you've already entered the warrior preparatory camp and are now a member among the warriors, while I'm still fretting over tomorrow's martial artist assessment. Luo Feng chuckled, shaking his head. Don't be disheartened. I merely arrived at this level a bit earlier than you. You'll catch up in no time. One to you? Xuan said, amused by Luo Feng's exaggerated expression of despair. True, but you must wait for me. I heard from Instructor Wu that your strength will soon experience another qualitative leap. At this rate, you might be ascending to the ranks of warriors before long. Which put a lot of pressure on me, Luo Feng replied, noticing Xuan's struggle to suppress his laughter and playfully punched Xuan's iron-like chest, though it felt like a mere tickle to Xuan. I've just been dubbed the first genius, so the pressure should be on me. I can't afford to lag behind. I must grow quickly and hasten my progress. You understand the principle of thriving in adversity and perishing in comfort, don't you? Who knows what monumental events await us if we don't advance swiftly? After Xuan finished speaking, Luo Feng began to ponder deeply over his words, sensing a foreboding that what Xuan had said might indeed manifest in reality. Have you two finished reminiscing? It's time for me to address serious matters. Wu Tong interjected, having finished organizing the training equipment, and turned to face Xuan and Luo Feng seated before him. Luo Feng, you will be undergoing your martial artist assessment tomorrow. Return now to rest and gather your strength. aiming to reach your peak condition to face the assessment. I believe this martial artist assessment should pose no challenge for you. As Wu Tong directed his attention towards Luo Feng, the latter snapped out of his reverie. He glanced at Wu Tong and then at Yi Xian, quickly grasping Wu Tong's implication. Rising, he playfully punched Yi Xian once more before bidding farewell to both Wu Tong and Yi Xian. Good luck, Feng Di. Your elder brother has faith in you. Aim for first place in the assessment and don't embarrass your brother. Yi Yuan Angerigit. Just as Luo Feng was about to exit, he stumbled slightly upon hearing those words, nearly performing a comical fall as he shot Yi Xian a fierce glare before turning away, ignoring Yi Xian's teasing as he strode out the door. The illustrious Luo Feng. How could he be swayed by such antics? Childish. Looks like your younger brother has quite the opinion of you, doesn't he? Wu Tong teased, chuckling at Yi Xian. Unfazed, Yi Xian merely shrugged and responded nonchalantly. Every genius has a touch of pride, especially someone like Luo Feng. His claims of being the elder brother are all in jest. Given Luo Feng's nature, it's more accurate to say he views me as a target to chase. Gaining his genuine respect is no easy feat. Even the academy head might struggle with that. Seeing Yi Xian hold Luo Feng in such high regard, Wu Tong expressed mild surprise, exclaiming, "You hold Luo Feng in such high esteem? I didn't expect that. What, Uncle Wu? Don't mistake me for those who boast endlessly about themselves, yearning to elevate their own status. I still possess a functioning mind." Yi Xian sighed as he spoke, keenly aware that Wu Tong harbored a certain prejudice against him. Although he was currently being lauded as the greatest prodigy of Honshu, only he understood the superficiality of such a title. Were it not for the fortuitous advantages he had been granted, he might still be languishing in obscurity, perhaps struggling to even attain the status of a novice martial artist, let alone reach his current standing. As he often reminded himself, he possessed little innate talent, and was merely a diligent youth compelled to practice swordsmanship. Our war god Yi indeed lives up to his reputation. Such a mindset is truly rare, which explains why he has achieved the title of Honshu's foremost genius. It is not without justification. Wu Tong was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled. His words, though tinged with mockery, held an undeniable truth. As the chief instructor of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, he had encountered countless individuals who, merely due to a hint of talent, had become arrogant and aloof. While such geniuses may possess remarkable abilities, they often lack the essential qualities that define true genius, namely, the temperament to remain grounded and steadily progress on the martial path. Those who become lost in the allure of their own prowess ultimately fade away like a fleeting flower. Since you've stated as much, then this war god shall drop the pretense. My time is precious. Kindly present the dragon blood without delay, lest you provoke my wrath, Yi Xian declared, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth as he crossed his arms defiantly before Wu Tong. Was it merely an act? How difficult could it be? When it came to theatrics, Yi Xian would not be outdone. Chapter 48, Dragon Blood, Millennium Willow Heart. Enough. Do you truly think I would hoard your dragon blood? Others might misinterpret it as something sinister. Follow me. I shall escort you to retrieve it. And I have some matters to discuss with you, Wu Tong remarked, casting a glance at the brazenly arrogant Yi Xian, rolling his eyes in mild exasperation. Internally, he couldn't help but scoff. This is no celestial genius. He is merely a nouveau riche. Noticing Wu Tong's reluctance to engage further, Yi Xian felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, beginning to doubt his own acting skills. Was he truly so unconvincing? Without dwelling on it, he quickly followed, prioritizing the dragon blood over any concerns about his performance. Wu Tong led Yi Xian to the uppermost level of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, a domain inaccessible to ordinary individuals, designated for handling significant matters. After presenting their identification, they successfully passed the security checks and entered a heavily guarded chamber, where a round table was laden with numerous folders. This was the conference room employed by the various extreme martial arts academies to deliberate on crucial issues. Each document on the table was classified and accessible only to high-ranking officials like Wu Tong, certified by the academy's headquarters. Yi Xian, of course, was of an even more confidential status. You're likely aware of the conditions surrounding this dragon blood. Initially, the higher-ups of our academy were hesitant to bestow it upon you so soon. However, seeing your rapid progress, they realized that if we delayed, it might become futile for you later on, Wu Tong explained as he guided Yi Xian to an adjacent room housing a massive safe, specifically designed for the cultivation of unparalleled talents. This room contained individual training facilities, well equipped with all necessary resources, albeit not as luxurious as those of the headquarters. As Wu Tong spoke, He utilized a series of security measures on the safe, retrieving a large box crafted entirely from titanium alloy. Take this. Within lies your share of dragon blood, valued at several hundred billion. Our entire academy possesses very few of such treasures, Wu Tong remarked, a hint of envy in his tone. He, currently at the pinnacle of advanced general rank, yearned for this dragon blood, as its absorption could enable him to transcend his current limitations and ascend to the realm of true martial deities. Yet, at his age, with his potential already defined, even the dragon blood would only yield minimal gains, perhaps elevating him to a junior war god at best. Conversely, if Yi Xian were to absorb this dragon blood, the benefits would far exceed those for Wu Tong. Given Yi Xian's already formidable physique, the infusion of dragon blood could potentially herald the emergence of a martial master of unprecedented caliber in Honshu. Ye Xuan nodded solemnly, receiving the box from Wu Tong's expectant gaze. The weight of the box felt substantial in his hands, not merely due to its physical heft, but also the weight of the expectations placed upon him. Why would the Extreme Martial Arts Academy invest hundreds of billions and countless resources to facilitate his growth? Was it not to cultivate another formidable warrior among humanity? Both the Academy and the higher echelons of Honshu held unwavering faith in Yi Xian's potential, nurturing profound hopes for his future. Even if he never ascended beyond the level of a war god, he could at least achieve the invincible status of a renowned war deity like Jia Yi, whose name resonated throughout the land. Yi Xian gently caressed the box, recognizing it as a testament to the trust bestowed upon him by the Academy's leaders. It also served as a formidable trial. The dragon blood has been entrusted to you. Spend the next few days here, focusing solely on its absorption. Should you require any additional resources, simply inform me. The Extreme Martial Arts Academy possesses ample funds, Wu Tong said with a smile, his eyes reflecting his confidence in Yi Xian. I hope that upon your emergence from seclusion, you will present us with a satisfactory outcome, allowing me to report positively to our superiors. Rest assured, Uncle Wu, I will undoubtedly astonish you all upon my return, Yi Xian affirmed, his eyes brimming with confidence, holding a belief in his own talent that eclipsed even his self-perception. If, with the assistance of the system and the sage, he could not rise to the occasion, then perhaps self-dissolution would be the better option. Wu Tong offered no further words, bestowing Yi Xian an encouraging glance before closing the door behind him as he exited. Yi Xian slowly regarded the box before him. It was a fingerprint-locked safe, substantial in size. As he pressed his finger against the biometric scanner, a satisfying click echoed, and the safe opened automatically. Inside, he discovered two metallic boxes nestled within. One contained the dragon blood, while the other held an equally valuable treasure, worthy of being stored alongside such a precious item. Click! Yi Xian first opened the right metallic box. As the strands of cold air began to rise, a test tube enveloped in foam materialized before Yi Xian's eyes. Within the test tube lay a small amount of golden liquid, occupying approximately 1/3 of the tube's capacity. It was evident that this was the legendary dragon blood, priced at a staggering 800 billion in the archives of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. With a mere thought, the test tube floated up from its box, slowly hovering before him. Through the overhead light, Yi Xian could almost discern the subtle currents swirling within the golden liquid. After a brief glance, he carefully set the test tube containing the dragon blood aside. Yi Xian was in no rush to utilize this precious resource. After all, there was still another box to examine. Upon opening the box on the right that housed the dragon blood, Yi Xian's gaze shifted to the left box, which appeared noticeably larger than the one containing the dragon blood. With a heart full of anticipation, he gently opened the box to reveal its contents. To his surprise, what lay within was neither a rare treasure nor advanced technology, but merely a crystal shimmering with a faint green light. Yi Xian felt momentarily bewildered as he focused on the green crystal, and then his peripheral vision caught sight of a note nestled within the box. It bore a succinct description: Millennium Willowheart, known for its effect of enhancing physical qualities and cellular vitality without side effects. The method of use is to consume the liquid essence contained within its crystalline walls. So it is this wondrous item, the Millennium Willowheart. It truly is a treasure, its efficacy rivaling that of dragon blood. Yi Xian exclaimed in astonishment as he beheld the softly glowing green crystal. The Extreme Martial Arts Academy not only bestowed upon him the 800 billion worth of dragon blood, but also included this exceedingly rare Millennium Willowheart as a supplementary gift. Yi Xian could not help but marvel at the financial might of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. Chapter 49, Planetary Level Combat Power. Goodness, this lad's power is escalating at an astonishing rate. Even I am left somewhat astonished. Brother, do you suppose he will soon catch up to me? In a modest office, a burly bald man gazed in surprise at the images displayed on the screen before him, addressing the elegantly sipping tea beside him. The unmistakable bald head belonged to the Thunder God, the master of the Thunder Martial Arts Academy, and the second strongest individual on Earth. Beside him sat Hong, the master of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy and the strongest on Earth, exuding an enigmatic aura. Compared to Thunder God's astonishment, Hong remained remarkably composed. While his eyes mirrored a hint of surprise, he maintained an air of calm, as if nothing could disrupt his equanimity. He gently set down his teacup before speaking. I was initially speculating whether he had acquired some ancient relic to achieve such rapid growth. However, it seems that we have indeed birthed a prodigious genius in Hanxia. The investment in Dragon Blood and Willowheart is truly worthwhile. Hong's profound gaze was fixed on the LCD screen, which displayed Yi Xian's first foray into the elite training camp's trial tower. This young lad's movement technique had already reached the realm of intent, and at just 18 years of age, he was capable of comprehending planetary-level footwork. It is indeed a rarity, especially considering the swordsmanship he employed, which even I found somewhat threatening. Even you, brother? Thunder God was even more astonished now. It is known that Hong's words are carefully chosen. If he felt threatened, it must be a significant matter. This young fellow's swordsmanship has also ascended to the level of intent. It is not far removed from my annihilation and your ninefold Thunderblade. All he requires is the accumulation of time. It appears he will not need our extensive guidance. As Hong observed Yi Xian on the screen, moving as if one with his sword, he couldn't help but express his admiration. Brother, should we not be concerned about his cultivation speed? According to the records, he was merely at the advanced warrior level a month ago, and now, having completed the gene origin energy training, he has ascended directly to the war god level. Is this not somewhat unfathomable? Thunder God furrowed his brow, not out of skepticism, but due to the bewildering rapidity of Yi Xian's progress, which defied all logic. It was so swift it sent shivers down his spine. If given another 3 to 5 years, would he truly surpass us? In response to Thunder God's concerns, O'Malley smiled lightly. Regardless of whether he is an unparalleled genius or merely fortunate, he is undoubtedly a rising star for our Earth. Sometimes, knowing too much can be detrimental. All we need to understand is that he is the wings of our Earth, and while his wings have yet to fully unfurl, it is our duty to protect him. Indeed, brother. Thunder God chuckled foolishly in agreement. Meanwhile, Yi Xian was embarking on his journey of rapid evolution. Dragon Blood. Apply it to the surface of the body and allow for complete absorption. Yi Xian gazed at the test tube containing the golden liquid, struggling to fathom how such a small vial could be valued at 800 billion. 800 billion. His king-level fighter jet was probably worth just a tad more than that. Shaking his head, he decided to think no further on the matter. After shedding his shirt and adjusting his physical state, he slowly poured the dragon blood, applying it to his chest, then reclined on a nearby chair, quietly awaiting the effects of the dragon blood to manifest. After a minute or two, Yi Xian felt as if a fire was igniting upon his chest. Although the sensation was not painful, waves of warmth emanated from his chest, coursing through his body. 5 minutes later, he felt as though flames were engulfing his entire being, with every cell within him swept up in this torrent of heat, transforming under its relentless flow. Gradually, Yi Xian acclimated to the heat surging through his body. With a mere thought, he directed it to evenly permeate every cell, sensing as each one appeared to evolve. Not in any extravagant manner, but in their capacity and resilience. Initially, each cell could only harbor a limited amount of cosmic energy. After absorbing the gene origin energy, they reached a state of saturation, incapable of absorbing more until they naturally distributed the energy throughout his body. If before, the cells within Yi Xian's body resembled a cup-sized container, now, after absorbing the dragon blood, they could hold the energy equivalent to that of a barrel. A formidable growth indeed. At this moment, Yi Xian was immersed in the rapid transformation of his body. If one listened closely, they could even hear the sound of blood coursing through his veins. The powerful rhythm of his heartbeat resembling that of a colossal beast prowling the primordial wilderness. This sensation was akin to impure metals being purified. It was a qualitative leap, with every cell in his body becoming more resilient and vibrant. In just half an hour of absorption, his physical attributes had undergone a terrifying enhancement. As several hours passed, a crisp sound echoed in his mind. Yi Xian, who had been resting with his eyes closed, seemed to sense something and promptly summoned his system interface. Host, Yi Xian life level, 6-fold gene level warrior, junior battle god spirit, junior battle god source energy value, 0 evil chi, 0 special, supreme source technique, increases life gene level in accordance with realm progression, Techniques. None treasures. Broken Immortal Slaughter Array Domain Law. Complete Sword Dao. Law Fusion Degree. 0-1. As Xuan had anticipated. With his foundational strength having ascended to the level of a junior battle god, his life gene level similarly escalated from 4-fold to 6-fold. A remarkable increase of 2-fold. Now, both his warrior and psychic abilities had reached the status of junior battle god, given that a psychic's mental power correlates with their physical endurance. It follows that their mental prowess can only exceed their physical foundational strength by a minor margin. Thus, under the 6-fold life gene level, Xuan's physical prowess had undeniably reached the level of a senior battle god, perhaps even surpassing it, while his mental power was also significantly superior to that of a senior battle god. With a physical constitution exceeding that of a senior battle god and a mental prowess similarly elevated, when one considers the augmentation from the sword laws and techniques, Xuan's overall strength could be likened to that of a planetary level. Even a king-level monster would pose no challenge to Xuan's current capabilities. Chapter 50. The Invincible Battle God. The effects of dragon blood truly were extraordinarily formidable, elevating me directly from a mid-level battle general to a junior battle god. And it appeared I was not far from reaching the mid-level battle god status. My punching power must have increased by no less than 70,000 kilograms. Xuan expressed his astonishment as he assessed his physical condition. At his current level, the mental prowess of a senior battle god was sufficient to roughly gauge his bodily state, though precise measurements still required instruments. Now, the power of my punch should be enough to obliterate the version of me from just a few hours prior. Xuan remarked it, a wry smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. When had he begun to compare himself to his former self? After reclining on the chair for another half hour, the transformative effects of the dragon blood had diminished significantly. Realizing that the dragon blood could no longer enhance him, Xuan felt a pang of frustration. He was so close to reaching the mid-level battle god tier, yet it seemed he had hit a wall at a critical moment. A flicker of helplessness crossed Xuan's eyes as he turned his gaze to the crystalline entity glowing with an ethereal green light within the box. Must I ultimately rely on the Millennium Willow Heart to break through to mid-level battle god? Despite his resignation, Xuan understood that the essence of dragon blood was derived from the core of a king-level dragon beast, and while its effects were significant, they could only elevate him to the brink of the mid-level battle god realm, an achievement in itself. With a thought, the entire green-hued Millennium Willow Heart floated before Xuan. He had done his research on this item, for in this technological age, with the internet so advanced, his privileges allowed him to easily uncover its details. The Millennium Willow Heart is the core of a spiritual willow tree, approximately 1 meter in diameter, and the size of an egg. Consuming it greatly enhances cellular activity, exponentially increases recovery speed, and provides a significant boost to physical attributes, outperforming even the effects of dragon blood. The outer crystalline shell of the Millennium Willow Heart is incredibly resilient, while the inner liquid is its essence. The method of consumption involves piercing the outer shell and then ingesting the inner liquid. One must not swallow the shell itself. The experience is notably pleasant, devoid of any painful symptoms, and the duration of transformation varies based on the magnitude of the enhancement. Upon reading this information from a martial arts community online, Xuan couldn't help but be astonished. The Millennium Willow Heart was no mere accessory. It was far more formidable than dragon blood, not only in efficacy, but also in its painless application and lack of side effects, allowing for a direct enhancement of physical attributes. Xuan gazed at the Millennium Willow Heart before him and marveled. Goodness, I initially thought this item was inconsequential, yet its value surpasses that of dragon blood. However, the conditions list made no mention of it being included. Who could have possibly provided such a resource? Xuan pondered, recognizing that anyone capable of mobilizing such substantial resources to enhance his foundational strength must hold a high position within the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. Shaking his head, Xuan realized he scarcely knew any high-ranking individuals within the academy. Perhaps it was merely his talent that attracted such generosity. He resolved to repay this kindness in the future, grateful for the benevolence of that kind-hearted benefactor. Just then, in a distant location, a buzz-cut man involuntarily sneezed. Achoo! Brother, you, a planetary-level warrior, can still sneeze? It seems your strength has been growing recently. Let us go train together. No, I was mistaken, brother. With that, the buzz-cut man, after uttering a careless remark, was dragged away by the lamenting individual. Alas, Xuan missed this amusing exchange. He proceeded without hesitation, gently slicing the crystalline shell of the Millennium Willow Heart with a fingertip, causing the outer layer to fall away and revealing the green essence within. Without a moment's pause, Yixian lifted the opened Millennium Willow Heart and consumed it in one swift motion, fearing that it might evaporate into the air if he hesitated. As the essence entered his mouth, he immediately felt a refreshing sensation coursing through his body, a stark contrast to the experience with dragon blood. While dragon blood felt like being thrust into a furnace, the Millennium Willow Heart was akin to enjoying ice cream, delightfully invigorating. As the essence flowed down, Yixian sensed his physical attributes rapidly escalating, the speed of enhancement vastly surpassing that of dragon blood. While dragon blood slowly matured under intense heat, the Millennium Willow Heart fermented swiftly in a cooler environment. Yixian felt as if he were a piece of meat on a chopping board, experiencing the extremes of temperature. Although the rate of enhancement was incredibly swift, the duration was far shorter than that of dragon blood. In scarcely half an hour, the cool sensation within him faded, and his bodily enhancements began to stabilize. After consuming the Millennium Willow Heart, Yixian sighed softly as he assessed his current physical condition. Why was becoming stronger so effortless? He felt a sense of loss, realizing that the rapid increase in his strength had deprived him of much enjoyment. What had happened to the promised thrill of dueling at the same level? Now, in equal standing, who could possibly match him? If he were to enter the elite training camp and face those prodigies, it would be akin to effortlessly defeating a group of 10-year-olds. With the dual enhancements of dragon blood and the Millennium Willow Heart, Yixian's physical prowess had reached a truly terrifying level. Upon absorbing the dragon blood, he estimated his punching power had neared 100,000 kilograms, an increase of 70 to 80,000 kilograms of strength. Following the swift enhancement of his physical attributes and cellular activity from consuming the Millennium Willow Heart, Yixian's current capabilities were indeed formidable beyond measure. The foundational strength of a junior warrior ranges from 64,000 to 128,000 kilograms, while that of an intermediate warrior demands between 128,000 and 256,000 kilograms. This signifies that Yixian has firmly established himself at the intermediate warrior level, boasting a punch that can exert a force of 200,000 kilograms. With his current base strength, coupled with the enhancement from 6 times the life gene level and the mental power of a psychic master, there is no need for further elaboration. He is an invincible warrior. Indeed, after the dual enhancements from the dragon blood and the Millennium Old Willowwood Heart, as well as the combined boost from life gene and mental power, Yixian's prowess has ascended to that of an invincible warrior. Below the warrior rank, he is unmatched. Above it, he exchanges blows on equal footing. Chapter 51. It seems something has been revealed. Instructor Wu, it's been over a day since my warrior assessment concluded. Has Brother Xian not finished his training yet? Luo Feng inquired, puzzled, as he turned to his companion, Wu Tong. Wu Tong chuckled, explaining it's not that straightforward. For warriors at the warrior level, it is entirely normal to be engrossed in deep training for 10 days to half a month. You will encounter this level in the future. There is no need to rush. I see. This is indeed reminiscent of the storylines in those martial arts novels, where a closed-door retreat for enlightenment takes 10 days or even half a month. When Brother Xian emerges, will he be an invincible existence like those in the tales? Luo Feng pondered aloud after hearing Wu Tong's explanation. How could that be possible? The gap between a junior warrior and an invincible warrior is monumental. Given that kid's strength, he is still far from it, Wu Tong casually remarked. However, just as Wu Tong finished speaking, a familiar voice suddenly echoed in the minds of the two. Why is that impossible? Whoa. Both men, who were idly chatting, were startled by the voice, nearly toppling the table in their fright. They quickly glanced around, but strangely, aside from various instruments surrounding them, there was not a soul in sight. Instructor Wu, I think I just heard Brother Xian's voice, Luo Feng said weakly. Wu Tong's eyes gleamed with realization as he nodded. I heard it too, and it seems, as you just suggested, this kid's training has truly skyrocketed. Meanwhile, Yixian, concealed in the shadows, revealed himself after teasing the two. With his current terrifying level of mental power, it was effortless for him to remain undetected. Upon seeing Yixian emerge from the corner, both Luo Feng and Wu Tong were taken aback. Why had he come so close to them without their notice? Brother Xian, your training progress is astonishing. You've even mastered the art of transmitting thoughts across distances. How on earth did you achieve that? Luo Feng asked, his curiosity piqued as he gazed at Yixian. As a fellow psychic master, Luo Feng was well aware of the technique of thought transmission. It was an essential skill for advanced psychic practitioners. Experiencing it firsthand now made him even more inquisitive. How did I do it? Simply connect your mental power to your consciousness with a line and speak. Your control over mental power isn't sufficient yet. I'll give you a method for precise control of mental power to practice. It will be immensely beneficial for you. Xian explained without hesitation, promising to provide a training method, as he felt an obligation to look after his younger sibling. After all, a horse cannot run fast if it hasn't eaten its grass. All right, Brother Xian, thank you, Luo Feng exclaimed, his expression momentarily frozen in surprise. Not only was Luo Feng stunned, but even Wu Tong beside him stared in shock before looking back at Luo Feng. Even Xian, who had just finished explaining, suddenly realized the implication of his words. It seems I inadvertently let something slip. My apologies, Feng bro, Xian said with a sheepish smile. Good lad. In an instant, Wu Tong seized Luo Feng by the shoulders and shook him vigorously, as if trying to blend his brain matter. You are a psychic master? Why didn't you mention this earlier? If you had told me sooner, I would have reported you to the martial arts headquarters immediately. You shouldn't have even participated in that warrior assessment. I would have directly enrolled you in the foundational training camp. Wu Tong spoke with palpable excitement, though his eyes bore a hint of reproach. Brother Xian, save me, Luo Feng said, struggling to withstand Wu Tong's exuberant shaking. After a while, Wu Tong managed to calm down from his excitement and spoke matter-of-factly, Luo Feng, you should have informed me earlier about your status as a psychic master. Do you realize what a rarity it is? There is not even one in 1,000 warriors on the entire planet. Instructor Wu, I intended to keep it hidden. At first, I didn't even know I was a psychic master. I wanted to treat it as a trump card, Luo Feng replied, his voice somewhat lacking in confidence. Nonsense. Do you have any idea how advantageous your status as a psychic master could be if reported to the Martial Arts Academy? With your talent, if you grow, you could easily become a warrior of the highest caliber. How could you think to conceal such a gift? Do you believe you're like that rascal Xian? Wu Tong scolded, a hint of anger in his tone. Cough, cough. Uncle Wu, I think Luo Feng's idea isn't entirely without merit. Concealing his identity as a psychic master, appearing as a warrior on the surface, while secretly being a psychic master. This could serve as a safeguard in times of crisis. Catching the enemy off guard, Xian quickly interjected, feeling responsible since it was his inadvertent slip that revealed Luo Feng's secret. Ugh, you two are truly infuriating. You are both far too young. While strength is vital, do not forget that survival comes first. Concealing one's skills is one thing. But given the might of our extreme martial arts academy, would it be so difficult to dispatch a few strong individuals to protect you? If Luo Feng were to be quietly eliminated, it would merely appear as if we lost a warrior. But to me, that would be the loss of a potential pillar capable of reaching the warrior rank. And you, Xian, knowing full well that Luo Feng is a psychic master, why didn't you inform me sooner? Are you also trying to conceal your skills? Conceal what? You know Luo Feng's exceptional talent, yet you chose to remain silent, fearing he would be targeted and his potential wasted, right? Wu Tong looked at both of them with exasperation. Xian and Luo Feng exchanged a glance, sharing a bittersweet smile. They held their lives in high regard and were acutely aware of their own strengths. How could they be oblivious to such matters? It felt akin to knowing one isn't cold, yet still being unable to resist a parent's insistence on providing a coat. In the eyes of a parent, your claim of not being cold is irrelevant. If they believe you are cold, then you must be. After a lengthy reprimand, Wu Tong finally ceased his tirade. Saiwell, you shall forge your own paths. However, should you dare to fall in battle, I will ensure your ashes are scattered. Rest assured, we won tea. Both Luo Feng and Xian replied in unison. By the way, Brother Xian, I haven't asked yet, how did you discern that I am a psychic master when I hadn't disclosed it to you? Luo Feng inquired, perplexed. Oh, this is rather simple. My mental prowess has nearly reached the level of a war god. Discerning that you are a mentalist poses little challenge, Xian remarked nonchalantly, gesturing dismissively. I see. By the way, would you just say, Brother Xian? Luo Feng and Wu Tong exchanged bewildered glances, staring at Xian, the scene reminiscent of something they had encountered before. Subsequently, the incredulous exclamations of the two echoed throughout the martial arts hall. A war god? Chapter 52. Zhang Haobai's uncle? A war god? Luo Feng and Wu Tong were utterly oblivious to their image, their astonishment palpable as they exclaimed in unison. Xian nodded in affirmation. Indeed, more or less. In terms of physical prowess, I no longer find myself inferior to those advanced war gods. When considering my mental prowess as well, ordinary planetary-level warriors stand no chance against me. However, have even parliamentary-level warriors ceased to be your adversaries? The enhancement from that dragon's blood has proven so significant that it has elevated you from a novice war god to an advanced war god? compared to Luo Feng. Wu Tong was evidently more informed, his astonishment surpassing that of his companion. He understood the magnitude of Yi Xian's transformation. After all, that was the realm of the war gods, a barrier that countless prodigies spend their entire lives striving to breach, often never even coming close. The fact that Yi Xian had traversed such an immense distance was truly astonishing. To be precise, I am above the advanced war god level, but still beneath the parliamentary level. While my physical attributes and mental abilities have transcended those of a war god, I can distinctly sense that I am still quite a way from breaking into the planetary level. I would categorize my current state as that of an invincible war god, albeit one possessing parliamentary level combat capabilities, capable of slaying king-level beasts. As he spoke, Yi Xian gently clenched his palm, unleashing a terrifying aura akin to a forceful tide that surged outward, enveloping the space around him. Under his deliberate control, the aura merely brushed past Wu Tong and Luo Feng, leaving them unscathed. Yet, even so, they were rendered speechless by the shock. They knew that even if they exerted all their strength, they could not conjure such a fearsome wave of energy. Your talent truly is remarkable, Wu Tong admitted, somewhat abashed. He had initially intended to caution Yi Xian against being overly eager, lest he find himself perpetually stuck at the war god level. However, Yi Xian had surprised him beyond measure. This was the realm above the war gods, a distinction held by only a handful within the entire Hanxia. And considering that he was merely 18, one could only speculate about the heights he might achieve in the future. A mentalist above the war god level was more than capable of single-handedly clearing entire regions overrun by beasts and could even contend against beast monarchs. Wu Tong's gaze toward Yi Xian ignited with exhilaration. Meanwhile, Luo Feng stood beside them, too stunned to articulate his thoughts. Just days prior, Yi Xian had merely entered the war god realm, and now he had ascended to a level beyond it. It was simply unfathomable. His earlier jest had become reality. Enough. It's merely a matter of combat prowess surpassing that of a war god. Look at how astonished you both are. When I break through to the planetary level, you will be even more astounded. Now, let us shift the topic to you, Luo Feng. You appear quite at ease. I take it you have passed the martial artist assessment? Yi Xian waved his hand, signaling a change in subject. Yes, I did. The entire process was quite smooth, aside from a few unexpected occurrences. Overall, I came in first. Luo Feng nodded, a satisfied smile gracing his face, betraying no hint of difficulty during the assessment. That is splendid. What do you plan to do next? Will you heed Instructor Wu's guidance and train at the basic training camp? Or will you join a martial artist squad to venture into the uncharted territories for experience? Yi Xian inquired, though he knew Luo Feng's talent was sufficient to pass such assessments. Still, he felt compelled to ask, as Luo Feng's abilities had undoubtedly increased under his influence, now nearing the level of a mid-tier battle general. After considering Yi Xian's suggestion, Luo Feng shook his head and replied, Brother Xian, Instructor Wu, I still intend to join a squad and venture into the uncharted territories for training. Growing up in a sheltered environment is not the path I wish to take. I firmly believe that relentless honing is the best way to enhance oneself. Wu Tong exchanged a glance with Yi Xian before speaking. Since you have made your arrangements, I want to pry further. However, you must ensure you return alive. I'll remind you of one thing. In the uncharted territories, the most perilous threats are not the beasts but rather humanity itself. Upon hearing Wu Tong's warning, Luo Feng opened his mouth, about to respond, but then seemed to recall something, ultimately settling for a simple nod. I will be cautious. Dingling. Just then, a clear ringtone echoed through the air. It was Wu Tong's phone. Wu Tong raised an eyebrow at the displayed number before answering. Hello, Captain? Wu Tong. I just received news that someone claiming to be Zhang Haobai's uncle wishes to meet with Luo Feng privately regarding the matter of Zhang Haobai. You should be arriving at your martial arts hall shortly. Handle it accordingly. Zhang Haobai's uncle? Related to Luo Feng? Understood. Wu Tong replied before ending the call. Hey, Luo Feng, it seems this fellow has come specifically to seek you out, personally arriving at the martial arts hall to find you. You must be quite the figure. Yi Xian teased from his side. I suspect I know why he is here. Luo Feng remarked, a hint of disdain creeping into his smile as he recalled the name. Let us wait and see. It appears my peace will soon be disrupted. I had intended to return home, submit my report, and rest, but it seems trouble is abundant. Wu Tong grumbled before turning to Yi Xian, who was eagerly anticipating the unfolding drama. With a smirk, he said, Ahem, young Yi, as Luo Feng's esteemed elder brother. I believe this matter should fall to you to resolve. Wouldn't you agree? Huh? The ever-enthusiastic Yi Xian was taken aback by Wu Tong's suggestion. He looked at Wu Tong, who appeared quite earnest, as if genuinely intending to delegate this responsibility to him. However, he was hardly so easily swayed. I see. You simply wish to offload this task onto me, so you can make a swift exit, correct? Xuan replied with a hint of reproach. Come now. What are you saying? You know me, Wu Tong. This situation is indeed linked to you. Wu Tong chuckled awkwardly, realizing his intentions had been laid bare. After all, you were the one who handed Zhang Haobai over to the Jiangnan Security Bureau, so naturally, his uncle would come seeking you. Moreover, as Luo Feng's elder brother, if your junior is being wronged, you ought to intervene. Thus, it is only fitting that you handle this matter. Brother Xian, could it be that you are the inspector of Yangzhou City? Luo Feng, who had pieced together the context, turned to Xuan with a look of astonishment. He had been contemplating visiting that inspector in the future, only to realize that the inspector had been right beside him all along. Chapter 53, The Overbearing Wu Tong. At that time, I happened to be in the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, and I casually handled the situation. Initially, I intended for you to resolve it personally, but unexpectedly, Zhang Haobai was directly detained in the detention center. Xuan provided a brief explanation. I see now. I was wondering how Zhang Haobai suddenly ended up there. I certainly don't know any inspectors. In any case, thank you, Brother Xian. The way Luo Feng addressed him as Brother Xian was truly heartfelt. In his eyes, having someone like Yi Xian as an elder brother was indeed a stroke of luck, and Yi Xian was more than competent in that role. It's nothing much. Yi Xian patted Luo Feng's shoulder, but then he sensed something and raised an eyebrow, speaking to Luo Feng and Wu Tong beside him. The person has arrived, and they seem quite imposing. Uncle Wu, Brother Feng, I'm not adept at conversations like these, so I'll leave it to you. I'll just observe from the sidelines. No problem, Wu Tong assured with a hand gesture, while Luo Feng nodded indifferently. Luo Feng was well aware of these matters. The rules among martial artists differed significantly from those of ordinary individuals. Even within the martial artists forum of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, there existed numerous posts discussing grievances between martial artists. Within the 6 major base cities, martial artists might still be bound by laws and regulations. But once outside the base city, strength dictated everything. The stronger one's prowess, the greater their authority. Should a conflict arise between martial artists, designated personnel would invariably step in to mediate, for each martial artist represented a valuable asset to humanity. A deadly feud between martial artists was something no martial arts hall or government wished to witness. Thus, despite Luo Feng harboring no fondness for Zhang Haobai, he was compelled to sit down and negotiate with Zhang Haobai's uncle. Luo Feng was aware of Zhang Haobai's uncle's intentions, which were likely aimed at settling the issue privately. Since there was animosity, it was best to resolve it at the negotiation table to prevent it from escalating. Before long, on the 2nd floor of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall in Yangzhou City, Wu Tong and Luo Feng, seated in a negotiation room with floor-to-ceiling windows, heard a series of footsteps. As expected, the visitors did not come with good intentions. The news had mentioned Zhangzhou, but unexpectedly, 3 individuals arrived. 3 people? Wu Tong said, narrowing his eyes. Luo Feng sensed something was amiss. Was it truly necessary to bring so many for a negotiation? Yi Xian, however, remained silent, calmly awaiting the proceedings. Within this negotiation room, even if Zhang Haobai's uncle had summoned a war god-level martial artist for support, Yi Xian could subdue them in an instant. With a click, the door to the negotiation room swung open, and the instructor of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall entered, accompanied by 3 figures. Wu Tong, it's been a while. You seem to have lost a bit of weight. One of the newcomers said as they all took their seats. It's you, old Li. Indeed, it has been quite some time. I wonder if you've made any progress during our time apart. I have successfully advanced to a mid-level warrior. You Haven T remain stuck at the high-level fighter. Have you? Wu Tong smiled lightly, fully aware of the underlying intentions of the man opposite him, who was attempting to ingratiate himself. The man across from him, clearly incensed by Wu Tong's words, felt his face flush. He had become a martial artist at the same time as Wu Tong, yet 5 years had passed, and he remained a high-level fighter, something he deeply resented discussing. Enough, old Li. We're here to negotiate, so tone it down a bit. Zhang Zihu interjected diplomatically from between the two, glancing at Wu Tong with a smile. His focus was primarily on Wu Tong. The 2 youths beside him, appearing no older than 18, hardly warranted his attention. He understood that young martial artists often brimmed with arrogance, and engaging with them directly might undermine his standing and complicate matters further. Thus, he cut straight to the point. Director Wu, I believe it would be best to minimize this incident. After all, if it escalates, it would be disadvantageous for both parties. Wouldn't you agree? In response to Zhang Zihu's affable demeanor, Wu Tong recognized his ulterior motives, but merely shook his head and replied, Zhang, you've been in the martial arts circle long enough to know that the decision-maker here is not me, but rather Luo Feng from the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. If you wish to discuss this matter, you should speak with him. Director Wu, let's not involve the youngsters in this, Zhang Zihu attempted to persuade, only to be interrupted by Wu Tong's sharp retort. Silence. I already stated, unless Luo Feng personally agrees, there's nothing to discuss. If you weren't a practitioner from the Thunderbolt Martial Hall, do you think you'd even have a right to sit here and talk with me? Wu Tong's commanding presence left no room for negotiation. Observing Wu Tong's resolute demeanor, Yixian couldn't help but nod approvingly, giving him a silent thumbs up. Even Luo Feng, who was the principal party involved, hadn't anticipated Wu Tong's bluntness, cutting off the opposing party's words so decisively. Unbeknownst to Luo Feng, characters like Zhang Zihu, who clung tenaciously to their positions, were not uncommon in the martial arts world. To deal with such individuals required a firm stance. Prolonging discussions could lead to a situation where even justified claims could be twisted into something unfounded. Evidently, Wu Tong was aware of Zhang Zihu's reputation, which was why he refrained from beating around the bush and addressed the situation directly. As the overseer of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall in Yangzhou City, he had no fear of retribution from Zhang Zihu. As for Luo Feng, being a psychic adept at the high fighter level, he possessed the strength to contend with mid-level warriors. Thus, even if Zhang Zihu and his companions plotted against Luo Feng, Wu Tong was unconcerned about Luo Feng's ability to protect himself. Whether it was Luo Feng who would slay Zhang Zihu or vice versa remained an open question. Faced with Wu Tong's scolding, Zhang Zihu's expression turned somewhat grim. He had merely intended to smooth things over to make the situation more manageable, but Wu Tong's blatant dismissal left him feeling humiliated. Frankly, he could not comprehend why Wu Tong, as the overseer of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, seemed to disregard the customary rules of their circle. Did he not fear potential retribution in the future? Despite losing face, Zhang Zihu maintained a forced smile, nodding in agreement with Wu Tong's statements. After all, they were under the same roof, and he had no choice but to relent. He was the one seeking assistance from Wu Tong, not the other way around. Chapter 54. What are you? Director Wu speaks wisely, Zhang Zihu said, forcing a smile that barely masked his irritation, before shifting his gaze to the young man seated beside Wu Tong. At that moment, Luo Feng's attention was firmly fixed on Zhang Zihu. One could only say that it was unsurprising for someone from a prominent family to exhibit such arrogance. The nephew was brazen enough, but the uncle was even more so. Truly, the apple does not fall far from the tree. So you're Luo Feng. I am Zhang Haobai's uncle. I heard about the unpleasantness between you and him, so I came today to discuss the matter with you, Zhang Zihu stated with an overly polite demeanor, adopting a notably humble posture, keenly aware that any misstep could provoke the ire of both Luo Feng and Wu Tong. However, he remained oblivious to the fact that both the domineering Wu Tong, who deviated entirely from his usual demeanor, and Luo Feng, who possessed a temperament far removed from that of an ordinary 18-year-old, were intentionally or unintentionally casting their gazes toward a certain figure seated nearby. Mr. Zhang Zihu, since you are that fellow's uncle, you must be aware of the actions your nephew has taken. Before we commence negotiations, I would like to hear your thoughts on your nephew's deeds, Luo Feng stated, his tone remarkably steady, unaffected by Zhang Zihu's words. At this moment, Luo Feng's composure in the face of Zhang Zihu bore no resemblance to that of an 18-year-old who had just entered the martial arts circle. His words and demeanor elicited a subtle glance from Wu Tong. After a month of training with Luo Feng, Wu Tong recognized that despite Luo Feng's youth, his intellect surpassed that of the average person. Even Yixian, who sat nearby, might not match Luo Feng's mental fortitude. Wu Tong had intentionally brought Luo Feng to confront Zhang Zihu to observe the latter's temperament. If he could not withstand this, how could he maintain his composure when facing monsters on the battlefield? Countless reckless geniuses had met their demise halfway through their journey. Although Luo Feng's talent could not rival Yixian's, he stood at a first-rate level. For Luo Feng's future development, Wu Tong's concerns were palpable. Under the gaze of Luo Feng's abyss-like eyes, even Zhang Zihu, who was on the verge of breaking through to the primary battle general level and had endured years of hardship in the wilderness, was momentarily taken aback. Hadn't Luo Feng just recently passed the martial arts assessment and entered the martial arts circle? How could he exude such a terrifying aura, comparable even to the captain of his Tiger II squad? In that instant, Zhang Zihu's assessment of Luo Feng soared. He realized that his nephew had likely provoked someone far beyond his reckoning. Given Luo Feng's extraordinary talent, it was no wonder the inspector from Yangzhou had taken notice of him. even at the risk of offending Zhang Zihu to bring Zhang Haobai's actions to the Jiangnan Security Bureau. However, Luo Feng, although I am Zhang Haobai's uncle, I believe that everything can be negotiated, can it not? Moreover, that rascal has suffered quite a bit in the Security Bureau over the past month. Why not consider settling this matter amicably? Zhang Zihu continued with a smile, though a cold glint flickered in his eyes. There exists a stark difference between a talented genius and one who has already matured into their abilities. Luo Feng had only just emerged from the martial arts assessment and remained unaware of the intricacies involved. With his years of experience in the martial arts circle, Zhang Zihu had numerous ways to ensure that Luo Feng would vanish quietly amidst the swarm of monsters. He had done so before. How generous of you to suggest negotiation. Your nephew certainly did not afford me such an opportunity, Luo Feng retorted with a cold scoff, his tone growing icy as his gaze toward Zhang Zihu became increasingly perilous. After uttering these words, he turned his attention to Yi Xian, who sat beside him, his expression equally indifferent. Upon making eye contact, Yi Xian instantly grasped Luo Feng's intent and nodded slowly. Given this, I shall refrain from unnecessary chatter and state the conditions directly. How much will it take to put this matter to rest? Zhang Zihu, seeing Luo Feng's obstinacy, could no longer maintain his facade of a smile and revealed his true nature. Before you propose a figure, let me remind you that I am on the cusp of entering the battle general tier, while you are merely a newly minted martial artist who has just passed the assessment at an ordinary martial arts school, he declared. Ah, so you wish to negotiate? Very well, then I shall propose 300 million. 300 million for your nephew's life. Is that not a fair price? Luo Feng remained unfazed by Zhang Zihu's threats. In the past, he might have endured for the greater good, but now, having stepped into the realm of spiritual thought masters with Yi Xian by his side, he had no reason to fear someone who had yet to reach the battle general level. To put it bluntly, if he desired to eliminate Zhang Zihu, he could do so without the aid of Wu Tong or Yi Xian. His mental prowess alone could discreetly control a flying knife to take him out, illustrating the stark contrast between an ordinary martial artist and a spiritual thought master. Bang! As Luo Feng's words echoed, 3 figures abruptly sprang from their seats, sending chairs flying. 300 million? Do you even understand the rules? If I give you 300 million, do you think you can afford to spend it? At that moment, it dawned on Zhang Zihu that he had been outmaneuvered by this young man. Even if he genuinely produced 300 million, this obstinate youth would surely renege on the deal. Thus, he decided to tear off the facade and shouted in rage, "Enough!" With Zhang Zihu's sudden outburst, Wu Tong, seated beside Luo Feng, instinctively prepared to intervene, only to be startled by the overwhelming surge of power emanating from Yi Xian. How dare you threaten my brother in my presence? Kneel before me, all of you. As the furious voice rang out, an incomparably terrifying aura surged forth, lifting the negotiation table before them into the air. The once intimidating Zhang Zihu and his companions now resembled deflated balloons, crushed to the ground. Their faces pressed firmly against the floor, utterly immobilized. Undoubtedly, it was Yi Xian who had taken action. From his previously passive position, Yi Xian now coldly surveyed the 3 prostrate figures, initially intending to observe the spectacle in silence. Little did he expect that Zhang Zihu would dare to employ such tactics before him and even threaten his brother. While it was common for him to assert dominance over younger siblings, he would never allow outsiders to trample upon his authority. Even a clay figurine has its limits, let alone himself. You were permitted to negotiate here out of respect for the Thunder God Sect Master. Otherwise, you would not even be worthy to act so brazenly before me. His icy words reached the ears of the 3 cowering on the ground, the terrifying aura continuously assaulting their senses, rendering them incapable of even responding. Your dear nephew is in my custody. Without my consent, he cannot possibly emerge from there. As for the 300 million Luo Feng mentioned, I expect it to be delivered to me in full by tomorrow. This is not for your nephew, but rather your prize for survival. Do you understand? After issuing his ultimatum, Yi Xian allowed no opportunity for the 3 to reply. With a flicker of his mental power, he sent the trio flying out of the large windows of the 2nd floor of the martial arts school. Chapter 55, The Australian Continent. Having resolved the matter concerning Luo Feng, Yi Xian departed from the Extreme Martial Arts School in Yangzhou City, for he had other missions to attend to. The school not only provided him with dragon blood, but also gifted him a piece of Millennium Willow Wood heart, rarer than dragon blood itself. With his power having grown to such terrifying heights, it was only fitting that he fulfill the conditions set forth by the Extreme Martial Arts School with both speed and finesse. The wilderness outside the Jiangnan Bay City was no longer necessary for him to traverse, given his current strength. Whether it be primary beast soldier or primary beast general level monsters, they posed no challenge. They could neither enhance his source point value nor fulfill his tasks. Following his significant growth, what he sought now was a rousing battle, one that would allow him to rapidly acclimate to his newfound power. Otherwise, as he continued his training, he would inevitably encounter a multitude of chaotic issues. Thus, the destination he is currently heading towards is the Australian continent, not far from the elite training camp. What? You ask why there's no need to report to the higher-ups? Apologies, but he is, in fact, the higher-up, with the current strength of Congressman Xuan. And as long as he does not contravene human laws, no one can impose restrictions upon him, not even the War God Palace. Boom! Accompanied by a wave of air. A terrifyingly swift black shadow streaked across the sky. As Xuan makes his way to the Australian continent, the situation there is equally tumultuous. Captain, 3 more Lord-level monsters are approaching us. What should we do? Should we retreat immediately? In a dilapidated town square, several armored human warriors can be seen, and upon closer inspection, one can discern a hint of fatigue on their faces. One warrior, wielding dual blades, turns to a towering figure beside him and inquires. The others remain silent, patiently awaiting the response of this imposing man, who evidently holds a position of authority within the group. What is the estimated strength of the 3 Lord-level monsters? The man frowns slightly, his expression grave. They have just combined their efforts to eliminate a high-level Lord Beast, and their current state has diminished. Facing another high-level Lord Beast could very well prove fatal, as even just 2 of them could be enough to spell their doom. In terms of strength, they are approximately at the intermediate Lord level. The closest, a Griffin Lord, seems on the verge of breaking through to the high-level Lord stage, being less than 50 kilometers away. The reconnaissance warrior, who initially spoke, quickly assessed the strength of the beast in a matter of seconds and provided his report. Understood. We can still fight. I will hold off the Griffin, while the rest of you work together to deal with the other 2 intermediate lords. After you finish, come back to support me. The captain declared, aware that as the only one among them nearing the high god of war level, he must shoulder the primary responsibility, as is expected of a leader. Yes, the others responded in unison. After a brief adjustment, 2 remarkably similar-looking men, each wielding crescent-shaped blades, charged towards one of the intermediate lords. They are twins, renowned within the martial artist community, having simultaneously become warriors, entered the elite training camp, and achieved breakthroughs to the god of war level. Among the thousands of gods of war in the War God Palace, they are indeed a rarity, earning the moniker, the Void Twins. This title stems from the unique footwork they developed together, a technique akin to a realm-level movement that, when executed to perfection, renders them elusive as if they were mere phantoms. It is precisely due to this skill that they have repeatedly turned peril into safety, even ranking among the top in the elite training camp. Captain, take care of yourself. The remaining team members advised the man before they employed their own footwork to engage the other intermediate lord. To the man's surprise, the Griffin, despite witnessing several team members assault the other 2 lords, remained undeterred, charging directly towards him. Generally, Lord-level monsters possess a degree of intelligence, and one nearing the high Lord level is as astute as a young human. Thus, it surely understands the strategy of capturing the leader first. 50 kilometers is merely 50,000 meters. Under the swift dive of the high Lord-level Griffin, it swiftly closed the gap in just a minute and a half. Confronting the man, he dared not underestimate it, although this intermediate lord was on the brink of advancing to a higher tier. The physical prowess of beasts far surpasses that of humans. While beasts can use their bodies as weapons, humans cannot claim the same, and the disparity is evident. Should he attempt to strike the Griffin, he might just breach its defenses. However, if the Griffin aimed at his head, he could easily find himself grievously injured. In an instant, the Griffin lunged at him, its wings, spanning over 20 meters, unfurled rapidly, the feathers resembling sharp blades. As the Griffin flapped its wings, several feathers shot towards the man's chest like flying daggers. Having anticipated this, the man merely twisted his body slightly, skillfully evading the attack. He was, after all, among the elite of the elite from the training camp, and having just fought the High Lord Beast, his strength was nearly depleted. Thus, when the Griffin approached from afar, he had been observing its weaknesses, aiming to strike with the least expenditure of energy and deliver a decisive blow. Bird-like monsters share a common vulnerability. Their bodies are covered in thick, resilient feathers, and their claws are exceedingly hard. Therefore, the most vulnerable areas are their unprotected eyes. As the man swiftly dodged the Griffin's attack, he raised his arm, and 2 flying daggers suddenly detached from his armor, piercing towards the Griffin's eyes. Crack! Indeed, caught off guard, the Griffin was struck directly in its eyes, but just as the daggers were about to penetrate, They exploded in a blinding flash before the man's astonished gaze. Unbelievable. The daggers were mere moments from striking the griffin's eyes. How could they suddenly detonate? Such defensive measures are beyond the capabilities of a griffin unless at the instant of the explosion, the griffin reacted swiftly, flapping its wings and sending the man hurtling through the air. Before hitting the ground, he glimpsed several figures not far away. Chapter 56. The Shadowhunter Squad. Indeed, the man's earlier conjectures were correct. While he was engaged in battle with the griffin, several human warriors lay in ambush nearby, evidently seeking the resources belonging to the High Lord beast behind him. In the ever-changing battlefield, the risk of being slain by a monster coexists with the possibility of being ambushed by fellow warriors. Humans, possessing a greater intellect than beasts, understand the most efficient means of securing their gains, and the practice of killing to seize resources is hardly a novel concept. As the man fell to the ground, the griffin wasted no time, its resilient beak aimed directly at him. Oof. With a disdainful grunt, the man forcefully slammed his left hand onto the ground. Using the rebound to propel himself upwards, his long knife swiftly positioned to counter the griffin's assault. Having trained countless times in the simulated trials of the virtual space, he was well acquainted with the griffin's attack patterns. Even in his current state of fatigue, a mere intermediate lord beast posed no real threat to him. The griffin had autonomously delivered its dual eyes, and the man, unreserved, seized the opportunity. The muscles in his legs bulged impressively, while his hands, gripping the long blade, were suddenly adorned with prominent veins, a testament to the immense power he had summoned to its zenith. An extraordinary force coursed through his entire being, channeling uniquely into his arms. With a sudden surge, he thrust the 2-meter-long sword directly into the griffin's eyes. The terrifying power penetrated deep into the creature's head, and as the blade ravaged its brain, the griffin's wings quivered violently before it collapsed rigidly to the ground, utterly immobilized. The intermediate lord-level griffin was swiftly slain by the man's ferocious assault, a feat made possible by his keen awareness of its vulnerabilities. In a confrontation where strengths were nearly equal, the side that understood the other's weaknesses invariably held the advantage, often relying on the element of surprise and the unpreparedness of their foe. Following the man's decisive strike on the griffin, several figures revealed themselves nearby. One among them let out a soft sigh, expressing a tinge of regret as he spoke. I had hoped you would meet a swifter demise at the hands of that beast. But it seems you failed to grasp my intent, Captain Hui. Bully Shadowhunt Squad. I have heard numerous accounts of martial artists from warlord-level squads mysteriously vanishing while hunting monsters on the Australian continent. Initially, I couldn't ascertain the truth. But now I can say with absolute certainty, you are the culprits behind it, aren't you? Hui clenched his fists, although his words were framed as a question. His tone betrayed no uncertainty, as if he was already convinced of the guilt of those before him. As a warrior on the brink of advancing to a high-level war god, emerging from an elite training camp, he was privy to many secrets within the martial arts community. Particularly as a war god of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, he possessed a deeper understanding than most. And while he had once dismissed the rumors surrounding the Shadowhunt Squad, they now appeared far less fabricated than he had presumed. Ha ha ha, Hui, you truly are dim-witted. When we attacked you earlier, we had no intention of allowing you to escape, and now that you've uncovered our involvement, we are even less inclined to let you go. Your companions are absent. Do you truly believe you can withstand us alone? I must admit, I have never set an ambush for a talent of your caliber before. I have heard you emerge from the elite training camp, which only heightens my excitement. To slay an unparalleled genius, this will be a first, and it makes our prolonged wait worthwhile. As Boley spoke, a sinister grin crept across his pale visage. He relished the terror that flickered across the faces of his prey. Hui, startled, glanced towards his teammates engaged in a fierce battle with the intermediate lord-level monster. Both sides were embroiled in intense combat, while the confrontation with the intermediate lord-level beast would ordinarily be swift. A couple of war god-level members from the Shadowhunt Squad were providing support, resulting in a protracted stalemate. Moreover, the assailant wielding the Void Doppelganger was a mentalist, whose individual prowess rivaled that of an intermediate war god. Coupled with the presence of another intermediate lord, the brothers found themselves in a most troublesome predicament. However, upon a fleeting glance, Hui regained his composure. His only fear lay in the potential loss of his teammates due to his own shortcomings. Since his companions were merely delayed and unharmed, he felt reassured, for he had faith in their abilities. Who is truly the fool here? Hui Sikofut. A group of individuals not even at the level of intermediate war gods dares to ambush me? With a cold laugh, he unleashed his battle blade with a terrifying velocity. striking directly at Boli, who stood before him before anyone could react. In an instant, Hui's sudden assault caught Boli off guard. Although he reacted swiftly, it was still a beat too late. As the blade swung, Boli's tightly gripped weapon hand was severed in an instant. At that moment, Hui's murderous intent surged even more fiercely than that of Boli and his companions. Despite the tremors in his hands and the fatigue weighing on him from having executed 2 consecutive ninefold thunderblades, each claiming the life of a lord. Yet, he understood that if he could not resolve the situation with the individuals before him in a timely manner, his dwindling stamina would eventually be exhausted by this relentless group. Boli bellowed in rage, having lost an arm. The recovery speed of war god-level warriors was indeed formidable, but even the strongest could not regenerate a severed limb. Should he seek medical assistance to reattach it, his overall strength would significantly diminish, hence his fury. By the time he regained his composure, his companions had already launched their own attacks. While they too were of war god caliber, they were merely at the initial level, with one being just a high-level battle general. The disparity between them and Hu Yi, who was nearing the high war god level, was substantial. However, even with Hu Yi's considerable strength, he was still outnumbered. In a flash, Hu Yi found himself embroiled in yet another fierce struggle. His exclusive S-class battle armor from the Extreme Martial Arts Academy was being shredded by the relentless assaults of the Shadow Hunt Squad, leaving him bloodied and battered. Yet, amidst this chaotic skirmish, a sudden transmission from his helmet seemed to convey an urgent message. The tension on Hu Yi's face, previously etched with the weight of battle, momentarily flickered with a spark of renewed hope. Chapter 57. Good begets good, evil begets evil. Ding! Mr. Yi Xian. A distress signal has been received from intermediate war god Hu Yi, located 300 kilometers to the southeast. Shall we proceed to the source of the signal? Inside the aircraft, Yi Xian had been leisurely engrossed in a swordsmanship manual when the urgent electronic alert pierced through the comm. The voice caught Yi Xian off guard. An intermediate war god in peril, activating the Extreme Martial Arts Academy's emergency signal, indicated that his adversaries must possess at least high war god-level strength. Confirming course. Accelerate to maximum speed, Yi Xian commanded. This was not a matter to be delayed. Arriving even a second sooner could alter the outcome. Lives were at stake. Received. Adjusting aircraft speed and relaying communication through the emergency channel. Recording the transmission for upload to the Extreme Martial Arts Academy database. As the intelligence system of the aircraft relayed its electronic notification, the speed surged dramatically, shattering a beast general-level flying monster midair. Meanwhile, as Yi Xian raced towards the scene, Hu Yi, besieged by adversaries, was nearing his breaking point. His long blade was battered and worn, and his war god-level armor lay in tatters. Ravaged by a flurry of concentrated attacks. Hu Yi, I never expected you to endure this long. I initially intended for you to experience the agony of a slow demise. But it appears I have reconsidered. Now, I shall see if you can withstand this. Having bandaged his bloody stump, Boli gestured to the members of the Shadow Hunt Squad, who understood his intent and retrieved a bottle-like object from their supplies. Upon sighting this object, the others abruptly ceased their assaults and retreated, seemingly filled with trepidation. After several individuals withdrew, Hu Yi finally found a moment to breathe. His current condition was dire, with countless wounds covering his body. Though none were fatal, he had lost the strength to even wield a knife. I had no intention of using this on you. After all, you are merely an intermediate war god, which would be rather a waste. However, considering that you have cost me an arm, I shall show you some respect and let you experience the venom of this royal-level silver scorpion. Borelli shouted madly, unaware that as a member of the Shadow Hunters handed him the vial, a gray streak suddenly flickered in the sky from a distance. Just as Borelli twisted the cap off the vial with his mouth, a blade-like shadow, swift as lightning, appeared above his head and descended, severing his other arm cleanly. With a splatter, as the cap was removed from the vial, Borelli's arm holding the bottle fell away, and the liquid inside poured over him. Then, a dramatic scene unfolded. The moment the liquid touched the chest armor, it began to dissolve at an alarming rate. The armor, forged from materials of lord-level beasts and various alloys, could not withstand the corrosive power of this liquid. Borelli was momentarily taken aback. He had never anticipated such a turn of events. Though the pain of losing his arm nearly rendered him unconscious, he was acutely aware of the horror that lay before him. Without caring who had struck, he screamed for help. Quickly, help me take off this damned armor. Hurry. Yet, the armor binding him was exceedingly secure, far beyond the capability of Borelli, who had lost both arms, to remove. After all, he was not a psychic master capable of summoning objects from thin air. Meanwhile, The other members of the Shadow Hunters were entirely focused on the illusory sword shadow guarding Hui, leaving them no time to assist Borelli. Moreover, no one dared to intervene, for fear that they too might inadvertently come into contact with the royal-level silver scorpion S venom, which would surely spell their doom. The liquid, rapidly corroding Borelli-S armor, was a potent toxin extracted from the royal beast, the silver scorpion. Although it was classified as a toxin, its potency was exponentially more terrifying than any ordinary poison, possessing an incredibly powerful corrosive quality. Once contact was made, death was inevitable. It could corrode flesh and blood, and even high-grade alloys would dissolve before it. Most alarmingly was its adhesive nature. Even the armor of high-level Lord-tier beasts could not withstand it. Upon touching human skin, whether it be the chest or merely an arm, the outcome would be akin to death. In mere seconds, the liquid completely dissolved the armor before Borelli, and in response to his horrific wails, it seeped into his chest, accompanied by a plume of smoke. Borelli, who had been rolling on the ground, abruptly ceased his movements. Meanwhile, his teammates gazed coldly at the unfolding scene, not one of them extending a hand to help. The chilling indifference of humanity was starkly evident. We, watching this spectacle, couldn't help but feel a sense of reflection. Just moments ago, the arrogant Borelli met such a tragic end at the hands of the toxin, while his team members stood by, indifferent. Indeed, birds of a feather flocked together. At the same time, the battles in two other locations had concluded swiftly. The Void Twins had exploited a flaw, drawing the attacks of an intermediate Lord-level beast entirely onto themselves. Once the beast fell, the Psychic Master, despite his ability to fly, could not withstand the brothers' terrifying advance. The strength of the Void Twins was at the intermediate War God level, while the Psychic Master had merely reached that level through mental prowess, his martial prowess barely that of a high-ranking warrior, making it impossible to fend off the coordinated assault of two intermediate War Gods. In another battle, once the intermediate Lord-level beast was slain, the team, led by the Vice-Captain, captured the remaining members of the Shadow Hunters in one fell swoop. Thus, the Shadow Hunters, who were meant to be the hunters, had now become the hunted. The previously hovering sword shadow also dissipated. Supported by the Vice-Captain, Hui looked at the Guardians surrounding him and couldn't help but smile. Compared to Borelli's cold-hearted companions, he was evidently much luckier. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed in the sky as a jet of obsidian hue appeared. Hui felt a sense of foreboding and, following the sound, saw a remarkably young man in the cockpit, giving him a thumbs up with a smile. He slowly extended his trembling arm and returned the gesture, his eyes filled with gratitude. Good deeds bring good rewards, while evil begets evil. Justice is not blind, merely waiting for the right moment. Chapter 58. The completion of a ninefold Thunderblade. On a mysterious island in Australia, ethereal white mist swirled, obscuring vision. The island was overrun with trees and flowers reminiscent of a primordial forest, the unique fragrance of blossoms mingling with a hint of freshness. In stark contrast to the serenity above the island, deep beneath its surface, within an ancient and vibrant ruin, a cacophony of jubilant shouts erupted. Ha! How many years has it been? Over 50,000 years. At last it has come. A cerebral domain width of 32. A life gene level 6 times over. And to comprehend such genius. Master, you have an heir. A shadow within the ruin was ecstatic, as if witnessing something extraordinary. Upon closer inspection, one could see that its form flickered in and out of visibility, hardly substantial. The shadow dashed around the ruin like a man possessed, eventually calming down. Its gaze fixated on a youthful, somewhat carefree face displayed before it. It's truly unbelievable. Such talent could not even be matched by the pinnacle cosmic races in just over a decade. If it were him, as the last words fell, a newfound resolve and determination sparkled in the shadow's eyes. Meanwhile, Xuan was busy slaughtering the lesser beasts of the Australian continent. Ding. Slain intermediate Lord-level beast. Source points gained. 800. Malevolence. 50. Ding. Slain first-tier planetary beast. Source points gained. 1,500. Malevolence. 100. Ding. Slain second-tier planetary beast. Source points gained. 2,000. Malevolence. 200. With each high-level beast that fell, Xuan's spoils, source points, and malevolence surged to terrifying heights. Phew. Finally managed to take it down. That took quite a bit of effort. It seems with my current strength, slaying a second-tier planetary beast at the apprentice level is my limit. Royal-level beasts are no longer a challenge for me. After dispatching yet another royal-level beast, Xuan showed no visible signs of injury, yet his chest armor heaved rapidly, his breathing erratic, clearly indicating the exertion he had endured. The most conspicuous distinction between the apprentice level and the planetary level lies in the fact that the latter can detach from oxygen and endure the oppressive forces of the cosmos as long as it receives an energy supply, a feat that the former is incapable of achieving. This reflects a transformation in the body's utilization of cosmic energy. With a flicker of thought, Xuan summoned the panel once more. Host, Xuan. Life level, sixfold genetic level. Warrior, pinnacle of apprentice level. Mental state, pinnacle of apprentice level. Source power value, 6,700. Evil chi, 500. Special, supreme origin technique. Enhances one's genetic life level as one ascends in rank. Techniques, none. Secret manuals, self-created sword art. Second layer of ninefold thunderblade. Fog sword perfection. Treasures, shattered Excalibur formation. Evil chi, 500 to 10,000. Domain laws, complete path of the sword, law fusion degree, 0, 1. A slight sweep of his consciousness revealed that his source power value had astonishingly reached nearly 7,000 points, with his evil chi also escalating to 500. Furthermore, his self-created sword techniques and the ninefold thunderblade had finally reached a level ripe for upgrade once his source power value attained a sufficient quantity. System. Upgrade the ninefold thunderblade. Without a moment's hesitation, Xuan concentrated his thoughts and tapped on the plus sign behind the ninefold thunderblade on the system panel. Ding. Current reserve source points enable the ninefold thunderblade manual to be upgraded to perfection, which will consume 3,000 source points. Are you sure you wish to upgrade? The system's cold prompt echoed once more. Confirmed. Upon Xuan's affirmation, the optimal methods for utilizing the ninefold thunderblade, along with the techniques for a sevenfold power boost, materialized in his mind. Given Xuan's current strength, any manual that could enhance his physical power would be of utmost importance to him. The ninefold thunderblade was precisely the foremost manual for power techniques on Earth. Although it did not possess the destructive capability of the apocalypse, its power techniques were unparalleled. With the enhancement of his sixfold genetic life level, Xuan's physical strength had already transcended that of ordinary high-level war gods by numerous tiers, rivaling even the planetary level. Thus, techniques capable of amplifying his physical strength were crucial for him, becoming his most significant reliance without the use of mental power. Initially, Xuan's basic punch had already reached a staggering force of 200,000 kilograms. Now, bolstered by the sixfold genetic level and sevenfold power techniques, his strength had reached an astonishing level. Before upgrading the ninefold thunderblade, he needed to exert considerable effort to confront a king-level monster. However, under the current circumstances, if he unleashed his utmost strength, he could likely defeat such a creature with just a single punch. Indeed, it was a single punch, wielding nearly 10 million kilograms of force, an overwhelming strike capable of obliterating a king-level monster's skull. Should he unleash this extreme physical power and simultaneously employ his sword techniques, there would be scarcely anyone on Earth capable of standing in his way. At this moment, he felt a newfound confidence to face impending challenges. System. How many source points are required to upgrade my self-created sword technique manual? After spending 3,000 source points to upgrade the ninefold thunderblade, Xuan noticed the plus sign behind his self-created sword technique manual vanish, prompting him to raise an eyebrow. To his surprise, his self-created sword technique could indeed be further advanced from its original foundation, something he had not anticipated. Could it be that all manuals could be upgraded from their original basis? If so, why not simply upgrade the sword technique and extract the sevenfold power technique from the ninefold thunderblade, thereby directly enhancing his power techniques? After all, as the saying goes, one force breaks 10,000 methods. In the face of such terrifying strength, who would need sword techniques? Ding! Only the host's self-created manuals can undergo advancement from their original basis, and such advancements are subject to limits and conditions. The conditions for advancing the self-created sword technique have been met, with a maximum of one advancement possible, requiring 5,000 source points. The ninefold thunderblade and fog sword have been upgraded to perfection and are not classified as the host's self-created manuals, hence cannot be advanced. In response to Xuan's inquiry, the system provided a detailed explanation. I see, he mused. If continuous advancements and upgrades were permissible, one could directly elevate manuals to the immortal level. That would indeed be terrifying. Chapter 59 to advance this self-created sword technique requires 5,000 source points? That seems reasonable. Yet the challenge lies in the scarcity of suitable monsters on the Australian continent for me to hunt. My current rank is that of a high-level war god, meaning I can only earn source points from monsters of at least high lord caliber. The issue is, where are all the high lords? Xuan felt a headache coming on. The Australian continent is indeed teeming with monsters of various species, yet these are predominantly beast general level monsters. The term Lord signifies that in a vast expanse of territory, there exist only one or two Lord-level monsters, hence the title Lord. Moreover, the Lord-level monsters maintain considerable distance from each other to avoid encroaching upon their territories. Even with Yi Xian's king-level war machine's extensive scanning, it might be difficult to locate them, let alone by wandering aimlessly. Seeing that his source points were only a mere 1,300 shy of the 5,000 needed for the advancement of his self-created technique, Yi Xian felt increasingly frustrated. 1,300 source points, neither too few nor too many, but the real challenge lies in their acquisition. Slaying a single High Lord grants only 800 source points, necessitating the defeat of 2 for a sufficient total. If it were a king-level monster, 1 would suffice. After 2 days of roaming the Australian continent, Yi Xian had only encountered and slain 4 High Lords and 2 king-level monsters. In contrast, the intermediate and low Lord monsters beneath the High Lord level were innumerable. The materials from the Lord and king-level monsters stored in the cargo hold of his king-level war machine were nearly overflowing. Even the materials from low Lord-level monsters, within the confines of Extreme Home and various martial arts factions, are frequently auctioned, with a single low Lord monster's materials fetching a minimum of several billion. The materials from intermediate and high Lord-level monsters can soar to several hundred or even thousands of billions, while the worth of king-level monster materials is beyond monetary measure. Acquiring materials from king-level monsters necessitates bartering, as money holds no value for such martial artists. If anyone were to offer king-level monster materials for sale, it would undoubtedly send shockwaves through the prominent families, with countless individuals willing to risk everything to obtain such treasures. The value of king-level monsters is indeed staggering. For instance, the blood of a king-level earth dragon can produce dozens of portions of dragon blood, each valued at 800 billion. The 2 king-level monsters Yi Xian defeated, though not of the dragon lineage, had nonetheless reached king-level status, making their worth incomparable to that of Lord-level monsters. As for the materials from monsters below the Lord level, unfortunately, there were simply too many, and the storage in his war machine was already at capacity, leading Yi Xian to scatter them throughout the Australian continent as an act of goodwill. The total value of these high-grade materials, amounting to trillions of Hangxia coins, did not entice Yi Xian to sell them to those so-called major powers, rather than allowing them to indulge in luxury. He deemed it more worthwhile to donate these materials to martial arts academies, where their true potential could be realized. Thus, he resolved to send the majority of the resources to the Extreme Martial Arts Academy and the Hangxia Army, enhancing their capacity to cultivate warriors, while also repaying a portion of the favors he owed. A small fraction of these materials, however, he intended to reserve for nurturing a select few prodigies from Earth. For he believed that true genius is not measured by quantity, but by quality. With billions of people on Earth, it was implausible that only a handful like Hong, Thor, and Luo Feng could be deemed exceptional. Hence, he planned to meticulously search every corner of Earth when time permitted, convinced that he could discover more hidden talents among the youth. Ding! The host's malevolence value has reached 500 points. A further 9,500 points are required to initially coalesce the shattered diagram of the Extermination Sword Array. The voice of the system echoed in Yi Xian's mind. Catching him off guard, he realized he had been overly focused on the martial arts manuals, nearly forgetting this invaluable legacy of the saints. The primary reason for this oversight was that the Extermination Sword Array seemed so distant from his current level that he subconsciously neglected it. As a most formidable killing formation in the primordial world, the Extermination Sword Array could allow a host of equal rank to face 4 opponents without faltering. And if there were fewer than 4, it could even wear down foes through sheer endurance. Against enemies below his current realm, utilizing the Extermination Sword Array would be unnecessary. After all, why employ a sledgehammer to crack a nut? The effects of the Extermination Sword Array would be of little use to Yi Xian at his current apprentice level, as he could easily challenge opponents of higher ranks. However, envisioning its potential in the future against immortals, venerables, or even cosmic sovereigns was truly terrifying. One individual could potentially withstand at least 4 cosmic sovereigns. That was the essence of true dread. Even the Emperor of the Wild would have to pay his respects. The Extermination Sword Array, a treasure of at least the Divine King level, required merely 10,000 points of malevolence to achieve preliminary cohesion of the shattered diagram. With only 500 points to his name, the path ahead seemed arduous. Slaying a king-level beast yielded only a few hundred points of malevolence. How long would that take? After a brief calculation, Yi Xian shook his head and abandoned the effort. There were only a handful of king-level beasts on the entire planet. Would he really have to exterminate them all to coalesce the Extermination Sword Array's shattered diagram? Well, it wasn't entirely out of the question. Contemplating the terrifying power of the Extermination Sword Array, Xuan felt no reservations. Slaying a few beasts for the sake of possessing a genuine, life-saving trump card was worth the effort, even if it took years to accumulate the malevolence points. Once he attained the planetary level, living for a millennium would pose no issue. A small span of time was insignificant to him. Moreover, he was not limited to the beasts of Earth for his hunts. With this thought, Xuan redoubled his efforts in gathering materials from the beasts he vanquished, relishing the opportunity to benefit humanity through their extermination. He welcomed the beasts in abundance, relishing in their strength, laughter echoing with a hint of madness. Chapter 60. Everyone is bewildered. 3 days and nights passed, and Xuan's reputation for relentlessly slaughtering high-level beasts on the Australian continent had spread far and wide. Now, not only the higher echelons, but the entire world was aware of an 18-year-old top-tier warrior. Xuan's notoriety on Earth surged dramatically, with his name etched in the minds of both martial artists and ordinary citizens across major cities and factions. He was a prodigy whose talent paralleled that of Hong and Thor, a figure whose achievements warranted a place in the annals of human history. The sudden rise in Xuan's fame was quite straightforward. While he tirelessly searched for high-level Lord-class beasts on the Australian continent, he frequently received news of others embroiled in fierce battles. Whenever he passed by, he would casually unleash a sword chi to assist. Whether it was the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, the Thunder Martial Arts Academy, or other factions, he would pause to lend a hand, for he had little else to occupy his time. His main objective was to locate high-level lords, but such beasts were not easily found. Otherwise, he wouldn't have spent 3 days and nights in vain. Over time, as warriors from various factions recorded his deeds, his name became known throughout the land. No one in the elite training camps or major cities was unfamiliar with him. Some even delved into his background, embellishing it to craft an image of a modern-day saint. The primary reason for his widespread acclaim was this meticulously crafted narrative, resembling something like this. Xuan, 18 years old, a Hangxia native. His parents sacrificed themselves in the fight against beasts during his childhood. Growing up in an orphanage, he silently vowed to avenge them, entering a martial arts academy at the tender age of 6 to train. After 12 years of rigorous training, he passed a martial artist assessment at 18, becoming a member of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. Upon entering the elite training camp, he ranked among the top 100. Later, he ventured alone into the Australian continent, engaging in fierce battles with countless powerful beasts for a month, and through a stroke of fortune, reached the planetary level, quietly becoming one of the pinnacle warriors on Earth. It was an absurd tale, to say the least. Those familiar with Xuan knew the truth, while those unaware took this information at face value, not out of foolishness, but because it was an official announcement. This left those in the know speechless, forced to comply with the overwhelming nature of the news, commenting beneath the official release. Ah, yes, indeed, praise Xuan. Yet, those who truly understood Xuan were unaware that, beyond the official narrative, his current strength genuinely reached the planetary level, a fact they dismissed as mere fabrication. As the saying goes, those involved are confused, while onlookers see clearly. They believe themselves to be mere spectators, unaware they were part of the unfolding drama. The official narrative, coupled with clever endorsements from acquaintances, only solidified Xuan's burgeoning reputation, transforming even the falsehoods into perceived truths and gradually elevating him to the status of a contemporary national idol, rivaling the likes of Hong and Thor. Despite the multitude of endorsements, a small faction of skeptics remained, and it was not unwarranted. The news was indeed hard to believe. Even with official validation, it was impossible to quell their doubts. As these events transpired across the globe, Xuan remained blissfully unaware. In a certain room, a bald man and another with cropped hair exchanged wide-eyed glances, grappling with the suffocating news before them. "Brother, do you really believe this matter to be true? I feel as though my mind is not quite functioning properly." At this moment, the bald man experienced a twinge of headache, unable to refrain from scratching his ears and rubbing his chin as he turned to the crew-cut man beside him. The latter, however, responded only with silence, his teacup trembling slightly in his grasp, as he too was uncertain about the veracity of the news. As the foremost and second most powerful beings in the world, their understanding was vast, yet they found themselves perplexed by the mere few lines of text before them. For beneath the surface of this announcement, they were utterly incapable of discerning what was true and what was false. Reality intertwined with deception, rendering them unable to fathom the authenticity of the claims presented. It could be said that even Xuan himself, if he were to stand here and gaze at this message, would find himself bewildered, struggling to decipher the seemingly absurd yet oddly plausible assertions. After a prolonged silence, the crew-cut man, seemingly resigned, placed a hand upon his forehead and spoke. Let us release a statement to clarify this, rather than delving into the truth of these claims and subsequently issuing a clarification. It may be more beneficial to stoke the flames. If this news can invigorate the spirits of the people and warriors under our command, then it would indeed be a fortuitous development. All right, brother, the bald man replied, a slight smile tugging at his lips. Although the situation was utterly outrageous, he felt compelled to heed his brother's counsel, especially since he had nearly exhausted his mental faculties in an attempt to ascertain the truth behind the news. Thus, after both Hong and the God of Thunder validated the announcement, its authenticity was no longer in question. Not only were those who had initially expressed skepticism left speechless, but even the officials and acquaintances were taken aback. Well then, everyone is utterly dumbfounded. Even Yi Xian himself would find it impossible to provide an explanation. For every point of contention, every area of doubt had been artfully addressed by these individuals with ulterior motives. With a resounding crash, a figure towering as high as several dozen stories collapsed, and Yi Xian's mind was once again graced by that melodious voice. Ding. You have slain a planetary level second-tier beast. Source points gained. 2,000. Malevolence. 200. At long last, after 3 arduous days, he had finally encountered a suitable king-level beast to vanquish. The number of beast general and lord-level creatures he had dispatched was considerable, and he was relieved to have found one that met the necessary criteria. As he listened to the voice reverberating in his mind, Yi Xian exhaled deeply, grateful to have concluded this torturous search. His gaze then caught sight of a plethora of new messages populating the database of his communicator, which he had overlooked in his fervent pursuit of high-tier monsters. With a slight tap of his finger, a cacophony of notifications rang out, ding, 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 ding. The barrage of alert sounds almost led him to suspect that his communicator might explode. What on earth is happening? Yi Xian initially froze, then clicked on the most conspicuous message. After a brief glance, he began to comprehend the content of these notifications. It appeared that his news had once again spread like wildfire across the land. Alas, it was unavoidable. After all, who could resist acknowledging his exceptional prowess? As he continued to peruse the information, Yi Xian sensed something amiss. Chapter 61. The Return of the Thousand Swords. Goodness, how was I unaware of my own reverence? Who is orchestrating this chaos, spreading malicious rumors and distorting the truth? It is utterly reprehensible. I must uncover the identity of the individual behind this announcement. Should I catch them, they shall rue the day. Scrolling down the report, Yi Xian finally reached the bottom and discovered the source of the message, causing his mouth to twitch involuntarily. The announcement had been jointly released, and among the collaborators were several acquaintances he recognized. It was one thing for the higher-ups of Hanxia and the elite training camp to stir up trouble. But why were even Hong and the God of Thunder joining the fray? At that moment, Yi Xian understood why the news felt so convincingly authentic. Even he had nearly been deceived. It was the result of a coordinated effort by a multitude of individuals. After a brief moment of contemplation, Yi Xian set aside his communicator, feeling a headache coming on and wishing to disengage from the situation. As for the news and rumors, they could do as they pleased. Observing that his source points had finally accumulated sufficiently, Yi Xian could not help but reflect on the arduous nature of acquiring them. If he were to rely on slaying monsters to gain source points again, he would inevitably have to confront those formidable beast emperors lurking in the sea. What a dreadful prospect. System, initiate the advanced sword technique. With a tinge of wistfulness, Yi Xian instructed the system within his mind. As he did so, he noticed the source points on the system panel diminish by over 5,000. This was his first experience with an advanced technique. Unlike the upgrade method that simply implanted insights and operational methods into his mind, the advanced technique seemed to deepen the understanding he already possessed, allowing him to refine and elevate his mastery of the sword through enhanced comprehension. Yi Xian had previously assimilated several thousand sword techniques into this foundational method, and following the advancement, many superfluous techniques had been eliminated, distilling the essence of the primary sword forms. As Yi Xian briefly scanned the newly completed sword technique within his mind, he was astonished to find numerous oversights he had previously overlooked. Many sword techniques were utterly unnecessary for this compilation, detracting from the overall efficacy of the swordplay. Had Yi Xian been tasked with revising this technique on his own, it would have taken him a year or two to complete. However, with the system's assistance, he could immediately discern the inadequacies of his understanding, as the system seamlessly integrated the insights for revising and advancing the sword technique into his consciousness. The advanced technique was not merely an upgrade. The most significant transformation was not in his personal power, but in the very function of the technique itself. To illustrate with a simple example, before the advancement, Yixian's original technique could only slay planetary-level 3rd-tier beings. Yet, after the advancement, he could contend against even planetary-level 5th-tier foes. The difference between planetary levels and apprentice levels was stark. Each tier within the planetary classification significantly augmented an individual's strength. Excluding other factors, a planetary-level 2nd-tier individual could typically overpower 2 planetary-level 1st-tier opponents, while planetary-level 3rd-tier could best 2 of the 2nd tier, equating to 4 1st-tier adversaries. This exponential increase in power and combat capability was profound. However, Yixian was an anomaly. Although he had yet to break through to planetary level, his strength was already comparable to that of a planetary-level 5th-tier warrior, while he could easily defeat a planetary-level 1st-tier opponent. Though this calculation may not be entirely precise, it was irrelevant for Yixian, who had not yet reached planetary level. His 6-fold life gene alone allowed him to surpass countless tiers among warriors of the same realm. After thoroughly assimilating the insights of the advanced sword technique, Yixian gained a fresh perspective on his swordplay. While the technique had originated from his own creation, the system's meticulous refinement and enhancement rendered the entire compilation both eerily familiar and intriguingly novel. Yixian needed to refine his newly advanced sword technique. This does not imply that his mastery of the technique was insufficient. Rather, after its advancement, his comprehension of the technique remained in a state of perfection. Unlike the 9-fold Thunderblade, which required further upgrades, this sword technique was originally conceived by Yixian himself. At this moment, he simply had not yet employed it in battle. The system's enhancement of the sword technique endowed Yixian with a deeper understanding of the technique itself, rather than combat experience in its application. Thus, it was essential for Yixian to familiarize himself with and hone his synergy with this sword technique, possibly even integrating other manuals with it. For instance, combining the fully realized 9-fold Thunderblade with a perfected Mist-Sword could yield remarkable results. The power of the Thunderblade's force application techniques would undoubtedly amplify the potency of the Mist-Sword. This synergy would enhance the effectiveness of the Mist-Sword during its deployment, illustrating how the insights gained from mastering the 9-fold Thunderblade would augment Yixian's capabilities. What Yixian needed to do was apply the force application techniques of the 9-fold Thunderblade to his newly advanced self-created sword technique. Before the technique's advancement, it could conjure 3,333 sword shadows, each shadow possessing 50% of Yixian's own strike power. After the system completed the enhancement, he could now summon a staggering 10,000 sword shadows, with each shadow wielding 70% of his own power. If he could successfully manifest all 10,000 sword shadows, the resulting destructive force would be truly formidable, surpassing even the 9-fold Thunderblade created by the Thunder God and the annihilation technique devised by Han. Thus, Yixian's sword technique had reached a state of consummation. Initially, he had felt that expending 5,000 source points for this advancement was somewhat extravagant, but upon witnessing the terrifying potential of the technique post-advancement, he found himself wishing for even more opportunities for enhancement. The increase from 3,333 to an impressive 10,000 sword shadows, with each shadow's power further elevated, was remarkable. Although Yixian currently lacked sufficient stored energy within his body to fully unleash the sword technique's might, this technique was entirely adequate for someone of his apprentice-level status. After all, it served merely as a transitional tool for him. In due time, as his own strength increased and his understanding of the sword's principles deepened, he could refine the technique further. As for the name of this self-created sword technique, it should be termed 10,000 Swords Returning to the Origin. Chapter 62, Triumph. After nearly a month of preparation, this foundational self-created sword technique was finally completed. Yixian sat within the cockpit, gazing at the manual he held, and could not help but exhale with a smile. The effort he had invested in transcribing this manual into written form had been considerable. This sword technique was originally conceived in conjunction with the Mist-Sword, and he aimed to submit this foundational self-created sword technique to the Extremity House. Unlike the 9-fold Thunderblade and Annihilation, which inherently possess techniques for force amplification, his sword technique relied solely on the user's comprehension of the sword to enhance their combat prowess. Upon reaching perfection, this sword technique could conjure 3,333 sword shadows, each shadow embodying 50% of the user's strength. Thus, even if a user could summon merely a single sword shadow, the augmentation to their combat power would be substantial. It is akin to having an additional avatar by one's side. Although this avatar possesses only 50% of the user's strength, the sheer number is overwhelming. If one could indeed conjure such a fearsome quantity, the enhancement to their power would be unparalleled. Taking a planetary level first tier as an example, if one could summon 10 sword shadows, they could contend with a planetary level second tier opponent. If they could conjure 100 sword shadows, they would stand a chance against a planetary level third tier adversary, and with 1,000 shadows, they could even challenge a planetary level fifth tier foe. This is the terrifying nature of Yi Xian's sword technique. Even at the initial stages of understanding, its power significantly multiplies the user's strength. Under such immense potential, the absence of inherent force application techniques becomes trivial. Moreover, the crucial aspect is that this sword technique can be utilized in conjunction with the force application techniques of the Ninefold Thunderblade or Annihilation. Thus, each sword shadow would effectively be augmented by an additional force application technique. As previously stated, if a planetary level first tier user already possessed a force amplification of 2 times their strength, employing this sword technique to summon hundreds or thousands of sword shadows would further multiply their power. In theory, with sufficiently high talent, one could feasibly slay a planetary level 5th tier powerhouse while merely possessing the strength of a planetary level 1st tier. Of course, while the power of this self-created sword technique is formidable, the difficulty of its cultivation is equally daunting. Power and difficulty are directly proportional. To master this self-created sword technique, one must possess an understanding of the sword akin to Yi Xian's current clarity of mind, and one must also be a mental energy practitioner. If one is not a mental energy practitioner, they would have no connection to this manual, as only such practitioners possess the vast mental energy required to manifest the sword shadows. Otherwise, even with exceptional talent and the ability to summon sword shadows through cosmic energy, relying on the energy stored within one's body would prove futile. While conjuring sword shadows is not inherently challenging, the true difficulty lies in utilizing mental energy to activate them through the operational methods outlined in the technique. Should one fail to activate them, the summoned sword shadows would be of no use, as their 50% potency is contingent upon the operational principles within the technique. This elucidates the terrifying difficulty of mastering this sword technique. One must first be a genius with a sword, secondly, a mental energy practitioner, and lastly, possess extraordinary talent to conjure sword shadows. Yi Xian was acutely aware of the scarcity of individuals on this small planet capable of meeting such criteria. Yet he resolved to give it a try. He had previously contemplated the possibility of uncovering a few prodigies among the billions of people on Earth, even if it meant searching door to door. To facilitate a more efficient search, he planned to submit this foundational sword technique manual to the Extremity House, as it is the largest global marketplace for martial arts equipment and manuals. Furthermore, he intended to price the complete set at 1 million Huaxia coins. Since this foundational sword technique was meant to scout for talent, its price could not be excessively high, nor could it be free. After all, only through investment does one come to appreciate value. Free offerings are akin to wildflowers that pass by the roadside, often overlooked and relegated to mere decorations at home. To ensure that this sword technique spreads rapidly across the land, thereby accelerating the search for talent on Earth, Yi Xian made a bold decision. He planned to create a video showcasing himself as the protagonist, demonstrating the power of this sword technique. Aware of his popularity across various base cities and major factions, he understood where to channel his renown. This video would serve as a promotion for his sword technique, enabling it to disseminate swiftly worldwide, and subsequently allowing him to identify those who meet the criteria for cultivating the manual. In this way, the efficiency of his search would undoubtedly see a significant enhancement. As for why one should not seek out those who are not psychic cultivators, but rather exceptionally gifted martial artists, the rationale is quite straightforward. If an individual possesses only martial talent, their ultimate achievement will merely culminate in being a martial artist, lacking the breadth of mental acuity and psychic prowess. They would inevitably find themselves relegated to the role of cannon fodder. However, individuals like Hong and Thor, while primarily martial artists, exhibit an extraordinarily formidable will, rivaling even that of psychic cultivators. If a martial artist possesses sufficient talent and an indomitable will, they may indeed be regarded as a genius. Yet, it should not be overlooked that both Hong and Thor are not merely endowed with remarkable martial talent. Their aptitude for mastering realms and laws is exceedingly rare across the cosmos. Thus, unless a martial genius of the caliber of Hong or Thor emerges, capable of capturing Yi Xian's exceptional attention, he intends to prioritize psychic cultivators as his initial criterion for selection. After all, his weapon of choice is the sword, not merely the fist. Now, It is time to return. The warehouse is brimming with materials of Lord level and above, leaving no further space for storage. After carefully stowing away the completed manuscript of the foundational sword technique, Xian cast a glance at the towering pile of monster materials behind the chair, which had utterly filled the aircraft. He could not help but shake his head, pondering how those martial artists could endure such a situation. The sheer volume of materials was overwhelming, far too much to transport back. Could he possibly communicate and summon someone to collect them? The sensation was akin to dealing in scrap, amassing a collection of refuse, loading it onto a vehicle, and hauling it off to a recycling center. Should other martial artists discover that Xian regarded these valuable monster materials, each at least of Lord-level quality, as mere refuse, they would likely want to strangle him. Such materials, whose worth is almost beyond monetary valuation, were dismissed by Xian as trivial. However, from Xian's perspective, that was precisely the case. These items he could easily handle in moments were of no use to him, and even as mere decorations at home, they held no allure. What else could they be but refuse? Chapter 63. Another conference of the War God Palace, everything transpiring on the Australian continent was meticulously recorded by satellites beyond the Earth. Xian's swift dispatch of several high-level lords, followed by considerable effort to defeat 2 king-level monsters, culminated in a breathtaking display where he effortlessly dispatched a king-level beast with a single sword strike. Such an incredible event unfolded before the highest authorities of the major base cities and numerous members of the War God Palace. Yet, perhaps due to the overwhelming astonishment Xian had previously instilled in them, the fact that he had slain several king-level monsters now felt somewhat mundane. Initially, many harbored doubts regarding the news of Xian's ascension to planetary level, for achieving such a feat at the tender age of 18 seemed utterly implausible. Even Hong and Thor could not have progressed at such a terrifying pace. To leap from an apprentice level to the first tier of planetary level within a month felt akin to a dream. However, the facts now lay before them, and they were aware that Xian had absorbed dragon blood to enhance his strength after emerging from the elite training camp. Yet, they could scarcely fathom that following this absorption, Xian's power surged dramatically, allowing him to leap from their estimated high-level war god tier directly to planetary level in a matter of days. This revelation prompted the assembly of the members of the War God Palace once more. The emergence of a new planetary-level martial artist signified the addition of another powerful member to the upper echelons of the War God Palace, a topic that required thorough discussion among the members. However, the focus of this meeting was primarily on Xian himself. The attendees sought to estimate his strength based on the information at hand and analyze his character. This was prompted by the alarming fact that Xian was extraordinarily young. Should he err or produce unforeseen consequences in the future, the potential losses to humanity would be untenable. Feel free to share your thoughts. I have not gathered you all here for idleness, stated Hong from the main seat, observing the varied expressions of the silent assembly, which helped him empathize with their sentiments. After all, who could have anticipated that a junior, appearing almost childlike to them, would accelerate to their level at such a terrifying pace? From the initial, astonishing enhancement of genetic potential to the eventual formation of a realm, he now stood among them. This was, indeed, a tale beyond belief, yet the reality compelled their acceptance, plunging the assembly into silence. The birth of a planetary-level martial artist should be a cause for celebration. However, the current circumstances were exceedingly strange, rendering any joy difficult to muster. Humans naturally harbor a degree of trepidation towards the unknown. Amidst the silence, one individual raised their hand to speak. Hong, noticing the gesture, exchanged a glance with Thor, surprised that this individual chose to speak at this moment. Counselor Jia, please proceed, Hong invited, and the resolute, distinguished man with yellow skin rose from his seat. The surrounding counselors turned their attention toward him, their expressions tinged with curiosity. Counselor Jia was not only renowned among the assembly, but, akin to the legendary figures of Hong and Thor, his name was well known throughout the martial artist community. During the cataclysmic Great Nirvana era, humanity faced an existential crisis as swiftly empowered monsters assailed them, plunging the globe into chaos. Even the Hanxia Bay City was not spared from devastation, and it was during this tumultuous time that Jia emerged. To defend his homeland, he resolutely led a contingent of armed forces to the front lines, repeatedly achieving legendary victories. The number of lives he saved exceeded millions, earning him the title of hero in Hanxia and a source of pride for the military. Subsequently, he ascended to planetary level through sheer talent, without undergoing systematic training, becoming the foremost figure in the Hanxia military and an undeniable spiritual icon for countless Hanxians. Typically, in any meeting, He would remain silent unless a matter of utmost importance arose or something detrimental to Hanxia's interests was presented. Thus, when he spoke, it was always a moment of significant impact. Consequently, the assembly was taken aback. They had not expected Jia Yi to voice his thoughts at this moment. After rising, Jia Yi surveyed the assembly before addressing them. Yi Xian's cultivation speed indeed exceeds the ordinary, yet he remains an 18-year-old youth. Even with his recent ascension to a planetary level, we need not impose any restrictions or constraints upon him. Following Jia Yi's remarks, the assembly fell into contemplation regarding the implications of his words. Setting aside other considerations, his advocacy for Yi Xian, as a fellow Hanxian, was entirely understandable. If Jia Yi were determined to support Yi Xian, no one present would dare to reason with him. A second-tier planetary-level martial artist. Yet, Yi Xian was still merely 18 years old, and without constraints, he posed a substantial risk to human society. In a fleeting moment, even Hong, a fellow citizen of Hanxia, found himself perplexed by Jia Yi's intentions. He was well aware of Jia Yi's character, recognizing the weight of his words. Thus, he felt the need to delve deeper into the meaning behind Jia Yi's remarks. Jia Yi, what are your specific thoughts on Yi Xian? My meaning is quite straightforward. Jia Yi responded. There is no need to impose any form of constraint upon Yi Xian, for I firmly believe that he is cognizant of these matters. He will not lose himself in the overwhelming strength he possesses, nor will he engage in actions detrimental to human society. Meeting Hong's gaze, Jia Yi articulated his understanding of Yi Xian. At that moment, another council member raised his hand and interjected, Jia Yi, I require a more compelling explanation. We cannot base our collective judgment solely on your subjective assertions. Acknowledging this, Jia Yi nodded and continued with his elaboration. Indeed, regarding Yi Xian's character and his approach to social interactions, Hanxia has conducted a thorough investigation prior to your inquiries. When we previously appointed Yi Xian to oversee certain regions of one of our base cities, he did not exploit this position for any harmful purposes. Our findings indicate that he merely regarded this role as a means to assist a fellow 18-year-old warrior in resolving a crisis within Yangzhou. After entering the elite training camp, he has not utilized this position again. Hence, I can ascertain that he is not interested in such power. His sole focus lies in his personal strength. Chapter 64. Gratitude and Reciprocity. Well, I believe I have a clearer understanding of his character now. Does anyone have further opinions or suggestions? Listening to Jia Yi's explanation, Hong nodded slightly, indicating his comprehension, before once again soliciting the thoughts of the assembly. Before any planetary-level warrior could assume their role as a council member in the War God Palace, it was imperative to eliminate all conceivable risks. Previous incidents had already witnessed disputes among members escalating into conflict. Jia Yi, even if you can confirm Yi Xian's character, how can you be certain that he will not be blinded by immense interests in the future? If someone with ulterior motives attempts to manipulate Yi Xian, do you believe he can resist such temptations? A gruff-voiced council member posed this question to Jia Yi, and many others nodded in agreement. This concern was indeed paramount. While Yi Xian's character appeared unproblematic, it did not guarantee immunity from external influences. Yet, before Jia Yi could respond, a feeble voice interjected, Counselor Li, you need not worry about this. I have personally tested Yi Xian. This young lad does not even bat an eye at the immense allure of the billions associated with the ninefold Thunderblade. What could possibly concern him? Family threats? He has no family. Attempts at coercion by factions? They are simply not worthy. The speaker was the elderly Lan Ran, who had previously been inducted into the War God Palace. Thus, I believe there is no cause for excessive concern, for such matters are mere trifles to Yi Xian at present. After gambling with this young man, I inquired about his greatest desire. Can you guess what he said? How so? At this moment, the war god, intrigued, regarded Yi Xian with curiosity. A youth endowed with unparalleled talent. Would he regard fame and fortune as mere dust, etching his name in history? Or would he descend into an abyss of perdition, never to return? The lad simply uttered 4 words: national prosperity and peace. Lan Ran said with a smile. Upon hearing this, the previously vocal members fell silent, while Hong and Jia Yi exchanged raised eyebrows. It seemed they had overlooked the fact that before Yi Xian had passed the warrior assessment and attained his current illustrious status, he had ventured alone into the wilderness to slay beasts for training. At that time, Yi Xian was remarkably youthful, embarking on a perilous journey of combat against monsters at the tender age of 18. Many of the younger council members present lacked the courage to enter the wilderness alone at such an age. Numerous powerful individuals had grown up in sheltered environments, never experiencing the harsh realities of the lower strata of society. They believed they had seen and endured hardship, yet remained oblivious to the fact that their experiences were but a mere fraction of true suffering. Given this, I find no reason for concern. I support Jia Yi's perspective. There is no need to impose restrictions on Yi Xian. I advocate for his admission into the War God Palace as a council member. The gruff-voiced council member contemplated briefly before voicing his support. I concur. Agreed. With Counselor Li leading the way, numerous others echoed their agreement. Observing the absence of dissent, Hong and the War God exchanged glances, and the War God declared, "Since there are no objections, we shall proceed with Yi Xian's induction into the War God Palace, along with the customary swearing-in and welcome ceremony. After he becomes a council member, all present will collectively bear the responsibility of oversight." Yes. The members of the War God Palace responded in unison. However, just as the assembly prepared to disperse, an incongruous voice suddenly resonated. Ding! Everyone turned to see that during the council meeting, the only permissible sound was that of the 5 council chairpersons. The voice had emanated from Hong, who held a communication device that was ringing. Glancing at the device, Hong felt puzzled. He seldom received calls on this private channel, particularly at this moment. Upon inspection, he noted that the caller was none other than the contact number for his Extreme Martial Arts Hall, specifically the headquarters. "Hello, what is it?" Hong motioned for silence among the attendees before answering the call. "Greetings, Hall Master Hong. This is Yi Xian." The vibrant voice of the youth came through the communicator. As the meeting room was silent, Yi Xian's voice was crystal clear to all present, leaving many council-level warriors astonished. Yi Xian? Wasn't he still in Australia, slaying monsters? How was he back so soon? Hong was momentarily taken aback. He had contemplated several possibilities, but did not anticipate Yi Xian would call him first. However, the surprise lasted only a fleeting second before he regained his composure, responding with a steady tone, "Hello, Yi Xian. What can I do for you?" "Well, Home Master Hong, I have slain many high-level monsters in Australia and wish to donate some materials to the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. However, the management here informed me that they cannot process the donation, so I decided to contact you directly." At Yi Xian's words, many present brightened at the prospect of his intention to donate the materials without charge. Jia Yi's eyes also lit up, though a hint of reproach flickered across his face. Why only donate to the Extreme Martial Arts Hall and not to Hangxia? The military is also in dire need of such high-level resources. You only remembered the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, did you? How ironic, considering I spoke in your favor today. By the way, Hall Master Hong, I did inform the Hangxia military before contacting you, but they responded that they could not handle it and advised me to reach out to Counselor Jia Yi, who is currently in a meeting at the War God Palace. May I ask if you can get in touch with him? I would like to donate some supplies to the Hangxia military. Yi Xian's voice resonated once more. Before the envious gazes of the crowd, Jia Yi, who had previously worn a somewhat melancholic expression, now slowly broke into a smile, inwardly praising, "What a remarkable young man. My advocacy for him among the many council members truly bore fruit. This series of actions has indeed brought honor to Han Xia." The admiration for Jia Yi from the onlookers stemmed not merely from the resources donated by Yi Xian, for as planetary-level warriors, they found the challenge of slaying king-level monsters daunting, yet they could easily handle high-ranking lords, rendering these resources of little significance to them. What they truly valued was Jia Yi's ability to garner such a grateful and extraordinarily talented genius. Chapter 65, like cutting vegetables. Not only the assembly, but even Hong was taken aback by Yi Xian's decision to generously donate the materials obtained from slaying high-tier monsters to the Extreme Martial Arts Hall and the Hansha military. These materials, derived from Lord-level and King-level beasts, possessed a total worth that would entice even planetary-level warriors, yet Yi Xian seemed utterly indifferent to them. This revelation altered Hong's perception of Yi Xian slightly, and he nodded appreciatively. A genius who cared little for wealth and fame, yet understood the value of gratitude, was indeed a source of satisfaction. At this moment, Thor, standing nearby, slightly agape, marveled at the effort Yi Xian had expended in slaying Lord-level and King-level monsters on the Australian continent, tirelessly assisting other factions' warriors. And now he intended to donate these high-level materials without expectation of return. What a divine genius indeed. Yi Xian's actions prompted many of the assembly members to begin questioning the previous news that had circulated globally, which they had found difficult to believe. Now, however, it seemed not entirely implausible. "May I inquire as to why you choose to donate these materials?" Hong asked, his tone more congenial, finding solace in such selfless dedication. Devoid of ulterior motives. Should all geniuses possess both commendable character and exceptional talent, requiring minimal resources to yield immense benefits for humanity, his concerns would be alleviated. In a buoyant mood, Jia Yi expressed curiosity, eager to learn the reasoning behind Yi Xian's actions. "Why? There is no particular reason. I merely wish for these resources to serve a greater purpose, rather than let them languish as mere ornaments in my possession. It is far more beneficial to donate them to the martial arts hall and the military as a means to combat the monsters. Yi Xian's gentle laughter preceded his words, which resonated through the communicator to the ears of the gathered individuals. His sincerity was palpable. To him, these materials held little value unless they were treasures of the caliber of the spirit wood crystal. Otherwise, they were mere refuse. After a brief silence, Hong responded, "All right, I understand. I will dispatch someone to the Extreme Martial Arts Hall headquarters to collect the materials, and I will personally explain the situation to Jia Yi. Actually, I have another matter to discuss with you, but it requires an in-person meeting." Yi Xian's voice resonated once more, this time tinged with a weightier tone. Perfect timing. I also have something to discuss with you. Let's leave your materials at the Extreme Martial Arts Hall for now. I will arrange for someone to handle it. Please come to the War God Palace. Upon Hong's statement, the assembly members understood his intent. He was about to inform Yi Xian of his newly acquired position as a council member of the War God Palace. No objections were raised, as it was merely a precursor to their previous discussions. Furthermore, having gained insight into Yi Xian's character, any lingering doubts were quelled. After all, Hong and Thor had recently issued verbal warnings to them, and any further dissent would only invite unnecessary strife. The War God Palace? Very well, Master Hong. I shall make my way there now. With Yi Xian's statement, the communication was terminated. Thor remarked with a hint of nostalgia. It appears this young lad's character exceeds my previous expectations. However, his rate of cultivation is alarmingly swift. Slaying those king-level monsters must feel as effortless as slicing through vegetables for him. Before long, he may find even the two beast kings no match for him. Hong smiled faintly and nodded, perhaps. Yet, for now, we must prioritize safeguarding Yi Xian. If all goes as anticipated, he might indeed lead humanity to completely eradicate this dark era. As Hong and Thor spoke, numerous council members nodded in agreement. As planetary-level warriors, they were formidable figures in the martial arts realm. However, even a coalition of dozens of council members would struggle against the 5 prominent speakers seated at the front. There exists a distinct disparity even among planetary-level individuals. Beyond the 5 speakers, the remaining council members barely reached the 3rd tier of planetary-level power. Thor, as a 7th-tier warrior, could effortlessly eliminate dozens of 1st and 2nd-tier planetary-level warriors when fully unleashed. It is often said that each realm bears its own challenges, having transcended the apprentice level. Planetary-level status represents a significant watershed. With each tier ascended, one's prowess dramatically surges. From a perspective of humanity, king-level monsters are merely beasts of planetary-level cultivation, corresponding neatly to the ranks of the council. Yet, a 1st-tier human warrior cannot single-handedly slay a king-level monster of the same tier. Due to the formidable defensive capabilities and resilient life recovery of king-level beasts, ordinary planetary-level warriors find it exceedingly challenging to defeat a king-level monster alone, with the risk of being vanquished by the monster looming large. Among the 50 or so council members who had attained planetary-level status, fewer than half possessed the strength to independently slay king-level monsters. Thus, Yi Xian, who could dispatch king-level beasts with the same ease as one might slice vegetables, could likewise eliminate them with a mere flick of his wrist. Just days prior, Yi Xian was but an insignificant ant to them, yet now, to extinguish him would be no more than a casual swat of the hand. Oh, what a delightful tale. Currently, Hong and Thor estimated that Yi Xian, despite having recently broken through to planetary level, had already achieved strength comparable to 5th or even 6th-tier planetary warriors, placing him not far from their own power. For the assembly members present, this was momentous. In Yi Xian's absence, those harboring grievances against him could voice their discontent, yet upon his arrival, silence would reign. With all present, it was prudent to wait for him. Those who had previously indulged in gossip could confront him directly, as Hong would not intervene in such matters. Within the conference room, sentiments varied. Hong, observing the mischief-makers before him, couldn't help but smile, feeling unconcerned given Yi Xian's ascendancy to planetary level and his nearing parity with Thor's combat prowess. Chapter 66. Counselor Yi Xian. The grandeur of the War God Palace was astounding. Capable of accommodating thousands of war gods in assembly, the expanse seemed nearly as vast as the city of Yangzhou. Upon disembarking from the aircraft, Yi Xian gazed upon the magnificent structure, astonished by the immense cost it must have incurred. Due to Hong's advanced notification, the information recognition system of the War God Palace merely scanned Yi Xian's face before ceasing to activate, allowing him to pass through layer upon layer of defenses unimpeded. In a place such as the War God Palace, the defense system no longer relied on human warriors for protection. Rather, the elite martial artists within the palace were already of a caliber surpassing that of mere mortals. Consequently, the defensive measures employed consisted solely of laser weaponry. These lasers and various orbital cannons, pulsating with terrifying waves of energy, were excavated by numerous human warriors from various alien relics and ancient civilizations. It can be said that, given the current technological level of human society, being able to utilize such ancient weapons is a remarkable feat. The disparity between alien civilizations and humanity is akin to that between the full moon and a firefly. The virtual spaces within the elite training camp were developed by human scientists, inspired by the alien technology on Earth, representing the pinnacle of contemporary human achievement. Even Yi Xian, upon gazing at the orbital cannons and laser weapons arrayed for defense within the War God Palace, felt a tingle of apprehension. Not because he could not withstand these weapons, but rather due to the realization that these lasers could easily slay Lord-level beasts. To have such formidable armaments stationed outside the War God Palace raises the question of what other depths of power lie within. Contemplating this, Yi Xian felt an involuntary shiver. The War God Palace truly deserved its reputation as the gathering place of the world's strongest warriors. He surmised that even interstellar orbital cannons might exist within, for with the technological prowess of those alien civilizations, possessing an interstellar weapon would be a trivial matter. It's merely that humanity is currently incapable of wielding them. Upon stepping into the War God Palace, Yi Xian merely let his mental will sweep slightly, quickly detecting a significant presence of intermediate and advanced war gods. Clearly, among these warriors, there were no mentalists, as he sensed no one possessing mental energy. He couldn't help but shake his head. The number of mentalists was indeed exceedingly scarce. As he approached the entrance to the core area, Yi Xian retracted his mental energy. Despite being unfamiliar with the route to the conference room, he could still utilize his mental perception to discern where the strongest individuals congregated. Within one of the rooms in this core area, an overwhelming aura emanated, boasting the presence of dozens of planet-level warriors, two of whom exuded a pressure that even Yi Xian found somewhat oppressive. This sensation was indicative of encountering beings far more powerful than himself. And in the vast expanse of the War God Palace, only those two standing at the pinnacle of human martial prowess could evoke such a reaction from him. Taking a deep breath, Yi Xian stepped forward and gently pushed open the 3-meter-high door adorned with silver and gold patterns. Here they come. Hong's voice resonated, a smile playing on his lips as he gazed at the golden-patterned door beside him. He was somewhat astonished that he had not sensed anyone approaching earlier. It seemed that Yi Xian's mental prowess was not to be underestimated, even in comparison to seasoned warriors. The eyes of the assembled council members were now fixed on the grand door. The name Yi Xian shone brightly, and they were finally able to witness this unparalleled prodigy in person. Among them, Jia Yi and Lan Ran stood out distinctly. One was the foremost military figure defending the Hanjia front, while the other was a war god who had retired during the Great Nirvana period. Lan Ran had at least had some prior interaction with Yi Xian, whereas Jia Yi had yet to truly meet him, making his anticipation significantly greater than Lan Ran's. He secretly pondered that if Yi Xian met his expectations, he would gladly relinquish his position to him, allowing Yi Xian to bear the weight of leadership while he returned to a life of happiness with his family. What a splendid arrangement! In contrast to those eagerly awaiting Yi Xian's arrival, other council members swallowed hard. Some among them had covertly attempted to undermine Yi Xian during his ascent. If he were to address such grievances today, it was likely that, apart from Hong and the Thunder God, no one could deter him, not even the other 3 council leaders. However, their concerns were unwarranted. If Yi Xian truly intended to retaliate against those who had plotted against him, he would have done so long ago. With Hong and the Thunder God present, it was improbable that Yi Xian would choose to confront these individuals in their presence, though it was very likely that Hong and the Thunder God would not intervene. Nonetheless, if Yi Xian were to learn their thoughts, he would undoubtedly find it amusing. He didn't even know the names of these minor characters, let alone possess the energy to concern himself with their petty disputes. Unless they dared to provoke him openly, it would be a challenge for them to capture his attention. Creak! As the conference room door swung open, a lean, athletic figure stepped into the room. Yi Xian, who had arrived at the War God Palace not long ago. Almost instantaneously upon his entrance, all the council members rose to their feet, applauding in welcome and expressing their goodwill. Yi Xian was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated such a warm reception upon entering the War God Palace. He nodded in acknowledgement to the council members before him. Veljome, Konjinman Yuan. This marks your first visit to the War God Palace. And with your strength now at the planet level, you shall also become a council member here. As per tradition, I shall hold a ceremony for your appointment. Hong remarked with a smile directed at Xuan. Just moments after entering the conference room, Xuan noticed the myriad gazes of the council members upon him, some filled with hope, some with admiration, and others with indifference. A smile tugged at the corners of his mouth as he made his way to the nearest vacant seat among the 5 council leaders, seemingly reserved for him. Regardless of the circumstances, he had finally reached this stage, becoming one of the few individuals on Earth capable of wielding influence. Hello, Director Hong. This is our first meeting. The appointment ceremony can be held at any time. I wish to complete the task for which I came first, Xuan said to Hong beside him. Of course, you may arrange the ceremony later. But what is it that you wish to discuss? Hong met Xuan's gaze, while Cheng Liang, the bald man beside him, also turned his attention to Xuan. This was their first encounter with this prodigious talent, an individual whose gifts were deemed extraordinary and upon whom they had placed their hopes. Chapter 67. Terrifying Swordsmanship. Xuan retrieved a hefty tome from his possession and handed it to Hong at the head of the table, then spoke Director Hong. This is a swordsmanship technique I have created. I wish to store this technique in a repository of the Extreme Limit House. Upon hearing this, the council members were taken aback, their expressions a mix of astonishment and disbelief. They found it hard to fathom that Xuan, at such a young age, had created an original swordsmanship manual. While they were all capable of comprehending existing techniques, the notion of crafting an original one posed a significant challenge. The difficulty of creating a technique is undeniable. Even for those at the War God level, producing a personal manual was a formidable task. This endeavor not only tested one's martial prowess, but also served as a testament to one's innate talent. Among the assembly, not only those who had not created a manual looked shocked, but even those who were equally astonished. Xuan is still quite young, having only recently embarked on the path of a warrior, and yet he has already devised an entire set of unique martial arts techniques. This astonishing feat leaves them utterly astounded. Most of them, after years of cultivating to the planetary level, have only begun to develop their own combat styles through profound insights. How could Xuan, who has only just begun to tread the path of a planetary warrior, possibly possess such an extensive accumulation of knowledge? Could this be the innate talent of a transcendent genius, where creating original techniques is as effortless as eating or drinking? Furthermore, the fact that Xuan dares to present his creation to Hong under such public scrutiny indicates his unwavering confidence in his work. Many of the legislators present found themselves questioning their own lives. They were torn between joy and sorrow. Joy for the fact that this unparalleled genius not only possesses terrifying talent in martial arts, but also demonstrates a unique understanding in creation. Yet sorrow, because Xuan's actions seemed to imply that they had lived for far too long without producing a technique of their own, which was somewhat insulting to them. At this moment, Hong raised his eyebrows in surprise as he glanced at Xuan. Although he was aware of Xuan's exceptional swordsmanship, which was evident from the nearly flawless mist sword technique he previously demonstrated, he never anticipated that Xuan could develop a complete sword technique in such a short span of time. To his astonishment, it appeared that Xuan had great confidence in his creation. Hong nodded at Xuan, opened the manual in his hand, and upon merely glancing at it, his eyes lit up. He could not help but slowly turn to the next page, becoming somewhat engrossed in the manual. Xuan and the others did not rush him, quietly waiting for Hong to speak. Meanwhile, Thor, who was most familiar with Hong, observed the expression on his face with astonishment. The last time he had seen Hong exhibit such an expression was in response to the ninefold Thunderblade he had created. Now, witnessing Hong's reaction to Xuan's manual evoked a similar response, which implied something significant. Excellent, Hong exclaimed after finishing the entire manual, his composure momentarily forgotten as he smiled broadly, his eyes filled with admiration as he looked at Xuan. The power of your sword technique is truly terrifying. If perfected, it would provide an immensely formidable enhancement even for planetary warriors. In the same realm, even I, when utilizing the ultimate form of my annihilation technique, would be unable to withstand the might of your sword technique. Upon hearing this, the legislators were once again struck with astonishment. What had they just heard? Hong claimed that even his own world-renowned gun technique could not compare to the power of Xuan's sword technique. They were left reeling, feeling as though they might vomit blood. The fact that Xuan's sword technique, developed over just a few years, could yield such overwhelming results, even surpassing Hong's annihilation technique, was an overwhelming realization. Was this truly the mark of an unparalleled genius? It seemed almost too terrifying to comprehend, leaving those who had been planetary warriors for years without having created their own techniques feeling utterly disheartened. Thor, too, was astonished. Having sparred countless times with Hong, he understood the power contained within the annihilation technique, which was capable of devastating destruction. Now, hearing his brother openly admit that Yi Xian's sword technique surpassed his own left him speechless. This implied that even his own ninefold Thunderblade was inferior to Yi Xian's creation, suggesting that Yi Xian's sword technique could potentially replace both Annihilation and the ninefold Thunderblade as the foremost martial art for Earth warriors. While your sword technique's potency is indeed formidable, I wonder what conditions are necessary to cultivate it. From my initial glance at the manual, I noticed numerous restrictions. Yi Xian, could you elaborate? Hong, noticing Thor's eager expression, passed the manual to him and addressed Yi Xian. Although Hong was not well-versed in sword techniques, his formidable will allowed him to gauge the overall power and cultivation requirements of the technique from the manual. The other legislators were equally curious, especially after Hong had proclaimed it to possess greater terrifying power than the annihilation technique. The legislators who had trained in the annihilation technique were particularly intrigued by the cultivation difficulty of Yi Xian's sword technique. They were aware of the potency of annihilation, yet they had yet to achieve perfection in it, despite its capability to aid them in slaying king-level beasts. What then would be the cultivation challenges and requirements for a technique that surpassed annihilation? If the conditions were sufficiently accessible, could this not directly replace annihilation, becoming a new manual for all warriors to cultivate? Yi Xian nodded and began to explain. Although I only recently completed this sword technique, I have refined it to an almost perfect state, unlike the ninefold Thunderblade and Annihilation, which amplify the user's striking power multiple times. This is a straightforward sword technique in its essence. Hong nodded slightly, encouraging Yi Xian to continue. If perfected, this sword technique allows for combat beyond one's level. For instance, a first-tier planetary warrior who masters this technique could easily defeat opponents 3 tiers above them, even slaying king-level beasts with a single strike. Though Yi Xian spoke calmly, the legislators seated below were far from composed. What? Overcoming 3 tiers? Indeed, I trust you're all aware of my exploits in slaying king-level beasts on the Australian continent. I utilized this self-created sword technique, and even with just the foundational strength of having recently broken through to the planetary level, I was still able to easily defeat king-level beasts. Yi Xian gestured for the legislators to remain calm before continuing. The most terrifying aspect of this sword technique is not merely its power, but its ability to synergize with the ninefold Thunderblade or Annihilation. The 7-fold amplification from the 9-fold Thunderblade and the 6-fold amplification from Annihilation can be applied to this sword technique, potentially increasing one's original strength by 6 or 7 times. Once Yi Xian finished, the room fell into stunned silence. If they could previously remain unfazed by the idea of easily slaying king-level beasts with this sword technique, the revelation that it could also amplify the power of the 9-fold Thunderblade and Annihilation shattered their understanding of martial arts. It was no wonder that Hong had claimed this technique was more terrifying than his Annihilation. Its inherent power already surpassed it and could further compound with the amplification techniques of both Annihilation and the 9-fold Thunderblade. Now it made sense why Yi Xian was capable of such extraordinary feats on the Australian continent, effortlessly slaying king-level beasts. They began to comprehend the extent of Yi Xian's talent, which could only be described as legendary. No one questioned the origin of Yi Xian's sword technique, nor did they care. They understood that with this technique and Yi Xian's presence, humanity had a greater assurance and a higher chance against the beasts. Perhaps humanity would soon witness the emergence of another top-tier powerhouse, akin to Hong and Thor, or even someone who could surpass them. Truly, what terrifying power, Thor remarked. Having finished reading the sword technique manual in his hands, his voice stammering as he expressed his astonishment, excitement evident on his face. He could hardly fathom that the mere 18-year-old Yi Xian could conjure such a fearsome sword technique. The set of 9-fold Thunderblades he had devised was utterly incomparable to Yi Xian's swordsmanship, which demonstrated a power that was leagues ahead. Yi Xian, may I inquire about the cultivation prerequisites for this sword technique? Is it accessible for martial artists worldwide? Thor interjected at that moment. Upon hearing Thor's inquiry, Yi Xian replied, I have entrusted this sword technique to the Limitless House for sale precisely to disseminate it among martial artists across the globe. As long as one is human, they may cultivate it. Then, what price do you intend to set for this sword technique? Hong chimed in, recognizing the significance of this matter. If the price exceeded that of his own end of the world technique, ordinary martial artists would find it exceedingly difficult to cultivate. 1 million, sold unconditionally to martial artists worldwide. As Yixian's voice reverberated through the conference room, it stirred an uproar. They had envisioned figures in the billions. Yet none anticipated Yixian would offer his sword technique at such a modest price, leaving them astounded. A sword technique more formidable than both End of the World and Ninefold Thunderblades was being offered for a mere million? That price scarcely amounted to a fraction of what the Ninefold Thunderblades demanded, which was a staggering 1 billion. Was this not akin to giving it away? Yixian, I understand your desire to contribute to humanity's martial artists, but this price is exceedingly low. It seems rather unjust to you, Hong urged, shaking his head, as even the other delegates present began to voice their concerns. However, Yixian interrupted them, having anticipated this reaction. Despite the astonishingly low price, the difficulty of mastering the technique was equally daunting. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to finish speaking. Yixian gestured for them to listen. The reason I have set the price so low is quite simple. The cultivation difficulty of this sword technique is exceedingly high. I can assert that it is virtually impossible for an ordinary person to master it. Upon hearing this, the assembly began to grasp Yixian's intent. Could there be another reason behind the low price? Taking a deep breath, Yixian continued in a calm tone. What I must convey to you is that to cultivate this sword technique, the practitioner must be a mentalist. Boom! What? This time, not only the numerous delegates, but also Thor and Hong were unable to contain their astonishment. The entire conference room would have devolved into chaos had it not been for the presence of Thor and Hong. Initially, they had deemed the difficulty a mere challenge, as their own techniques, Ninefold Thunderblades and End of the World, were also highly demanding, yet within the vast population of billions, many could still succeed. However, Yixian's stipulation that only a mentalist could practice his technique was a revelation that left them all in shock. There were only a few mentalists among the martial artists on Earth. Among the delegates present, there was scarcely a handful. It was evident that Yixian's first requirement had eliminated at least 99% of potential candidates. Now, you should understand why I set the price of this sword technique so low. To master it to its fullest potential and unleash its true power, one must be a mentalist, possessing a substantial mental force. Otherwise, this sword technique would be no different from those in the Limitless House, even less formidable than the Mist Sword's effects. Yixian had anticipated the crowd's reaction to this condition, hence his resigned explanation. It makes sense now why your price is so low. You aim to promote this sword technique to all humanity and martial artists, thereby sifting through the vast sea of people to find those truly gifted enough to master it. Hong realized Yixian's intention and nodded in acknowledgement. Although the requirements were indeed stringent, as they had previously speculated, within a population of billions, it was certain that suitable candidates would emerge. If none could be found, then time alone would tell. Chapter 69, Overnight Wealth. Hey, when did another manual appear in the Limitless House store? Luo Feng mused as he observed the projection screen displaying the various manuals, particularly the sword technique that ranked prominently above the Ninefold Thunderblades. He was momentarily perplexed. Today, he had merely intended to purchase the manual for the Ninefold Thunderblades, but stumbled upon this sword technique, which astonishingly surpassed it in prestige and was priced absurdly low, only 1 million. Luo Feng's gaze shifted downward to the description of the sword technique. Unnamed sword technique. A technique powerful enough to allow the user to challenge opponents beyond their level, with a significant cultivation difficulty, and it is exclusively for mentalists? He was taken aback by the notion that a sword technique required a mentalist for cultivation. Was such a requirement even reasonable? However, upon reading the line beneath the description, he understood everything. There was, boldly stated, created by Yixian. With that simple line of introduction, Luo Feng, who had been puzzled by the high cultivation difficulty, suddenly found the conditions perfectly acceptable. Since it was crafted by his elder brother, it was only natural for the cultivation to be exceedingly challenging. This he firmly believed. After Yixian set foot on the Australian continent and established himself as a planetary-level warrior, his reputation spread far and wide. Luo Feng indirectly grasped the extent of Yixian's current prowess. He was a being beyond even the war god, a planetary-level entity, the most powerful among humanity on Earth, capable of safeguarding vast territories single-handedly, which explained why Yixian's name echoed throughout the world. Luo Feng had also seen the circulated videos of Yixian slaying king-level monsters on the Australian continent, rescuing fellow martial artists. Such terrifying power had completely surpassed Luo Feng's previous understanding of Yixian. With a single strike, he could cleave a chasm in the continent as deep as an abyss, effortlessly slicing a towering king-level beast in two. Luo Feng could hardly reconcile this terrifying display of true power with the Yixian he had always regarded as a neighborly figure. Simultaneously, He could scarcely imagine that within the realm of martial arts, reaching the level of a war god could truly manifest such mythological prowess. Even without relying on the enhancement of mental force, Luo Feng's current strength could at least match that of a junior war general. Ever since the failed negotiations with Zhang Ziyu, he had been diligently honing his skills with the ninefold Thunderblades, striving to enhance his combat capabilities before venturing into the uninhabited zones to hunt monsters. For him, becoming a mentalist was his true trump card, one that he could not employ lightly. Thus, he could only rely on mastering the ninefold Thunderblades to bolster his martial prowess. After merely glancing at the rigorous training requirements for this sword technique, Luo Feng decided against purchasing it. After all, he was a practitioner of the blade. How could he possibly delve into swordsmanship? Moreover, the conditions set forth by Yi Xian for mastering this technique were exceedingly stringent, to the point where even he felt somewhat overwhelmed. One must not only be a mentalist, but also possess an innate talent for swordsmanship cultivated from a young age. Such criteria seemed nothing short of a distant dream. Speaking of Yi Xian, it appeared he could now create sword techniques independently. Given his prodigious talent, it was only natural for him to develop his own style. The gap between Luo Feng and Yi Xian had widened significantly, as Yi Xian was already at the planetary level. With a resigned sigh, Luo Feng found himself at a loss. He could scarcely fathom how Yi Xian had achieved such feats. In just a month or two, he had ascended from a level comparable to Luo Feng's to become one of the most formidable warriors on Earth, a pace akin to riding a train. No, a plane. As Luo Feng contemplated purchasing the fourth tier of the ninefold Thunderblade, a knock echoed from the door behind him, accompanied by a voice. "Brother, may I come in?" "Oh, it's Hua. Please, come in," Luo Feng responded, recognizing his younger brother, Luo Hua. Creak. The door swung open, revealing a somewhat frail figure who slowly wheeled himself inside. "Hua, what brings you here?" Luo Feng inquired, puzzled. In his recollection, Luo Hua rarely visited his room unless he had something to ask regarding matters he had seen online about Luo Feng. "Brother, it's like this. I just received a phone call from someone claiming to be Yi Xian from our Yangzhou city. He wanted me to be his assistant. I couldn't believe it. So I thought I should ask you first," Luo Hua said, excitement evident in his tone. At that moment, Luo Feng was taken aback. Yi Xian personally sought out his brother and wished for him to be his assistant. "Is that so? I'm not aware of this." "Let me call Yi Xian and inquire," Luo Feng replied, nodding. It seemed Yi Xian must have recognized some quality in his brother. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken the initiative to contact Luo Hua. Yet, Luo Feng struggled to comprehend what particular talent his brother possessed that could pique Yi Xian's interest. "Hello, Yi Xian," Luo Feng said as he dialed the contact number Yi Xian had provided him. "Luo Feng, I just called your brother Luo Hua. I hope to have him assist me in managing my finances." Yi Xian's voice came through the communicator. "Finance?" Luo Feng was momentarily stunned. After discussions with the War God Palace and others, Yi Xian had transitioned from being the inspector of Yangzhou City to a council member of the War God Palace. Additionally, the upper echelons of Huanxia intended to assign him the position of inspector for the entire Zhongnan City, a role he declined. Now, as a publicly recognized planetary-level warrior and council member, Yi Xian had ample authority and no longer needed to heed the commands of any faction. After donating a substantial quantity of monster materials he had brought from the Australian continent to the Extreme Martial Arts School and the Huanxia military, his account was now overflowing with contribution points. He had not only settled his debts with the martial arts school and Huanxia's upper management, but had also accrued a surplus. The sword technique he had initially invested in the Extreme Martial Arts School was continuously yielding profits, propelling Yi Xian to become the wealthiest individual in the entire Zhongnan City. He had not anticipated that on the very first day his sword technique was released, his account would be inundated with an avalanche of income. The number of martial artists in human society approached 10 million, and Yi Xian had underestimated his renown within the martial artist community and humanity at large. Even without any promotional efforts, merely releasing his original sword technique generated astonishing daily earnings. Each day, the figure surged into the hundreds of billions. Faced with such a staggering amount of wealth, Yi Xian contemplated what to do with it all, rather than let it stagnate in his account. He preferred to leverage it in his endeavor to unearth human talent on Earth. However, as a busy individual with little time to oversee the Zhongnan City, he needed someone reliable to manage these affairs. He had already contemplated a suitable candidate for this role. "Luo Feng, my account is overflowing with resources, and I'm struggling to manage them. I heard your brother is quite adept at handling finances, so I thought I'd let him give it a try." Yi Xian chuckled on the other end of the line. While this was ostensibly to alleviate his own burdens, it also presented an opportunity for Luo Hua. After all, he was still his little brother. "Would you like to take on this assistant role, Hua?" Luo Feng asked, observing his brother's somewhat pale yet excited expression. As Luo Hua's elder brother, he was well aware of Luo Hua's talent for financial management. Since losing his legs, Luo Hua had dedicated himself to studying finance at home, striving to alleviate some of the family's burdens. With a meager amount, he had managed to multiply their funds through stock trading, a testament to his remarkable aptitude in this domain. In truth, Luo Feng hoped Luo Hua would channel his talents into something productive. He also understood why Yi Xian had chosen to assign this task to his brother, despite the presence of many others with greater potential. It was a gesture of goodwill toward him, presented under the guise of seeking an assistant to avoid any feelings of obligation on Luo Hua's part. Luo Feng was never one to dither. Since Yi Xian intended to assist his brother, he would not refuse, especially considering the numerous favors he already owed Yi Xian. Brother, I want to take this assistant position. Please let me go. Luo Hua exclaimed eagerly upon seeing that his brother did not object. Since before Luo Feng became a martial artist and moved them into the villa in the Mingyue community, he had often watched helplessly as his brother trained tirelessly, sweat and determination evident in his every effort. Now, the renowned genius Yi Xian had personally approached him, offering him the assistant position, which aligned perfectly with his skills and promised compensation. He did not want to miss this opportunity, and he also wished to help alleviate some of his brother's responsibilities. All right, Luo Feng replied, glancing at his brother. He conveyed his agreement to Yi Xian over the phone, feeling a sense of pride that his brother was finally stepping up to share in the responsibilities. However, it was Yi Xian who felt more delighted, as he finally had someone to manage his account, which had become a jumble of numbers that left him bewildered. After briefly briefing Luo Feng and Luo Hua on the tasks at hand, Yi Xian hung up the phone while seated in his aircraft. Since his emergence from the War God Palace, he had received a significant assignment, personally entrusted to him by Han. This task entailed venturing to the ruins of Civilization No. 9 to undertake its trials. Most warriors who had ascended to the War God level were aware of the trials associated with Civilization No. 9, particularly the coveted Black God set. This set of armor, obtainable through the trials, was capable of withstanding the assaults of king-level beasts. It could be said that a majority of the council members possessed such a Black God set. However, they were merely cognizant of it being the most formidable equipment granted through the trials of the ancient civilization, oblivious to the fact that this Black God set was merely the most basic gear worn by the gatekeeping sentinels of that ancient civilization. Xuan understood only ses intentions. He was meant to rely solely on his own prowess to procure the Black God set, since he had already attained planetary-level strength. Han did not bestow upon him a ready-made Black God set as he had done with Luo Feng in the original narrative. Instead, he informed him of the trial's location and directed him to acquire the Black God set directly. Yi Xian harbored a keen interest in the ruins of the No. 9 ancient civilization, which had originally served as a testing ground for prodigies on the asteroid of Yuma. It was bound to house remnants of intelligent life forms from the past. The higher the performance of those who entered the trials, the more bounteous the rewards they would reap upon completion. The Black God set was merely a mid-tier reward among them. However, even so, those who could successfully pass the trials remained a minority, often due to insufficient strength, with many venturing forth to their demise after learning of the Black God set in advance. As the saying goes, take a chance, and a bicycle may transform into a motorcycle. Yet, even in taking a chance, one must possess the means to do so. To attempt the trials without having reached the War God level was tantamount to courting death. Shortly thereafter, Yi Xian arrived at the site of the No. 9 civilization ruins. Located in the heart of the Amazon rainforest in South America, this area, despite being enveloped by dense foliage, was eerily desolate. Not a single blade of grass could be found, let alone any beasts. The ruins of Civilization No. 9 lay beneath this barren expanse, having been discovered by humanity decades prior, when they lacked the technological means to access the depths of these ancient relics. Following the Great Rebirth, as humanity's technological prowess advanced, numerous ancient ruins were unveiled. As Yi Xian disembarked from the aircraft and stood on this desolate land, he soon came to realize, through the probing of his mental energy, that this barren surface was merely a facade. The true extent of the No. 9 ancient civilization ruins far surpassed his imagination. His mental energy painted a rough image of the ancient ruins in his mind. It was not the palace he had envisioned, but rather a somewhat dilapidated spherical structure. Upon closer inspection, one might even discern objects resembling launchers affixed to this spherical body. The entirety of the ruins was, astonishingly, a destroyed spacecraft, a fortress capable of traversing the cosmos. Yet, for reasons unknown, Yi Xian's mental energy could only probe the exterior of the number 9 civilization ruins, barely managing to unveil the overall shape of the ruins, as if an impenetrable wall obstructed his penetration into the interior. As he was engaged in this mental exploration, a passage suddenly opened on the surface of the barren land, revealing an elevator within, where several individuals clad in martial uniforms awaited him. One of the men spoke first. "You must be Counselor Yi. I have received instructions from Master Hong to escort you to the number 9 civilization ruins." Chapter 71. The Core Trials? Counselor Yi, this is the true location of the number 9 civilization ruins. Inside the passage, the uniformed man gestured to the circular corridor ahead. Its ancient, deep brown intertwining with technological metallic black, winding like roots of a tree to form this passage. At the end of the corridor, a luminous gate shimmered with a dazzling white glow, reminiscent of the radiant morning sun. Yi Xian gazed at this somewhat antiquated passage with a sense of wonder. Upon releasing his mental energy to probe the light gate at the corridor's end, he was astonished to find that his mental energy seemed to be devoured by the light gate, revealing no hint of movement within. With his planetary-level mental energy, he found himself utterly unable to discern the situation beyond the light gate. No wonder it was a trial of the immortal-level power of Yuma. Given Yi Xian's current strength, while formidable on Earth, in the vastness of the universe, he felt as though he barely measured up to a mere gatekeeper. This time, it seemed he was alone in undertaking the trials within the number 9 civilization ruins. Was this passage truly the gateway to the number 9 civilization ruins? Yi Xian scrutinized the light gate at the passage's end, the aura emanating from within causing him to furrow his brow. Indeed, Counselor Yi, the No. 9 ruins differ from other ancient civilization ruins. The risks involved in traversing this site are considerable. Recently, numerous god-level warriors have vanished without a trace here. The man explained, observing Yi Xian's lean figure clad in planetary-level battle armor. However, I believe for you, Counselor Yi, passing this trial should not pose a significant challenge. While there is a certain degree of risk for god-level warriors, it is quite manageable for planetary-level individuals. Yi Xian was not overly concerned by the man's words. He understood that the trials of the ancient civilization were not determined solely by one's cultivation level. God-level trials existed for a reason, just as planetary-level trials were distinct in their own right. If planetary-level warriors were subjected to god-level trials, could they still be called trials? It was unlikely that the ancient civilization would commit such an error. The man stepped forward and affixed a device resembling a wristwatch to Yi Xian's arm, explaining, "Counselor Yi, this is a civilization language translator, a necessary tool for any warrior entering the ancient civilization ruins for trials. It can translate the languages found within the ruins." Yi Xian glanced at the watch on his arm, which was currently pitch black, occasionally illuminated by a fleeting streak of light. "Very well, I shall proceed. Yes. May fortune favor your endeavors." With that, as Yi Xian reached the end of the passage, he vanished amidst a flash of white light, disappearing into the radiant gate. Upon his disappearance, he found himself in a black hall, the semicircular black ceiling arching overhead, the area spanning several hundred square meters, illuminated only by scattered golden glimmers. What an impressive sight the number 9 ancient civilization ruins were. The sense of oppression was truly unparalleled. As Yi Xian materialized in this place, a somewhat ethereal beam of light enveloped him, seemingly a technological means of identification. Within this beam, waves of terrifying mental energy continuously assailed his psyche. However, as a mental energy practitioner himself, he easily withstood the onslaught. Yet, the true terror did not emanate from these mental energies, but rather from the aura intermingled within them, an essence far beyond what planetary or even stellar levels could emit, its profoundness causing Yi Xian to tremble in its presence. However, Yi Xian was taken aback. He had not anticipated being met with such a formidable challenge right from the outset. He was unaware that he would be targeted so suddenly. The warriors who had previously entered the ancient civilization ruins for trials had not faced such treatment. After half a minute, the vibrant beam of light finally dissipated, allowing Yi Xian to exhale in relief. At last, it was over. The aura had been utterly terrifying. Had it not been for the timely activation of his sword heart clarity, he might have succumbed to that overwhelming presence and been trapped here for eternity. Beep, beep, beep. A jarring sound suddenly echoed through the hall, accompanied by a raspy electric hum. Upon hearing the sound, Yi Xian remained unfazed, for he recognized it as the signal from the intelligent machinery within the number 9 civilization ruins. This base was originally established by the Fallen Ink Star to select elite apprentices. The creator of the Fallen Ink Star, being a mentalist, naturally held a keen interest in talented mentalists, particularly favoring them. While it was possible for a mentalist to sustain injuries during this trial, it was highly unlikely that one would meet their demise. Ding! At that moment, the translator in Yi Xian's hand emitted an electronic prompt, prompting him to glance at the device. Lines of text began to materialize. Brain domain width, 32, far exceeding the passing threshold of 18. You are qualified to enter the core passage to complete the core trial. Please hold on. Error detected. Functionality insufficient. Activating backup plan, downgraded to entry into the elite passage. Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. What a surprise. From the information displayed on the translator, it was evident that his exceptionally high brain domain width had led him to qualify for the hidden core trial. However, due to the incomplete nature of the No.9 civilization ruins, he could not access the core trial and was instead relegated to the elite passage for his trial. Another round of harsh, raspy sounds erupted, and the translator displayed another line of text. Respected genius, this is the first activation of the elite passage in 5,000 years. The elite trial is being initiated. Please wait for 15 minutes. Yi Xian couldn't help but chuckle at this line. How rare it was that he received such treatment. Even a seemingly mindless intelligence system employed honorifics. Was this not a groundbreaking precedent? As moments ticked by, Yi Xian patiently awaited, until he finally heard the familiar raspy voice once more. The entire hall began to tremble, dust cascading from the walls. Yi Xian glanced down at the translator, which displayed the message. Elite passage has been opened. Please proceed to complete the elite trial. Thud! A dull sound reverberated as a pitch-black passage suddenly materialized upon the wall of the dark hall. Chapter 72. Fusion. Without hesitation, Yi Xian stepped into the dark passage before him. Bang! With a muted sound, a door unexpectedly appeared at the entrance to the passage. Although perplexed, Yi Xian resolutely entered through the doorway, only to find that the door behind him vanished the moment he stepped inside. The entire space was enveloped in darkness, rendering visibility non-existent. Yi Xian could only rely on his mental power to explore the area. Strangely, no matter how he extended his mental reach, he could not ascertain the boundaries of this space. It felt as though it was infinitely vast, an illusion created by some force that swallowed his mental power whole, making the space seem boundless. Then, an eerie scene unfolded. Several shadowy figures suddenly emerged from the inky ground. Yi Xian immediately recognized these bizarre silhouettes. There were 18 in total, each exuding an uncanny aura that suggested they were not living entities. Had the trial commenced already? At this moment, Yi Xian closed his eyes, gripping his silvery longsword, quietly awaiting the onslaught of the shadows. He could only rely on his mental prowess to discern the precise movements of these figures, pushing his mental energy to its limits, while simultaneously activating his sword heart clarity. Yi Xian's breath gradually steadied as the longsword in his right hand trembled slightly, and behind him, 18 glimmering sword shadows coalesced in an orderly formation, transforming into a sword wheel that floated behind him. These sword shadows appeared distinct from those he had conjured before, radiating a grayish-white light that stood out starkly against the enveloping darkness. Boom! In an instant, the 18 shadowy figures surged forward, their movements explosive and terrifyingly swift, surpassing even the speed of sound. Yi Xian remained unfazed, calmly awaiting their approach. He had gauged their strength. Their power was approximately at the second tier of planetary level, while their speed reached the 5th tier, all while being immune to mental assaults. To defeat these shadows, he would need to rely solely on pure force to obliterate them. As one shadow drew near, Yi Xian finally unleashed his longsword. With a single stroke, a semicircular grayish-white arc surged forth from the blade, the intangible sword energy slicing through the black figure before him with ease. Go! After shattering the first shadow, the 18 sword shadows at Yi Xian's back surged into action. 17 transformed into streaks of light, racing towards the remaining 17 shadows, while the last sword shadow remained poised before him. These 18 sword shadows were unlike the usual ones Yi Xian summoned. He had meticulously compressed the energy capable of forming 1,000 sword shadows into these 18. Each of these sword shadows possessed the force equivalent to nearly 100 ordinary sword shadows, further amplified by a 7-fold enhancement from the perfected 9 layers Thunderblade technique, bestowing them with an immensely formidable power. However, such power came at a significant cost. The mental energy required to control these sword shadows was staggering. Utilizing these 17 compressed shadows equated to managing over 1,000 ordinary sword shadows, all enhanced to a 7-fold output. This overwhelming expenditure of mental energy was taxing, even for Yi Xian, whose mental capacity was bolstered by 6 times his life genes. Yet, the power he could wield was terrifying. Swish, swish, swish. Under Yixian's command, the 17 sword shadows swiftly annihilated the shadowy figures before him. As the shadows vanished, the previously turbulent dark space fell into an eerie silence. Each sword shadow he had conjured, augmented by his 6-fold life gene enhancement, harbored the strength of a second-tier planetary being. The 18 sword shadows, born from relentless compression, corresponded to an all-out strike from a 4th-tier planetary mentalist, capable of effortlessly dispatching 5th-tier planetary beings. 17 sword shadows emerged, each capable of obliterating their dark counterparts with a single strike. This mastery over spiritual telekinesis allowed Yixian to wield his own energy with remarkable finesse. Had he not been cautious, fearing a misstep, he could have easily concentrated these 18 shadows, each possessing the might of 100 ordinary sword shadows, into one formidable entity, amplifying its power 7-fold. Such a terrifying force would likely be insurmountable for anyone below the planetary level, verging on a stellar-grade strike. However, Yixian's true realm still rested at the level of an invincible war god, at the pinnacle of the apprentice stage, just a step away from planetary rank. Nevertheless, even in this state, bolstered by his 6-fold life gene level and the enhancement from the supreme source cultivation technique, his physical prowess already rivaled that of a typical 4th-tier planetary being. Thus, he could naturally endure the immense energy required to conjure these sword shadows. While spiritual telekinesis was one aspect, his physical attributes were another. Compared to his physical prowess, Yixian's telekinesis was even more formidable. His physical capacity dictated that his spiritual telekinesis was not mere rhetoric. Under his 4th-tier planetary physique, his telekinesis had already reached the level of a 5th-tier planetary being, enabling him to manipulate the sword shadows imbued with terrifying energy. In terms of physical amplification, Yixian had barely managed a 7-fold output with his 9-fold Thunderblade. Yet he had yet to master the amplification techniques of spiritual telekinesis. If he could grasp the amplification of his telekinesis, his strength would undoubtedly ascend to a level that sent shivers down his spine. However, for now, his foremost priority was to elevate his realm to planetary status. The distinction between apprentice and planetary was as vast as heaven and earth. Now that he had encountered the remnants of the ancient civilization left behind on the Ink Star, Yixian resolved to seize this opportunity to break through the barrier of planetary rank and elevate his foundational physical strength to that level. Yet, just as Yixian believed he had completed the trial after vanquishing the 18 dark figures, the obsidian space trembled once more, a sense of foreboding rising within his mind. Chapter 73. The Strange Life Form. Although Yixian had not yet stepped into planetary rank, his inherent strength had already reached that of a 5th-tier planetary being. If he were to unleash his full potential, he could even attain the level of a 6th or 7th-tier planetary being. This foundational strength, derived from his invincible war god status, augmented by various buffs, allowed him to approach the 7th tier of planetary rank, a feat he had never anticipated. The amplifications were truly astonishing. Yixian estimated that even a 7th-tier planetary thunder god, who had yet to comprehend a domain, would likely struggle against him, though he could not contend with Hong. The reason was simple. Under consistent conditions with a 9-fold Thunderblade's output, the power the Thunder God could muster was nearly equivalent to Yixian's. Unless the Thunder God was also a spiritual telekinesis master capable of remote manipulation, he would merely be worn down by Yixian's relentless assault. Hong, however, was different. He was a man of domain. With his domain, Hong was already considered invincible within the planetary realm. Concepts such as life gene amplification, output techniques, and swordsmanship were mere trifles before Hong, who had already attained the 6th tier of planetary rank. Yixian's sword principles were still in their infancy. To assert otherwise would be an exaggeration. Given that he had yet to breach planetary rank, how could he possibly wield the full power of these sword principles at the apprentice level? Sword principles are distinct from domains. They are concrete laws, the sword path imparted to him by the celestial sage. Yixian had merely scratched the surface of understanding these sword principles. To truly integrate them into himself, he would need at least stellar-level physical attributes. To assume that one could wield the power of laws simply by being a planetary rank would be a folly. Thus, while Yixian had initially grasped the sword principles and could utilize some of their characteristics, the strength they conferred paled in comparison to the terror of Hong's domain. Yet, concerning the elite trial on the Ink Star, Yixian was not overly concerned. The difficulty of the trial was insufficient to compel him to unleash his true power, let alone the force of the sword principles. With his spiritual telekinesis, Yi Xian discerned that the dark figures he had previously vanquished were now coalescing into a swirling mass of darkness, gradually ascending from their original positions, merging into the air above. Was this a cocoon? Perceiving the oval-shaped entity form from this dark energy, Yi Xian was momentarily taken aback. Then an even more astonishing event transpired. A powerful heartbeat resonated from within the cocoon, accompanied by a message that materialized on the translator in his hand. Ding! The first stage of the elite trial has been passed. The next phase will be the core trial assessment, which serves as the test for core disciples of the Ink Star. Successful completion grants you the status of a core disciple. Please prepare accordingly. Yi Xian opened his eyes and glanced at the message on the translator, his brow arching in surprise. So that trial had been so easy because it was merely the first test. The main course was yet to come. Fortunately, he had foreseen this and meticulously controlled his energy expenditure. Otherwise, he might have found himself lacking the energy needed to pass this core trial. As a mysterious life form within the cocoon continued to develop, Yi Xian took a deep breath, adjusting his state of mind. The dark figures he had faced earlier were mere unthinking mechanical constructs formed of energy, but now he was to confront something truly alive, already exhibiting the characteristics of a sentient being. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Why wait for it to fully mature? He could simply strike preemptively and eliminate it. With that, Yi Xian wasted no time. A sword shadow manifested beside him and shot toward the cocoon. Then, an extraordinary scene unfolded. As Yi Xian launched his sword shadow toward the cocoon, an enigmatic energy erupted from within, repelling his attack with force. What? Yi Xian stared in disbelief at the dramatic turn of events. His strike, infused with the power of 100 sword shadows, was effortlessly deflected. Boom! It seemed that Yi Xian's intervention had accelerated the development of the life form within the cocoon. With a resounding crack, the cocoon split open and a shadowy figure emerged. Observing its shape, Yi Xian was astonished to find that this life form bore a humanoid form, and that face looked remarkably familiar. Wait a moment, wasn't that him? A body formed in his likeness? This was absurd. He couldn't scold it without essentially scolding himself. As he beheld the familiar visage, Yi Xian's lips twitched. This appearance was utterly bizarre. Sporting a face identical to his own, its skin was pitch black, and it sporadically sprouted tendrils. Was this a Cthulhu crossover? No. He couldn't take it anymore. It was simply too grotesque. Gripping his longsword tighter, Yi Xian decided not to wait any longer. He unleashed his intent, employing the advanced body technique and charging straight at the dark figure. He didn't even bother to gather another sword shadow. Yi Xian's eyes glimmered with a chilling light as the long sword in his grasp emanated waves of ashen luminescence. With a sevenfold amplification of power, a terrifying force erupted from within Yi Xian, coalescing in the pristine white sword held firmly in his right hand. Simultaneously, he exerted force upon the obsidian ground beneath him, launching himself into the air with a terrifying power, the sound of explosive energy resonating from his metallic armor, propelling him like an arrow towards the dark figure before him. With a resounding thud, the shadowy figure seemed caught off guard, hastily raising its arms in defense as Yi Xian's sword descended towards it. Strangely, a silvery membrane unexpectedly materialized over the entirety of the figure's form. Yi Xian's devastating strike, fueled by his immense power, merely sent the figure flying, leaving behind only a gash in the silvery gray membrane, a mere wound inflicted by his long sword. The tremendous force caused Yi Xian's hands to tremble slightly, and he regarded the scene before him with a mixture of astonishment and trepidation. What formidable defense! What, pray tell, is that silvery gray substance that can withstand a blow from my planetary level, 5th-tier physique? At that moment, the dark figure abruptly opened its eyes, the inky depths of its gaze locking onto Yi Xian with fierce intensity. Chapter 74. The Realm of the Mind. As the shadowy figure's eyes snapped open, a peculiar wave surged forth from its gaze, directed squarely at Yi Xian. What is this? Beneath the impact of this wave, Yi Xian felt his mental energy tumultuously swirl within his mind. Even his comprehensive psychic probe, which enveloped the entire dark space, experienced a ripple of disturbance. Yet, in an instant, Yi Xian steeled his will and severed the connection to this wave, realizing its nature. It was indeed mental energy. Truly, the planet of Yuma, renowned for its psychic practitioners, possesses a remarkable mastery over mental forces. Yi Xian's mental energy was at the 5th tier of planetary level, allowing him to gauge the intensity of the mental energy emitted by the shadowy figure before him. The mere act of releasing its mental energy had caused his own 5th-tier planetary mental energy to tremble. This was exceedingly alarming. It suggested that the dark figure's mental energy was certainly above the 5th tier of planetary level. Although it was merely a nascent life form, it wielded mental energy surpassing that level. Yixian's perception of the core trial on Yuma shifted. The caliber of the elite trials and core trials was not of the same league at all. This was not a challenge any ordinary planetary being could endure. Yixian speculated that even Luo Feng would falter here. With a calm demeanor, Yixian gradually distanced himself from the dark figure. Its defense was simply unfathomable. His 5th-tier planetary strike had barely breached its barrier. To vanquish it through sheer force would undoubtedly require considerable effort. Nevertheless, Yixian intended to observe what other forms of attack the dark figure might unleash, as this trial was specifically designed to test mental practitioners. If he were to complete this trial through martial means, would it truly count as a success or a failure? Hiss! The shadowy figure emitted an unintelligible sound, and soon, a faint golden glow flickered within its pitch-black eyes. A torrent of terrifying mental energy surged forth once more, seemingly prepared to engage in earnest. Ye quants brol furovit deeply. This overwhelming mental force had surpassed several of his levels, and he was uncertain whether he could withstand this assault. In an instant, the attack coalesced by the dark figure penetrated straight into Yixian's mind, shattering his mental defenses and causing blood to seep from the corner of his mouth. This marked the first time Yixian had sustained a genuine injury. Mental attacks are notoriously difficult to resist, especially when the assailant's power far exceeds one's own. Moreover, Yixian lacked any form of mental defense, and in the face of a shadowy figure's onslaught, he found himself in a state of utter passivity. For reasons unknown, the dark figure did not strike again. Instead, it seemed to take a keen interest in the sight of Yixian, who was now spitting blood and clearly gravely injured. Yixian, with an air of madness, clutched his wounded arm and began to shout aloud. Hiss! At this moment, Yixian's consciousness had become somewhat hazy, his pupils dilating. His mental energy was forcibly drawn back into his mind to restore his awareness. Despite the onslaught of that terrifying mental attack, Yixian tenaciously resisted. However, his condition had deteriorated to an extreme, making it a luxury to even control his own body. In the blink of an eye, Yixian appeared to have reached his limit. Darkness enveloped his vision, and his consciousness began to sink into the abyss of endless blackness. Am I to perish? Yixian seemed to question himself. Just as his consciousness threatened to dissipate, a familiar voice suddenly resonated within his heart. This voice was imbued with an ancient familiarity, echoing back to the dawn of time, as if emerging from the boundless void of the cosmos. This voice reverberated within Yixian's heart, seemingly calling out to him. In that moment, his consciousness, which was on the verge of succumbing to eternal darkness, suddenly awakened. He comprehended the message the voice sought to convey. The word soared. With a sudden awakening, Yixian's tightly shut eyes flung open, and he gently uttered that singular word. A surge of gray luminescence seemed to emerge from the void, and Yixian felt his consciousness shatter a barrier, the nearly extinguished mental energy now ascending with terrifying speed. The overwhelming mental force shattered shackles, radiating forth from Yixian's eyes, illuminating the entire dark trial space with brilliant white light. Even the shadowy figure, which had been mocking him, froze in astonishment, shocked that the one it deemed dead had miraculously revived. Yet, the momentary surprise passed, and the dark figure's eyes once again coalesced with terrifying mental energy, seemingly intent on launching another attack. However, this time, it appeared that things would not unfold as it had hoped. The immense mental energy it had gathered was abruptly blocked by an unknown force, unable to escape even a fraction. Hiss! Hiss! The shadowy figure became frantic, leaping about in desperation, its vocalizations a cacophony of panic and fear. So this is the true essence of the Sword Heart, a domain, a realm of the mind. Let us term it the Sword Heart domain. At this moment, Yixian felt his mental energy restored and vastly empowered, accompanied by an indomitable will that seemed to have shattered countless barriers. A smile spread across his face. Releasing his grip, he let the pure long sword fall to the ground, showing no intention of retrieving it. With eyes glinting like thunderbolts, Yixian raised his gaze to the frantic shadowy figure, chuckling as he remarked, "Wondering why you cannot unleash your mental energy? Quite simply, I have taken control of it." The dark figure appeared to grasp the meaning behind Yixian's words, halting its frantic movements, its hands falling limply at its sides, staring blankly at him. Haha! Yixian merely smiled faintly upon witnessing the scene, then placed his hands behind his back. A peculiar wave flickered through his eyes, and beside him, a sword shadow silently materialized. However, This sword shadow was markedly different from those he had previously conjured. It had almost taken on a tangible form. Moreover, Xuan held no sword in his hands, indicating that he had summoned this blade solely through the manipulation of energy around him using his mental prowess. A terrifying surge of energy emanated from the sword, its shape becoming discernible. At this level of condensation, it could no longer be termed a mere sword shadow. It had undeniably transformed into a genuine sword. Chapter 75, Core Trial Past. As Xuan's consciousness broke through, his command over cosmic energy and his application of mental force became increasingly adept. It appeared as though a strange entity had emerged within the recesses of his mind. It was a sword, an intangible yet substantial sword. Firmly rooted at the center of Xuan's consciousness, it continuously radiated an enigmatic wave, seemingly merging with his mental force, thus elevating the essence of his mental energy to unprecedented heights. At this moment, even without a physical sword, Xuan could effortlessly manifest a real sword. His comprehension of the sword path having ascended to an exceedingly formidable realm. With the breakthrough of his will and the enhancement of his sword path, the transformation in Xuan's strength was monumental. Not only had his mental energy integrated with the principles of the sword, but his state of mind was also continuously evolving. In this instant, even without employing mental force, he could effortlessly withstand the mental assaults of the shadowy figure, marking a qualitative improvement. Even if all things were to perish, he would remain eternal, with the sword as his heart, his thoughts transcending time. Only now had Xuan truly entered the realm of sword heart clarity. This was not merely a state of mind, but a domain of spiritual elevation. Sword, come forth. With a gentle command from Xuan, thousands of tangible and intangible sword shadows coalesced around him, comprising sword shadows forged from cosmic energy, as well as those conjured from his own mental power. The total number of these sword shadows had now reached 3,333. Following his breakthrough in will, Xuan finally achieved perfection in his foundational self-created sword technique. Each of these 3,333 sword shadows possessed a power level comparable to Xuan's physical attributes, reaching planetary level 5. Should all these sword shadows unleash their power in an instant, the force would be indescribably terrifying. Not only could they obliterate a building, but even a mountain or an island could be effortlessly flattened. This was the true capability to move mountains and drain seas. Mirje. Gazing at the multitude of sword shadows before him, Xuan's gaze sharpened, seemingly summoning all his strength to utter a single word. As he spoke, those thousands of sword shadows began to merge with the surrounding ones. Clang, clang, clang. With each sound, a sword shadow merged, accompanied by an overwhelming aura that filled the air. In a matter of moments, the multitude of sword shadows fused down to just two, which were now engaged in their final amalgamation. At this moment, not only was the shadowy figure bound in place startled, but even Xuan felt a twinge of trepidation. The power radiating from the final condensed sword shadow was overwhelmingly fearsome. Xuan had no doubt that with a single strike, it could cleave through the entire dark expanse. The shadowy figure, observing the sword shadow exuding a magnificent aura, momentarily ceased its struggles, fixated on the sword shadow, glowing with a gray luminescence. Under Xuan's mental control, the sword shadow suddenly twisted from its original position, rapidly advancing towards him as reflected in his pupils. In the face of his astonished expression, the sword effortlessly pierced through the silver membrane of defense surrounding the figure, directly penetrating its body. Farewell. As the shadowy figure wore a look of bewilderment, Xuan bid his final farewell. The sword shadow, imbued with a surge of energy, erupted violently, causing the figure's body to rupture from within, and its head vanished without a trace as the sword shadow dissipated. With a sigh of relief after vanquishing this peculiar life form, Xuan couldn't help but exhale deeply. Had it not been for this life form's seemingly brainless demeanor, merely watching him with a foolish grin, he would have perished before achieving his breakthrough. As Xuan eliminated the shadowy figure, the obsidian space finally illuminated. It was merely a straightforward expanse, and the numerous sword marks scattered across the ground clearly indicated Xuan's enhancement in power. With the space aglow, a hoarse voice resonated once more, prompting Xuan to glance at the translator in his hand, where a line of text materialized. Congratulations, talented individual from an alien civilization. You have successfully passed the elite trial and the core trial, signifying your qualification to become a member of the organization. Please proceed through the portal to receive your reward. Some information remained untranslated on the device, yet Xuan could surmise its meaning. As the voice echoed, Streams of luminous energy suddenly appeared in the space, seemingly alive, gently merging into the walls of the expanse, and subsequently converging toward the wall directly opposite Xuan. Thereafter, a luminous gateway materialized from the wall, evidently serving as the entrance to the next realm. Xuan was taken aback. Was this truly the conclusion? He recalled that Luo Feng, upon completing this assessment, had been coerced into a death mission, confined without the opportunity to cultivate until he had mastered the secret technique. Yet, he could directly claim his reward after completing the assessment. Could this disparity exemplify the difference between prodigies? However, after some contemplation, Xuan deemed this reasonable. Given his earlier circumstances, had Luo Feng arrived here with planetary-level combat prowess, facing the bizarre life form would have been tantamount to certain death. Even the defense of the silver membrane might have proven insurmountable, let alone withstanding the terrifying mental assaults. Pausing momentarily before the luminous gateway, Xuan hesitated, then soared through it. Upon entering this new space, Xuan surveyed his surroundings, finding himself within an ancient hall shimmering with dreamlike hues, its dimensions comparable to the previous expanse. "Welcome, Mr. Xuan." At that moment, a voice speaking in Mandarin reverberated, startling even Xuan, whose current state of mind struggled to absorb the sudden sound. Did these extraterrestrial civilizations delight in startling individuals with unexpected speech? Moreover, they knew his true name. Did that imply? Following the source of the voice, Xuan discovered that it emanated from a large figure with a bald head, entirely composed of crystalline material. Xuan quickly deduced the identity of this crystalline being. It was the custodian of the number 9 civilization relics, responsible for the operation of the relics, yet possessing human-like emotions. At this moment, it wore a peculiar smile, its expression strangely unsettling.